That you can't prove.
Is when you look into the sky and you look at the moon, is there a shadow?
Preconceived notions you
When you
can't
look
prove.
up and if you look at the stars, can you see that there's stars in the air that are on different actual points in the sky? Because if
Listen,
the Earth was
you have
flat,
to assume the sun is far away and a sphere, or your test doesn't mean anything. So you're not testing anything. You're doing calculations and computations based on a preformed notion.
but you didn't answer my question. If you
That's
look at the
because your
moon,
question doesn't need to be answered. It's not a test. It doesn't prove anything.
no, but I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. If you look at the moon, there's a shadow on it. There's a shadow, and you see that it proves it instantly.
How do you know it's a shadow? How can you prove it's a shadow? How do you know it's just not a light that went dark, half of it? Can you prove that your sun and your earth are where they are and show us that it actually blocks a certain degree of
Well,
light?
it's not a piece of cheese.
No,
It's
you
not
can't.
a
You
place full
can't
of
science
God.
any of that. If you were an intelligent
And
man,
if
you'd
you
know
look at the
that.
monthly cycles, and
Slice
if
of
you look
fucking
that there's
cheese,
lunar
fucking
eclipse,
idiot.
then you
So
know
I
right
mean,
there
you're
that
taking the word flat Earth, and you're taking it too literal. Like obviously, the ground that
Yeah.
you're standing on can be at a slight incline. Like
that's not,
Yeah.
no. I never said it can't be at a slight incline. I simply
No,
said due to the.
he's
I
leaning
don't
on.
like. This is why I don't like the interruption thing, because every single time
Listen,
I go through
nobody. Listen.
the whole entire
Dylan,
time
you're
in the
gonna quit.
background, I hear.
You're gonna quit.
I don't like that.
You're getting wrecked.
I don't like that.
Dig this here. You come in with Aristophanes that's been here a million times over.
It's petulant if you have to actually interrupt
for a
somebody.
motherfucker who don't like interrupting, you keep doing it and you never give anybody else a floor. So we don't like monologuers, period. And when you monologue some shit we've heard a million times but never accept the premise we give you based on what you're saying, we don't want to hear you. We just want to move on from you.
No, I was actually the
That's
most
just the
intelligent
truth.
person here.
No, you're not. You're talking Aristophanes, and that shit was played out 10 years ago. It doesn't prove anything. If you had a brain, you'd know this.
But you just sound like a cracko.
If you were in this argument and worthy of being there, you would already know, and you would have brought a better premise.
It's definitely a spear. I'm just
than Aristophanes. Well, based on two sticks in the ground, you'll never prove a spear, and if you were an intelligent man, you'd know that.
If it can produce a shadow, it can.
Draco, just do me a favor, right? Go get some parallel sun rays and triangulate them to a point in the sky. So I need you to just do, and I'll be on your side. Triangulate parallel lines to a point, and I'll come over with you. We'll talk.
Yeah, because you have to assume those parallel lines of light and an infinitely far away sun for your sticks to do anything. What you already assumed to be true has to be true. That's why it doesn't prove anything, because you can't prove the distance to the sun. You don't know that light is parallel. It's if this, then that. That's type situation. There's no absolution in your sticks, in your shadows.
I got a feeling he just doesn't understand his own claim with Eratosthenes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making the claim in the first place that Eratosthenes has anything to do with.
Well, no, it's
proving
an
the shape
actual
of the Earth.
thing. It's an actual
Right,
thing.
he didn't try to.
From me. It's an actual thing.
Aristophanes wasn't trying to prove that Earth was a sphere. He said, if this, then that. It was a demonstration.
Okay.
He said, if these pre-assumed things are true, then this could be the radius. And so, like the ratio of the shadow of the radius of a sphere, assuming that Earth was a sphere and light was parallel because the sun was distant, so far so that the light that reached Earth was parallel. Those are all the assumptions. They had no way of accurately. And Aristophanes himself, listen, Alexander and Cyrene aren't on the same meridian, but he thought they were. They had no way of measuring high noon accurately. Their stadia isn't an accurate form of measurement for distance either. So Aristophanes himself did fuck all. He did nothing.
That's probably how they got the parallel lines to meet at a point by having the wrong meridian. That's probably how you get parallel lines to meet at a point.
That's exactly what I was getting at. I'm not a good verbal speaker. I'm only good at typing. I'm not really.
You could just draw it on a piece of paper for me. Parallel lines meeting at a point, and I'll
Well,
be on your side.
yeah, well, Eratosthenes didn't prove anything. He did computation based on a preconceived notion or a what if scenario. If Earth was a sphere, if the sun was this far away, if light was parallel. He didn't prove it. And number two sticks and shadows are not an experiment make. It's
Well,
not a test.
It's
not
not
an
parallel, but
experiment.
it's almost parallel. That's basically what it is. It does not have the actual.
That's an
reach.
assumption.
It's not an assumption.
And
because
It is.
if
And
you
listen,
if you
and
look it up on
Eratosthenes.
Google,
listen. The dude gave you an example of what you need
I just
to
get
do.
shut down no matter what I say. This isn't really an argument.
He
This is just really your
already
self-poster
gave
wanting
you
to be right.
examples of what you need to do to prove that light is parallel, right? Do they converge to a point, come to a point, or are they parallel? How are you going to prove that all light is parallel from the sun?
He's gone.
Stops. Oh, well, I can't stand that whining and crying. I just get shot down crap. Just prove your premise. We're not children here.
Yeah, he is. This is fifth time rage quitting.
Oh, he is a child. My bad. I mean, did you guys want to hear Eratosthenes for the 10 millionth time, or is it just me that's been doing this so long I don't fucking want to hear Eratosthenes? Two sticks.
Well, if it's all they got, and they don't know that it's all they got, and they don't know that it's not exclusive proof of the globe, then I suppose that we have to entertain them, because they can't help it. They're level 1, you know?
It's every time on repeat. I mean, it's not just in this, like, on the internet. It's in real life. I go, my brother-in-law, I tell him, he pulled out Eratosthenes, 40 minutes in.
Yeah, it's
half
their
is
only
automatic.
Google. They think Eratosthenes proved the globe, and what he actually did was assume one.
Yeah, they'll pull out.
Things really funny.
They'll pull out Eratosthenes,
They all-
and they'll show how you can throw a ball on a train. I mean, it's the same things over and over.
They deny they all deny religious texts, yeah, whether it be the Quran or the Bible or whatever it may be. Yet Eratosthenes actually existed in the time of Christ with no primary source documentation, but they take that as gospel and throw out any religious texts where we actually have a written account.
Yeah, it's all about their worldview. Yep. I mean, it's not, I don't want to say bad things, but yeah, everybody has a worldview, and if it doesn't comport to their already preconceived worldview, then it can't be real.
Can I ask quickly? So, are you fellas mostly flat earthers? Do you guys have sorry, I'm new to this channel, so what's like the general claim of this is why I think the Earth is flat, just so I can understand you guys better. I'm a level 1.
Well, I guess since nobody else offered it, my number one thing is that a water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and all elevation change is measured in the vertical, which is perpendicular to that horizontal plane of reference. And that's what we use in reality practically to measure any kind of drop from a specific datum or a level, or we measure a drop or a rise from that horizontal. Now the claim is that the Earth is mostly water and it's a globe, right? And that they measured a drop from the horizontal of a curved globe, but the tool that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference is a water level. Right, so it's an impossibility to be measuring drop of a horizontal. So there could be no proof of a globe.
It's impossible. The last thing that you said, it's impossible to measure a drop of a horizontal. Could you? Some of those maybe have more baggage associated with them than I'm.
Yeah. Well, we're using the water level, right? Two ends of the water level, they communicate with each other. So if one end of the water level goes lower, then it'll slope and the water will run. Right, it'll move. Right, so they say, So they say that we have these lakes and oceans, etc. Right, so we go to a lake that's sitting still. Right, so the two ends of that lake are like a water level. Right, and a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference to measure any kind of rise or drop from. Right, but then there's this claim on the table that the water itself, the same tool that we use to measure horizontal, is the thing that's actually curving. An impossibility. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think generally speaking, I was following you until the very, very last bit, but okay, I think I can work off of this. So like, let me see if I can repeat back to you, I think what you're saying, which is just that, we have, like imagine a scenario where we have like a tank of water, right? On one side of the tank, it has one water level, and on the other side of the tank, it has another water level. Then you would anticipate there'd be a slope, there'd be some line between them, like there'd
Only
right.
Only
for
if it's
those to
moving
connect.
or flowing. Well, if it's moving or flowing, then there would be a slope. Otherwise, they would be at the same elevation.
Otherwise,
if
they would
it's
be at
not
the same.
moving.
Yeah, if you had a scenario where, yeah, exactly, yeah, that makes sense. Like if you
Right.
have one higher than the other, it's going to be sloped, and one side would be flowing to the other. Otherwise, they would be at equilibrium, and then side A wouldn't flow to side B, kind of a thing.
Right. So in that lake that's not
Okay.
flowing, right? It's not flowing. Therefore, it's horizontal.
Okay, I see
Right.
what you're saying.
My issue is how would the water, if the Earth was round, how would it stay put?
Oh,
Well,
sure.
with
I can
this-
give you what I'm not an expert on any of this, but like I have a way that I think this works that I could just quickly explain, which is I think that so I think that I don't know. Maybe before I go into this, are you guys cool with gravity? Like gravity as a concept, like something pulling toward the center of mass?
on a
like
where
there's-
level?
On a do you subscribe to like the theory of gravity? Like there would be like a force
Is
toward
that going? I know the gravity, right? Like is that going to explain why the two ends of the water level are at the same elevation, forming a horizontal plane of reference?
Well, it would probably be a piece within it. It's not. It would be probably necessary, but not sufficient.
My issue is obviously I believe in gravity because I'm standing and I'm not floating away. But how do you prove what causes gravity to exist?
Don't you need a sphere for the gravity part? Don't you need a sphere for that? You would need curvature.
But how do you prove what causes it to exist? That's my issue. How do you know curvature causes it to exist?
Oh,
like curvature is the only thing that can cause it to exist. Like
what is it? Well, listen, he's the guy. Irma is the guy.
Yeah.
What is it? Like when you're saying what is it?
Yeah. So my understanding of gravity, just generally on how it works, not the how it exists. Like it just
what is it?
It's an observation. Like there's just empirical data to support that. That
right. If you were to ask
is-
me what's an ice cream cone, I could describe what it is. Right. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Right. So what is
exactly? I'm just telling you this is what it is. I'm not telling you the mechanisms behind what causes it. Like It's just there is essentially a pull toward matter, and matter basically has like a very I'm not using weak force in the quantum level. I'm just talking. It's a very very small magnitude of a force where it pulls toward matter, pulls and kind of there's a force exerted between particles of matter that points inward toward the matter, right? So, and if you get enough matter, you'll basically, because it's a very small force, you'll get a gravitational pull because the matter itself attracts toward itself, if that makes sense. So it's like an inward force. So, like you know how like a magnet, right? Like if there's a positive, it's just a force that exists, and it's due to matter, and it typically it points toward the centroid, like the center of mass.
Yeah. So I mean, So is that the effect, or is that what it is? Like, is that what gravity is, or is that an effect of gravity that you're describing?
That's, I think I'm telling you more of like what it is, like this is what gravity does. It's more of like what it does. Yeah.
Well,
So
what it
if
does
we
would be an
can't-
effect.
if we
Right.
can't modify gravity, like why do you think that we understand how it works?
Say that again. If we can't say it again. If we can't understand gravity,
If we can't modify gravity, the concept known as gravity, I should say, why do you feel like we know how it works? Like, obviously, if we know how it works, we would be trying to alter it or have the ability to alter it. Like, we can't do that.
What do you
So,
mean you
like-
can't do that?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. Could you be a little bit more clear? Sorry. Still unclear to me what you're asking.
So, right. We know how to build an engine, right?
Mhm.
We understand how an engine works. And
Mhm.
so we build engines and we modify them. If we know how gravity works, really, then why wouldn't we be trying to modify it or change it in some way?
Oh, like utilize it. Yeah. Okay. So, and this kind of goes back to like the whole magnitude, the scale of the force. So different forces have different, can be seen on different scales, right? So for example, like electromagnetism is a very powerful force, much more powerful than gravity, right? It's a lot stronger. It has they use like the word like it's a higher magnitude force, right? And gravity is comparatively compared to like electromagnetism, right? Or some of these other forces is a very small force, and it's not very relevant until you get to really big sizes. And that's why you get like things like the Earth, like big bodies of matter, like the sun, these types of things. And these big masses ultimately are I mean, you're welcome to try to create a body of mass and utilize that mass, but the thing is, it's just it requires so much matter to see any amount of gravitational force that it's not very useful to us. So because it's not useful to us, we don't try to make use of that force typically.
Right. So things are held together by electrostatics, not gravity. Or they are held together by gravity.
So my
it
issue
depends
is,
on what
okay, let's say,
thing
I'm
I'm talking about.
Jake's got this thing.
I'm going to rephrase. Let's say I have this big object, right? Like a refrigerator, right? The refrigerator weighs 250 pounds, right? And so I can't move it. I can't move the fridge. It's too heavy. Why wouldn't I just, because I understand how gravity works, why wouldn't I just modify the gravity in that space if I understood how it worked, so that way I could move the fridge?
Listen, bro, I don't know Jake all that well, but how is this relevant to the horizontal plane of reference formed and established using a water level?
It's not.
It's not relevant.
I don't even know who Jake is. I don't know what he's talking about with his refrigerator. I don't know.
Yeah, it's so okay. How about I just quickly answer this and we can get back to the other thing? I'll just do like one quick sentence, which is just it's essentially that's just modifying force. Like when you're talking about forces, you can't modify the way that a force works. Like the way that the forces work, these are things we've observed in nature. Like these are things that just happen. And like engineers or physicists, what we try to do is understand the way things work, and then we can make use of that. So it's not so much that when we're talking about like refrigerators or computers, it's not that we're changing the way these things fundamentally work. What we're doing is being very clever about using the way that they already work and stitching it together in such a way to get like some desired outcome, right? So for like a refrigerator, you could study thermodynamics, and you would understand really well how these forces play, and we create models and things like that to help us really understand it, and then we use that cleverly. We don't change the force itself. The force is the force. These are just observations, but that's
if we
can go back to the other thing.
If we understood how that force works truly, then we would be able to change it, right?
We can never change we don't change the force. What we're doing is we're taking advantage of our knowledge of the force. Wow, that sounded like straight out of Star Wars. We're taking advantage of our
Star Wars for the last like 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're taking advantage of our understanding of it
And
Not how the Force works.
yeah.
Well, my issue
There's
is,
some great experiments.
I think that there is really people out there that can
to give the other guy a fair shot.
Can interact with things like magnetic fields and manipulate, objects.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think it is possible, and I think some people have figured it out.
Well, it depends on the way you're talking about it. So just be careful. So the way that you're saying, the way that you're communicating it to me shows that there's some understanding of how things work, but it's not exactly put into the right places, right? It's we understand how to use these forces to get desired outcomes. So for example, like a gun, the way a gun works, right? There's some explosion, there's some twisting thing that needs to happen, and then it launches a projectile with it has a specific shape that helps the aerodynamics, right? So when we're looking at how we make certain mechanical devices, we are these are people who've studied and understand how each of these different forces work, how to make sure that we can get a desired effect. We're not modifying the force. We're understanding the forces, and then we're using our understanding of forces and mechanics and all of these types of things to create stuff. And we can do that, and gravity just happens to be is a force that is at a scale that is very, it needs to be a very big things. It needs to be very large. So we can't. It's not useful. The other things are a lot more useful because we can get a big effect out of a very small amount of matter, right? But this is much bigger stuff. We need a lot more matter to have gravity be useful. So okay. Anyway, let's put that aside, and we can work on the. You wanted to talk about the 2 points. There's water. And we're studying, and basically you're trying to explain how you would think that, you need a flat surface for water to the way that you see it acting, right, in the world. That's what you're, that's what you're talking about. I think I'm forgetting who's saying what, but do I have you correct?
Yeah, but I'm over. I'm probably gonna go eat.
Okay.
So how do you explain people though that are able to manipulate energy and their own energy field and see people's auras? I'm confused. Because there is definitely people that I believe that can do stuff like that, right?
Oh, what do you? I don't think so.
I mean, everything has an energy field, right? We all agree on that.
Kind of. I mean, you're not actually wrong, but you might be thinking about this incorrectly. So maybe explain further.
I mean, you can, but I'm pretty set in that fact that that type of stuff exists. So.
Okay. Are you? Okay. If you're set in that fact, I can try to change your mind, but I'm.
I mean, that's kind of the point.
It's Discord, off topic. Yeah, but it's off topic. We're not here to talk about auras.
But it's important. It's important to the cohesiveness of the universe, right? If every object has energy.
Yeah, I'll stay on topic. So, is there anyone who wants to?
I do.
Share their. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've kind of understood that you're a physicist, right?
I'm not a physicist. I'm an electrical engineer.
Okay. All right. So basically, what we're trying to say is that when you drop your cell phone, the cell phone goes down, right? But why? Well, you can't say it's because everything we say about gravity is automatically true, right? In order for something to be true, it has to be verifiable, falsifiable, and empirical, right? Otherwise, it's a belief, and that's why people come in here and they say that they believe gravity. They're saying that because that's the appropriate thing to say. They believe what someone has said about gravity. But when someone says gravity, I have to ask, what do you mean? Do you mean Newtonian gravity, Milgromian, Einsteinian, dark gravity? What are you talking about when you say the word gravity exactly? And if it's Einsteinian, right, then we have to ask, what do you mean the bending and warping of space-time? That's a concept. And for you to reify that concept into something that's like tangent, like concrete, that's a fallacy. It's a reification fallacy. So go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with some of the later theories on gravity. Those are beyond the scope of what I've learned about. But some of the kind of like basic mechanics, I'd say, of physics kind of 101 stuff, I'm like relatively familiar with. So I'm just for you. So in my opinion, those ones are relatively easy for anybody to go and observe, right? You can take multiple different objects, and you can drop them, and you can see at what speed they're going to accelerate. If you have something that's kind of like a feather and it might have some sort of air resistance, then that's something to consider, right? There might be some amount of air drag, but after you get past a certain air drag, things are going to mostly be falling at around 9.8 meters per second squared. So you're pretty much going to get the acceleration of gravity. So that's something you can verify on your own time. It's very easy to run that experiment. You can just get a stopwatch, grab a couple items in your house, and you can click the stopwatch, measure at what height you're dropping that thing, and the constant for gravity's acceleration should pretty much pop out. So we at least know that. Like any person can go and do that. If you're looking for more of the here is the bending of space time and I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be out of my depth. So.
Well, I appreciate your honesty and not coming in here all hoity-toity like, right? So the thing is that we all see the same information, right? The same data. It's just the interpretation of that data, right? So the cell phone falls. Well, why does it fall? Right? That's really important. Why does it fall? Why do you think the cell phone falls? What's causing it?
Why do I think? Well, I believe in the physicists who came before me. I've observed the things that they've observed, and I've built up enough trust that their theories are correct, basically. So it's not something I've gone through and rigorously studied myself, right? We to some degree we have to accept some level of belief, right?
Why?
Easy because there's only so much time in the day. There's only so much we know. We like you hear this often. It's like we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? We when we are studying things, we do a lot of we spend a lot of time proving things to ourselves, like over and over again. We'll study the math, we'll look, and we will run experiments, we will look at empirical data, and eventually you spend enough time in the field, you just are like, oh yeah, all of this stuff is true, and like it's consistent, it makes total sense, I see why things are the way they are, and you become a lot more comfortable with it doesn't have to be proved to you as much. But that's on some level it's a personal journey, right?
What you've described is trust and belief in consensus of opinions and their interpretations.
Yeah, but it has but you understand the foundation upon which I'm building it, correct?
I do. And you know what? But you're also obligated to not believe things in some cases. Am I correct?
Yeah, of course.
So if you encounter a situation where somebody's claim is in direct contradiction to your experience, what do you do?
Oh, you investigate, of course. Yeah, you could spend some time investigating. Yeah.
Good. Okay, so that's what our community did. We fact checked the globe and found it to be false.
Okay. Yeah. Then, good. Then present it, and if you find any errors in your reasoning or errors in your logic, then obviously you should change to a different opinion. Or if you think that it's like the correct one and you don't think there's any flaws, as people, one of the things is that, your like understanding of things could be 100% correct, and you could be right. But then you could also be wrong, and that's you just spend time trying to understand it as much as you can. I don't know what your guys' personal journeys are on this kind of subject matter, but did you take a lot of physics courses going into this? Was it consider where were you getting this type of information from?
I can tell you, we are a cross section of society. I know people here who have delivered pizzas for a living, and I've known people here who've worked for Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman for a living, all flat earthers. We all have different journeys. You're absolutely right.
Sure. Yeah, it's fine. It's not the end of the world if you debate a theory of flat Earth. Most of the time, it's. It's either. I think there would be some things that maybe would be challenging to be a flat earther. If you were like a pilot, maybe you probably would have to have a better understanding of the. But for most people, it doesn't really matter.
We have pilots too.
Wait, what? Pilot? What? Flying aircraft?
I think because pilots, I think part of their navigation system has to consider the curvature of the Earth. But outside of that, most people don't.
Which part?
Oh my lord, that's so much bull crap. Oh, by the way, I took zero physics courses.
I can't understand what you're saying because your mic is really bad.
I said I've taken zero physics courses.
We know.
Oh, why not? You should take some.
Still want an answer to my question about which part of the aviation equipment takes part of for the curvature of the Earth.
So my issue is that all these answers to this very simple question are very complex. And I think it's so much simpler. That's just my belief.
I just want to know which part of the aviation equipment has to take account for the curvature of the Earth when we have horizontal references that would be our bearing. We have gyros to maintain a horizontal vector across the surface of the Earth to maintain flight. Which part of the aircraft is accounting for the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, which part of the plane is? Oh, I'm not sure. I think that if you're it depends on how specific of a question you're asking for. I think if you wanted me to give you a rough answer, I'd just say the navigation. But if you're asking for a specific piece of the
which part of the navigation equipment?
Oh, the one that helps you the one that helps make it so that you would maintain probably it's the one that helps you maintain the I'm guessing here, by the way. This is just, if I had to guess, this is how I think it would work, because imagine for a second the Earth is just thought experiment, right? If the world was curved, right, and planes had to travel in curved space, right? Navigation would be different, right? We would both agree that would be the case, right? Because you'd have to take it into account, right? If you're going from one side of the world to the other, you can't just maintain the exact same course of action as if it were straight, right? It just makes sense. So it would probably have something to do with the altitude. Maybe it would. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, probably something. How would you? I have to think about it a little bit.
How do you think a radar would determine elevation of a distant plane?
It doesn't.
Over a curve.
Say it again.
Let's say you've got radar shooting out the front of the nose of the plane. How do you think it would determine elevation of another plane that's far away? If the Earth is curving down, how does it know how high it is?
Oh, it probably would know it with
below,
respect
it's
to
level.
its position above the ground, right?
How does it know how high up the other plane is from its position above the ground relative to your position above the ground if Earth is a ball?
Oh, you would send it would be something that you would send within the within the channel, within the comms. You'd be like, oh, I'm X amount above sea level. Yeah, it'd be something that it would send to you. Yeah, these planes have communication
like a
systems.
hostile target or an unknown target. So the point is we're using elevation angles, right?
At the moment,
yeah.
we're just in
Elevation angle? Are you talking about measuring the difference in elevation between two, or are you talking about what is its elevation with respect to?
Yeah, and I brought this up because it's a recurring topic you'll see again and again, elevation angles. So yeah, another object with respect to you forming basically a right triangle and using the Pythagorean theorem to solve for the other angles or sides.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, you're going to require the Earth to be a horizontal baseline because within a three-dimensional horizontal and vertical coordinate system. Or horizontal
Well, it depends. There's different coordinate systems you could use, right? There's polar coordinate systems. There's spherical coordinate system.
What they do use. We're talking about what they do use.
I'm specifically talking about what the aircraft is designed and built to do because of your claim. Now, aircraft is built to maintain its altitude on a horizontal plane across, let's say, 35,000 feet at cruising altitude. That's what it does.
My fellow flat earthian.
You said that navigation equipment takes account for the curvature of the Earth, which it doesn't. The navigation equipment is your bearing. That would be your 360-degree compass bearing. That would be a horizontal bearing. So there's no curvature there because that's a horizontal line between you and your next bearing target, whether that's a target or an airport, whatever it is. You're going to be flying from beacon to beacon.
Can you explain to me? Sorry, just really quick. Because I'm not familiar with aviation. This is not my area of expertise. So why did you say it?
So why did you? I
was just saying these are the types of things that. So basically, I was bringing it up as most people. It probably doesn't matter what flat Earth. It doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or not. Most of the time, it's not going to affect you too much unless you're in aviation or something like that. Right?
Sorry.
What you're suggesting is that we should be discriminated against in the aviation
No,
community.
hold on.
No, not
necessarily.
Sorry, my friends.
Right. Yeah, Effie Jedi's trying to talk, guys. Clear it out.
What you specifically said is, the Earth can be flat unless we're, flying across it. Because of the aircraft, it's the aviation equipment that takes account for the curvature of the Earth. When it doesn't, you have gyroscopes which maintain your horizontal bearing. You have your IRS system which maintains your altitude and that horizontal bearing, so your plane knows where you are in three-dimensional space. If that three-dimensional space was curved, as in you were flying in a curved path, then you would have to take account for it. The point is the aircraft is built to and designed not to, because it's not there.
I don't know if that's true or not, but like I said, I'm not an aviation
why did you make the claim that you did then?
Right, because we can talk gyroscopes. We can talk about inertial guidance systems of aviation equipment. I researched some really high-end avionics equipment a few months ago. We can talk about this if you want to get into it, but
yeah, well, I'm not. Okay. Sorry, this is a listening challenge. So this is third time. Okay, so I want you after this. So I'll explain it, and then I want you to repeat it back to me so that I know that you've understood what I said. So the reason why I brought up the avionics wasn't as a proof or disproof of flat Earth. It was to explain that in my world, because you guys are flat Earth, I'm spherical Earth or whatever, oblique spheroid, whatever you want to call it. That's the way that I believe. In my world, I would imagine it probably wouldn't matter unless you were an aviation pilot. If the world was spherical,
obviously don't have enough knowledge about aviation to make that statement. That's the point that Jedi was making.
No, yeah, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're out of your
My
element, Donnie.
Explain back to me what I'm
my
saying.
issue
Okay,
with
if
what
the
you're
world was
saying
spherical, yeah,
is that we don't live in an alternate world from you. We live in the same world, right? There is the way the world is. There's not your world and my world.
Okay. What I'm trying to explain to you is that I'm just saying, oppose the hypothetical that you were living in my world. Like you were living. Let's just assume. Why is that offensive to pose a hypothetical?
Well, because you're suggesting that we live in alternate worlds, that we somehow don't understand your world, and we live in the same world as you.
I was a Glober 3 years ago.
I don't think that's. I'm just posing. We have a different belief system, right? So I'm saying. I'm saying.
But that's not an alternate world.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying we have a different belief system about that world.
You mean paradigm?
Say that.
You have a misunderstanding.
You mean
You have a
paradigm,
misunderstanding about the principles of aviation, which they actually teach you to just treat it as if you're flying straight, stationary over a stationary plane. Don't worry about the curve. Don't worry about the Earth motion.
Yeah, because you can imagine something happening in the aviation industry doesn't mean that you know, because guess what? Some of us have worked in the aviation industry, like I mentioned before. So you don't want to be making claims outside your domain of knowledge.
I didn't make a claim. You guys are putting words and misunderstanding, and you're treating that as ultimately as you are misunderstanding and then getting mad at the misunderstanding, which is not good. You shouldn't do that.
I'm trying to point out your misunderstanding.
Because I feel like you shouldn't be saying this is what you believe. You should be asking somebody, is this what you believe? And I'm telling you guys that wait, before I finish,
You're speaking for the entire aviation industry right now.
You're not listening.
Well, maybe you need to rewind the tape.
You're interrupting me, so I know you can't be listening.
Yeah, because I'm frustrated.
Talking. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not helping to be interrupting the person who's trying to explain their point of view to you, right?
Yeah, the Earth isn't flat; it's a petri dish, bro.
Thanks.
I mean, can we at least agree on that? Like, it's not. You shouldn't be interrupting somebody who's trying to have a conversation with you, right?
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you. I did that. I'm sorry.
We live in a giant petri dish, bro. It's
So
all an experiment.
Can you acknowledge that I don't believe? I'm just telling you, you're interrupting me, and I don't believe you understand me. And do you know that I don't think you understand me correctly?
I think I do understand, and what I'm trying to do is hold you to your comment.
That's not
anyway.
what I'm saying. I know that you think you understand me, but I'm telling you, I don't think you do. Which is
I'm trying to hold you to your comment.
What's that?
Were you saying that you don't think that your belief in flat Earth, right, would be very impactful as far as vocation goes, unless you were some like in the field of aviation?
Yes, that would be an area where it'd be most impactful. Yeah, this would be like an area where, like aviation, if you work in aviation, it's always impactful to that.
You don't know that.
Can I just help him, please? Can I just say that I know you have the misunderstanding of like how aviation works in terms of like flat Earth and everything, but in this sense, it doesn't really matter. You're probably thinking more along the lines of maybe aerospace in terms of like how rockets work. Maybe that is more along the lines of like how curvature is. But in terms of like a plane on the Earth, the curvature is like negligible, because it's such a small plane in terms of like how curvature works, and it literally is based off of just moving horizontal.
Lord, okay.
But like, I know you're saying, but they don't understand.
Unless you're talking like in a social, psychological framework, then and not a practical framework, then it's your point is void.
Yeah, we're eager to talk about aviation and why it's a great flat Earth topic.
I don't think he was.
You know what's very effective? I think it's if. I'm going to just say, you guys just think the Earth is flat because you don't know anything about physics. That's not an interesting conversation because doesn't represent your point of view, correct? You don't
Let's
think
talk
the
in
Earth
physics.
is
You
I
want to
could
talk
just sit
physics?
here and just keep telling you this is what you think, this is what you think. But until you get me to agree, until I agree with you, then I haven't won because it's not what I believe. And I'm telling you guys, this is not what I believe. You're just putting words in my mouth. So you're fighting against somebody who isn't here.
All right, let's not fight anymore. Do you want to talk about physics and flat Earth?
I'd love to. Do you agree that moving forward, less interruptions, and you should be asking me what I believe, not telling me what I believe?
Well, we used to all believe in the globe. All of us. Not too long ago.
I did just steel man you, and you agreed. You said, "Yeah, that's an accurate description of what I was saying."
What you were saying, not quite. It's still pretty off. I'm just I just feel like I'm not really, I think that I think this is an issue on the level of communication. Like, this has nothing to do with the physics or any other stuff. It's just communicating with you is not going to be effective unless we agree to certain terms.
I agree with your terms. Can I ask you a question about Coriolis?
Sure. Can I, before you agree to my terms, what are my terms?
We have to
be
agree.
cordial.
We have to agree to be cordial and not interrupt, and also to steelman your position, not strawman it.
And just to add in there, not to call for systemic discrimination in a whole industry.
What?
Against people with a certain line of thinking.
Yeah, I like the aviation industry.
Yeah.
Tether has been very cordial. That particular person doesn't understand. The other guy did. The one who said the other two. That was a decent ground rule of the communication. You succeeded. The other second guy is still lost. So yeah. I think this is an area where you need to have good, clear, concise communication. We can't be strawmanning each other. We're not going to get anywhere. And especially if there's interruptions, if there's one thing that I'm probably not going to be able to change your mind in one day over at least flat Earth. But if I can at least get you to communicate with people a little bit better, then maybe I've done my job in terms of helping forward truth. I think we could both agree to that, right?
Yeah, I think we're in agreement. So now that we've got some common ground, can we move forward in the conversation? Would you like to choose a flat earther to speak to and have a one-on-one conversation with? Since you are capable of deeper level conversations, I'm assuming, because the way that you're acting so far. So
Kind of
call
offended.
somebody else.
I think I'm going to bounce out.
No, you ain't got to bounce. Don't be offended.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he just again made a derogatory comment by saying that he's trying to improve our social skills.
Yeah, we'll let it pass, okay?
That's always good. That's always good. You should always want to improve your social skills.
Moving on.
I think I'm good, guys. I'm going to take
Good, good. Okay,
have a good
let's
night.
move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Take care, buddy.
So, to the electrical engineer, would you like to call somebody out and get a one-on-one conversation? I would recommend Jedi.
Sure, I could talk to you or Jedi. Yeah, let's do it.
Jedi, you busy?
Not particularly, no. What are we talking about?
So what's your okay? So what's your general theory of flat Earth?
The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat, horizontal, stationary plane. It's observed as such and measured as such and practically used as such with regards to aviation, navigation, things like that. This can be demonstrated with long-distance observations, and to clarify the observation, long-distance line of sight laser targeting tests over distances of water that we should be able to measure curvature to, but unfortunately over bodies of water, salt flats and frozen lakes, we don't measure any curvature to the Earth.
Okay. So you want to go the aviation route? Okay. All right. Yeah. Screw it. You know what? Why not? I'll have to study up on it a little bit at some point. So is the general foundation of this that? Okay. So let me see if I can understand your point of view. based off of like observations of like pilots and these types of things, the Earth is flat because the systems that the pilots use doesn't take into account any curvature of the Earth. It works off of assuming a flat horizontal plane. Is that kind of the general thesis here?
With regards to aviation, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I guess screw it. Let's do it. So if you have so I don't know anything about avionics. I've admitted as much. So I think that it would be unfair for us to fight on the plane of like, let's because then you can only argue with pilots, right? So you have to have more general like conversation about this, right? So if there is a flat Earth, as you say, let's take a different profession. Let's do something like a sailboat, right? What's okay? So you probably have a counter to this. What's the reason why we see the top of the sailboat and slowly rise, and then we start to slowly see the bottom? What is the like? How does that comport with a flat Earth?
Well, to give you a simple answer, that's because of perspective. The reason in this instance is because the horizon is your limitation of view across that surface, that flat surface. So things that are beyond your ability to resolve that very tiny angle at a distance, when things go beyond the horizon, they're still on that surface. But because they're getting smaller and appearing to descend as they go away, the phenomena of them shrinking behind the curvature is kind of what we all see. But we miss the fact that the horizon is just our limitation of view, depending on the optics and atmospheric conditions. And when something sails, in this instance, over that horizon line, the bottom of that object starts to be cut off by our inability to resolve that surface at distance.
So you're saying as you get further away, the bottom of an object cannot be seen? And are you saying this is due to, it's easily explained by a curvature, but are you saying it's something to do with the trick of the eye?
No, it's because of, the trick of the eye, as in your eye can only resolve and optics can only resolve down to a certain angle. If you're looking across a flat surface, let's imagine that flat surface is a chessboard and you've got black and white squares. You'll notice with distance towards the horizon, those horizontal lines get closer and closer and closer together. You can't distinguish between these lines anymore with distance because the angle is decreasing. Eventually, the angle will decrease so much that your eye can't perceive that angle. That's literally what we call the horizon line. Anything beyond it, let's say that it's on the surface, for example, then we don't have the ability to resolve because it's gone beyond our angular resolution limit. I've popped in two pictures into the chat room at 11 minutes past the hour, two side-by-side pictures. The reason why I've put them in is because it's the same camera at different elevations above a known flat surface. When the camera is close to the ground, we can't see the entirety of the floor that we're looking across and can't resolve the bottom of the door or the light that's on the floor at the end of the corridor until we lift the camera up, increasing the angle of resolution, seeing further down that floor and the light further down that floor at the end of the corridor. So we couldn't see it when the camera was low to the floor, creating a very, very tight angle with distance, so tight, in fact, that with distance, our eye can no longer perceive beyond that line.
So you're talking about, this is artists are very familiar with this, is like a vanishing point.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. So vanishing point would explain why things would start to scale and become a little bit thinner and thinner and thinner. But you wouldn't see the same. So the how do I explain this to you well?
Yeah, it would be like the front of the boat, not the bottom, right?
The phenomena is slightly different. So
okay, so what did we say earlier in the conversation? What was the rules?
Let's do some one-on-one. Jedi, he knows it, guys. He doesn't need help.
What's the rules? Can we just hear that real fast?
Not to strawman, not to interrupt.
Okay, what rule was broken?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
It was number 2. I got interrupted like immediately upon starting talking. Okay, so Good. Remembering the rules.
Something's going on. Is that Odie? Yeah.
Yo, that was sick, dog.
Carry on. Okay. So ultimately, a vanishing point would probably make sense for something that was slowly getting further away. But we can imagine that the ship it's coming into view, right? Most of it is at the same distance away, right? So if you imagine like on that axis, right? Most of the things for that ship are at the same like general distance away, correct? And as it's coming, up through the horizon, we're still seeing a section of the ship. We're not seeing like pieces of the ship begin to vanish into the thing. It's just there or not. It's like a binary. It's like a 1 or a 0. Whereas like a vanishing point is more of we're seeing something at many different levels of distances, right? So we're seeing like, for example, like if you look at the floor in that picture, correct? You're going to see the floor, and you're seeing it. It's kind of like what do you call it? Curving or not curving, and it's like sloping inward, right? And then eventually, it's really hard to see the floor at the very, very, very far section, right? But this isn't the case, right? We're seeing something at like y equals 1,000 meters, right? It's mostly all at y equals 1,000 meters, like far away. There's not a very big disparity in the y distance, right? And we're seeing it come, and it comes in a binary. You're seeing the top of the ship, and then you're seeing another section of it as it gets closer and closer, and then as it finally rises above the curvature, then you get to see of the Earth, and you finally get to see the full thing. You're not seeing it kind of warp like you would see for a vanishing point. Like a vanishing point, you're seeing the slope of these things kind of angle inwards. That's not what you're seeing. This is at the end of like of a vanishing point, right? Like yeah. So hopefully that makes sense to you.
Kind of ish, not really. Quick question: that light at the end of the corridor you can't see in the image. If I was to bring that light towards you, say it was on a wheel, on the top of a skateboard or whatever, what part of the light would you see first?
Sorry, say again. So you have a light at the end of a skateboard.
Sorry, that light at the end of the corridor. If I was to bring it towards you along the floor, what part of the light would you see first? Would you see the top of it? Would it increase in angular size? What phenomena would you see?
Light at the end of a corridor, like a short corridor, like 10 meters away.
In the picture.
Mm-hmm.
In the picture that you referenced that I showed you, at the end of the corridor, there's a light that we don't see until we lift the camera up. So when we don't see it, if I was to bring that light towards you, what part of the light would you see first? The top of it, or would it increase in angular size?
Oh, there's like a little like flashlight. Okay, I can barely see it in this damn thing. One sec. Let me take a look at this. So you're saying we would slide this toward the person in question?
Are you just looking at it now?
Huh? No. I've looked at it earlier, and now I'm looking at it again.
Okay, so you can see that in one image on the left-hand side, we can't see the light at the end of the corridor when the camera is low to the surface. So if I was to bring that light towards you, you'd see the top appearing and then the light, and then the wheel that it's on. This is on a flat surface. I can
barely see that damn thing, to be honest.
I've made the light disappear on a flat surface where there is a direct line between the aperture of the camera and the light. There's no physical obstruction between the two things. But you can't resolve the entirety of the end of the corridor because you're low to that surface. When you were talking about this,
my Discord crapped out for a second there. Sorry, my Discord just crapped out. Sorry, you'll have to restart. I was trying to open that image and it was burned up my phone. Say again?
There's a direct line of sight between the aperture of the camera and the light at the end of the corridor. There's no physical obstruction between the two. However, the camera can't see the light. Now I've managed to make something disappear on the surface, so you can't see it because of the distance between the two and the angle being how high the aperture is above the surface. It can't resolve any further across that surface. That light is in an area now where that aperture, that camera, can't resolve it until you lift the camera up and start increasing angles. But if I was to bring that light towards you, slide it along the floor, it would start appearing from the top, and then you would see the light. And then if it was on a wheel, you'd start seeing the wheel. There's no obstruction between the two.
Your point didn't make sense to me. You're saying that if we slid the light, then long story short, if we slid the light towards us, then it would ultimately begin to show. Like, what are you? It was unclear.
All right, replace the light for a boat.
You were bringing in like aperture of the. It's like the aperture. I don't even know what
aperture,
you're talking about. The aperture of the camera.
Yeah, the lens of the camera. The lens. Yeah, it's how high it is above the surface. Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about like the elevation of like the person like seeing the light over there. Like if the person was like standing up higher versus standing being a little bit lower.
That's why you've got two side-by-side images. One is the camera being higher when you can see further down the corridor and see the light at the end of the corridor. When the camera's on the floor, lower to the surface, because it's creating a tighter angle across that surface, you have a point in the distance where the camera can no longer resolve beyond. Therefore, beyond that area, you can't see the light at the end of the corridor. There's a straight line between the two, by the way. The floor isn't curved.
I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. Okay, and so the reason why that's not a good example is ultimately because we're talking about a point rather than like an object, right? Like this is a spotlight, right? This is like a little flashlight that's a single point, correct? That's not the same thing as having an object, like an object, like a box.
Replace the flashlight with a boat. Still can't see the boat. Still can't see the flashlight.
If you replace that flashlight with a boat, you would see the boat.
Would you?
You would.
You can't see the fucking light. Why would you see the boat? No, why would you see the boat?
Because it's a boat. It's huge. What do you mean?
Oh my fucking god! You don't follow very well, do you? I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you can make things disappear from the bottom up.
I think maybe you should be less upset about me not following and be more upset that maybe you're not communicating your idea very well.
Let me try to then. I'll break it down a third time. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. I've put something on the floor. That's a flashlight. You can't see that flashlight.
But I explained to you, it's a vanishing point. It's been known and forever, right? This is a single point vanishing. You
weren't allowed to interrupt.
Well, you were interrupting me earlier.
Oh my goodness, mate, this is so hard.
Yeah, fair enough. Go ahead. I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm trying to point out to you is you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface if you put a camera on the floor. So when you have a narrow angle view across the water, the ocean, a flat surface, and you can't resolve beyond the horizon, when things start going away or coming towards you, you're going to start seeing the top of that object first, because you can't resolve the things that are on the surface.
Okay.
The things that are on the surface are going to be the last thing that you're going to be able to resolve, because in that area of angle that you can't resolve anymore. Those horizontal lines are too tight.
Yeah, so you can say that, but I think that
showed it to you.
Sorry?
Showed it to you.
Well, you can say that is an explanation for like there's some way that things resolve in specific ways based off of like where you're observing it from, correct? But what I'm telling you is there is something that doesn't behave the way that like this is. I'm giving you a different empirical phenomena, right? Which is we have sails, right? And we are appearing prior to like the body of the boat, right? This is something that you can say, oh, it's just not resolving because of the way that a point source, we can observe like a point source, being seen, and you can create a theory around your thing, right? Where you're saying that, well, Well, this is a source of light, and it's if we look at it like from this angle or whatever, right? But that is only for a point source. If you wanted to do this experiment better, you would have to do it like an actual object, right? It would be disanalogous, is what I'm trying to say. Ultimately, you need an object, and you would rerun the same experiment, and you would see how it would look. And I'm sure it would look exactly how you would anticipate it to look, which is that you would see like a box, pretty much, far away, and you would see pretty much the full thing, right? Until you went far enough away where the curvature of the Earth would ultimately you would not see the bottom of it, right?
Okay.
Whatever, it doesn't matter what the object is or say,
Okay.
right? So I think that your version of the explanation only makes sense for basically a very specific point source, right? You'd have to show me something that's like a full-on object, correct?
All right. So you think the reason why we can't see the bottom of objects is because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So that should be physical obstruction. Like a hill.
Yeah.
Okay. So that should be at 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, for example, if you've got a 6-foot observer, 6 foot is in relative to the sea level, you should have a tangent line to the curvature of the Earth that should be at 2.9 miles away. At that point, for a 6-foot observer, things should be obscured bottom up because of that curve, correct?
There's like plenty of videos where you can watch a guy disappear. There's tons of great video that you could observe of this, where you can like watch, and they'll be like in the desert or something like that, and then this guy, he'll go very, very far away, and like you'll stop seeing his knees, and then you'll stop seeing his like hips or whatever, right? And it's a full length person, right? It's a 6. So so there, you can do the math, right? Whatever the curvature of the Earth is, and all that stuff, but you can observe it, right? It's like empirical evidence of this effect happening. Like we agree that this exists, at least, right?
Can you post it?
That's
Sure, yeah. Let me post it.
So
okay, post it, please.
Do you see the images that have been posted for you with regards to you thinking that things disappear from bottom up across surfaces all the time because of the curvature of the Earth? Do you see the ones that I've posted of the bottom of wind turbines? Do you see the one that's got 2 oil rigs in it, for example? Do you see those images?
Sorry, I'm trying to look up the. Let's see. Should we do you want like a video or more like a picture? Because I'm doing YouTube, and that might be a pain in the ass for you to actually end up watching.
Do you see the images that have been posted for you in the chat room?
I saw the earlier one that you posted.
Do you see the ones of the bottoms of 6 wind turbines, or the one with 2 oil rigs in it?
Not yet. Sorry, 1 second. I'm still looking up the. Okay. Sure. I can. Do you want the sales one, or do you want like a guy like in the desert? Here, I'll just give you like a. Yeah, sure. Here's like a. Share image.
Jedi, I'm sorry for volunteering you, bro. Would you like to tag out?
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
If you want to continue, I mean, please be my
No,
guest.
I've been talking for a while, man. Do you know what I mean? I don't like taking the floor for a long amount of time.
Gotcha. What are we talking about?
At the moment, Earth curvature, why things disappear from the bottom up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and he will post the proof of the curvature of so many videos. It's enough one. You don't need to post 1,000.
Oh, you don't want? Okay, sorry. I'm on my phone. It's kind of a pain in the ass to actually send it to you.
Yeah,
I could go on your laptop if you want.
Just one video where it's proving curvature. That I will be so grateful.
Sure. Okay. Let me just go on my.
First thing, one important thing. Did you watch that video? What you will post it?
Of who? No, the only thing I've looked at so far was the like the little light source thing.
Did you watch that video? What you will post it?
Sorry, say again.
Did you watch that video? What you will post it?
The new video that you're watching. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm trying to get you the video and trying to do the thing.
You said that you have proof for the curvature, and that you will that there is a lot of videos. And I said post one, and you said okay, I will post it. And I asked you, did you watch that video? What you will post it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to find the video that I watched a long time ago. That's why I'm kind of taking a second here to try to look for it.
Okay.
Yeah, there was this really great video actually. So I watched this a long time ago, but it was like I can just explain it to you real fast if I can't find it here. But basically, this guy is a he's kind of like a construction worker, and he's talking about how well the Earth needs to be flat in order for construction to make sense, right? Like it's ultimately it's going to be a flat ground and all this stuff. And this guy has a really cool video of ultimately going into some modeling software, showing like a sphere, zooming in and showing like the curvature would eventually become flat if you zoomed in far enough. And then in that same video, I think they had one where there's a guy who's, I think he was like out. I remember specifically there was like this guy out in the desert, and then the guy's like walking away, and then you see his like, his legs start to disappear. I've watched videos. It's just like, the thing is, I don't want to give you a video I haven't watched, and it's kind of hard for me to see if I've actually watched it. So, it's something I can come back to at some point as well.
Do you know what is interesting? Do you know what, if I am you, I will say I find out the proof for the curvature, and then there will be so many data what I will remember for sure if I was sure that they prove the curvature, But you are speaking now about some desert, about some guy, But for example, that's what Jedi want to tell you. There is objects in reality in the sea that in this case windmills, in another case oil rigs. And that is reality. One is in Santa Barbara, another one is, I think, in England, And there is nothing, no deserts, no, no. There is real things, and now you can watch and see what that observation showing.
Yeah. Sorry. So what do you? What's the?
Did you see what that observation showing when Jedi said, "Do you see that oil rigs?" You said, "I want to see something. I want to see something." Did you see that? What is presenting that observation? What they are saying, or you don't know what they are saying?
Oh, I know what. I know what the. Are you talking about my YouTube video? Yeah, I know what the YouTube video that I was watching was saying. Yeah, of course.
No, I'm telling you that's what people were posting in the voice text chat. Like Jedi was pointing out like 2 times that windmills, I think, in the water and the oil rigs, and you didn't say anything about that.
Oh, well, because I was looking for the video that you guys are like 20 people versus 1 person. I'm trying to satisfy as many people as you can, but I'm only 1 person, right?
Okay, in Arma, can you please take a minute and look in the chat? They posted a meme that they want you to look at, which regards the horizon.
What's the one? I'm getting like 1,000 of these. Okay, which one do you want me to take a look at? There's like a ton of them.
So it would be the one that Jedi posted. I'm not sure the time.
Yeah, I'm like scrolling through.
So it's the one with the 2 rigs.
Okay.
Whoever was talking to take back over.
Okay.
Yeah, scroll past all the contradictory memes.
Okay, so there's a oil rig, and they're talking about the miles and. Okay. Camera height. Target
you can scroll down
distance.
to the offshore wind farms too, and see this effect. In reality.
Horizon, Black Swan modulus tolerance. The Earth is a sphere. Height in feet. On the camera is 8.25 feet above the time. Can you explain what a geometric horizon is? Just to be
Earth curve causing obstruction from the bottom up.
Mathematically speaking, if you draw a circle, then draw an imaginary person on the top of that circle. From his eyes, draw a tangent line left or right, and then intersect that tangent with the curvature of the Earth. Mark it with an X, call it a horizon. Within the Earth curve mathematics, that's what should be causing obstruction, or mathematically, where the geometric horizon should be appearing.
Okay. So you're saying is it between like the person observing and then like the like from his eyes to where he would like what's you call it? Yeah, I guess tangent line to the tangent to the sphere, right? You're saying that's the geometry. Okay, got it. Okay.
And obviously that's going to change with your altitude above that curved surface.
Yeah, this isn't a very good explanation.
What this is the Earth curve math. You can Google and find any Earth curve calculator. It's got a prediction in it how much obstruction should be observed for an observer at altitude on a curved surface, where the horizon, the physical curvature of the Earth, should be for things beyond it to start disappearing from the bottom up. Now, the reason why this is important in reference to these observations or pictures of the oil rigs or the bottoms of wind turbines is because the observers are at a known altitude and these distant markers are at known distances from the observer. The oil rigs are 6 and 9 miles away, the wind turbines are between 8 and 11 miles away. If this was true, taking this mathematics, the Earth curve calculators into effect from these observation heights, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles with regards to the oil rigs, or should be about 2 point something miles with regards to the wind turbines. Clearly, we see the horizon beyond these distance markers. So in the observation of the oil rigs, the furthest one is 9.6 miles away. So the horizon is further than 9.6 miles away, where it should be 1 mile away. And in the observation of the wind turbines, this furthest one is 11.2. So the furthest distance to the horizon is 11.3 miles away, where it should be at 3 point something miles. So the horizon is not observed where it geometrically should be. The reason why things are disappearing from the bottom up is not because of physical obstruction.
Okay. I mean, I think it's okay. So, how do I talk about these types of things? God, these are so tough. It's kind of like one of those. What do I make of this? I'm seeing a picture of a bunch of poles, and they've labeled what the distance away is. So I guess trust that. And then
No, you don't have to trust that. We got the original video, and it pulls up the GPS and everything. So we're not asking you to trust anything.
Okay. And this is supposed to prove that. So, okay, so one of the things that I'm seeing. So wait, even just seeing this, doesn't it look like the one that is labeled further away? It's yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, it would really just depend on what the hell these things are. Like, I don't know, like if they're all the exact same, like high, like I don't know what's like the constant here. I don't see what I can be taking away from this. This is like some guy like scribbling like a bunch of like notes on like a over like a math problem, and I'm supposed to be like, okay, sure, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like
No,
this is a very convincing little.
It's not it's
image.
not a gotcha point, man. It's not a gotcha point. Somebody want to look, now he doesn't know. It's a simple geometry. That's all.
No, but what I'm saying is like. What I'm saying is it's not a good. It's not a good. I don't know how to explain this to you. It's not a good.
It is good.
Demonstration of the geometry. Does that make sense?
It's very hard. It's very hard to.
Does that make sense?
It's very. Maybe I can
Wait, does
help.
that
It's
make
very hard to swallow this,
you.
but this is simple geometry. I'm telling you, it's simple geometry. It's very hard to swallow. But when you take a simple,
not simple geometry. I'm saying this isn't a good.
Man. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's really simple geometry.
I'm not disputing it's simple geometry. I'm saying this is not a good demonstration of whatever you're trying to demonstrate.
Why?
Because what I hardly know what I'm looking at with this thing. It's not showing what it's trying to explain very well. It's not a good demonstration of what you're trying to prove. I don't know if I can trust the measurements that are like on there. Like what am I supposed to take away from something like this?
Dude, you're obviously not paying attention to the videos have been posted for you. What the videos will show you is where the camera is in relation to the sea water. It's measured. So cameras are either 1 foot or just over 3 foot above the surface of the water, depending what video you're going to look at. So we can measure the camera above the surface of the water in a feet value, 1 foot, 6 foot, however. Applying this to the geometric problem of somebody standing at altitude on a curved surface and where the tangent lines should intersect that curved surface to form a horizon. If we're to use this altitude, then the horizon for this observer should appear in a location. For the 1 foot observer, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. That's because the Earth curve calculation is 1.25 miles multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the observer's height is 1 foot above the surface of the water, then the horizon is 1.2 miles away. The maths is really simple for you. If you're going to appeal to incredulity, then I guess we can solve that by giving you the videos, and you can put those worries to rest when you're talking about a bad example. You're just trusting somebody who's put a camera at a known height above what's supposed to be a sphere and should show you where the horizon should be. The observations show you the horizon is beyond known distance markers that are not in dispute because they're static objects, static wind farms and static oil rigs that do not move. So you can use things like mapping and GPS to find out how far away they are from you when you plot in your location. That's being done for you. So we have known distances to objects. Being as we've got known distances to objects, we can measure with an approximation where the horizon appears to be in reference to these known distance markers. In relation to all of the distance markers, the horizon is beyond them. Well, in all observations, the horizon should be in front of them if the Earth was a ball.
Okay. Sure. I don't think that's a fair way to. Sorry? No, please. I'd love to hear your.
That's basically all we've heard out of. Sorry, that's all we've heard out of you for the last half an hour. Is I don't think that's a good example. I don't think that's a good reason. It appeals to incredulity.
Do you want me to just agree with you? Because
no, I want you to understand the premises. I want you to understand the premises at least.
Well, to be by me saying I don't think this was.
Gotta give him...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you got to be a little bit fair. You're presenting this evidence of these photos of, stuff out in the ocean and slapping down mile markers under them and saying, look, it doesn't disappear. It just gets smaller. It's not a ball. And then there's counter evidence where you actually see a wind farm and you see the turbine blades, but you don't see the masts.
Those are white swans. Those are white swans. Do you know what a black swan is? Do you know what the black swan argument? Karl Popper? Do you know what it is?
I wish you would
Are
just
you
respond to what I
asking?
said.
I am responding to what you just said. I'm directly responding. So listen to what I'm saying. So if someone claims that there are no black swans, there's only white swans, you can show me 1,000,000 white swans after I show you one black swan, and it doesn't prove anything because I have one black swan to show you. So you can show me all the buildings disappearing from the bottom up due to sinking, which is one of the 5 refraction types. And it doesn't matter because we can see things that are too far for the global math that's been given. So when you look at what we're showing you in these videos, you don't have to believe anything. We're not saying that if you could hypothetically take a rocket ship to space, I'm saying go to the ocean. Check this out for yourself because you don't have to be in California to see this. I saw it in Corpus Christi, Texas. You can go see it anywhere in the world that there's a large body of water. But the point is that this debunks the radius of 3,959 miles because the horizon is not where it's supposed to be. And you don't have to believe anything. This doesn't require belief. You can go outside and observe it in reality.
Wait.
Why does this black
if
swan,
you-
white swan
if
apply
you
to
think
us,
that's
but not to you?
true, gosh, I don't even know how to begin to like unravel. You know what's challenging about this from the other side? I feel like it's just like it's so hard to unravel somebody who's like raveled themselves up so much, right? There's so many things to untangle. It's like, okay, listen, you're showing somebody a picture with a bunch of like scribbled down math and like quantities of like this is not a strong quality of evidence. Like the quality of the evidence is very poor. It's very poor. This is not good. And I think that the straw man of just saying like, oh, it's incredulity. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that and you're like again, like multiple times interrupting. I'm very polite with you guys and I don't interrupt when you guys do your whole long thing, but every time I start to talk about something, I get tons of interruptions, I'll start to say, oh, I don't think that's fair. And there's already an objection because you're so quick to want to stop listening to the other side. I think it's a problem of having only one mouth, of having like 3 mouths and like 1 ear. Like I feel like you're very not willing to listen to what the other person's saying, and it's evident by the way that you guys act. It's very clear. Not all of you, obviously. It's just the people I've been talking to. I'm not going to say all flat earthers are like this, but the one at least.
Could you please stop addressing like personal things and try to understand the argument, please?
I did personal stuff and I addressed the arguments. I did both.
Okay.
You just didn't. You filtered those ones out because it's uncomfortable for you to actually deal with the arguments. So all that's left is the personal stuff. And I hate to say it, but you need both.
What did you get from argument?
Okay, I will explain this argument. I don't think it's fair to put a picture with random with numbers on it and some calculation with specific terms that like these are not things that are like widely these are not things that are being used very often. Again, it's the interruption thing. It's the interruption thing.
Those numbers are.
So it's just a huge listening problem, and it's quite frankly a personal problem. And right there, I'm just telling you, I have to address the personal because you guys constantly interrupt, and I'm so much more comfortable. So again, are you only going to take away the personal, or are you going to listen to the first part of my argument where I actually explained this to you? You know, I have to get into the personal if you start interrupting.
But you are not listening. Also, the guy asked you a question, you didn't. Why you are not answering? He asked like 5 times. You are not answering.
He's asking me a question while I'm talking. That's not. That's not how conversation works. That's not how conversation works.
He's asking a very important question, and this is: do you know what these numbers are?
Maybe I'm giving an important answer.
Do you know what these numbers are?
No, I don't know what is these numbers? The numbers that are on that picture? Can you be more specific when you speak?
Okay, this is numbers from heliocentric model. What you believe.
Do you know the numbers that I talked about?
Yeah, you believe in sphere. That means you need to believe in that numbers.
No, but what about these numbers? These numbers?
Yet these numbers are heliocentric numbers. You believe in them.
No, you're talking about your numbers. I'm talking about my
No,
numbers.
it's not my numbers, man. It's your numbers.
No, your numbers make no sense. My numbers make perfect sense. You
Man,
make no
this is
sense,
all-
brother.
This is
You no
this
make
is
sense.
heliocentric.
Can we
This is
keep it
number.
free center?
What are your
No,
numbers?
you
What
think
are-
like flat. You don't think very. You don't think very
It's not
smart.
my
That's
numbers
why.
or your
Hold on,
numbers.
can we-
It's a number.
Hey, I'm
It's
trying
a
to
number
mod.
of heliocentric
Trying to
model.
moderate, please. I'm trying to moderate.
Yeah, Sorry.
Can we just take it? Can we just take a deep breath? Everybody recenter their chi, right? So the numbers that we're bringing up is the radius of the Earth. That's where we get the 3,959 miles. So these numbers you believe in because you believe in an Earth with a circumference of 24,901 miles. Hold on. Yeah, it's chi time. So everybody just, do a medi session. So we're addressing the curvature. That's what we're talking about here. It's the Flat Earth Discord. So now that we're addressing the curvature, we're not telling you to believe anything. We're telling you to look at the argument because it's in a perfect form, right? If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if it is, then we're going to see that the horizon will be at 1.2 miles. If it's not, then we're going to see that it's something different. And what we have here is a black swan. There's missing curvature. So because this curvature is missing, we're challenging you to go outside and test it for yourself. That's all we're saying, bro.
Oh yeah, no, and I have, and the Earth is definitely curved. There's plenty of empirical evidence, I think. Also, just notice that when you're talking, how many interruptions did I give you?
Bro,
Zero.
I haven't interrupted you either. I don't think. Maybe I have, and I didn't mean to.
No,
Right,
no,
let's focus on the argument though, and not so much the behavior. Because I get it. People are not perfect, and we do our best to moderate here. But we can't control everybody every second of the day.
Sure. No, that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna just say it would be more effective not to do mathematical calculations in the middle of a conversation, right? Like if you want to bust out a whiteboard and have a mathematical conversation, we absolutely could. But it's I think that would weight. I think it weighs down the conversation. No.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why we're bringing up the numbers is because that's specific to the model of the Earth. It having a radius. Now, unfortunately, that's got a number to it. So the equation is going to have numbers to it when we're taking observations across that curved surface. The height of the observer, the altitude in feet, is going to be directly proportional to how far away the horizon is going to appear to be. It's the whole crux of the argument because the model of the Earth has numbers attached, radius.
That's not.
So you said it wasn't
okay.
Talk about numbers.
I'm going to talk to the more reasonable of the two of you. So I'll talk to Larry. Is it? Sure, I'll talk to Larry.
What part of that wasn't reasonable?
It's that you're just not understanding me, and it's just painful to just reiterate my thing, and then you just won't listen to it, and then I'll just go back, and it's just we're not getting anywhere.
It's just bluster, dude. So if you took let's just say you took a basketball, right? I think everyone here would agree that a basketball has curvature, right?
Sure.
Okay, so a basketball of a certain size would have a certain rate of curvature, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. So that's all that he said, is that the Earth is the equivalent of a large basketball in terms of a large sphere, and therefore it would have a set curvature to it.
Okay.
So what about that was unreasonable?
That what you said was reasonable. Yeah.
I'm just repeating what he said.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
What you're. Good Lord, I feel like I have to explain every. My objection to it is we're not going to do a calculation here and check each other's calculations on a whiteboard, right? We're having a conversation. if we wanted to go and like, you know, sit down and like, you know, we could bust out some math like in the moment, that's fine. But what I was saying is we're not going to have a conversation about like the numbers of the situation, right? Let's just talk about the concepts, the ideas. We're not going to try to do math in our head on the fly. Nobody's going to accept that. Maybe it makes you sound smart, makes it sound like you have like certain numbers like at command, right? Maybe it makes people feel like you have but ultimately to me it feels like an appeal to authority, right? You're like, I know the numbers of the curvature of the Earth because I talk about this 25. It doesn't.
Not the intention.
Sorry,
I don't
excuse me.
It's not the intention.
I'll respond to that because he was addressing you, but then Jedi, I'll let you go after. Yeah,
Okay.
so actually, the argument itself is not an appeal to authority because it's the argument itself. If I was appealing to the opinion of an authority to say, well, Dave, the PhD numberologist, believes it, therefore it's true, that would be an appeal to authority, right? But Jedi is actually just telling you about the geometry of the Earth that would have to exist on a ball that size. There's no appeals there. There's an appeal to the argument itself, which is what it should be appealing to, right? You either appeal to the argument or to the evidence. But regardless, when we're talking about this stuff, like if you're not like aware of the same information we are, that's not anyone flexing on you, right? So don't get defensive about it. It's just that we're talking about numbers and maths, and the argument is in the numbers because we're saying that there's a ball of a certain size, and when we go out and try and test it and measure it, it's not there. So I don't know why you think that we're flexing on you or trying to trick you or trying to sound clever. Like, I don't need to sound clever. I already know I am clever. I don't need to sound like that, right? And I don't think you're unintelligent either. So I don't know where it's like you're getting defensive about something that doesn't matter. Like let's just talk about the argument.
Sure, buddy. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm necessarily being defensive about it, but I guess. Okay, so I'll just geez, man, I feel like it's, you know what it is? It's just hard to have a conversation about these things when it's like I'm going to have to like bust out like, okay, so you're saying this is the curvature of the Earth is 23,152.9. Wait, you actually forgot. It's 2,153.9. So you're actually wrong about all of this right now. Okay, so when you actually divide by the radius of the Earth, okay, now we have to actually take the tangent of the thing, and okay, so let's actually make sure it's the sine over the cosine. That's what the tangent is, and then we're gonna set that and say, it's like, dude, what is the point of having that level of conversation?
Maybe know what you're talking about.
The point is to obfuscate.
The point is to just throw a bunch of numbers out there, try to put it in somebody's head, so you're not actually thinking about what they're talking about. And so I'm trying to refocus the conversation in a way where we're actually talking about just like a general concept, a general idea, and the point is for clarity. I'm trying to.
Oh, don't mute him. Just let him finish. Come on. He was almost done with his spiral. I'm sure.
General nonsense is not clarity. It's the exact opposite of clarity. To make that clear.
Can we let him finish, please, so I can address him?
Yeah.
Okay. I literally was like almost. I guess you guys mute. That's crazy, dude. Y'all are wild. So you guys mute for.
It's part of the strategy. I saw you. Really? I saw you were muted. 1 second, Tic Tacs.
Steer the conversation into a direction they want. Then mute you.
Go talking over him now. I saw that you were muted. I immediately unmuted you. I don't know who muted you. I apologize. Please finish. Don't cry about it, and then Jedi can go.
Sure. Okay, so ultimately, and I'm just explaining to you exactly why I think that it's silly to have these types of like numbers conversations. I also think that you should try to keep like the terminology relatively simple and straightforward, because the point here is the entire argument I'm making is we should prioritize clarity, right? Not some of these other silly things that I think that they weigh down the conversation. Maybe you're not doing it as an appeal to authority. It's quite possible. I feel it feels to me like some sort of like signal, but I think that that's a bad way to have this type of conversation, right? And yeah.
I'm sorry. Bro, we haven't mentioned an authority. Nobody said Andrew Thomas Young said. So please stop saying that. You told us that you were an electrical engineer, so we assumed that you could handle some of the deeper end conversation. If you are an electrical engineer, then you should be able to understand we're talking about simple geometry. Jedi, I apologize. Please go ahead.
No, you're fine, buddy. It's just
See, that's an appeal to authority, right? You don't understand. You're confused. It's like those are appeals to authority.
It's a new.
You're saying the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm not smart enough to be able to handle it. That's what you're saying, and that's
Dude, you're
not the case.
complaining
I'm just
about
saying
the math.
it doesn't help the conversation. Doesn't forward it. It's not productive. It's not clear.
Relax.
Okay,
Well,
do you understand
Have the conversation.
Do you
This
understand the
conversation is-
argument?
Yeah, dude, this conversation's like taking place in your head. You're like insecure about being like not intelligent enough or something, but no one here is calling you stupid. You
No, but that's
understand
what
that?
I'm literally just responding to what he said. He literally just. I feel like this is like gaslighting me. He literally just said, "I thought you were an electrical engineer." Like the quote was, "I thought you were an electrical engineer, so you would be smart enough to handle these types of concepts."
literally saying
We're
he
just
thinks
talking
you're
about
clever.
simple geometry, and it's like, okay, buddy, like.
He's literally
I'm
telling
not,
you.
I'm not like offended by it. I'm comfortable with my intelligence. I'm just saying I want to have a productive conversation. That's concise.
Dude, the thing is, right, you keep bringing it up, right?
Talk
He's
about the
literally said,
concept. I'm not going to try to fight this communication battle with you guys anymore. Okay.
yeah, he's
You're
literally
cool.
told you a few times, and I've told you as well, we're not trying to call you stupid or make you feel stupid, right? And he's even said, well, because you're an electrical engineer, he rates that, he thinks that that's good. And then you've turned around and made it an insult. It's like, dude, we can't fix that for you. That's something going on in your head, right?
Okay, sure. Okay, got it. Okay, let's talk about.
Yeah, but I haven't finished, dude. I haven't finished. I wanted to address something else you said. Like, it's not an appeal to authority to say you're an engineer, therefore you should understand X, right? That's got nothing to do with an appeal to. Like, there's a lot of different fallacies around, right? There's hundreds. But that's not an appeal to. An appeal to authority would be to say an authority thinks it, therefore I think it, or therefore it's true, right? So, and there's tons of others. There's strawmans. There's fucking hundreds of others. There's so many. But just calling everything an appeal to authority, that's not going to work here because we all understand this stuff to a very deep level, right? So just have the conversation.
Okay, sure, buddy. I think, yeah, fine. Let's have the conversation. Okay, so ultimately, I feel like you haven't been able to explain the sails rising above the horizon line sufficiently. And it's clear to me that the vanishing point example was very poor, and I think I pointed that out very clearly. It was a single point versus an actual like full, object that would, rise up in the Z direction. And that's to me very, very obvious. So I think that was a pretty losing point. I think that it was clear to me that on the second point that the images that you showed, there is no way for us to understand or know what those miles, those distances were. So that was a very poor example, explanation of what you were trying to demonstrate. And ultimately, I think that I think that you failed to debunk what I said, and I think my model makes a lot more sense.
Can I address that now, please?
Yeah, please, of course.
You said your model makes a lot more sense. So unfortunately, your model has got numbers in it. This is why I was trying to tell you about those numbers, so we could reach an agreement on those numbers, and how the mathematical equation is now important, because it makes a prediction of where the horizon should be to then cause things to disappear bottom up that go beyond that horizon. Now, you said that there's no way to verify these images. Dude, I explained it to you, and we also gave you the videos that go along with the images, both instances, the oil rigs and the wind turbines, that show you how the geographic locations were figured out, known distances and known distance markers, and the measurement from a camera that is shown to you at altitude. Now, you obviously haven't looked at these things, and I really kind of have an issue with you saying that we haven't explained it. We've given you all the information that we can, so much so that you can go out and do this yourself. If you were to use the GPS system to find known distances to objects from your location that you can plot, and then put your camera at an altitude above mean sea level. This is where your model makes a prediction. So I was pointing out the equation that will make that prediction to cause things to disappear from the bottom up. What I was demonstrating to you is that physical geometric horizon marked with an X, the tangent line from your eyes to the curvature of the Earth, is not observed in these images, these measurements. The horizon is beyond those limits. That's all I was trying to explain to you. I think that's as good as you're going to get unless you do it yourself.
Okay, sure. Well, ultimately, like the theory of gravity kind of helps support that the Earth is spherical, because ultimately, if gravity is like an inward force, we can see that the most stable construction of like an object where you have like some sort of like inward force and inward pressure, right? You're going to have something like a droplet, say like a droplet of water. It's going to typically form into like a spherical shape, or like a bubble, right? It's going to have some sort of spherical shape because ultimately there's some amount of pressure on the outside, and then there's going to be some inward pressure from like the air inside or outside of the bubble. You're ultimately going to get like a spherical shape as a result of this. You can see something very similar happening with the Earth. Or ultimately, gravity is kind of like this sort of like inward pressure, and then it's going to form a very, spherical shape at its core.
I get it now. I get it. I get it enough. I get it. It's sphere, man. Now I realized.
Okay, good, awesome. Okay. We converted one. Let's go, baby.
Thank you.
All right, we got one down. We got some more to go.
Yeah,
so
quick question. If all this is if all this is true and gravity forms spheres and whatnot, can I just see this sphere Earth that gravity formed?
Yeah. Okay. So there's these photos that you can see. They've taken them from the space telescope. So there's a space telescope that was actually just recently launched, but it's not. This is probably not a good one. James Webb Space Telescope's not a good one, but the Hubble, all these ones. We have photographs from space where you can see the Earth is clearly like spherical in shape, and you can clearly see that, and it makes total sense.
Yeah. Okay. So which one of those photographs, so-called, have you verified, and how?
So I've verified these photos using a blind belief in science. So what I've done is I've looked at what it does, and then I've decided everything that they say is 100% correct. And I've gone and anyone who says otherwise, I say that's not right. And it's just it's a blind belief that leads me towards these types of these beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I figured. I just wanted to get that on the table. Thanks.
Yeah. But I did convert one person using this. So technically.
Blind belief, it's like a religious type of thing. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, but okay. So the real answer is I'm obviously just joking around.
Well, no, not really. That is the real answer.
these...
I think you were being honest. Don't backpedal. I mean, that was the most honest thing you could possibly have said.
Yeah, no, dude, that was the honest one. You got me. So the way that you verify some of these photos, again, it's not going to be a perfect science. There is going to be some level of faith, and that's going to be unavoidable, and that is honest. But there's ultimately very little incentive, obviously, to lie about these the Earth being spherical. And there's many different checks and balances systems that are available to kind of ultimately check that. So there's multiple different countries, there's multiple different organizations, different groups of people, different businesses that reliably, check each other, and so we have like a stable system that way.
Yeah, we get it. I mean, you have incredulity about people's motives and stuff, and their willingness or need to lie to you. You just have a blind faith that whoever these people are, I don't know if you can name them or not, but that they wouldn't lie to you, and therefore these photographs, so claimed, must be actually that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I gave a little bit more of an answer than that. Obviously, I was just teasing for the first one. I don't know why you're getting so hurt by it. I feel like you're kind of like really sad about what I said.
Really?
I don't know why. I feel like the tone you're giving me is like you're very upset by it. I don't know, like you feel like passive aggressive. You're giving me passive aggressive. I was just teasing you.
No, I mean it just sounds like that's what you said, and I'm just kind of breaking down what I've heard, and thanks.
Somehow from complaining person, it's coming from the, you are now watching from the top and saying like, look guys, you didn't understand this, but the point is this, everything is fine, there is no measurable curvature in reality, everything can work, life can go on. Yeah,
You're
the
on my
life
side
can
now.
go on. Can I finish my sentence now?
I'm just teasing you. Okay, go ahead.
Did you interrupt
Yeah, the globe
me?
is just a tease. It's just kind of like a joke.
The good boy, did you interrupt me?
Yeah, a little
because
bit.
you never interrupting. Is that correct?
But we were on the same team. You told me you were on my side. I thought you said you agreed with me.
We are on
So I
the
thought it
same
was you were
team.
cool,
We
we were
are on
buddies.
the earth. Listen carefully. I will tell you. There is no measurable curvature in reality, and that's all. There is nothing to tell you like you need to be flat earther or something, or listen to us. There is no measurable curvature in reality. That's the information, nothing else.
Wait, so you weren't on my team anymore? I thought I finally convinced you.
Did you hear my sentence?
I'll be on
Did
your
you hear my sentence?
Oh, he was just teasing.
There is nothing important number that what you want. The information is this: there is no measurable curvature in reality. That's the information.
Yeah, but
you can now
except when there is.
you can put that in toilet, or you can leave it that however you want.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, I think I had the best arguments, though. So like.
Oh yeah. People, whoever they are, wouldn't lie to you, and blind faith. Yeah, those are great arguments if you can use that word. Yeah.
Why are you so upset? Why are you?
I'm upset. Can you prove it?
Yeah. Why are you so upset?
Where's your evidence for that?
My evidence is that I think you're being ultimately a little bit.
Okay. I see. It's blind belief again, right? So your evidence for that.
Wait, I just finished my sentence.
Right,
Passive aggressive.
Wait.
I think you're being passive aggressive.
I get it
Do you know
already.
what passive aggressive is?
Yeah, so your evidence for that is in the same place that your globe evidence is, blind faith, basically, and stuff like that. Just saying things and believing things.
Do you know
and
what
rolling
passive
with
aggressive means?
Who cares what it really means? Prove I'm being passive aggressive.
Well, what passive aggressive means is like you're saying things that you're very upset, but you're trying to act like you're not. Yeah,
I'm real upset. So I could also be not upset,
You're
and
like
therefore
sarcastic.
that would be
You're
the
being
reason why I'm
sarcastic.
acting not upset, right? So once again, it seems like you're rolling with sort of a blind belief.
I think you're using your sarcasm to hide your true feelings, and I'm here as your psychologist.
Yeah, that's lovely psychoanalysis, but I didn't hear any globe proof, which was
And
all
that's not sarcasm.
That made me giggle there. It's like, I'm not gonna lie.
A love of my fellow man.
So, I mean, I
Holy
think
man
it might be a bit of
with teasing
projection.
sarcasm.
Speaking of psychoanalysis, in fact, it might be a bit of projection on your part. I think maybe you're getting a little bit upset that your globe proof seas have kind of collapsed here. And so you're sort of declaring win for yourself and going, no, I had great arguments and you're just mad because it is a globe and my arguments were so good. And you're kind of just projecting that anger onto me. I mean, if I were to play psychologist, that's what I'd say.
Are you and Crit the same person?
Honestly, that is somewhat true. That was a pretty good analysis. I was getting pretty upset because it is very frustrating. I think ultimately to. I think that the challenge is like ultimately with the communication, and that's kind of it. It's like it's mostly a communication issue, and I got upset because it's very difficult to communicate with you guys.
No, you're only
but
fighting
eventually
your
I decided to
cognitive
troll, and that's much more fun. So then now it's out of a place of love. And
it's your ego, man. It's all right, It's only your ego. You're fighting with your ego now. It's all right.
You're correct. You are totally correct, my friend.
I know. I can hear that in your voice, but that's all right.
Almost as big and as spherical as the Earth.
I told you in the beginning, this is the big thing to swallow. It's not
Same, dude.
And now it's for you. It's a first time for you. This is a big thing to swallow. It's not small, but it is what it is. This is reality. I'm sorry because of reality.
Yeah, reality hit me so hard, dude. I almost, I took a big pill.
You know what?
The best thing to the side of the Earth, and I flattened out like a pancake at the end. You know.
But listen, I will tell you honestly, I will tell you honestly, with any angriness or however you will call it, you need to live with this now because sea level is leveled, and you will know forever. Only you can believe whatever you want, but it's there always. It will be there, but it's on you. You can check it or you don't.
Is it like
I told you, you can throw it in the toilet.
Are you like a wizard?
You can throw it in the toilet. Everything is fine. You can watch TV. You can watch TV. Everything is all right. Nobody will hurt you. You know, leave these people to be like. Leave it me to be like confused, like with these flatmates. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. The spell has been cast.
If
The
I
curse
see
has
the
been.
flat surface, I will say this is flat surface. I'm not scared to say that, but you will be scared to say that.
Yes, I'm shaking in my boots.
You said, for example, you said we spoke about numbers. Do you want to speak about Salt Lake in Bolivia? It's a big flat surface in Bolivia and doesn't curve. And I didn't mention any number.
Yeah, numbers deeply scare
But I
me.
told
Yeah,
you
we can
now.
talk about a flat surface in Bolivia. Sure, let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's a big surface. You know, there is a number of in miles, but I don't want to say it. It's a big surface and it's flat.
Okay.
I'll say it. It's 9,000 square kilometers. Less than
There
1
is
meter of vertical relief.
And you see somebody's feet disappear beyond the horizon, and
Let me address
that's because
that.
of a
Let me
vanishing
address
point?
it another way, because you didn't like the black swan thing. So let me address it a different way. So let's say you get a light, right, like a flashlight, and before they start putting the walls in the Walmart, you lay the flashlight down on the perfectly flat surface, right? So right next to the flashlight, you're not going to see any of the light coming from the flashlight touch the ground. But the further you get away from the source, it starts to hit the ground. So if you were to look at the nature of light, how it works, you're not actually seeing a building, right? You're seeing the light bounce off the building and head toward your eye. So as the light is traveling through the atmosphere, it's going to diverge from the center point, like a laser light. You ever seen a laser like right in front of your hand, a foot away? It's like the diameter of a number 2 pencil eraser. But if you shine it like 100 yards away, like a big green blob will be on the other side of the football field, like bigger than a basketball. That's because even though the light is collimated, they're trying to make it stay in one spot, in one focal point. The nature of light is to spread out. So if you look at light attenuation, the inverse square law, like these things are verifiable. Like you've experienced the inverse square law every day of your entire life that you
Okay,
spend
wait. So
outside the
sorry,
womb.
could you explain that a little bit? So you're talking about you have like a flashlight at like different locations, like at different distances away, and then something's going on. Sorry.
Yeah, the light from the flashlight source doesn't hit the ground until it gets further away. As it gets further away, more and more of the light spreads out in all directions, including down, like the laser light. So now, do the laser light on the ground. So now the light is collimated, meaning that it's focused, right? And what's going to happen is you'll see the same effect. So if you were to lay down on the other end of that brand new Walmart, and you were to look at the light, the laser light and the flashlight, you wouldn't see the bottom portion of the light source at the same intensity. So you wouldn't see it at all, actually, because if you're getting blinded by a laser light or a flashlight, you're not going to see the light that hit the floor, the surface, and dispersed and spread out in all directions. It's kind of like trying to see someone walking up behind your car while your brights are on. You're walking toward the bright lights, they're walking towards you. You're not going to see them until they're right up on you, and that's how you get robbed. Kind of like that, overexposure, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I think just some of these ideas are a little bit disconnected, right? So you're talking about like a flashlight versus like a laser, where you're like have a flashlight versus a laser, and that having a difference if you flashed it onto the floor at like a Walmart.
No, they're both going to have the same effect.
Connected to the other. Sorry, go ahead.
They're both going to have the same effect. They're both eventually going to touch the ground, so they're the same.
Okay.
There's no disconnect there. Light is light.
Okay, like if you sure you can, but I'm not sure what that proves. You're saying if you shine a flashlight, it's going to hit the ground if you're pointing it down. I don't really get
No, if you point it against if you lay it down on its side, perfectly level, the light will go across the room, but some of it's going to hit the floor.
Yeah.
Look up the inverse square law of light. Inverse square law of light. And when you see
is it
this,
just the intensity diminishes over. I don't actually know the specific name.
correct. And,
Okay.
and why does it do that? Do you know why?
Oh, why does like the power of light diminish? Yeah, it's because it's spherical. Are you talking about? Well, it depends on how directed the thing itself is. Like lasers. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Because you're saying like lasers, like the intensity, it's like in a specific. It has more. There's a specific term for it. Is it called directionality? Where the actually, I'm curious about that. Man, I studied lasers and I'm kind of forgetting this. Does the inverse square law apply specifically to lasers in the same way that it applies to flashlights? I'm so curious.
Yes,
I don't think it does. Yeah, my understanding is that it doesn't.
You're saying the inverse square law of light doesn't affect lasers?
I'm not sure if it affects it in the exact same way. That's why I'm just kind of forgetting. I'm forgetting the exact, because there's one where the so when you have like a light and you're shooting it out, and it covers a certain area, the reason why it would follow the inverse square law is because of the overall like cross section of the light as it extends out into space. Does that make sense? There's probably better pictures of this that I could share with you, but it's the it's like imagine you took a circle and then from the center of the circle you drew out like a little cone out in the circle, right? There, yeah. So the power that's sorry.
It's
sorry, you cut out.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, yeah, it's spread out. There's a cone. Go ahead.
Yeah, the intensity. Yeah, so exactly. So anyway, the basic. Long story short, the intensity is going to slowly diminish because you're spreading out the same amount of like power in a wider and wider area, right? So you're
right.
Okay. So you understand. So that's why I was thinking. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe for like a laser, it's actually going to not apply the exact same way, but I'm not sure. I think that one of the things with the laser is that there is some level of like superposition, right? So you're going to have a laser, the intensity of the light can multiply because well, no, I don't think that would apply in this case. So never mind. Forget what I was saying. I don't think that would.
Well, basically, I chime in. I think it might because lasers are also subject to some diffraction, like in attenuation from the inverse square law, but not as fast as like a bulb. I guess. I'm guessing too. I'm curious myself.
That's why I gave two light source examples. I said even if you attempt to collimate the light with a laser, it is still going to spread out and diverge, like the gentleman said, from a center point. So, if you're looking at a ship, we're talking 30 miles away, for example, right? And the light is spreading out in all directions from the center of that ship. Well, the sky's the limit for the top part of the ship, and the water is the limit for the bottom part of the ship. So as the light comes from the sun, bounces off the ship, starts heading toward the sky, it's going to diverge and spread out, kind of like if you're looking at a light at night at the bottom of a swimming pool. Across the swimming pool. It's going to look really big, but if you drain the pool and change the bulb, you'll see that the filament is quite small, right? It's just a real thin little piece of whatever material. Same thing is happening in the atmosphere, especially over water. When you're seeing that the light...
I don't think that there's some. I think that the square law applies to lasers, but there's some. Oh shoot! I'm forgetting exactly what it was. I waited too long to cut you off. Okay, sorry. Just continue. Sorry.
So if the light is spreading out in all directions, it's going to spread to the left, to the right. It's going to spread up, which is no problem. But when it goes to spread down, it's going to be cut off by the water, like the laser on the floor, or like the flashlight on the floor.
Well, the light from a laser doesn't spread out in all directions the same way it would like for like a flashlight, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, that's right. I'm curious about that myself. I have the same question.
Eventually,
I'm pretty sure it doesn't do it in the same way.
No,
Yeah, there's some.
I got a green laser light on a gun. When you shine it right next to the wall, it's really small. When you shine it like at the building next door, of course you take it off the gun so you don't threaten anyone. When you shine it on the building next door, it's going to spread out. It's going to be like the size of a tennis ball. If you spread it on a building down the block, it's going to be like the size of a basketball. So the same, and the light is not as intense.
Just to be, just a clarifying question: is this for a flashlight or for a laser?
Laser, green laser light.
I don't think that works.
Laser show, baby. It's a laser show, baby.
Yeah, the cool thing
about thinks the inverse square law, which is a law of light, affects lasers. Do you think the intensity stays the same over any given distance? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's the power. I have to remember exactly how this works, but my understanding is that the light isn't going to spread out to the same area with a laser.
Of course not, because it's collimated.
We shouldn't get too technical here. If people are having trouble with the whole round globe thing, talking about lasers and math, it's going to be out of bounds.
Well, I mean, anybody can understand the inverse square law. Your radio signal is invisible light, right? But just like visible light, the further you get away from your source, you lose connection to your Wi-Fi when you take out the trash or walk your dog down the road. This is the same concept. A street lamp will light up your yard really well, but it doesn't light up your back if the street lamp is in front of you.
I thought the inverse square law was that the collective intelligence of the room goes down with the inverse square of the number of rednecks in the room. That doesn't work?
Well, the redneck here seems to be the one who's teaching about the inverse square law. So I don't know if maybe you're having trouble understanding it.
Florida, Georgia line, baby. Florida, Georgia line.
Deep East Texas, bro. Come on, man. This ain't hard. Do you lose radio signal when you go to, let's say, Alabama? Can you still pick up
Alabama?
Can you pick up the same radio signal when you're in Alabama?
Can I pick it up? I don't really touch the radio signals. The radio does the whole work for me. I don't touch no radio signal.
I didn't say the radio signals permeate your entire body. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I can't touch them.
This is a huge red herring. Can we not focus on the light hitting the ground and not hitting your eye? Let's just focus on the flashlight, right? Should have never said laser. The flashlight. Does the light hit your eye if it's hitting the ground at the same intensity? It's a flashlight.
Are you asking me?
Yes. It's a.
Sorry. Ask the question one more time. Sorry.
If the flashlight from the bottom is hitting the ground, the light itself coming out of the flashlight, if it hits the ground, it's not hitting your eye at the same intensity, correct?
If it hits the ground, it's not hitting your eye with the same intensity, yeah, because it would have some loss due to the refraction, I think, right? It's refraction? Yeah, I think it's refraction. Yeah, reflection. Reflection, not refraction.
Yeah. That's right. So, when you're looking at a boat that's way out there, we're talking 30 miles of the light traveling through the atmosphere. It's going to be spreading out in all directions. It's no problem for up, down, left, or right. Sorry, up, left, or right, but it's a problem when it's spreading down. Because if the light spreads down, which it does, then you're not going to see the bottom of it. And what I've demonstrated to you is that there's more than one cause for light causing things to disappear from the bottom up. So it's called stooping.
Did you?
Sinking. Yeah, look up sinking. Refraction. Sinking. Look up.
Wait, sorry, could you? I don't think you did. Like I remember you talked about the inverse square law, and we're talking about lights versus laser pointers.
The physics of light causes the light to spread out. If it spreads down, it's going to cause the boat to disappear from the bottom up. Because at the bottom of the boat, if that light that bounced off that bottom of the boat is spreading down, it's going to hit the waves and not your eyes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying that the light hits the like the water in the ocean, and
yes.
and that Are you saying it doesn't hit your what? I don't even understand what your conclusion you're drawing from this.
Does the light from the flashlight hit the floor?
Yeah.
Does the light from the bottom of the boat hit the waves?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
So if it does, then it doesn't hit your eyes, and that causes the boat to disappear from the bottom up.
Well, okay, so first of all, there's some differences here. Okay, so for one, we're talking about an emitter versus an absorber, right? Of light?
What the white boat is an absorber?
Yeah, it absorbs light. That's why it appears the color that it appears. Like okay, so for example, okay, so the reason why the things appear the color that they do is because light hits it, and the light of so like light of many colors may hit it, right? But it absorbs all the rest of those colors, but the color that it doesn't absorb, it reflects back to you, and that's the color that it appears to you.
What color is sunlight?
It appears to us as white, but it's a big spectrum of electromagnetic frequencies.
Right, it's white light. So when it hits your boat, and the boat is white, and then it hits your eye, what does the color of white have to do with the price of rice in China?
Yeah, I know, like the completely disconnected thoughts. Okay, so ultimately the white light represents the spectrum of like a lot of different colors in the visible spectrum, and when that light hits an object, a lot of that light is going to be absorbed and not reflected, but some of those frequencies are going to be reflected, and those reflected frequencies is what we as observers will identify the color of that thing, right, and its location, all these types of things, right? So ultimately, there's a difference between an absorber, something that appears a certain way because it's absorbing light, right, has an absorption spectrum, versus a emitter, which is like emitting light, and it's coming out from some light source, right? It's like emitting photons, right?
All right, so do you agree that the flashlight hitting the floor disappear from the bottom up?
Sorry, I can't. You're cutting out.
Sorry, I'm in the kitchen. So.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, that means I'm having trouble getting reception from my computer base because of the inverse square law. So.
Okay.
My point is that I've just demonstrated how things can disappear from the bottom up because of refraction and not Earth curve. I've also demonstrated how.
I don't think you have yet.
What, bro? We just agreed that things can disappear from the bottom up due to diffraction. So did you look up sinking? Because I asked you to look up diffraction, sinking, these sort of things, because these are well-known concepts. Stooping,
I'm familiar with diffraction. I haven't heard of sinking, but I don't think you've demonstrated what you're describing to me as what you've demonstrated.
Okay, maybe I'm not communicating it correctly. Is there any other globe earther that would like to talk about this?
Sure. Also, hey, by the way, just Larry, you're cool. I like you. You can carry out a good conversation. You have a good head on your shoulders, and you're capable of at least communicating decently well what you're going for. I mean, we had some bumps in the road, but good on you. I hope more people in this server.
The same can be said for you.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. You can obviously you guys won't like me because I don't agree with what you think. But as far as just communication, I really appreciate the way that you communicated. I think you've been very kind and very generous. I think that there should be more flat earthers like you. I think those, even though we have a disagreement, I think that at least the conversation was chill and it was civil.
Yeah, it's definitely based to be super chill. Get your Medi on.
Yeah.
Medi sesh.
Yep. Sounds good. Yeah, and I think you actually have a good opportunity. Like, I think that you would be the most convincing to me, I think, out of anyone here. If anyone were to convert me to flat Earth, it would be you, buddy.
It's not about converting. We're trying to brainwash you to think for yourself, question authority, go outside and make some observations, and test the validity of the things that you believe have been told by academia.
Sure, I try to do the same.
Passing the mic.
Oh, hey. So, what do you think about the inverse square? Did you? I'm still considering whether lasers are affected the same way as like a bulb.
Oh yeah, so I looked into it a little bit, and are you asking me, or are you asking if I don't know what team you're on?
No,
buddy?
I'm asking you. Or I was just having a general conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I was googling it a little bit, and I honestly didn't come to a really good conclusion. My intuition, based on my understanding of electromagnetics, is that it wouldn't. That's like how I first feel. I at least know that the same mechanics with which a light bulb would be, you would expect like the fall off in the like intensity to follow the inverse square law. Like the rationale behind why that works, it's a very different mechanism for lasers. Lasers are very weird things. Like they have basically there's like a really fancy like set of things that end up happening that at the end of the day, basically you get wavelengths of light, and then you match up those wavelengths of light in terms of like you match them up in terms of like frequency, right? So that's what a laser usually appears as, just like one specific frequency. So you match up a bunch of photons of the same frequency inside of like a little like cylinder or whatever, and it's all bouncing around in there, and then you can shoot it out. And there's actually like fun fact. I think like laser actually stands for an acronym, and I'm forgetting what it is, but it's what does laser stand for? And it stands for like the thing that light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Yeah. So if you ever know about lasers, that's one of the things that for lasers. But anyway, yeah, flashlights, the way that their power gets distributed is very different. And this is important in like communication systems, because your communication, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but like the way in which communication systems work is they work off of sending light to each other. That is then, which is keyed with specific bits of information. And then that is ultimately, what do you call it? Taken into there's something that takes the analog signal and converts it into a digital signal, basically. I don't want to get too technical, but yeah. Sure.
Yeah, cool. I guess it's stuff more in the realm of electrical engineering, like electromagnetic waves and stuff. Right.
Yeah. So that's more of my area of expertise. So yeah, anything related to like light, or communication systems or these types of things. Yeah, and like I don't work specifically with lasers, but I took some courses back in college and like how they work, generally speaking. So yeah, my intuition about that was totally off.
Oh,
or not my intuition. His intuition about it was, I think, off. Sorry, what were you saying, Felix?
Oh, nothing. I was just curious. Like, yeah, no, I have this. I think I have the same. I think I'm basing up my understanding off a similar intuition as yours, because when I think of a laser, I think it's like one directional, whereas like a bulb, right, is spreading out, and so that's the basis for the inverse square law, because it's like a sphere, right, increasing in radius, and so it's attenuating, right? So that's where this inverse square comes from. But then I was reading, I was like, wait, does laser do that? And now people are saying it does. So is it based off of the same mechanism as you're traveling is there like some kind of diffraction or spread of the laser, like photons or something like that? Or I don't know. But I was just curious.
It spreads. I can promise you it spreads. Get a laser light. Get a cat.
Oh,
It'll make your
I'm
life
not
better.
contesting it. I just had the same intuition, I think, as Founding Feather there about the inverse square law.
When you say spread, I don't think it spreads the way that you think that it spreads.
I'm not talking about toast and butter.
But you're in the kitchen.
Also. Yeah.
It spreads out from a center point. Remember I said you shine it right in front of you, like a foot away. It's the diameter of a number 2 pencil. But when you shine it like 100 yards away, it's like the size of a basketball. It's spreading out from a center point.
For the flashlight, but I don't think it works the same way for the laser pointer.
So you're telling me that the inverse square law of light doesn't affect light that comes out of a laser?
It might have some attenuation in power, but I don't think it spreads out that same way. It might attenuate due to this inverse square law, like the what do you call it? The intensity of the light the intensity of the light might fall off in the exact same way, but the diameter of it, I don't think it spreads out in the exact same way. I think it's
Those two
I
are
think you also said white. We need to be more inclusive of all colors.
Yeah. I'm sure to some level, like on some level, there is some spreading out, right? But I don't think it's going to spread out in a very measurable way. Like, I'm here and then I'm just shooting it over across a football stadium. Is it now going to be a football? No, or a football, like a basketball. I don't know if it would be that big. It'd probably be much, much, much smaller.
So you didn't know what attenuation of light was?
Me? Or the other guy? Yeah. I don't
think...
Me? No, I know what attenuation of light is, yeah.
No, you didn't. I was following the conversation. You have to go and Google it.
Huh? No, I didn't have to Google attenuation of light. I was trying to see specifically if the power of would apply specifically to the inverse square law. Of course I know what the attenuation of light is. Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay.
How long you been here, Vlad?
I've been here the whole fucking time. This guy's full of shit.
Well
it's
said,
Vlad's
buddy.
turn. I'm passing the mic.
Dude, you're so much cooler than this guy. You're gonna give me this guy? Bro.
Oh, this guy's this guy knows what the fuck is gonna fucking put you in a fucking hot seat right now with all the bullshit you've been fucking spewing.
All right, let's do it. What's the attenuation of light, buddy?
Mr. Electrical Engineer, but you said you're an electrical engineer.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, what's a K-map?
A caveman?
A K-map.
A cane map. No, I'm not familiar with that.
K-map. A K, the fucking letter K map.
I'm not familiar, no.
Okay, so you're definitely not an electrical engineer. What's the difference between a PNP transistor and an NPN transistor?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so PNP versus NPN, the N and the P's stand for the doping profile. So N is basically it's doped with electron donors. P would be P's would be holes. It would be doped with holes, and then N would be doped with electrons. And ultimately, this is a way of changing the energy band diagram of any energy band gap diagram. If you're familiar with all that nonsense, and at the end of the day, it's just It matters. It definitely matters, but it's just a way in which we, create transistors. It's you have to use the doping to.
Mm-hmm. You went on a spiel. It was a simple explanation. You went on a fucking spiel, bro. Okay, if you know what a transistor is, right? Then how the fuck do you not know what a K-map is?
It could be something that's like some outdated information I may have learned. learned something
Definitely not outdated information. This is fucking literally
it's more
binary logic fucking mapping. Like the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Yeah, and if you don't know, you didn't even know what the fuck attenuation was, which was crazy. It's like, bro, if you what if fuck radio signals don't attenuate over distance? And tell me that shit.
I know that signals attenuate over distance. Do you know what like a skin depth is?
Attenuate. So do you know that signals attenuate over distance? Yes or no?
Are you just going to ignore my question? I do know
Well,
that it does attenuate, and I just asked you a question that you just ignored.
What's the question?
Do you know what a skin depth is?
Depth of the skin?
Skin depth. It's like
the depth of a surface or whatever the fuck the surface is.
It's like the rate of attenuation to reach e to the -1 of the power, or like percentage of the power lost. It's like a measure of attenuation.
Sure.
Hey, like, what's your deal, buddy?
No, because there's some shit you don't know. No, I just don't. Some shit you're fucking saying. Oh, I'm an electrical engineer, but like, there's some shit you just don't know. You're just fucking like avoiding completely. Like the numbers. Let's go straight to the numbers, right? Like, if you're a ball believer, right? What's the radius of the ball?
What's the radius of the ball?
Yeah, what's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
I'm not sure. I don't memorize those numbers.
But wouldn't that be important if you think you fucking lived on a ball?
Maybe if it was really important to you. I don't really spend a lot of time memorizing numbers. There's some numbers.
Okay, Google it. You're a Google master. Google the radius of the Earth.
But what would that prove? I could Google it, of course, but it wouldn't prove anything.
Yeah, it would prove that there's no fucking radius of the Earth. Just go fucking Google it. It's not hard. What do you think this channel's about?
So you want me to Google the radius of the Earth and tell you
what's the radius? Well, yeah, I just want to. So that I know the radius of the Earth, the number that they say. I want you to know this number now.
Wait, did you just agree that you're now? Wait,
no,
did you just say you know what the radius of the Earth is? Did you just admit
the number that they're saying, buddy? See, look at this cocksucker.
You got another.
What a fucking moron, buddy! You got to really fucking read what I'm saying here, and you're trying to fucking. What's the radius of the fucking ball, buddy?
I'm out of my sight.
What's the radius of the ball? What's the radius of the ball?
I don't want to hear nothing from you. You just.
What's the radius of the ball? What's the radius of the ball?
Oh my god!
Look at this guy's a fucking moron. What's the radius of the ball?
The radius of the ball.
Don't jump around. Yeah, the ball you think you live on.
The ball that you think you live on. You're the one who said it. You're the one who said
it. No. I said that I know the number that they fucking say it is. I need you to know this number. Yeah.
Oh, you want me to
really listen? Gotta pay attention to what I'm fucking asking you here, bud.
Kilometers?
Huh?
What do you want me to do? Kilometers, miles?
Is obfuscating
miles
from the conversation.
378.1 kilometers. The equatorial radius of Earth. Oh my god, I googled it. That's crazy.
Now, can we figure out the drop over distance? Can we figure out the drop over distance with the radius?
Are you turning me into your Google assistant? Do you want me to be like Alexa?
Listen, buddy, you're supposed to know math. You're supposed to know math. You're an electrical engineer, and this is very simple math. This is fucking high school fucking geometry, and I'm trying to fucking walk you through it very simply, and you're acting like a fucking kid. Now, what's the drop over fucking distance?
I was lying about the electrical engineering stuff. I gotta be smart enough to know that. Clearly, I'm just clearly lurking as that. Like, how could you?
You're stupid as fuck. I guarantee you, you're fucking stupid as fuck. Trust me. What's the radius of the ball?
I got an IQ of room temperature.
No,
barely.
It's really you're fucking really fucking stupid. I promise.
And you're a smart guy. You have like an IQ of 150?
I speak 3 fucking languages, my guy. Yeah, no, I'm a Russian and I speak 3 fucking languages. Yes, and I'm an electrical engineer myself. But I did micro fucking processing. I didn't do fucking radio frequencies as much. My major was fucking microprocessing. And what the fuck you're on is fucking trash. No, let's start again.
Wait, I have one question before we start. Just one question.
No. I don't need your fucking question. We're going straight to the fucking Earth again. I don't know. I don't need to fucking do anything with you.
I just want to ask you one question about
if the radius of the fucking... If the race... Да, я говорю по-русски, блядь. If the radius of the fucking ball.
Dude,
Je
I
pas
actually love
français
the
aussi.
ocean,
Listen,
beautiful.
it doesn't irrelevant. If the radius of the ball, right, is 6,000 whatever fucking kilometers, 4,000 miles, we can determine the drop over distance, can we not, with the radius?
The drop over distance? Yeah.
Yes,
I guess
the
so.
curvature rate, yeah. So what would be the drop over distance formula if the, what do you call it? The radius was 4,000 miles.
Oh, you're losing
So
your intensity, bro. Bring that shit back up, dude. You're getting.
No,
you're
there's
sounding
no
weak.
point. We're getting to the point, and we gotta calm down, bro. No, it's good. We're getting to the point, and now that everybody's calm, we're getting to the biggest fucking point. So you should fucking hype it up,
bro.
No,
Oh
I'm
my
about to smoke
God.
a
Take a
spliff right now.
second. Take a deep breath, bro. You
I'm
sound like
about
you're
to
running
light
out
up
of
a
air.
spliff. Don't worry, bro.
Into your brain.
You're fucking
All
retarded, bro.
It's falling out
Buddy,
of
you're
your.
stupid.
It's so fast.
You're acting like a fucking child trying to fight this information. It's crazy. When somebody's
Dude.
giving you some real fucking information, you're fighting it like a child. It's
Listen,
crazy.
but you're Russian, though, right?
Listen.
You know how to say привет?
Irrelevant. Да, блядь, пошел нахуй, я тебя отматюкаю, блядь, ты даже не поймешь. I can say a lot of fucking
did you
things,
call me?
motherfucker. Relax. A lot of shit
What
right
did you
now.
call me?
I called you everything in the book. Listen.
Oh my God.
Again,
Dude.
so so if the radius of this ball is set, the curvature rate of this ball would be set, right?
It has to
Sure.
be.
Right?
You know, technically, I think
It's directly fucking proportional.
Spheroid, not even a ball.
It doesn't
These are
matter. The equatorial from the polar radius, it doesn't. It's so fucking. The shit that they say between the polar and the equatorial radius, the fucking difference is so minute. It's irrelevant because at the end, it's still 8 inches per mile fucking squared. This guy is such a fucking cocksucker, bro.
Yo, listen, I don't want to hear any of your insults in English. I want to hear them all in
8 inches per
Russian.
mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared is the formula that comes out of that fucking thing, right? So the miles are squared. So you're squaring the distance you're looking over, and you're multiplying that by 8, and that's how much of a drop there should be over any fucking distance.
That fucking thing is your ass comes out of that thing. That's what I'm telling you.
So listen
now,
to
talk
this.
to me in Russian before I.
So listen to this, buddy.
Before I lose my patience with you, buddy.
So listen to this. This is a crazy thing. I live next to Lake Ontario, right? And Lake Ontario is a big motherfucking lake. And here, I'll actually show you some pictures. These are some fun pictures.
Are you lying to me?
Over Lake Ontario, across from my end to the other side is the short end, which is about 30 miles across. So if we punch in the formula of 30 miles across,
density of the ions in
right,
the
squared
orbital
times
layer?
the 8 inches.
Let me moderate just for a second. In Arma's backside, bro, you are interrupting quite a bit. Like, he's just trying to go over some stuff from his experience. He was quiet for hours while you've been talking. Please allow him to finish.
Fucking nuts. He doesn't want to listen to it. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Crying like a little bitch. Funny.
Demons.
But anyways, so again, back to the thing. I'm gonna post some images just to show you that what I see is what I see. Across this lake, which is 30 miles, there's a little village, right? And the buildings are like at the most 3 floors high. There should be about 600 feet of drop missing. And guess what? I can see all the fucking lights across 30 miles. Now, let me post you that image right now on this side. I got a couple of them. Fucking amazing shit. And there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth, because we just showed you that the radius that they told us is completely fucking wrong. See those nice little swans, and these are some white swans just for the fucking amazing just for the thing. Look at that. Hey, look at that picture to the side. Do you see the picture on the sides? You see the picture to the side, check?
Yeah, I saw it, but you didn't account for the zenith,
see the lights at the horizon, buddy? You see those lights at the horizon?
Yeah, but you forgot the zenith, dude.
Over 30 miles across. It's all that shit's irrelevant what you're talking about. Over 30 fucking miles is flat, my guy. Welcome to Flat Earth. It should be 600 feet of fucking. It should be 600 feet of drop. It's crazy. It literally brought my, listen, you know what's crazy? What's even better is like these globers. You know what's even better? These globers, right? They tell me, oh, your eye height. I'm like, bro, you gotta just understand the math, because if you're looking over 30 fucking miles, the proportion and the ratio, your eye height, 6 feet doesn't fucking matter. But guess what I did? I brought my eye down right to the fucking water. And guess what I still see? Those fucking lights in the whole city across. And guess what? I have the photos of that too. You want me to fucking start smashing photos all over this place? I have them all.
Dude, you clearly messed up your math in a big way, buddy.
No.
You messed up all of the math, and I'm here to expose you.
What's the drop rate then? If your ball is 4,000 mile radius, what's the drop rate?
Yeah, but you haven't considered the
what's the drop rate?
Tangent of the
irrelevant.
Yeah, you didn't hear me finish, dude. So you're afraid of the truth.
No, I'm asking you? No, irrelevant. No, irrelevant. What you're saying is bring some bullshit that's irrelevant.
No,
you bring it's so simple. It's so fucking simple. It's just a fucking circle, right? And you're trying to figure out the drop over distance of a circle, and you're trying to bring in some dumb shit. It's crazy.
Listen, all right. I think a lot of things have been said on both sides. I think we need to break
fuck. That's what it is. And it's fucking Mr. Electrical Engineer guy.
Let's be peace here for a second, okay? A lot of things have been said on both sides. All right,
buddy. Are you listening to what I'm telling you though?
I'm listening to you.
So what did I tell you just a minute ago? What was my main point? What was the main point of what I was trying to tell you?
Wait, you didn't let me finish. I remember you telling me that about the radius of the Earth and that how you knew what the radius of the Earth was, and then that to me felt very sus.
None of that. No, I never.
I said
again. I said that's what they tell us, right?
And you believe what they tell us.
Exactly what I said. I don't believe them. I verified that, and I said I verified it.
See, we've been doing this for a long time. We're used to every trick in the book, so we have to qualify everything that we say before we say it in our heads, so that you don't jump on one little thing like they said the radius is this. He literally said that. The radius they tell us. That's what he literally said. And you keep saying,
no, you said that afterwards. But at first, when you said it, he said he knew the radius of the Earth. That's
this guy's stupid. He listens with his ass.
We can move on from this. I just think that I kind of won that point.
You didn't win shit.
Let's put that on the. Let's just put that on.
Listen, buddy. You didn't win shit. You want to be a winner, but you're not. You're a loser.
I got two
You're on the globe
W's,
side.
0 L's.
You're on the globe
and I'm
side.
looking for a third win.
He's delusional like these other guys.
I'll not insult each other. I think the person that's lost is I Am Larry because he's in the kitchen, and only women are supposed to be in the kitchen.
That is true. That is a big L.
Yeah, that's the biggest L. And he's also Larry. So that's another L.
You let women cook your meat for you? Like you can't do it better than them?
Oh man, I'll take the L there.
Larry, you're talking to a bunch of little beta bitches, man. What do you expect from them, bro?
I've been married for 20 years. I think even a woman deserves a day off. Call me a feminist if you like.
Buddy, I would never let a woman cook for me. Get the fuck out of here.
Ooh. Yeah, dude, that's some beta shit, dude. I'm on some alpha shit here with my fucking spheroid, spherical Earth theory, oblique spheroid, and I fucking make sure my women are in their place. All right, I make sure that I keep them in line.
Glober beta bitches like you couldn't do that.
I just want someone to show me a map of this thing.
Around these parts.
We're talking about everything except for the radius.
Where's the map that's flat Earth?
You guys were afraid of me talking about the radius. You guys were scared because I said I explained earlier that he said the radius of the Earth, and I caught him. I said, "Oh, I got you." He believes in spherical Earth, not flat Earth, and you guys just don't want to believe it.
The fuck are you lying about? See, you twisting and lying like a little bitch again, man. I told you that it's wrong what you're saying, and yet you're still fucking insisting on saying the same fucking bullshit. When I told you that that's their fucking number, I did not pull up this number out of my fucking ass, did I? Now
sounds like you did.
That's NASA fucking numbers, you dumb fuck. It's on Google.
He's messing with you.
Fucking dumb. No, he's a dumb fuck. It is what it is. Anyways, I'm gonna go play some fucking Overwatch.
Who's the one you said he's messing with you? Just, I want to be clear.
No. Hold on. Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna go play some Overwatch.
Why do you get?
Oh, dude, Overwatch is an alpha game. I changed my whole theory about you. Overwatch is one of the best games.
Man. I just fuck around with playing a tank and competitive. That's it. I want to do nothing else. Fuck off.
Do you play Reinhardt?
Yes, I mean Reinhardt. Fuck you.
Yo, all right, you're alpha. All right, I switch over. I'm flat Earth now, buddy. All right, you're right. I'm wrong. I'll take the L. Now that you've exposed yourself as a true
the
alpha
reason why
male.
you're wrong. Hey, listen. The reason why you're wrong is because we never find curvature rate, no matter where we look. And if you want to go and find it, please show us when you do. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna start.
All right, go ahead. Wait, who was the guy who said he's messing with you? Who was that?
I did.
Ah, okay, good.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm saying that you were messing with him, but
yeah, no, I know.
yeah,
just wanna be clear.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you still have two converts. You have him and the King guy. I was kind of listening in, but not really. I was
Tis
listening
globe.
earlier when.
Tis glob.
True. I got a couple
Tis
people
glob.
converted. Dude,
Premise
I feel like
one.
you
Well,
guys better
I'm
get me out of
actually
this.
in
There's not going to be any flat earthers left.
Well,
How fast
Founding Father, I'm actually an engineer myself. So you did describe Newtonian mechanics correctly in the beginning. I actually only listened in.
No, he didn't. He said it
30
was a
minutes
force.
ago.
Yo,
And then,
thanks, dude.
and then I was kind of like when you first started, but I was driving at the moment. Yeah. No, that's well. Newtonian mechanics, we do describe it as a force, but of course, if you want to continue on with Einstein, you could say
Yeah,
it's
I was wrong just
curvature.
now. I messed up. I thought he was supposed to be saying Einsteinian because that's the current stuff. Because isn't Newtonian from like the 1600s and
Well,
going to replace
no,
the theory of gravity?
Well, it's not that theories get so much replaced as it's more about the scope. Like all of engineering, we still use Newtonian mechanics. It's like just because Einstein expanded the framework of it doesn't mean like Newtonian is wrong. It just means that it doesn't apply to like higher speeds or like places with great gravitational fields. But for all practical,
So it's wrong.
we could. And it's not that it's wrong because, like for example, general relativity still follows
It's not that
the
it's wrong, it
inertia.
just doesn't apply. So it's wrong.
Well, it's so all of science kind of functions this way. It's the best model at the moment to describe the phenomenon, but it doesn't mean that it's ultimately it could describe everything and explain everything. It's always continuous endeavor. So all theories are just tentative until something better comes along. But that doesn't mean that all the past models are absolutely wrong. It's not a black and white thing. It's a continuum of like confidence levels and predictability and predictive power, right? So there is always a chance that something might come along to radically change like the previous theories and models on the same observed phenomenon, right? So that's what scientists do. We're just continue to search, and as we get more data, as we discover more things, that could either validate or disprove existing models, and even develop new models. So
I just
So,
posted
a
how
sci-
science works.
A scientist would do an experiment continuum, whereas these people are doing an ad hoc continuum, right? It went from Newtonian, well, that doesn't work for Mercury. So now they got Einsteinian, well, that doesn't work at the galactic level. So now they got dark matter. Well, that's kind of not working. That's why they're doing modified Newtonian dynamics, which isn't really moving backwards. They're just eliminating the need for all that dark matter.
It's not. I wouldn't characterize it. I think that's too black and white. Like it's that of course there's always going to be some phenomena we haven't explained yet. That's why science still exists. That's why people are still. That's why there's still academia. That's why there's still PhDs. PhDs. You have to have a thesis and you have to come up with something novel in the field of study, whatever they're studying, right? And so like that's the whole point of like what it means to be a scientist is that we don't assume that we have all the answers. We're searching for more answers. We don't assume that this is like completely 100%, 101% right. That's not how science works. It's that we're continuing to try and figure out things, and we don't claim there shouldn't be the scientific methodology doesn't make like a truth claim in the sense that this is like reality, like capital IX, like this is reality. It just says this is the best model that we could use to number one, there's scientific laws that describe the behavior, and two, there's a theory that explains it. But that's not saying that theory is the reality. It's just like a good model for it. And the model is predicated on how well it could predict, like, okay, based off of this model, can this also explain this phenomenon, right? And so, like, what Einstein did was he showed that, there seems to be the space-time thing, so even something like a photon could be affected by gravity. And so based off of like that general relativity, like he was proven right with an observation, right? Talked about Mercury, right? So it's not that Newton was completely wrong. It's just that he saw a certain scope, which is very, very powerful. So just like Founding Feather said in this thing that we stand on the shoulders of giants. I mean, Einstein had to stand on Newton, right? And then I'm sure someone else will come along that stands on the shoulders of Einstein. Or maybe Newton and Einstein were all completely wrong, and there's another thing that we're discovered, and that completely radically changes our framework and our models of reality, right? So, I mean, that's possible, right?
Look, you said a lot. Go ahead, Brent.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. I was just saying facts. Just true. I agree with what he said. I think he's got a good handle on this stuff. Felix, I will. I'm gonna step down. I think I gotta go get some food and such. But I think this Discord is in good hands with you, buddy. You have a good head on your shoulders.
Oh no, I'm just listening in most of the time. I'm about to go eat too, and I was just joking about the whole one in the kitchen thing. I spend plenty of time in the kitchen.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it
I
personally.
know. Obviously.
I mean, because there's a good facetious, I enjoyed the facetiousness as well as the serious discussion.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's a good discussion, dude. This was a fun ass Discord. I enjoy arguing with you guys. Take care. Peace and love.
Yeah. You too.
Base miracle.
Hey, yo, Larry.
Yep.
Do you have a Epic Games account or no?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do.
Do you know what tomorrow is?
Nope.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Starting over?
No, Thursday is the a free game day. You know, they give one free game every week on Thursday. And you know what game they're giving tomorrow?
What's that?
You know the Deus Ex game?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're giving that one for free.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's also Pi Day.
The Mankind Divided one, right? The Deus Ex Mankind Divided. That's what they're giving out tomorrow. Just letting you know, because I'm just collecting these games. I don't know if I'll even play it, but it looks good though. If it's anything like the original first one, that'd be sick. But I don't think it is. And it's a little fucking. They went far away from it. But the graphics are sick. I should be making music right now, but so fucking lazy.
That should be better. Check.
Yeah, you're there, guy. Relax. Yep. Don't scream. What are you screaming, bro?
Okay, I'll turn it down.
No, I'm just joking, bro. Come on, relax. Hey, yo. What's up, Sonny? How you doing?
Not much. I'm doing pretty well. Got a hurt wrist, so I'm just kind of trying to nurse my left arm. It's difficult because I'm left-handed.
Oh, you left-handed guitar players, Ollie.
Hurt my left wrist. Yeah.
Did I know where the fuck does this thing went? I will do it to you.
So really, no reason to believe that I live on anything but a flat, motionless plane of existence. There's nothing out there that would indicate anything different than that. Did that guy ever, that last guy, did he ever get to the point of the black swan, which is the position of the horizon? Did he ever get there?
He was kind of all over the place, man.
Yeah. There's basically I couldn't see how you could get any point across to him the way he was operating.
So where's the edge at?
Yeah, where's the geometric horizon? That's what we were trying to talk about. Where's the edge of the globe?
Where's the edge, dude?
That's what we're talking about.
The edge of the globe. Where's the edge of the globe?
There is no edge because it goes forever in a sphere.
Wait a minute. What cuts off the bottom of the boats?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, but where's the edge though? Is it like an ice wall?
What's the edge of the globe?
Where's the curvature, bro?
Is it radiation? Like what's?
Is it like
the firm?
refraction?
Is it the firmament?
The thing on the table, the topic on the table is the curvature of Earth. Does that curvature exist on Earth or not? Because if it doesn't, nothing else you could say would even make any difference at all. If there's no curvature on Earth at the surface, then everything after is a moot point. Do you have proof of the curve? Do you have proof of the geometric horizon being at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the surface? Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, but where's the edge though?
Crickets.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Where's the edge of the globe?
No, if it's flat, does it go on forever?
No one's been to the extremities.
So we haven't explored all of flat Earth yet?
Have they explored all of the globe Earth yet? Because it seems to keep changing things.
We probably haven't been into every forest or every ocean, part of the ocean.
Okay, there you go then. But the point Larry and I were trying to bring out is that on a globe you have a continuous edge. So what we're trying to find out is where is that edge? It's supposed to be a curved horizon. We keep searching for this curved horizon and it doesn't appear. Do you know where it might be found and observed by us? We could go find out for sure where that curved horizon is.
Yeah, where's that Crevizen, man? Fuck. Crevizen.
That's all we want is a Curveisen. Where's a Curveisen?
Okay, what the fuck is going on here, man? How the fuck do you do this, man? I'm fucking tripping balls. See, this has to do something with this, man. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
Across the flat water, horizontally as it seems.
Yeah, there you go.
Merrily, 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 flat as it can be.
Sonny got the music in him.
Fucking Sonny always has the music. I fucking know. I don't fucking know. What? How do you do this shit? God damn, man. Please somebody help me. Look, or something. Fucking fuck, man. Jesus Christ. Puzzles, sure, right? Oh, it had to be Electro, man. Fuck me. Hey, yo, guys. Good news. I figured it out.
Figured what out?
The stupid Genshin Impact puzzle, man. I was stuck on it. I'm like, how the fuck do I do it? How the fuck? And then I just went on YouTube it. Oh, fuck. Fucking bullshit.
So I put a brace on my wrist and it makes it hurt more, man. What the hell? Can't put any
So
pressure or
it's over,
compression.
Sonny. You're old. Can't fucking deny that.
Probably have a wrist fracture and didn't even know it. Walking around with a wrist fracture, riding my bike with it and shit.
Yeah, fuck, it should heal.
Yeah, it'll heal. This one's a bad one. Wow.
Yeah, there you go. Finally. God damn, man. Fucking, I hate getting stuck on puzzles. There you go. There you go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, bitch. Hell. Away. You know, Larry, whatever you do, don't start Genshin Impact.
Yeah, I'm doing Age of Empires. So good.
Oh, I understand. That's what I'm saying. Don't start. Don't start Genshin Impact, whatever you do. It's like a biggest time waste in human history. But it releases dopamine, so it's alright. That guy was a bullshitter. That guy fucking is not an electrical engineer. That guy's a bullshitter. You know, fucking he had Google open and he's fucking reading shit without understanding what he's reading. Fucking bullshitter. Are you doing a story mode in Age of Empires or what?
Yeah, I haven't played in a really long
Oh,
time because for some reason Age 3 wasn't working on my PC. I don't know why, but
okay.
I'm a little rusty. So this game is a little different, not too much, but it's basically the same. It's a reboot. It's not nothing new.
Wood, gold, stone, right?
Yeah, food. Yeah,
Houses.
that's right. 200
No,
population points.
no new resources, right?
What do you mean, no need resources?
Well, I mean, like, there's nothing new. It's food, stone,
Yeah,
gold.
it's all the same.
Right. How many different civilizations?
I don't know yet. So far, it's all British wars.
Oh, you didn't go to like to a skirmish match and try to like see what
No,
kind
I
of
haven't done that
choices you
yet.
have?
I haven't done that yet. It's probably the same, a big European just smash and grab type.
Well, I mean, Age of Empires 2, if I load it up, bro, I'll show you how much I can.
Yeah, I got Age 2.
Yeah, so you know how much civilizations there are, right? There's like fucking a whole bunch.
Yep. I always chose the French.
Really? Why?
Yeah. I just like their technology and their armor. They had pretty good stuff. Get your ass over there.
I mean, I didn't really have a race. I kind of played them all the same. Always went for castle and then used the castle units with trebuchets. And then when it comes to the math of the game, it's the armored types and shit. Like yeah, that's different. Fuck is going on? Holy updates, bro. Let's see. I don't touch Steam, but it's fucking so many updates right now. Fucking. Oh fuck! What? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 4, 5. They have 45 civilizations right now in Age of Empires 2. That's crazy. And there's like some that you have to actually buy. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 you have to buy. If you want them, like why the fuck would you want to be Armenians? The Polish, yeah, you don't want to be the Polish. Fuck that. Definitely don't want to be Polish. Oh, the Slavs, yes. Boyar cavalry unit. Oh, the Slavs are good like tower units. Push with towers. Military building provide population. Farmers work faster. Let's just start this shit up and fucking see this is shit of shit. I haven't played it in so long. And the population goes up to 500 on this one. Holy shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
News to me.
Oh fuck! They speak Ukrainian, bro. This is crazy. Yes. Все правильно, да? О, блядь. This is crazy, bro. Ладно. Зару, блядь.
What?
What? What's up, Hank?
Playing some games. Yep. You know what's going on.
Yeah, what was it called? They were like, just a second here. Give me a second. Fuck, I can't think of it. But you're like you're like a space guy, right? Going around collecting minerals and stuff. And
No, Age of Empires is a medieval battlefield game. Think real life chess with up to 500 units.
oh no, okay. I was thinking about the other one that you were playing not too long ago, like Starfall or Starrise.
Starfield, yeah.
Starfield, okay.
Yep. Man, they're destroying my troops.
They're in your base, killing your dudes.
Yeah, I'm under attack.
Boom. Brenda around or just AFK?
What?
Brenda is in chat.
What?
Brenda's in the chat?
Yeah, what? How you doing, Brenda?
Bored?
Like bored with something you're doing, or bored looking for something to do?
Just bored. I don't know what else to say.
Go at the edge of the earth, Brenda.
I was on with Ozian, and he had a guest on who says that the rapture is going to happen after the eclipse.
Amazing.
Well, no, it's going to happen
Prepare to pay
soon.
for your sins.
Because they in the Bible it talked about trumpets, but it was mistranslated. It was trumpets. So it'll be after the election, yeah. When's Trump Pence?
What are you talking about?
We call it revelation, prophecy.
It just seems like a really bad joke.
Oh, now we're talking about Joe Biden.
No, we're talking about Crit's really lame joke.
Do you know why dad jokes are so funny?
Because they actually require wit because you're not being dirty. Like Red Fox.
Yeah, I was going to say because the punchline's apparent.
Ah. That checks out. Heard some horns. Somebody's getting attacked.
I'm going to go on to MC Toon's live stream in the morning and watch the SpaceX launch.
Witsit's doing the live stream on EA right now with about schooling Globies.
But he doesn't know anything.
Anything? He doesn't know anything, Brenda?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Does he know his name?
Yeah.
Then he knows something.
No.
No. You're
No.
just contrarian.
Am I?
So he doesn't know his name?
I'm sure he does.
So he does know something.
No, like I said, he doesn't know anything.
Not even his name?
Yeah, he knows his name.
So that's something.
Well, sure, but he doesn't know anything.
Not even his name?
You're kind of slow, aren't you?
Yeah, you're telling me he doesn't know anything at all. And I said, does he know what his name is? And you said, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So that's
you're
something.
Yeah, you're kind of slow, aren't you?
That's something, though.
No. I think you being slow is not much of anything.
That's kind of pathetic, Brenda. You know it.
I think it's really an indication, right, of a lot about you when you can't understand what I was saying. Or at least you pretend not to.
Well,
Right.
you're contradicting yourself, so that's not his fault.
No, I wasn't. It's not a contradiction.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
What she's trying to say is that flat earthers don't know anything, and her proof of that is to ask them questions.
No, I didn't say flat
Which
earthers.
way? Well,
I didn't
all
say
flat
flat
earthers.
earthers.
Oh, just Witsit?
In this conversation, what I said is Witsit doesn't know anything. And you can't understand that, Crit.
Or Hank said it. I just
you
doubled
don't.
down.
What do you think I mean when I say he doesn't know anything?
That you mean like anything at all. Like he just is completely lost. There's no way of even school. So when the globalists call him Witless, and he says, my name's
Crit.
Sit.
That's why I said you're slow.
Yeah, you guys don't. You're the ones who don't know his name, or you say it wrong
No,
on purpose.
Crit. Did I say he didn't know his name? I said he knows his name.
So that's something.
Crit, you're very slow.
All right, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you?
Brenda, of course you mean to have context what you're saying by anything. But the
Right.
reality is when you speak, especially in this room, you know, the words have meaning, right? So when you speak literally and you don't
Was I speaking
whether
literally?
you're doing it or not or whatever, it's got you got to be expecting pushback on the minutiae of the word.
Was I speaking literally? Is that what I was doing?
Well, you said anything, right?
Yeah, was
whatever.
was anything literal? Was that meant to be literal?
Is somebody supposed to guess when you're speaking figuratively? I mean, is that
exactly?
Yeah, you're supposed to. Normal people can pick up the context, but
Right.
you
Guessing
can't.
game.
Of course we can.
Yes,
Of course
it's a guessing game.
Well, see, here's the thing. Of course, there's reading between the lines and stuff,
Yeah.
but you got to expect pushback in a room like this, right?
No, I don't.
Therefore, okay, well, you don't have to, but you can't say you won't face some sort of ping-ponging, you know.
Yeah, when I talk to normal people, they don't have a problem with that. You do. You have a problem picking up social cues.
I didn't, I have no fight in this game. Of course, I understand what you mean by that, but just, then again, I would, disagree.
I bet you Crit hasn't picked up on it yet. Have you, Crit? You haven't picked up on this, have you?
Not at all.
I would say,
Not a clue.
this will go nowhere unless, there's, this kind of quote unquote intervention. But in a way, he's got you because he said anything.
Don't
Is that what you think?
Don't you lose
Therefore-
credibility? Don't you lose credibility when you play guessing games?
Well,
That's the whole point.
Mick picked up on the social cues, right? Didn't you? You picked up on it, right?
But but therefore he got you on because
but
speaking literally speaking, he's got one. They've got one on you.
Yeah. Is that what I was doing? But you picked up that that's not what I was doing. But Crit still can't. He still can't figure it out.
I'm going with Hank on this one.
No, Crit. You still don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
I'm going with Hank. Yeah, Hank had said nothing, leaving his name. Yeah, if there's a conversation going on, and it has something to do with a topic, I'll go with Hank over you any day of the week.
Crit, Mick or whatever his name is, Mick.
Hank.
Mick understand Hank. I don't know your first names the way I only know the screen name. I have no idea what your name, Crit, is. Outside of Crit, I have no idea what your real name is. I have no idea.
Bullshit, you've said my real name before.
I don't remember. You're not important to me. I don't have time to memorize everybody's names.
Busy, Crit. Come on.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Well, no, I don't come in here that much. So the point still stands that Mick could understand. He was able to suss it out. He figured it out that I wasn't talking literally when I said that Austin Whitsitt doesn't know anything. But even now, Crit, you don't have a fucking clue, do you?
Here's the thing. Crit and Hank get the point because you didn't choose your word. Yes, because you didn't choose your words carefully.
I don't have to.
Well, I think that was part of the joke. Was to say that Whitsitt is to her to Brenda is no one. So she's saying she's doubling down, saying, but he doesn't know anything because even if he knew his name, well, he's no one. Right?
No, that's not. No, you can.
That's another one.
Did you hear it as it whooshed over your head? No, that's completely wrong.
The thing is, though,
it would have been a whole lot cooler if it was Brenda.
You guys ever heard of Wittgenstein?
No. Wolfenstein? Wait.
Wittgenstein, he was
Oh.
supposedly one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age.
I wouldn't say he's greatest, but he's really up there. Yeah.
Yeah, they say he's up there, and well, Brendan knows who he is, and he was on about language games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're.
Language is a game, right? In which, because we don't always know speaker meaning.
Yeah, you have your context, and you speak in your own context, and you expect everybody else to pick up on just
and
thinking.
Except that
and that's not everybody's what goes on in these rooms.
Except that everybody's been playing the game and they already know. Except for you.
Sure.
Except for this room or rooms like it. If I go to other places,
so Brenda's
they
admitting
pick
to
up
playing
on these
language
things right away.
The thing is, though, this room deals in specificity, so they will drill you on the minutiae of your words.
Yes, I know that's the stupid person's idea of being smart.
I would disagree.
No, the smart person doesn't have to ask.
I disagree.
That's not. You're wrong. The smart people don't have to ask; they already know. You have
Smart
to
people
ask.
make it up as they go, right?
That's the problem.
They know the context already. They can read the context right away. But Crit, for instance, Crit is really slow.
Well, one
thing he can't figure this stuff out.
One thing Wittgenstein did say was that you're either speaking in sense or nonsense.
Yeah. So the problem with relying on these types of expectations of they'll get what I mean by the figure of speech that I throw at them is that compounded leaves open a large room for error down the road.
Yeah.
So it's emphasized early on, and it's especially in this room that we speak our words.
No,
so
but smart people are comfortable with with not being sure. Dumb people get anxious when they're not certain. Dumb people do.
Well, no. I mean, people ask questions.
Dumb people mistake being certain with knowing things, and that's not the same thing.
Are you speaking from experience, Brenda?
The problem is a lot of smart people mistaking their smartness for they mistaken their own arrogance for intelligence. So therefore, there's nothing wrong with asking questions and drilling down, and it's about the receiver to have the emotional capacity to realize when they're, which room they're in, when they're out of line, and when they're not. So they're just drilling you because they want that specificity out of you.
No, yeah, they're drilling because that's what dumb people do. Dumb people need to do that because they don't know because they're dumb.
No, I disagree. I've been around this room long enough. These are very intelligent people, and they're doing.
Really?
I think so.
Why do you think the Earth is flat if you're so smart?
Well, well, you can talk about that.
Yeah.
Right?
So the reason I said that. Yeah, the reason I said that Austin Whitsitt doesn't know anything is because on the subjects he talks about, he doesn't really actually read the papers he talks about. He doesn't, and if he does, he doesn't understand them.
That's just your defense mechanism, though, Brenda.
Yeah,
it's been borne out. It's been borne out. That would be an objective thing that you can check out, like by actually reading the papers and discovering that they don't say what he says they do.
Okay, so I think we can talk about that instead of attacking the character, right?
Right. So, what does the Michelson-Morley? What is the conclusion of the Michelson-Morley experiment?
I mean, I don't
detect the motion of the Earth.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they couldn't detect the motion of the Earth through the ether.
Yeah, that just shows that you like Austin Whitsitt, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. You haven't read it, have you?
So what do you think it is?
Did you read it?
Long time ago. I haven't read it recently.
Yeah. Let's just start with the title. What is the title of his paper?
Like I said, I haven't read it recently. So Brenda, you got me
but
there.
At least the title. Do you know the title?
No, I can pull it up if you like, or you can just tell me because you
I can just
recently
tell
read it.
you. Yeah, it's on the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether, right? People knew that the Earth was moving, and they hypothesized that the luminiferous ether was stationary, right? So they didn't detect any kind of relative motion, right? But since they already knew that the Earth moves, that means there's no luminiferous ether.
Okay, that's like circular reasoning.
No, it's not.
So how did they know it was already moving?
Through other means. Through other means.
So what are these other means?
Foucault's pendulum, parallax. Parallax observations are one way, right? Redshift, stellar redshift. All those are ways of knowing that the Earth moves, right? Of course, you knew all those things. No, you didn't fucking know those things, did you?
What is redshift
Right.
shifting in reference to?
Right, so all of those are methods of determining that the Earth moves, right? So that was a given, and the hypothesis is that the medium that light travels through must be this luminiferous ether, and it must be stationary, and the Earth is moving through it. But they didn't detect it. It's not there.
You mean they didn't detect the motion of the Earth?
The relative motion. Right? Because all motion is relative. Right?
According to Einstein.
No, this is just, actually, it goes back to Galileo. All motion is relative to some other thing.
Oh, you're talking about classical relativity.
I'm talking about motion.
It's all about, Brenda, it's really about mind and matter.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with mind.
Since you don't, I don't mind because you don't matter.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Are you still working on what I said before? You know, maybe give it a little while and you'll figure it out.
Doesn't this all have to do with the mind?
No, it has nothing to do with the mind.
So you don't need to think to do any or process any of this?
Well, of course you do.
Yeah, of course.
That doesn't mean it has anything to do with the mind, does it?
But just because you
Right.
process the information with
Just
your mind
because you have to
doesn't
think
do with
about
the mind.
something doesn't mean it's about the mind. Right? That doesn't follow logically. Does it follow logically that if you have to think about something, then the topic of the discussion is about the mind? Is that right, Buster?
No. I'm just saying you have to use your
Right?
mind to.
No, the fact that you have to the fact that you have to use your mind doesn't mean that what you're thinking about is about the mind. Isn't that right, Buster?
This has to do with the mind.
Does it follow logically? Does it follow logically?
Yeah, that
Buster.
you have to think about something. You have to use your mind to think about something.
Yeah, they don't. That doesn't follow, does it?
It does actually.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's a non sequitur.
You said the mind has nothing to do with
If I have to see, if Buster, if I see something, does it mean? Buster, if I see something, does it mean it's about my eyes?
Yeah, you have to.
No, no, Buster, no.
Is this
Just because I
language
see
games again?
something.
Because are you saying see means something different than through your eyes? I need to
If
know.
I look at a stop sign, is the stop sign about my eyes, Buster?
Well, you have to have your eyes.
Is
to
the
see
stop sign about my? Is it about my eyes, Buster? A stop sign.
You have to use your eyes.
I have to see it, don't I?
Yeah,
You have to see it. Right. So it's not about my eyes, is it?
You have to see the sign.
Yeah, it's not about my eyes, though, is it?
It actually is because your mind.
No, it's not. Stop doesn't mean isn't about my eyes, is it?
Well, you were on about
Well,
the mind has nothing to do with this, and your mind has everything to do with this because you have to process the information. That's coming in.
The fact that you have to process information, the fact you have to see something,
that's your
doesn't
mind,
mean
right?
that the subject is about the process, does it?
You have to use your mind to process this information.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Okay. So you agree. Okay. Carry on.
No, I'm not. I didn't agree with you.
You
I
did.
didn't agree. No, that's just you trying desperately to save your face. Just admit that you're wrong and move on.
So you agree.
That's what smart
So you
people
agree.
do.
So you concede.
Smart people,
You agree.
yeah, intelligent people will recognize when they've made a mistake and simply move on from it and learn from it. But you can't do that, right? You can't do that.
You said the mind has nothing to do with this, and all I
Correct.
said was you have to process the information through
Yes.
your mind.
What does the mind
So
have
you
to do
agree.
with what does the mind have to do with motion, Buster?
You have to process the information to know
Yeah,
these
but
things.
no, but what does motion have to
No,
do with the mind?
No, but you have to use
It
your
has
mind
nothing to do
process.
with the mind, Buster.
Well,
It has
the mind-
nothing to do with it.
There you carry
Right.
on.
Motion the motion of objects relative to each other has nothing to do with the mind, Buster.
You have to use your mind to process information.
Yes,
know
you
anything.
do.
Yep,
Yes,
yep.
you do.
There you go. Yep.
That doesn't mean that it's about that, Buster.
I don't know what else
Yes,
to say.
yes. Yeah, just what you do here is you shut your mouth, you sit down, and you think about yes, and then you think about why it is that you need to do this.
So
when
you
you
agree.
could just when you could just be a man, when you could just be a man, be an adult, and figure out, oops, I fucked up.
Well,
That's what you could
know,
do.
You could be a man and admit that you're also wrong because you admitted
No.
that it takes the mind to just be a man.
Yes, yes, you have to think about things, but that
do.
doesn't mean that thinking that
Includes the mind?
object. You have to think about things, but it doesn't mean that the object of your thought is about your thoughts. You fucking moron.
That's wow. Hey, be a man and just realize that you have to use your mind to think.
Of course you do. I've already
Exactly.
admitted several
Thank you.
times.
Yes, thank you.
That doesn't prove your point, you clown.
I mean, you can
Yes,
ad hom
that's
all
a good.
you want.
That's a good look for you. Is with your mouth shut. That's a good look for you.
I think you've done that already. It's okay. I sympathize.
Yes,
I guess.
just be quiet. Just be quiet, because you're a decent musician. You should stick with music. Don't try to think, because you're not really good at it. Thinking is
Using
not
my
the big
mind?
thing that you can do.
I'd use my mind to think.
So you agree.
She does. He does.
No, I don't agree, you clown. This is your problem. This is the heart of your problems right here, is that you can't just say, oh, you have a point. Oh, that's right. Of course. I was wrong. I'm sorry about that. I made a mistake. You can't do that because you're sad, pathetic losers.
Brenda's going to tell us how to act normal, guys.
It's not going to work.
So you
though.
agree, Brenda. So you agree.
Sad, pathetic losers who can't figure out that the earth isn't flat. That's how incredibly fucking stupid you are. Right? You look at a sunset.
Those are some
and
big
you
words.
you look at a sunset and you can't fucking figure it out. My
Brenda, didn't
God.
you say the other night that the sun doesn't actually go down?
Of course it doesn't.
Right. It just looks like it, and it's always above Earth.
Yeah.
It's always above
Yeah,
somebody's
all
head
those
above
things.
Earth.
All
Okay,
those
good.
things.
All
But
right.
all those
And
things are conditionals. All those
Yeah.
things are conditionals that exist within a certain context, and you're trying to apply a universal kind of context to them because you've got the brain of a 2-year-old.
And the other day, didn't you say that vertical isn't always perpendicular to horizontal?
Vertical is always perpendicular to its horizontal,
I see.
right?
Not all.
Because well, it's not perpendicular to a different. I mean, vertical is not perpendicular to a different vertical's horizontal, is it?
Always perpendicular, isn't it?
Why?
It just is. This is how it is, Brenda.
No, it isn't. That's not.
Really?
A reason.
So
That's
things
just how
aren't
it
always
is.
what they are. So A isn't always
That's
A.
not- So
Going to be not A at the same time?
verticals on a sphere all point in different directions, don't they?
No.
Yeah, they do.
No,
All
there's only
verticals
one
on a
vertical. No.
Oh, no. On a sphere, there's an infinite number of verticals. They all point in different directions. Not one of them points in the same direction as any other. And
I'm
therefore,
sorry.
not a single perpendicular constructed to any single one of those verticals will be the same as a perpendicular to another one. That
Okay,
just
then.
follows logically.
Is this normal talk again?
Can you do that mathematically?
Oh, this is like eighth grade. This is like eighth grade geometry, right?
Right.
A vertical on a sphere, right? You would have an infinite number of them, all of them pointing in different directions, and a perpendicular would be 90 degrees to each and every vertical. Therefore, each and every one of those perpendiculars will be different than every other perpendicular because
They'll all be perpendicular to horizontal.
they're all unique. They're all unique to each vertical. But you can't fucking figure this out because this is elementary 8th grade science, and you're so fucking stupid you can't figure it out.
Ooh, keep
right?
going.
It's like putting pins in an orange. All of the pins
What science
point in
class
different
taught
directions, don't they?
geometry?
All the
What science
pins.
class taught horizontal?
Yeah,
I thought that
all
was
the pins.
geometry.
All the pins in an orange point in different directions, don't they?
Hey, Brenda, let's say you have a beach ball. And
Dude, do all the pins in an orange point in different directions?
Yes, they do.
Yes, and perpendicular means 90 degrees from each and every one of those pins, doesn't it?
But only one of those pins could be vertical.
No, each and every one of them is vertical.
Well, two. I mean, you got one on one side.
No,
one on
all of them are vertical.
No,
every one of them is vertical.
No, I'm sorry, Brendan.
No, because vertical right, in
to
the
what?
context of the Earth simply means, right, pointing to the center of the Earth. That's all it means. That's all vertical is.
I thought it was perpendicular to horizontal, but
so vertical at the North Pole, vertical at the North Pole, vertical at the 45th parallel, vertical at the equator, all point in different directions, and every one of them is vertical, and every one of them has a perpendicular. You fucking moron.
Mm-hmm. Are they all
Right?
perpendicular to horizontal, or no?
No, there's no universal horizontal. You moron. There's no universal perpendicular. Perpendicular is defined as 90 degrees from a vertical. So it can't be. Perpendicular to a different vertical. It can only be perpendicular to one vertical. How fucking hard is this shit?
I thought,
how fucking stupid are you?
It'd be hard mathematically, I would think.
Buster, you go to TriBev thinking autistic parade, right?
Right.
Isn't a pin
thinking?
Try it again.
TriBev thinking autistic clown show.
Bev,
You
try
almost
thinking.
got it that time. Okay.
Yeah. So if you stick a needle into an orange, right, pointing at the center of the orange, every one of them points in a different way. That's vertical.
Toothpicks and an orange isn't very mathematical. It's okay. Try again.
It's geometric.
Toothpicks and an orange is geometric?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. It's an illustration. It's an analogy.
I didn't learn that.
Not that massive brick.
I didn't learn toothpicks and orange in 8th grade. Sorry.
Yes. So that's illustrating the concept of verticality, right? It's because on the Earth, right, because of gravity, vertical is towards the center of the Earth. And therefore every point on the surface of the Earth, just like every point on an orange, you stick a toothpick in it, it's going to point to the center. Every one of them is vertical. And since horizontal is defined as 90 degrees from a certain particular vertical, right, then every perpendicular will be different from every other one, won't it?
Not always.
Jerry, did you learn toothpicks and orange in 8th grade?
No, I never heard of that. No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's the normal school that Brenda went to.
Maybe.
No. Do you understand the analogy?
No, but this is all very exciting.
So you can't imagine sticking toothpicks into an orange.
I can imagine that. I just can't imagine all those toothpicks being vertical.
Why not?
Because vertical is one thing in reality. It's not everything.
No, it's not.
Well, Jerry, could you hang a plumb bob next to that orange?
Well, yeah, I would say only only 2 of those toothpicks could be vertical.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Next
Yeah,
to
that's
the
it's
plumb
wrong.
bob that you hang next to the orange with the toothpicks.
Does an orange have a gravitational field?
Well, gravity is
Oh,
vertical in
Gravity
in
isn't
reality.
vertical. What the
Sure it
fuck
is.
are you talking about?
It's always vertical, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
I have a question.
No, Jerry, there's no such thing as
Gravity creates a vertical.
I have a question.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a context-specific definition of the term vertical here, as in
in your mind?
Yeah. Yeah, verticals are
reality? Hold on, like as in one sense, somebody's speaking the term vertical as seen or as defined. As seen or as experienced in the real world, or just the term, just by its pure form mathematically. Because I think that should be decoupled here.
Vertical doesn't have a mathematical definition. It isn't mathematics, it's geometry.
Sure it does.
Right? No, it doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, it does.
You're
nowhere in Euclid's show me in Euclid's elements.
By mathematics, I meant geometric.
So show me where in Euclid's elements he defines vertical.
No, it's not in Euclid, but it is in math.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's all you need.
Isn't
we're talking about math.
It's not in Euclid's elements.
Isn't trig math?
Can you repeat that, Buster?
Isn't trig math?
I'd say so.
I mean, I don't know how you graph things out in trig, but I always thought there was like coordinates of how it's done. But I mean,
the word vertical is not in trigonometry.
You don't graph things out in like
vertical is not in trigonometry.
What about the lines in the graph?
What about them?
They don't.
Graphs aren't geometry. Graphs is just a coordinate system. Yeah. So a vertical is simply something that is, at 90 degrees. That's it. On the Earth, because of gravity, we define vertical to be further away from or closer to the center of the Earth.
You do that.
That's it. It's not really a mathematical or geometrical term.
Yeah, sure it is.
No, it isn't. You're wrong.
Yeah,
it's not in Euclid's elements, dude.
I didn't say Euclid's elements. I said math.
Well, that's all you need to know then. It's not in Euclid's elements, so it's not really a part of geometry then, is it?
What about?
So you're afraid of the mathematical definition of vertical, aren't you?
There's no mathematical definition of vertical.
Okay.
Right.
Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
There's just a usage. People use the word vertical to mean like perpendicular to something else. That's it.
Kind of like saying people don't know anything.
Right. So vertical on the Earth is simply straight up and down. That's all. And by that, they mean that because everybody knows, what it's like to be on the Earth with gravity. And just vertical means, perpendicular to the force of gravity on the surface of the Earth.
Perpendicular to the force of gravity? Wouldn't it be defined by the force of gravity? Or whatever.
That's what I've said. I've said that already. That gravity establishes or defines what vertical is.
All right. Would you say vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon?
So on Mars,
that's a scary question.
Mars has verticals too. And all of those verticals point in completely different directions than the verticals on the Earth do. And that's because Mars also has a gravitational field, because it is also a sphere.
Thank you, Carl Sagan.
And on the moon has a weak gravity, but it still has gravity.
Hey,
and it still has verticals. And all those verticals point in different directions than the verticals on the Earth do.
Thank you for telling us, Brenda.
Well, you act like you already knew this, but you don't, and you still don't. And you still can't figure it out.
No, I know what vertical is.
No, you don't. What is vertical?
Perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
No. It's not what I
No.
said.
No,
I didn't
that's
even
what I
say
said.
that. When did
That's what-
nobody cares what you say.
Yeah, I know.
You're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody Jerry,
cares.
I do care what you say. So she's
Right.
right.
So
He
yeah,
might
nobody
be wrong.
cares.
I don't know.
Nobody cares what flat earthers think because flat earthers can't think.
Hey, I'm not a flat earther.
Right.
How dare you?
Nobody cares.
How dare you?
Nobody cares if you're a flat
Right.
earther or not.
So on the Earth,
Okay.
every vertical points in a different direction. On Mars and on the Moon, all the verticals point in different directions, and every one of those verticals it has a perpendicular to it, which is defined as 90 degrees.
So every line is vertical, right? Any line you want.
No, not every line is vertical.
I agree.
Right?
Only one specific orientation.
No, I didn't say that.
Universally.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't
Yes
follow.
and no? No and yes?
It doesn't. It doesn't follow.
Okay.
Right? You can have an infinite number of verticals, but you still can have another infinite number of lines which are not vertical.
So how do they do that in math?
Oh, well, you could retake 8th grade. Maybe that would help.
Oh, toothpicks and oranges? I didn't get that one.
Well, yeah, that's because 8th graders are probably a lot smarter than you. You might have to go back even further.
I just didn't get toothpicks and oranges in 8th grade. Sorry.
I never saw that.
Hey Brenda, I posted a kid's definition for you in chat.
Don't pay attention.
It's perpendicular to the horizon. It's
Yeah,
Mass
I don't
Dictionary for Kids.
Don't
by
care.
Jenny
Don't
Ether. By Jenny Ether.
Yeah, I don't care.
At right angles to the horizon. It's so easy
Yeah,
even
I
a
don't care.
child's mind could understand that stuff.
Brenda's
I don't
saying
care.
that Brenda doesn't care, but what that means is Brenda doesn't think. Right? Because if Brenda thought about it, then Brenda might care.
No, I wouldn't. I still wouldn't.
You wouldn't think about it? We figured.
No, I still wouldn't care.
Well, it is all about the information you accept. And if you've accepted
No, it's
certain
not.
information as far as toothpicks and oranges, then that's where your brain goes. So
It's not about the information you accept. It's about the
is.
information you're capable of
it's
understanding
about
when
the
you're not
mind
capable.
processing information that you said has nothing to do with everything you're talking about. I assume.
Right. Right. So your thoughts aren't always about your mind. Your thoughts can be about things other.
Your mind has to process your thoughts. It's
Yes.
inevitable.
We've been through this, Buster, and you
Yes,
still
you
can't
would
figure it
agree.
out, can you? You
No,
still can't
would
figure it
actually
out.
just agree with me, so it's okay.
If I'm
Carry on.
thinking about Buster, if I'm thinking about a stop sign, am I thinking about my mind?
Your mind is doing the work.
Answer the question.
Your mind is your mind.
Answer the question.
The mind precedes all.
Answer the question.
What question?
You've forgotten already. It was just 15 seconds ago, and you've already fucking forgot. If I'm thinking about a stop sign, am I thinking about my mind?
Doesn't your mind have to do the thinking?
If I'm thinking about a stop sign, am I thinking about my mind? Answer the fucking question.
Have to do the thinking.
That's irrelevant. That's not what I
It's
asked.
not irrelevant. It's the whole.
It's not what I
point of the-
asked. Answer the question.
I'm not. Your mind has to do.
Answer the question. Yes or no?
Are there thoughts without the mind?
Yes or no?
Are there thoughts without the mind?
Answer the question. Yes or no?
It's okay. Take your time.
No, answer the question. I asked you the question. If I'm thinking about a stop sign, am I thinking about my mind?
Can I have a mind to make this?
Answer the question.
Can I have my mind to make this assertion?
Answer the question.
Can I use my mind to answer the question?
Answer the question. See, what you need to do, Buster, is to drop that massive ego of yours. Drop the ego.
It's about the mind.
Yes, it is. It's an ego thing for you. It's an ego thing. You're upset because I'm asking you questions, and it makes you look bad.
No, you can't use your
And
mind.
you should embrace.
So, Buster, no,
you need to.
can't. You got to
Well,
answer
then
the
I
question,
can't
but
answer
you
the
can't use your
question.
mind.
You
That's
need
what
to
I'm telling you.
embrace.
So I.
You need to
obviously can't-
embrace being wrong. You need to embrace being wrong.
No, I just can't
right?
answer the question because I can't use
Right.
my mind.
Yes, you
said
can.
It's irrelevant.
You can answer the question.
Well, how can I answer the question if I can't use my mind? It's irrelevant.
I never said you can't use your mind.
You said it's irrelevant.
I asked you if you are thinking about a stop sign. Are you thinking about your mind? And the answer is, of course, no, you're not. And you know that. but your ego won't let you say it because you got pride.
Well, that's a non sequitur because
So drop the pride.
It's a non sequitur because you have
No,
to
it
use your mind
isn't.
to think.
That's not the problem. That's not the question. You keep going to something else because you want to avoid.
Your question is nonsensical because
You're not willing to be humble. You're not willing to be humble.
It's like
be humble.
It's like me typing out this sentence is a lie. It's just a paradox.
No, it's not. It's not an internal contradiction. There's no internal contradiction, right? Thoughts about stop signs are about stop signs. They are not about minds. Even if you have to use the mind to think about stop signs, it doesn't follow, right, that you're thinking about stop signs.
You have to use your mind. You
Yes.
just said it. So thank you.
That's right. No.
Carry on.
Right.
So you agreed.
That's your childish little ego trying to get a win.
You said it. Though.
So Buster,
I don't need a win. You just said it.
Yes, you do. You just need it. You need the win.
I don't need it.
Right.
You
So
just
drop
said
the
you need
ego.
your mind to do these things.
Have some humility.
Hey, Buster, have some respect for the woman penis. Hey,
Yeah,
Buster.
have some humility.
I didn't say that.
Have some humility.
Have some respect. It's a
Have
woman
some
penis
humility.
fucking talking, bro. Make sure
Be
you fucking
humble.
respect it.
Vlad,
Be humble. Be humble.
That's right.
Vlad.
Be humble and learn from the tranny how fucking stupid you are.
This guy's fucking retarded.
Buster.
Yo, Brenda, you're the dumbest bitch ever.
The tranny has fucked you.
So
I bent you over, Buster, and fucked you in the ass.
Look at that. Exactly.
There you go, Buster.
Gross.
There you go.
Gross,
Because
Buster.
that's the
gross.
only language you understand is your fucking ego and your fucking pride.
This thing is projecting so hard, everybody. You guys see
Let it
this
go.
thing is projecting so fucking hard. I can't believe this, man.
This is how
Why are we
low.
listening to Brenda anyways? This bitch
This
should
is
be
how
muted a long
low
time
you
ago.
are. This only shows how
I
low
understand
you
this
are.
shit.
How crawling
This
on the ground
is
like
a glober
on your
that's been a
belly.
staunch glober
This is
for
all
many,
you
many,
are.
many years.
You're
Keeps
just
coming into
crawling
these
on the
flyer
ground
channels
on your belly
and rants.
because you can't figure out. You can't figure
Yeah,
out
you might want
third
to
grade
mute this
ideas.
thing.
Okay.
There you go.
Vlad, why don't you tell Brenda about your laser over Lincoln Belly?
Listen, this thing, I know this thing for a very long time. I don't speak to it.
Brenda left. As soon as
she
Brenda's
left.
muted, yeah, she'll leave as soon as she's muted.
Good. Why the fuck would you want to talk to it?
It's
delusional and crazy.
This is better than dead air.
We can all talk about how fucking good crypto's doing. Hey yo, look at crypto. Oh shit. Doing phenomenal, boys.
Yeah, Brenda's like Rumpus, like leaves whenever it gets muted.
He went on a rant saying, "Yeah, tranny beat you. Tranny's fucking it." Like, listen, guys, this thing's out of his fucking mind right now, especially when it's talking like that. Come on, I don't
We're
mind
trying
that
to
kind of
bait
talk.
you
It's
into
funny.
saying something against TOS.
Exactly.
Yeah, so don't take the bait.
But it's the one that's already saying shit against TOS. Fucking you in the ass. Because I'm a tranny. But yeah, because it's Truny Tune, it's allowed, right?
Maybe the
Kind of,
hormones
yeah.
got him or something. I don't know.
Age of Empires, fucking. You know, Age of Empires 2 is still fucking awesome.
Yes, it is.
I mean, just a fun skirmish. It's just reminiscing of the good old days, you know? Have a bunch of fucking monks ready to convert everybody.
The problem that I saw with that was the term vertical seemed to have been, in one sense, in reality, we just see it go down. But in its reality, it's relative. And there seemed to be no overcoming that apparent hurdle. Like, it was just back and forth on that with no real resolution.
The mind filters everything through a model.
Sure. But the model, that we were all given, it's all purely mathematical and abstract. Versus
model dictates.
Right? Versus what we see. And if the model that we have is getting in the way of what we see, it affects what we see, so to speak, right? So it was just that was kind of sad,
How is everyone doing tonight? Just curious, is there any way to fact check things that Brenda was saying?
Right within the model. Right? She's always right about her model, because when you're talking about the globe model, it's your globe, so you can make up whatever you want. It's kind of custom, right? You could just make it up on the fly, but when you're talking about reality, you can't really do that, and that's why she got mad.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was any way to check the geometry part of it.
Well, geometrically vertical is just a straight line. Mathematically and in reality, it's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. Yeah.
Hey Jerry, you see in chat, Ed Nato is saying that perpendicular can also be vertical.
Perpendicular is a relationship between two lines.
I'm pretty sure even vertical for me. Even mathematically, like when you're doing trig and SOHCAHTOA and all that stuff, you have to have coordinate system. Like you have to have horizontal and vertical mathematically. Pretty sure, but I could be wrong. Like I guess you could have vertical going in any direction to do math. Maybe. But that's why I was trying to ask Brenda. You've got vertical going in all directions. How would you even do mathematical functions?
No, I could answer that question. I just heard math and geometry.
Yeah, Buster, I think that's where some of the confusion came in. It's like, 90 degrees between two lines, but if these two lines are not quote unquote horizontal or vertical, they are perpendicular, but the orientation is off, right? So what defines so what defines up or down, left and right perfectly, right? And on ball, it's any which way depending on where you stand on the ball, so to speak.
Well, he's talking about in reality. There's
exactly
a piece of string.
Yeah,
weight
so
on the end.
Yeah, of course. So the issue seems to be, okay, on a ball, mathematically, yes, to the center point, if a line, crosses the center point, there's a tangent on the edge of the ball that quote unquote defines horizontal. But the problem is that has never been shown to really be the case in reality. So if we're talking purely mathematical, in this, what is it, the spinning space monkey religion versus what we see, there's got to be there's a disconnect there, because
maybe not though. Like if you were to use an instrument that had like the crosshair in it, if you set it up properly and you sighted to a plumb line, it would line up.
I guess so. I mean, in this room, there's been juggling back and forth about proofs and evidences and stuff like that. Maybe Scott Mackey can come in here with his theodolite, type of thing, but that's still in contention, right? But my point being, it was that was the disconnect in what I witnessed, I think.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, toothpicks and orange. I mean, it's brilliant.
The disconnect is Brenda can't have a horizontal line ever.
Well,
that's the problem.
What most people that I've heard say that rhetoric, that those language games that they play, is that you can actually have a vertical being perpendicular to a vertical, or a horizontal being perpendicular to a horizontal, which is, I mean, I don't know. You guys can figure that.
We're not strictly talking about in a classroom or on a desk somewhere in your notepad. We're talking about in reality.
Yeah, and what seems to be in contention is, okay, if I'm in point A on a ball, right, and I draw a horizontal, versus someone else, on the other side or halfway across the ball draws their horizontal, their tangent to their position. Well, those would cross, at whatever degree, right? But it is all theoretical. It is theoretical, and it's just pure math.
Well, just imagine telling somebody a horizontal can be perpendicular to horizontal.
Well,
how many people would buy into that?
Well, it doesn't sound very sound in our everyday experience. Purely mathematically, sure, because you have two disparate points. The problem is proving that to be the case in reality.
I mean, what words are you using to graph this out mathematically? I mean, what are the terms? I mean,
but it's pretty simple because you're on a sphere. If you're on a sphere, then you could have two tangents that are perpendicular to each other, and at that location, that person would say that this is their horizontal, right? So that's.
Wait. I don't have a problem with you saying two tangents being perpendicular. I mean, that's fine because like a tangent is perpendicular to that diameter. That's what a tangent is. It's a touching at one point on the surface. It's perpendicular to that. So like if you have two tangents that are perpendicular, those radiuses or diameters are going to be also be perpendicular. I mean, no problem there. But like it's if you're going to play the language game and say tangent is horizontal, that's the problem.
That's what they believe, though.
If you can find like a reference where it says that horizontal is defined as a tangent, then I mean I guess maybe you'd have something to stand on.
Yeah, they do on their Earth curve charts. They show this.
That's what
is defined as a tangent.
The horizontal is just the perpendicular to the gravitational force vector, right? So whatever's pointing towards the Earth, that's what they're saying.
Well, right? Really? Oh, that's what they mean. But what is it really? Like horizontal means what?
Well, relative to Earth's gravitational force vector, which is towards the center of the Earth, then the horizontal would just be that perpendicular to that vertical, right? The vertical of gravitational force.
You can't have a vertical on a sphere, nor can you have a horizontal.
In the case of the globe model, they're saying the direction of the gravitational force, which is towards the center of the Earth, and so
until you move one tiny little iota, then it's off.
Technically correct, yes. That's basically. It's funny because I want to tell Brenda that because Brenda has pi on her icon on her PFP, and I was like, yeah, tomorrow's Pi Day, and also pi. There's an infinite number. Anytime you have a globe or a circle, you have infinite number of tangents.
Well, that just doesn't match with reality.
Yeah, 3.14 whatever. That's why pi is an irrational number. It can't be expressed in a finite.
Very familiar with
that pi changes. It's not a constant.
It's one of those things that are like the decimal place will go on forever. So while we could define it, there's no way to explicitly express it, I guess. So that's why it's irrational.
So
Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine, but we don't have any convexity of Earth's surface. So
Right.
there'd be
That's
a
not saying
problem.
that there's any primary observation. It's just these are just some of the cool, interesting things in math and geometry, like pi.
Yeah,
square
like
root
so,
of 2.
I saw a reference one point. Yeah, it's a ratio. Yeah, it's irrational. Like it'll go on forever. I think I remember hearing citing of a long time ago somebody, printed out on pieces of paper, all the decimal points or the decimal digits of pi up to however millions of or what are hundreds of thousands of points, and filled up a book. Like I mean, totally ludicrous, total waste of paper and ink in my view. Kind of cool mathematically, but it's not. There's no tangibility or tangibleness to it. So it's
Yeah, exactly. It's just a concept, but it is useful. I worked in the machine trades, and we used 3.1416 was close enough, and I machined items, machinery pieces, things that worked in machines that had tolerances down to 3/10,000ths of an inch.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're
Oh,
going
that's
to the
very
fourth
small.
decimal and you've got to the 10,000ths, then yeah, that's
So 3.1416 is close enough for that.
sure. But what the
Oh,
crazy
really?
thing is
I
they
was
say actually pi changes per different geometries, which is crazy. I mean, like just how you get pi in the first place is like elusive.
well, it is purely based on the circle, right? So it might change from context to context being used because people are using different decimal points, but it all approaches the same. If you want to call it an asymptote, probably not the right word, but cut off at some point for usability, right?
Asymptotes where they say two parallel lines meet at infinity. That's kind of crazy.
An asymptote is anything like a curve, for example, approaching, a straight line but never touching it, so to speak. And you can go on forever and zoom in, and there will always technically still be a distance between the line at that point, the curve at that point on the line, and the line itself, right? But you zoom out, it's basically touching it. So at some point, it's useless to keep going, right? But that's the concept. So in a way, what do you call them? Irrational numbers that either repeat or don't repeat or something like that to some, or whatever. They behave in that way, right?
I've always sought after, like, if anybody can explain how they get the multiple, like, how do you get pi in the first place?
There's some stuff out there on that. I remember seeing it a while back.
They guessed
Yeah.
and they guessed and they retried and they guessed again. They retried, they guessed, they retried. They cut things out of probably wood, out of stone, like to see if what they were saying was correct by using certain like standards of measurement. They could say, okay, this much is this length, let's say a foot. What's the circumference? So we'll wrap a tape around. So they just did the same thing like that. But the problem is they didn't do that on Earth, though, on the Earth's surface. Nobody checked, or at least nobody reported back to us at our level of what the measurement of the shape of the Earth is on the surface. Nobody told us.
Yeah. In pure mathematics, they must have came up with an idea of proportions between said thing and said thing, and then tested it against small objects, and it's we're pretty accurate. But on the large scale, we would know right by now if it was the case, because someone would have provided curvature, geometric horizon, blah blah blah, accounting for said refraction.
Exactly. If they had found it just once, that would have been the black swan. Everything would have folded on that occasion, and it would have been used as a standard. But we can't seem to find the standard anywhere that's being used for this so-called spherical Earth. It appears to be a phantom. If I may be so bold.
It changes from person to person.
Yeah, the interesting about pi is it's just a ratio of the circumference of a circle to the diameter, right? And so back in the days, they just noticed, oh, there's this relationship. Like if I have the string and it's almost like a circle, then they know the circumference, which is the length of the string, and they know the diameter. And so based off of that measurement,
Very simple. They just came up with that, and then they said so pi r squared pi or 2 squared.
Well, that's the area. Yeah, that's the area. So yeah, based off of that, they could get the circumference or area based off of that ratio.
I totally get if you take something cylindrical and you take the diameter of that, so you could mark point A to point B on both sides of the diameter of that cylindrical thing. And I know that you could roll it, and you're going to be able to roll that cylindrical object 3 times, and then there's that little bit. But what I'm asking is, like, I have yet to find like a good explanation of how they keep getting them infinite decimal points to get the irrational number.
So they're finding better ways to like compute that, and it gets into like I guess with Newton calculus that stuff. I'm not savvy in that. I don't know that area, but I just know it was an approximation that these are kind of the relationships that they see in nature, like the golden ratio, like a circle, triangle having like 180 degrees in interior degrees, right? So it's just interesting things about our nature that seem to have these patterns that are.
They came up with pi. They just made estimate guesstimation. I'm guaranteeing it that they did that. Like, don't hold me to that. Something happened probably thousands of years ago, but pi r squared is, if I'm correct, is the circumference of a circle. Pi r squared. So if you look at that equation, pi.
That's the area
times the radius squared. So they took the square footage on a 2D surface. That's how you figure for the circumference of that circle on a 2D surface.
So that's just figuring for the circumference. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I get that. Like that's fine, but like getting pi.
But look, it gives you some insight as to how they came. It gives you a little insight as to how they came up with these equations, because they had to be measuring something first in order for this to be important.
Yeah, so just to correct there, just a minor thing. I might be being pedantic, but it's 2 times pi times r. That's the circumference.
Oh, sorry about that. 2 times pi times r. Yeah. See,
pi r squared is the area of the circle. So what they did again, they didn't know what pi was, right? So what pi itself is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. So
so
that's where that 2 pi comes from, and so that ratio is pi, circumference over diameter.
My question was how do you figure that ratio?
Okay, yeah. So Buster, let me explain this to you. So I'll explain this. All right. Back in the days, they had string, right? Now, what can you do with the string? You can make it into a circle, right? That circle, if you stretch out that string, you would know the length of that, right?
Yes.
All right. So now put it back to a circle. Now, back in the days, that string is made in the circle. They could use another stick, let's say, to measure the diameter. The diameter would be the longest point in that circle, assuming that the circle's kept perfectly. So that ratio of that length of string divided by the diameter that they measured that circle, they notice that there's a consistent ratio. It's always 3 point something all over the world, no matter what it was. And the more perfect people could get that circle, the more digits they would get in that ratio. And so that was what they believed to be the ratio of a circle's circumference divided by its diameter. It's the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. And so that's where 2 pi, that's where the pi comes from. So they were like, oh, now I could calculate anything that's a circle. I know the ratio of the circumference is going to be, I know that the ratio of the circumference over its diameter will be always this pi value. And so from there they got that pi. And then due to the inaccuracies of having a string and making it a circle and measuring a diameter, right? Because when you're measuring a circle, even trying to get the exact diameter is not easy, because it's basically going to be the biggest distance, right, between inside the circle, right? But then again, they couldn't make a perfect circle, right, physically speaking. So it was only approximation. And now we have like other methods to get it to a lot of decimal places. But having a physical object and getting pi is not easy. I'm betting I could only get like 3.1, like precision. Like 0.1 would be my precision, right? Because I can't eyeball a perfect circle with the string and like with my eyeball, right? And measure it. And not to mention, probably not even measure diameter accurately either, right?
Well, that's fine. That's in reality. Like, I know what you're talking about. I've actually demonstrated that to people. Like you like the guys I work with, they dip. So you take a dip can and you draw you would draw a circle around it, and then you take from a diameter of that and you do it 3 times, and then you mark on the can where you start, and you could roll it. So you're gonna roll that can 3 times along 3 diameters of that same circle, and then there's that little bit, that one.
Mm-hmm.
My question was like, it's a ratio. That's just the ratio of you can roll that can 3 times and then a bit. That one, that extra little 0.1. Okay, how do they get 0.1415992?
Yeah,
mathematically.
Yeah. So I don't know if you followed the example. So that beer can. Okay, let's just use that beer can or whatever can.
Okay.
You roll that, right? You roll that, and they measure. You put a tick mark. Say you put a tick mark on that.
Yeah.
Right. And so you track where that is, and then you have that length, right? That's rolling the floor. Don't think about 3.1 at the moment. It's actually just think of the.
What's the ratio? Because you roll the can 3 times, and there's that bit.
No, that's the circumference.
You put a tick mark on the can as a demonstration, right?
Are you? I don't know where you're getting that tick. So
you said tick mark on the can.
Yeah. The tick mark. That will be your circumference. I'm betting. Are you actually on Wikipedia right now? Are you looking at the Wikipedia article, and are you seeing this thing rolling?
No. I've actually done
okay.
it,
Okay.
myself.
That is a unit. That you're probably looking at what's probably a unit circle. I just looked up because I'm seeing where you're getting this. When you're rolling the beer can and you're marking where that tick mark where it starts and where it ends, that is the circumference of that beer can. Circumference is the perimeter of the circle.
Yeah, but if you set the beer can up right, you can get the diameter.
Yes. So those are the two values that you need. You need to get the circumference of the can.
That's what I'm saying, the ratio.
You measure the diameter. Right. Yeah. So that circumference divided by the diameter, which these two quantities could be measured, right, directly, that ratio is pi. That ratio is pi, yeah. So, you got that?
Yeah, no, I got that. Like, I know I can stand a beer can upright, mark the diameter on either side, and I could move the beer can 3 times.
No, okay. Don't think about... No. Just think about when you're rolling the beer can. Don't think about the 3 times. Just think that you're getting the circumference. Right? No. Just think that you're getting the circumference, because you're asking how did they measure this, right? It's not the 3 times. It's that rolling the beer can on the ground with that tick mark is to get the circumference, to get the length of the beer can, the circular, Basically, think that you're taking the beer can and you're laying it flat. Like you've cut it on one side and you're just like making it flat. Like you're rolling it out.
You'd wrap a string around it.
Yeah. Exactly. You could wrap a string around it. Exactly. And then you measure that string. That's the circumference. You divide that by the diameter that you measure of the beer can, and then you get pi. So don't get confused, because I'm thinking maybe you're looking at this Wikipedia article and you're seeing it roll. And you're thinking it's rolling 3.1 times. No. That's actually it's actually rolling once.
You'd have to physically measure. You're saying you have to physically measure the circumference.
Yes.
And physically measure the diameter to get
exactly
to divide one from the other to get pi.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's not rolling 3 point, and it's not rolling 3.1. It's actually rolling once, but it's rolling once and it's covering its circumference. Yeah.
But you're saying, oh yeah, I get it. Like that's just another way to explain it. You'd physically measure the physically measure the circumference, like you're saying with the string, and then you'd physically measure the diameter, and then you divide.
Yep. And that's why it was only approximation back in the days, because it depended on the accuracy of your measurement, right? So if you didn't measure the diameter right, or if the circumference wasn't exact, like the string, right, it kind of has moisture, it could stretch a little bit, right? So they only had approximations back then.
I get what you're saying. That's great.
Mhm.
I'm totally following. My thing was like, how are they saying that? Like, where is the extra math that comes along to get the extra decimals? Or
that's a good
decimals,
question.
but like the extra numbers past the decimal.
Good question. I'm not completely sure. I've actually piqued my own interest because I'm ignorant
that's
of
cool.
that.
No, me too. I was hoping, like, you've done better than most people I've ever asked. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on the same kind of search myself. Like, I get everything you're saying. It was just like, for me, I want to wrap my head around why do the past the decimal numbers, why does that keep going and it never repeats the pattern? Like, that's what I can't wrap my head around.
Yeah, there are just some numbers in math that are that way. Like prime numbers, perfect numbers, all these things. So it's more of mathematical oddity. It's like the square root of 2. Like that's another irrational number. And there are ways to approximate that with like numerical methods, like in calculus.
Diameter, or that'd just be like the diagonal, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry though. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like the hypotenuse of a 1 by 1 right triangle, you would have the square root of 2, right? So that's the interesting property about irrational numbers, is that even though they're defined,
well, it'd be 2 by 2, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be
like if you got side 2 and a side 2, you're trying to find the square root, and be the diagonal be 1.45 something or other.
It would be 1 squared plus 1 squared equals c squared, right? And so a squared plus b squared equals c squared, Pythagorean theorem. So square root of 2, it would be square root of 2. Like, you have a diagonal, and you could measure that diagonal. It would be around the square root of 2, which is 1.4 or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But it continues on forever. So you could get infinitely precise, right? Like, that's what an asymptote is. You're getting closer and closer to a value, but you never get to it technically. Theoretically.
What I've seen asymptotes is like where they say that that's like parallel lines.
No, not precisely. So like okay, here's a good one. 1 divided by x, right? As x approaches, so as x increases, what happens to your number? It gets smaller, right? It gets closer and closer and closer to 0, right? Like 1/2, and then you have 1/4, and you have 1/6, and you have 1/100th, or you have 1/10,000th, you have 1 over a million, right? It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But it could continue doing that.
So
right?
you wouldn't agree with the statement that parallel, like asymptote, would be defined as parallel lines touching at infinity?
I'm not sure. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm not sure that parallel has anything to do with it, because in math, parallel.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct.
The only thing that I'd ever seen about asymptotes was like they were claiming that it's like parallel lines that meet at infinity.
Parallel lines that meet. I guess you could say, I don't know. It might be semantical, but the concept is that 1 divided by x, as x approaches infinity, the value is 0, and that's that you're bringing in what's called the limit, which is what Newton's calculus is based off of. You have this idea of limits, and
I mean, yeah, you gotta have limits. I mean, like infinity.
Well, Well, limits in terms of calculus. So limits not in like a limitation, but this is like what the basis of calculus is. It's this idea of a limit. Like as you take a value to say 0 or to infinity, that you'll get this like exact number. And that's that from Newton, I think led to, I don't know how it led to more digits of pi, but that somehow did. Yeah.
To check that out.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious. I wasn't trying to like get you in a gotcha or anything. I'm
Oh no, I
I'm
know,
just curious myself.
No, I know. It was an interesting inquiry into math.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I think what you were saying about the parallel lines, when you take out something like what Felix was saying about 1 over x or whatever, if you take that out super far and you zoom out, right, from your perspective looking at the chart or whatever, these lines almost appear like they're parallel. They're not really, but from a certain vantage point, they would look so. So colloquially, it's probably, that term is probably used to describe them because of such.
I mean,
But
okay,
there's
that's fine,
nuance,
but
right?
like for me, that's kind of like that's kind of toying with like relative
Yeah,
terms and that type of thing.
I agree. It should be more nuanced with that.
Yeah.
But when you're teaching this concept to like whatever grade 8, grade 9 students or something like that, you know, that paints a decent picture to start with.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
Unless there's something else that I don't know, but I think that's probably closer to it than not.
I still think like the best way to go when you're teaching somebody is like the logic and like the, law of identity, law of excluded middle. Like those things seem to be more important as far as fundamentals instead of saying, hey, it's close enough. I mean,
Yeah. I think it depends on who you're teaching, right?
Yeah.
Where they're at, I should say.
Right on.
Hey, Buster.
Hello.
Are you do you believe in the flat Earth stuff?
All right. Look, I'm gonna lay this out. I hang out over at Bev's server, all that stuff. Like I did the music for him or whatever. But like before I ever even met those guys, I never wanted to like latch on and like wave a flag. Like, I can remember coming into this whole topic, and yeah, like the videos that you come across when you first come in, all that stuff, like they're helpful in a way. Me personally, I never wanted to attach myself to like certain like monikers or waving a flag. So I try not to. That's been my thing, like from the get go, even before, I started hanging around, on the level server. That's me. That's my stick. That's where I'm at,
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I was in here yesterday and I was getting like yelled and cursed at because I was asking flat Earth question or the flat earther people questions.
It's just me. Like I came into it years ago, and I heard a guy say it was like, "Hey, once you," and it wasn't even about. This wasn't even about like necessarily flat Earth. It was about like, just anybody that's in a topic. It's like once you attach yourself to that topic, and you say, "Hey, I'm this," you have to take on. Pretty much, you have to take on whatever anybody else that's waving that flag also, because like you or anybody else that's in here has heard. It's like, hey, what do you think about what this person's saying? It's like, well, I don't know what that person's saying. Well, you're saying you're Sasquatch guy. This Sasquatch guy over here is saying he like thinks this. It's like, well, I don't know. So it's like I always coming into this arena, it was like I just don't want to wave a flag or put that foam finger on my hand, cheering for a side. That's been me personally. That's
probably wise of you, not to stick your flag in any old hill out there, to decide to die on that hill, if you don't have all the information to back it up.
I think what's good is like when you stick your flag in a hill that's like logical. When you can say
That's
it's either
true.
this or that, when it's logical, like
What if you're like
that's what you
agnostic
could
on
stick your
something?
flag in.
Like if you don't know if you're right or
Well,
wrong.
that would be called epahe. Like you're just like saying, I just don't know.
That's
And
where the
I don't.
strength of saying I don't know comes in. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Like if
just
you can't
don't
say I
know.
don't know, then you got another problem. There's an ego involved, and the ego is preventing you from answering honestly. Becomes very cut and dry.
Well, Brenda said my ego was driving me earlier, so I don't, whatever.
Oh man, I don't even get in discussions with that, man. I
No,
don't.
yeah, like Brenda came
But
around.
Mhm.
We've had multiple discussions with
Yeah.
whatever, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun. You come in here, you do your thing. Everybody does their thing.
That's true. And there's a mood for a day. One day there's going to be a different mood. Some days you may be more able to like have a conversation with Brenda, and some days maybe not. But whatever it is what it is. Like the earth out there that we see and perceive, that those people that are deceived, unfortunately, can't see what they can't see.
Well, yeah, you don't know what you don't know. That's the thing about knowing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like when you start defining terms, like that's what's important. Is like, what's the difference between believing and knowing? And for me, believing is just like taking on information that you can't base yourself on. Like you can't make as a foundation. It's
Yeah.
just a belief. Whereas
That's true.
knowing, you can go and prove something for yourself. That's knowing.
Kind of like a religious thing. People believe
Well,
it
see,
without like
okay,
empirical evidence.
Like besides the religion, it's like let's just take like working on a car motor. You could go read books about how a combustion engine works, and you can understand how a combustion engine works. But when you actually put your hands to that motor and you actually change the parts, fix it, and make it run, you have knowledge.
Right. That's where
of
truth
the-
comes in. So you may have knowledge of an engine, but when you actually build one yourself, then you have firsthand knowledge of that engine. So you could say about that engine, like
Well, I
as
would
best to the best of our abilities with the variables taken into account.
Well,
That
I would
we-
just say
we
that you
can know.
understand about the engine. That would be my terminology. I would say you can understand all of the ins and outs of how an engine works.
Right.
Like say engineering an engine, you
The
understand it.
aspects of it, right?
But
Yeah.
like when you actually build one and you put the pieces together, or you take parts out and replace them and make it work, then you have a working knowledge how that works. That to me, that's the difference between
Right.
understanding and knowledge. Or
And I
belief
think
and
I think the working statement is the key to that statement, the working part of it.
Yeah,
Like,
experience.
is it a working knowledge or not? Like, because we have, especially in this arena, we have a lot of theoretics being thrown around, theoreticals, and we can't validate any of it. So we have to throw out what we can't validate, keep what we can validate, and then make our decisions weighting those two options. Because with flat Earth, it truly is a true dichotomy of ideas. There almost is no better true dichotomy ever, is that the Earth is either flat or it's not, and you can test it yourselves. And I can't wait till more people go out and test it themselves, because it's right out there waiting for you to go test yourself. Prove all these flat earthers wrong. We'll shut down the server. You'll have an honorary day, maybe a parade somewhere or whatever. Like maybe, I'm sure you could whoop up some, whatever you want to call it, excitement about that. Go ahead. We've been waiting for that day for someone to come along and prove us wrong.
Maybe they will. Maybe they won't.
I really don't
know.
think so. I don't think so. I think it's too late now, because see, once they backed themselves into a corner, they painted themselves into too many corners now. And so now they're at refraction. Throw out the geometric horizon completely. Don't even pay attention to the geometric horizon at all. Just ignore it and run away from it but still holding on to a zealotry-like belief system, a religious belief, if you will, of this globe religion, which can't be proven, never been seen, and admittedly, everyone is saying on that side that it can't be seen and you can't measure it. So you just know only by inference. Trying to make what do they call that? Correlation where there's no correlation. I'll say it myself. Trademark Sunny 2024. You have to excuse me.
No, that's cool. I mean, I can't stay up a whole lot later, but
Yeah.
you know.
I'm just trying to stir up some conversation. Like,
No, I get it.
I'm not
I
a
don't
wake
want to
up.
get painted into a corner because I know how this shit works. Like,
Well, if you're a Glober, you might have trouble with me because I'm from Missouri, and that's a show me state. That should say a lot right there. That should say a lot, right?
I'll say this: me personally, my argument, which I would say is a logical argument. If you have an instrument set up properly, you know, like i.e., I'll define my terms: an instrument set up properly, i.e., the instrument being like, say, an auto level theodolite or total station that has like the crosshairs embedded in the, you know, whatever.
Okay, I'm
lens.
with you.
Yeah, so like if you have it set up properly, if you sight to a plumb line, it'll line up.
Well, that's the whole thing about the globe Earth that gets right to the key issue. Like the zeniths would have to be different angularly speaking. This would be measurable. If zeniths to anything, like if you have straight up and down plumb lines, like you said, plumb lines. So like if you have a zenith,
no, it was just
you don't like on Earth. On Earth we don't. Let me finish. On Earth you don't have zeniths that are angularly different. Meaning horizontal means horizontal. When you're at horizontal or sea level, if you pointed up all at the same time, people on every seashore pointed up, they would still be pointing all the same direction. There's no angular difference between their zeniths. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I get it. Like, well, I don't mean I get it. I don't really get it, but I'm just saying, like, for me, my argument was, you set the instrument up properly, you sight to a plumb line string because you've got a vertical and horizontal crosshair. You sight to a plumb line, and it'll line the vertical crosshair will line up with the plumb line string. Now, I would go even a step further. I've got mine set up. You walk up, Sonny, you got an instrument. Mm-hmm. You set it up adjacent to me, like let's say 90 degrees from that same plumb line. You could set your instrument up properly. Right. You could sight to that same plumb line, and the vertical crosshair will line up.
Yeah, as it should, right?
Right. Yep. That's it. You know, that for me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in reality, you don't have like these warbling plumb lines that are like literally zigzagging across the page of a piece of paper. You don't have plumb lines like that on Earth. We have the straight up and down. Like, get right down to the brass tacks. That's what there is. Straight up, straight down. The up is the same as everyone's up at the same time.
Yeah, that's false.
No, it's not false.
My up is different than your up. It's
different
from somebody else's.
It is not. No, it isn't. Then show us the measurement. Show us the measurement then, Brenda.
Yeah, it's reciprocal zenith angles.
Show us the measurement of that.
Yeah, it's reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, show us the actual data of measurement.
You can find it. You can find it all over.
No, we don't have to find it. We don't have to find it. You find it and you put it in.
I don't.
When was it measured?
Every single geodetic surveyor measures all the time.
Dude. Hello. Yeah, every single geodetic surveyor. Again, you're just repeating the claim. We don't have to find shit. It's your claim. You dig up whatever it is that supports it. You post it. We'll look at that.
It's
That's
really
how this
simple.
goes.
It's been posted. It's been posted. It's been brought up for years.
No,
All of
it
it.
hasn't been posted. You post it.
Yeah, it
we'll
has.
look at the specifics. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it has. It's
Yeah,
been
I would
posted
even
many
go so
times.
far- Okay, if
many
it has,
videos.
hold
Many
on,
videos,
guys.
many
If
times.
it has been posted, then you
Yeah.
post what's been posted, and
Yeah.
we'll go over it. Go
No,
ahead.
just look it up. Just type
No.
into Google.
Brenda,
receptacle
you say that
xenophae.
again. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute you, dude, because I've told you now 3 times or so. Post what you're talking about. Don't tell me it's out there. Don't tell me we've seen it. Don't tell me to just go look for it. Whatever the fuck it is specifically you are referring to, put it in the chat. We'll take a look at what the fuck it is, okay?
Thanks.
Idiot.
Thank you for that,
I would
Heretic.
even go so far as to say all you'd have to do is ask them to explain what's going on. And if Brenda was to post anything, ask them to explain what's going on. I've yet to get a valid, like, because I've
Any
watched the
answer?
videos she's talking about.
Yes, you're right on. You're talking our language here. Like, thank you, Heretic, for stepping in right then.
Yeah,
Because-
don't worry. And sorry for overstepping you guys. I just wanted to get some clarity real quick with that idiot.
No, I appreciate it because sometimes you need that knife to just cut through the bullshit right to the core of the matter and like stop it because it's fallacious upon fallaciousness. Like,
Yeah, because she's just going to be obfuscating forever if you don't just cut to the core of it.
all right. So we just need the proof of the globe Earth, the actual measurement type. Like, we don't need anything else. We don't need to hear from Brenda chanting her religious.
All right, I got a
chants.
proof of the globe.
His.
Remember, guys, like in Spider-Man, the Avenger thingy with Iron Man and Spider-Man, they're in space.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me get the context here because now you're talking about a Spider-Man something or other. Okay, so go ahead. What was that again? What about Spider-Man?
Bryce Ray is a troll. Do not ever engage or attempt to engage.
No, look, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this a long time.
He's gone.
Yeah, see, it's that simple. So they don't want to mess with the samurai. They stay away from me. Believe me, it's been an amazing journey because they know I'll cut right to the core of the matter. But like we all learn our style. And it's taken me a little while. Appreciate the moderation. Like, this is a good chat here.
I got laryngitis, so I'm depending on you guys to speak instead of me.
Yeah, it's all right. I will. And if I didn't get sidetracked so much, I would like still continue on with the last train of thought. We were talking about plumb lines being at the same plumb, like that's the same plumb. That's where Brenda jumped in, thought she had to interrupt the conversation right there. At plumb lines meaning at sea level, you point up, that's your zenith. All the zeniths are the same angle to each other. There's no antipodal plumb lines. Upside down in Australia plumb lines. No thanks. Like, where's the video? Where's the live stream? Where's the live stream of antipodal people?
Sonny, keep in mind.
It's the
Keep in
reciprocal.
mind.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Sonny, keep in mind, keys have PPs.
Yes. Like, I know this much shit. I might
He's
have been
got
well
PPs.
deceived. I might have been well deceived in life, but freaking, I know that shit.
But that's a sidebar. Let's not go too far into it.
Let's not go. Yeah,
We don't
definitely
want
not.
to derail into half an hour of that because that will lead to
we
bad
don't need that here, right? I agree. We don't need that here.
Well, it just provides them ammo to use against us if we go too far into it. So it's like, might as well just stay razor focused on our task of exposing the globe.
I can stick with Earth. Like, I can stick razor sharp to Earth, the surface of Earth. Like, and we have the knowledge well enough, but it doesn't take too much. And it's like we don't have to try to bolster that with our own ego. Like, we just have reality to back us up. So I'm fine with that, man. Some people aren't fine with that. That's the problem. That's why we're getting all this resistance. Because some people don't agree with reality itself. And that's all we're talking about is reality itself. When you go outside, check and see if there's a drop over distance over water of any kind of configuration. See if the water isn't horizontal on the top, or if you can see further than what the geometric horizon is supposed to be, because that's a hard stop. You're not going to tell me that you can project the horizon as far as you need to at any time with your 706R and project it further than what is visually. We see further than what the geometric restrictions would call for. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, the pure geometry of it. Yeah, of course we see further than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to bring in light and optics. All this funky shit's going on. It doesn't look like what it is, but it really is that. Trust me, bro.
I know.
How did you determine that to begin with? Reciprocal Zeniths, who posted that? We posted it 1 million times, so it should be easy to post again, right? Well, we already posted 1 million times, and on we go.
Exactly. And we're seeing what we're seeing. Like I will stick to that hard and fast as a rule, no matter what. Like if the ship's sinking, like we know what we're seeing is what we're seeing. Our lives depend on it. When you're out at sea, your life depends upon it. So, but the Globers can't show me, the anti-flat earthers can't show me anything that contradicts what we're actually doing. Like, let's say any kind of navigation over the seas, like you can't do without right triangles in performing those operations, those changes in your direction that you have to take based on known landscape. Let's say you're along the coast. You have known landmarks. You triangulate yourself along those landmarks, and you triangulate yourself onto the flat chart, and you know almost exactly where you are according to the coast. That's how you avoid running into the rocks. If you're using some triangle that I've never heard of being used at sea, let me know. It's the same with celestial navigation. You don't have any curved adjacent angles to the zenith. Your zenith and the GP
aren't the zeniths parallel in celestial navigation?
Say it again.
Aren't the zeniths parallel in celestial navigation?
Yes, they have to be.
Oh, so now they don't diverge?
No, that's only a globe Earth, right? They're saying they diverge.
That's funny.
No, they have to be right triangles, because if not, then you can't have circles of equal elevation to triangulate your position with the cross-sectioning of those circular functions on a flat chart.
I mean, if the zeniths are parallel, where you get your co-altitude and do all that, doesn't that just end the story right there?
It should. It should. Because it really should. Because as much as I know about navigation, I could go out there tonight if I had a boat. And I could perform.
I'm no navigator. So.
Yeah, right on.
I mean, I don't delve into those waters too much myself because I'm not a navigator personally. But I mean, just that simple fact alone, it seems pretty much 1 + 1 kind of level logic, you know?
It is. And like there are minor variations that you do, but all I know is we had to throw more and more out the window as we went further south. That's my recollections from a 21-year-old's perspective, who is now a 65-year-old looking back on that 21-year-old perspective.
You're just a 65-year-old 21-year-old.
Man, really, I really am. That's it.
Really? Yep.
That's it.
You sound 65, man. Good for you. You've done well.
Yeah. Well, I've been through life's boot camp, and I've been through a real boot camp, been through military boot camp. The boot camp of hard knocks. So I learned a lot about like what the true nature of my condition is, as well as the true nature of the condition outside of myself, which is giving me a great advantage, actually, at my age, to where I can actually like move along in my world and I see a flat stationary plane that I can rely on. It causes less worry. Like I don't have to worry about it. I know that's a fact. I wake up to that fact and that's all I'll say. I'll be quiet because I can ramble.
That's okay. We got no one else in to talk anyway.
That's cool. I don't mind talking.
Well, I mean, did I just call the rest of the panel no one else? Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, no, really. I would like to hear from the rest of the panel.
Don't get me started, guy.
Okay. Yeah, I know, man. You got a long story too, because you know what? There's some of us who are ancient spirits that we kind of, oh man, I don't even know how to talk about this kind of thing in real life. Like kindred spirits, like meeting on the same plane.
Don't do drugs. Ah.
Oh, that ain't it, man.
Don't do drugs. Hey, that's my message to the panel. Hey, everybody,
Man,
don't do
drugs don't
drugs.
always come in direct chemical form either. It can be different things like globes, women, whatever.
They can be dangerous. You know what? I could put up a case that would say that the globe delusion, as I present it, the delusion of the globe is more dangerous than alcoholism with all of its repercussions, secondary casualties. How's that?
Well, I would second that. I mean, I'm aware of the term used. I forget where, but the term goes the internal pharmacy, right? It kind of refers to the kind of sort of chemical concoction that our bodies create under certain emotional states, right? And that is something that you can get addicted to. You know, when people say, "Oh, you get addicted to," people might have addiction to behaviors, right? Well, in a way, they're addicted to who they feel they are in certain states, right? So if they think they're super smart, for example, because they know all this stuff, and they cling to that, they go to school and they're super smart. Well, they're more. It's more like they're addicted to who they think they are based on how they feel about themselves.
And
you know what I mean?
Go ahead.
A dopamine fix through it, right?
There you go. That's another one, right? All the smartphones and online content and shit like that. Right? Same sort of deal. This all precedes though the internet age, right? Because we're all human, right? We all got our own internal states, our own internal pharmacies, right? And this is just adding insult to injury in a way.
Yeah, all kinds of addictions out there that you won't necessarily identify as addictions. So watch out.
What build are you playing on Path of Exile?
Pardon?
Okay, that's not your voice, dude. I won't talk to you till you drop it.
Well, I'm talking to the man streaming Path of Exile.
All right, next fake accent gets you muted.
What is that accent anyway? Like that's what.
It's not.
Anyway,
I've talked.
Never mind.
It's a fake one. I've talked.
Maybe he's a Muslim. Oh, you've talked to him before?
Well,
trying to find out what build he is doing.
Yeah, I know you're trying to find my build. Fuck you, he said. I guess you're not gonna find out my build.
Good catch, man. I don't speak 3 languages, so like that's right on, man.
He's had a few conversations with us. I mean, he started out kind of rough, like kind of going against us. Then he had another one where he's like, "Okay, I'm willing to listen to you guys," and now he's kind of reached that point where he's like, "I'm gonna troll them."
Yeah, well, you get those, and that's the strange thing to think about is where did that come about to where people want to fight at to that level where all we're saying is the same thing we've been saying. What I've been saying all night is go out and look at the water yourself, see if it's level or not. Like it's really easy. Is it drop over distance or is it not drop over distance? I'm satisfied with that, man. Like I could go on the rest of my days and be okay with myself and the world around me, just knowing that fact. but there's a whole lot that's wrapped up in that little mess. So where we actually are, like most people aren't willing to face it where they actually are. It's almost like the I can't remember the actor, but I digress. Like, you can't handle the truth. You know who I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, you can't handle Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. Like, so I'm okay with people not being able to handle the truth. Like, that doesn't mean I need to squelch myself. That's all radio.
Yeah, you don't. And you don't need to force people to drink from the chalice.
No.
True. Wait till he's finished.
No,
You don't have to rub it in people's faces. They don't want it? All right. You leave it alone then. You don't want that heap of gold right there in front of you? Okay, just leave it. I'll take it.
Yeah, man. I like the slower days, like when things were slower in life and you didn't have so many complex issues to deal with. But I'm still okay with the more simple life, the more down to earth, let's get down to a level, because that's something that we all can understand, hopefully. And, we are finding out who the ones are that can't handle such things as level, being no part higher or lower than the next, or the horizon being actually horizontal as the way it actually is. There's some of those that can be helped and some can't. Trying to speak as kind of an elder of the group, because I actually am an elder in life. And I'm trying to forge my way into a new future, if you will, because what I figured out is if I can change my perception of what the present is, then I can change my future.
Sonny, what do you want to change it to, my guy? You're almost dead.
Oh, no, man. Listen, I am fully alive, bro. Fully alive.
Aren't you like 70, bro? 30 years ain't shit. And that's like the most, man. Like, you expect to live past 100?
120, yeah. I promised that in the big book. Yeah, man. It says we're allowed 120 years. Like, I'm willing to go forward with the full days of my life, the full 120 days. Years.
120 years.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I said,
but I don't know about that, bro.
That's the trip. I said days. Like the years are days. To me, the years are almost like days to you. Can you imagine?
Sonny, what are you smoking, Sonny, man?
No, look, listen. I've always been like that. I've always been like this.
Can I have some? Can I have some, man? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna roll a joint so I can be as high as you right now.
No, it's just the regular. No, I'm drinking because I'm in pain. I fractured my wrist. So yeah.
So are you drinking alcohol?
Yeah, for pain relief only.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Alcohol doesn't pain relief.
Yeah, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it is in moderation.
It inflames your immune system, goes out of whack. You become swollen. It's not good for your healing. It's not good.
And so,
it's
how
really
much
bad.
has to do with how much of that what you just said has to do with your perception of reality? So listen, I've been alive a long time, long enough to know how I can change my perception of reality enough so that I can still move on without being in excruciating pain. Listen, so I'm telling you as an elder of someone who knows a lot about physical pain. Like
I know enough about physical pain, bro. It's you don't have to fucking be 120 to know about pain.
I'm sure you do. That's what
Jesus Christ. No, but you're like, Sonny, you're making up some bullshit again, man.
No, I'm not. Okay,
man.
what part was bullshit?
I fractured my wrist, so now I have to drink. That's like the worst excuse for drinking, bro.
No, I have a strain that I don't like have enough. Like I know when I'm in enough pain that I need some kind of diversion.
Yeah, I see. I see. That's I just find excuses. That's like so weak, man. That's weak.
No, it's not weak.
That's very weak.
Because I'm talking about changing my own perceptions.
Yeah, you're like a Glober now, like fucking do the ostrich dance, you know? You fucking put your head in the ground and be like, oh, I don't hear, I don't see, I don't fucking taste, feel, you know?
Lad, listen though.
Shit.
Listen, the alternative is I could be sitting in an emergency room thinking that they're going to help me from the pain, or I could just deal with it at home like I'm doing right now.
How about just not drink, man? You don't have to drink. I don't know what you're drinking.
I suppose.
You deal with the pain, or you can deal with the pain without the drinking. Just smoke some weed. Holy fuck! Like get some fucking weed, man. Shit.
Yeah, you're not my age, so you can talk about
Well,
it.
I mean, so what's the difference?
There's
You
a
still smoke
difference
weed.
between the number of decades that your body has been in this life. That's why. That's a real thing, man. I'm telling you, you might not see it right now.
Yeah, but that's why you should be drinking. That's what I'm saying. It's worse when you're old.
Listen, I've been alive long. I know. Okay, shit.
It's worse when you're older, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're old. You're too old for drinking. You should stop. Leave the drinking for the 20 and 30-year-olds, you know? Shit.
We love you, Sonny.
But I mean, like, Sonny, like, it's like, oh, I have a wrist pain, so I have to drink. Like, that's just weird to me. Like, that's weird as fuck.
This isn't just like any wrist pain. This is like on a 9.5 scale. So don't tell me whippersnapper what real pain is like.
I had some crazy sciatica. I couldn't move for 3 days, bro. I know what pain is. Trust me.
I know you. I know. That's why I thought we could get along on that level.
I just had a hernia surgery, bro. I know what pain is, bro.
I know. I've had surgery myself, internal surgery.
Hernia.
Yeah, I had my gallbladder taken out. That's a little bit worse than a hernia.
Well, I mean, maybe not. It's just.
Yeah, I had my gallbladder taken out last year. Okay, I was 64 years old, and 4 days out of the operation, I rode 30 miles on my bicycle, camped out on the cliffs, and rode back the next day.
See, that's what I'm saying. I had to stay home for 2 weeks, bro.
So like, there's a time to rest, and there's a time to like ride. That's the way I see it. So like right now, if it's time to rest for me, there's room for downtime. Like more and more, what I see in my life as I grow older is that I need to like allow for this downtime, Vlad. So you know what I'm talking about for recuperation, right? From your muscle damage, right?
Did you listen to me and invest in some Bitcoin or no?
No, but I could use your advice like right around now.
No, the advice is what I mean. It's too late now. The fucking boom started. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, but there's got to be options.
Bro.
There's still got to be options within that realm.
I'm not a financial advisor, man.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, neither am I. But fuck Bitcoin, man. It's super. It's very
Bitcoin's
slow.
the number one.
Yeah, number one market cap is dog shit, man. Doesn't transact.
And that's why BlackRock has the most Bitcoin now. See, that's the problem. See, there's a lot of naysayers. A lot of people don't understand anything. But now the biggest motherfucking economic fucking infrastructure just swallowed up a whole bunch of coins. And then all the people that didn't take any, well, they missed out. That's your problem.
I mean, if you want to follow the mainstream, go for it. I'm very well aware of the technicalities behind Bitcoin. I'm aware of the technicalities behind it and all that. I'm aware of the financial industry and its moves and all that shit. I wouldn't buy it. It's got no value.
Good.
You want to follow BlackRock? That's good on you, but you're going to get fucked.
BlackRock, JP Morgan.
BlackRock is following me. I held it before them. The fuck are you on about, man? I'm just the doubt that they see it. What it is, what it is. Now they're like
They're cutting everybody out. Hey, listen, you don't want to make money? Don't make money. Not my problem.
Well, that's the thing, dude. You probably hit me up at a time when I wasn't like even prepared to like fucking spend $10, like out of the hierarchy, like Maslow's pyramid, you know. So like I'm in a better situation now, and I'm actually developing resources, you know, of my own skills as a guitar builder, like to other options. But I'm willing to like put in some change if I can see a return on it, or at least see it holding.
If you want something to, I would argue if you want something to hold, buy metals, resources, real shit. The world's moving into a commodities-based world. Look at the East, you know, and in reality, if you think about it, it's these types of resources that actually create and allow for the infrastructure for these cryptocurrencies to exist in the first place. But without the metals, without the mining, without all that shit, and no metals, no crypto.
Bro, how much percentage of the gold is used in microchips or in the building of fucking boards? How much? Tell me the whole supply of the world. What's the percentage of the? How much?
I wouldn't know.
How much of the gold is?
Hold on.
Only 5%. Only 5%, bro. That gold is just stagnant and sitting in vaults, bro. The fuck out of here.
But wait a minute. What about silver and the other ones? The other,
but it's same shit. It's hard to move it. It has its value. I don't bash on the metals. I say diversify. Go whatever you want, man. Like don't be like, well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Why are you naysaying Bitcoin when you should have Bitcoin, gold, fucking land, et cetera, et cetera? You know what I mean? Shit.
I'm not.
Diversify. What do you think? BlackRock diversified.
I'm not naysaying that strategy. I'm speaking Bitcoin specifically. There's a lot of other cryptos, especially utility coins, that actually have use to them. For example, right? I'm open to that.
Bitcoin has a big use. It's a store of value, bro. That's like the massive one.
What value?
Value of the fucking energy it took to produce it, and the fact that it's capped.
So what can you do with it except for transactions?
Trading, exactly. That's the whole point of it. It's actually like that's why they call it digital gold. You hold it for value. It's like holding houses. You know how people fucking buy houses but they don't live in them? Yeah,
exactly.
Bitcoin's the same shit.
And that's what creates problems. The point, the real money has both its transactability value along with other utility which actually give rise to the
Bitcoin
interest.
Transacts, my guy. That's what I'm saying. So you can buy shit with Bitcoin.
I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is
we've done it. People do it.
I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is it doesn't serve the full purpose of what money should be and what money is. At least historically, there was always.
This is better than money. This is better than anything I could. Because you know what Bitcoin solved? Bitcoin solved the one problem. Hold on. Let me tell you because you're missing one big point.
I'm not done. No.
You don't understand Bitcoin. You have a problem, man.
I'm very astute to it. I'm not done. What I was saying is Bitcoin itself does not have all the intrinsic value, the intrinsic properties of what money is, right? Initially, money was something that had value, had utility outside of its transactability. That was so common that it turned into the medium of exchange, right? So when you look at Bitcoin has no other value except for its ability to be exchanged. So it's missing half of the purpose of it.
No, it's a store of value, so it holds value by holding it, and you can trade with it.
I'm not dismissing
transact with it.
I'm not dismissing that part of it.
What's the problem?
What I'm dismissing is it's missing half of what it should have in order to be used as real money.
What half is it missing? No, you don't want to use it as real money. That's why there's other crypto for that. That's why there's other crypto for that. The thing is, what you're not understanding is Bitcoin is the granddaddy of it all. You're not understanding that every time Bitcoin goes up, everything else follows Bitcoin.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Sure. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, if I have a piece of paper, right? And I have some numbers on it, apart from maybe
like your US dollar, like your US dollars.
I don't hold US dollars.
Well, I mean, Canadian currency doesn't matter. Like fiat, it's just a piece of paper with fucking numbers on it.
That's why I don't hold fiat.
Okay, there you go. That's smart. Don't ever hold fiat.
It's okay. It's a good stepping stone, but it's dog shit. Reality is reality. It's got its utility, and it's all this utility is embedded in real stuff, right? Real companies, real resources, et cetera, et cetera. Some cryptos have the utility component to them, which I value, right? But Bitcoin doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
That's why Bitcoin ETFs are there, right? And you can.
I mean, Bitcoin
purchase is going to be amazing.
The problem with ETFs, though, is they dilute the market. They leverage whatever is available, whatever 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1, whatever the and that
I love
actually okay, well, sure, okay, but it means things are more prone to big ups and big downs, right? But it doesn't.
Volatility makes money, man. That's the whole point. I don't want to be in gold. Gold, if you look at the gold chart, right? If you bought gold anywhere throughout that, you're only making a certain amount of percentage. But when you're going into like high volatility coins, like, well, Bitcoin's not even high volatility. That's low volatility now. It's pretty stabilized. It's on an uptrend.
Yeah.
Listen, it's on an uptrend and it's not going to stop until it's like at 150. From 150, a lot of people will sell out. But you know who's not going to sell? Is the people that print the fucking fiat. So BlackRock can print almost infinite amounts of this fiat shit. That's why it's not stopping. It's buying as much as it can. It's just they can't keep up with the demand. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And all this price right now, it's actually suppressed as fuck. When the real evaluation that comes in goes through, you're gonna see it's gonna fucking skyrocket even more.
I definitely can sympathize with that line of thinking, because there's a lot of things in this world that are, namely commodities, right? Especially some of them that actually trade, whatever 1 year's worth of production in 1 day or in 15 minutes because of all the leveraged ETFs, garbage and dog shit like that. So there's an artificial suppression in that front. So I definitely sympathize with that, and that's what I'm interested in, right? So I get that. I don't think Bitcoin has, but that's just me.
Bitcoin, I'm not using it as money, man. Like I'm saying, I'm using it as a store of value. And the best part is when it goes down. See, it's not going to go down to zero because, buddy, the system is built up so big that it cannot fail. Its market value is so huge now. It's like too big to fail, right? And now that the bigger players are coming in and actually acknowledging it as a store of value, now it's definitely not going to fail, right? There's no way. I mean, if it goes down, fucking thank God. But I don't see it going down, because if it does go down, I'll buy more. You know what I mean? Fuck. Shit. It's not going down. I'm at that point where I'm going to have to learn to start selling this shit, you know?
So what do you guys think the dome's made out of?
Bro, I think the dome is made out of your mother's ass, bro. I swear to God.
Didn't Elon Musk buy a shit ton of fucking Bitcoin or maybe it was some other coin, and then it inflated it, and then he dumped it and made a profit?
Yes. Fuck that guy. He does that to PayPal. He does. Fuck Elon Musk. He believes in space, bro. Fuck that cocksucker, bro. He's a propagandist.
Never mind that.
Space cocksucker.
He made a profit.
Yeah.
He made a profit.
Yeah.
That's
Fuck
what he does,
space.
bro.
Fuck spacers.
Fuck
So he is
spacers and Elon Muskers and all those guys. Fuck them all.
So you admit it. He subverted your shit. And
Nobody
made a profit.
subverted nothing. Nobody. But he bought Dogecoin, first of all. And I never touched Doge. Fuck Dogecoin. I knew that was shit. Anything Elon Musk touches, I fucking avoid completely. Look at his
He
Tesla stocks.
subverted
They're going to go to shit soon. You know, Tesla's going to go to shit really quick, especially when they find out that electric cars are just pure trash.
Obviously. He subverted it and he fucked it, though.
What, Dogecoin? Yeah, good. That's why he still fucking has it. And the only problem with Dogecoin is, well, no, there's a lot of problems with Dogecoin. But the biggest problem is you can keep fucking printing it infinitely. It's like another fiat. It's like, why the fuck would you even touch that? It's disgusting. It's like brother, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Why are you even looking at it?
How is
Shit,
supporting a
damn.
global currency fighting globalists exactly?
So what keeps BlackRock from subverting it and fucking it?
Yeah, well, until they get it's the 51% attack, right? So this is what BlackRock probably might want to do is try and get 51% of all the fucking Bitcoins, right? And that's when it can actually 51% attack it. But I don't know if it can get it because Michael Saylor or MicroStrategies has the most, or is it this other firm? But anyways, there's like you have to look into it, right? And you got to see who's holding the massive fucking wallets, right? And nobody has the 51%. Like you cannot get the 51%.
I was gonna ask a similar question. Let's say I have so many X tokens of whatever as a maximum, right? What's the difference between having a artificial cap, right? Because it's digital, it's just it's a computer thing, and having that maxed out. So I have 10 billion whatever maxed out, and then someone else goes out and opens up an ETF that has leveraged positions on that thing, and their paper of this thing, they have a cap of 10 million whatever. Does that or does that not effectively double the supply, and why or why not?
Well, you're saying so essentially one coin is there, right, and somebody uses that coin to create another coin and uses the other one as leverage, right? But uses the other coin.
I wasn't talking about a coin. I was talking about like an ETF, like a BlackRock ETF or whatever, which has a fixed supply.
Think of it as a coin, though. Like I think of these like stocks and coins are pretty much. That's what like this one. I think was Larry Fink, one of the most recent news things he said. He's like, it's all going to be tokenized. The future is tokenized, right? So think of it as tokens, right? So I'm trying to clarify. So like essentially using this one token to create another token, right? And using the created token to artificially inflate or double the first token value, kind of, sort of, right? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of hinting at that more clearly. If I have, let's say, Bitcoin specifically capped out at 21 million, and then you go out on the Nasdaq or on the probably not the TSX, but some other exchange, right? And the other company opens up an ETF pegged to Bitcoin, and they have their effective, cap or supply, of whatever, let's say 100 million or whatever. How does that not, or does it affect the quote unquote total supply and therefore have an effect on its market value?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not really understanding that question.
That's the problem. That's the problem with leverage.
Supply and demand, isn't it?
There you go. So you're
artificially creating something, right? That's the problem. You're creating something artificially with that, what you're doing.
Right. So my point being is this can be done. So
not with the Bitcoins, I don't think. I don't know, man. I don't know what you're saying here.
What do you think an ETF
at the moment, what the ETFs are buying at the moment are doubling what the miners can mine in a day. The ETFs, especially BlackRock, are buying like millions.
Futures.
I think it's 60.
You're talking about futures, right?
What do you think? That's the whole point. A futures contract is effectively creating a perception of supply of something that doesn't actually exist yet. Take, for example, in the mining world, right? You have futures contracts for copper, let's say, right? Let's say in copper, there's 1 billion ounces or copper every year mined. Well, on a daily basis, you have probably not trillions, but up in that number of number of pounds worth of contracts traded.
Why are you yapping so much?
Yeah, bro, shut the fuck up. Let him yap.
I'm giving him.
That's where you get the liquidity sweeps, when everyone's over leveraged.
That's it. I love those.
And then what happens is the spot price and the futures price. There's no more.
There's no more.
There. It's more divergence. It's a divergence, and then
there's no more coherency between what's perceived of reality and what actually reality is. So when I was just getting at the whole thing with crypto, because it's so ephemeral and elusive and everything, this type of mechanism has like a superpower, supercharged kind of thing to it, which makes it all that much more risky, right? I'm all for volatility, especially in natural markets. When it comes to crypto and everything, there's no tangibility to it. and all this funny stuff going on with the ETFs and shit kind of just throw a whole, throw a log into the spokes.
At the
there's
moment, the ETFs are more buying spot. But
Yeah.
the ETFs are more buying spot at the moment. They're going ballistic.
Yeah, and there's a natural argument to be made for why there's hedging and ETFs and all this stuff, right? For example, suppliers, they buy a shit ton of stuff that they expect to sell, so they'll go short on something or long on something to kind of balance out their portfolio and stuff like that in the medium term. But when you have investment banks and large entities that are loading up on all this stuff and doing all this crazy shit, it throws it throws things into higher volatility than normally otherwise would, right? Because of these mechanisms. So when you have these mechanisms attached to something like crypto, it's going to have a similar effect. But the worst part, things don't really have much of a basis in reality to begin with, so it makes it all that much more volatile. Anyway, rant over.
I hold Bitcoin, the actual coin, right? I don't gamble with the longs or shorts.
Yeah, but the price of it is subject to these things. That's the problem.
No, but they never existed. So the price of the Bitcoin, right, was still there, right, before the ETF was fucking made, right?
That's not the point. It has its how do you put it? The price action is contingent upon whatever surrounding markets are of it. That's all.
When people, like rich people, especially the billionaires, they're looking at the Bitcoin as a store of value. That's fantastic. You know what I mean? The more of them doing it, the better.
Look, man, I'm not saying don't ride it up, because it's probably going to go up at some point.
Definitely it's going to go up. It's an all-time high right now.
Well,
There's a small correction coming, guys. There's a little one coming, probably about 30%.
100,
and that'll be the time to buy in again.
Probably. What I'm interested in, what I'm interested in when it comes to markets are things that go up and stay up, because you don't have to worry about picking a high and selling it and all that shit, right? Versus things that go up and then come down to natural.
How are you making money, man? How are you making money if something's staying up and it's there and you bought it? And how are you making money on this?
I'm saying, of course, buy low, sell high, but things that have more natural correction to the upside due to certain fundamentals and shit like that, they tend to stay higher, right, for a longer period of time, so you can actually hold and actually store value in it, value that was once not perceived, but now it is because of natural phenomena.
How long have you been looking at these charts? Like you personally, how long have you looked at Bitcoin charts?
A while.
Like you kept looking.
I was aware of Bitcoin since it was a couple dollars, but I didn't buy because it's I missed out. I missed out on that.
I'm actually in the middle of a course right now that's teaching strategy and rules and on trading Bitcoin. It's very interesting.
I don't want to do that there. I'm not here for that. I was just pointing out, like, Bitcoin in and of itself is kind of a tulip mania thing because it has no underlying real value. That was my point.
It does, though. The amount of energy it took to produce the coin and the fact that there's a scarcity creates the value. Blind demand, so there's a limited amount of coins you can print, right? That's it. They're not duplicatable. You can't duplicate any of them. That's the one thing that Bitcoin solved is on the internet. The one problem everybody's having is everything's like copy pasted and you can duplicate pretty much anything easily due to the way the internet works, right?
Well, what can I do? What can I do with
Bitcoin can't be duplicated.
What can I do with a Bitcoin other than give it to somebody else for something real?
Well, that's the whole point of it, man. Okay, so imagine there's people that buy houses for Bitcoins. There's people that buy cars for Bitcoin. You're not looking at fucking going to a grocery store and buying shit for Bitcoin. No, you're looking at like fucking Shiba Inu or some other coin that the World Economic Forum is gonna prop up. Well, chances are it's gonna be Solana. I made a lot of money on Solana, but I'm just. What do you mean? What can you do with the coin? I'm telling you, you can do a lot with the coin.
What?
I just showed you can buy a house, you can buy a car. That's not that hard.
My point was, what can you do with the coin apart from give it to somebody else for something?
Yeah, but why would you want to do anything else with it?
That's the whole point. That's where it's real.
Okay, but what do you do with like, let's say, American dollars? What else do you do if you don't give it for an exchange? Like this, a medium of exchange. Like what's the problem here?
Well, that's why I give it up right away.
What does the Canadian dollar do for me?
Dog shit. That's why I don't hold it.
Right.
So why would I hold anything else that has the same function, i.e.,
Bitcoin is completely different from fiat. That's where the problem. The problem is fiat is printed infinitely. These cocksuckers from the government are just printing this bitch like wildfire. Right?
I get that.
Bitcoin is not, and not only it takes actual work, which it takes miners to do it. Right? These miners are not doing this for free. Right? So it takes electricity. So there's value that's already initially put into it. It automatically values created automatically from when the fucking thing is minted.
Right. So what can I do with that stored energy except give it to somebody else for something else?
But that's the only reason you would want it. It's either you're holding that stored energy for yourself to use it in the future, or you use it to buy something. And that's the whole point of it.
Right. So that's not why I invest personally.
No, buddy. If you're holding Bitcoin right now, right? It's like in the past, right? Before the dollars were there, people would buy shit with gold, right?
Yeah, but what can you do with gold apart from give it to somebody else for something?
You can do a lot with gold, bro.
Gold
is all of your electronics are made with like this pieces like fucking gold. Yeah. So
thank you very much. That was my answer. Thank you.
But that's only like 5% of the whole the world supply of gold, man. You know, I gotta understand the amount of gold in this world. There's a lot of it, and it's all fucking in cellars and just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, but in principle, that's what I was hinting at. That's why resources are paramount. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's why a piece of wood is better than fucking Bitcoin, right? Like, because a piece of wood I can set on fire and give you some heat, but a Bitcoin can't, right? We're living in a digital world. You got to understand this. And people are going to get really, really digitized to the point where, yeah, this is going to be so fucking everyday. Just like people buying like game things, right? People play games and then they spend real fiat money and they buy like in-game tokens. These in-game tokens are just fucking printed fucking money on a screen. And people still waste money on that. They're hard-earned cash. So that's like the work that the labor that they produced, got these fucking pieces of paper that the government fucking gives them, right? And then they went into and fucking spent it on a game. For tokens, digital tokens, right? Bitcoin's way better than all that shit. Also, Solana's great. I mean, but the reason why I like Solana is because it gives you money. But what's behind Solana, I'm not really impressed with them. I think it's another pump and dump. But I'm there for the pump. Hey boys, I'm there for the pump, boys. And
all right, so we got John here.
What up, John?
Why do you think we're living on a space ball? Tell us why, please, for the love of God. Why?
Go, John.
Hello.
What up?
Does somebody know why we're living on a space ball or why they even think that?
Because you're taught from a child.
You got it. Smart man.
Oh, you got it.
Hole in one.
Jesus.
All right.
What in the fuck is going on here, boys?
We're just shooting the breeze. We got 3D property printer FE. That's a pretty cool name.
It's the same thing with kids don't need to be learning about I mean, has anybody ever asked why a kindergartner or a preschooler needs to learn about dinosaurs? I mean, why? What's the point?
Yeah, because that shit's fake, you know?
Right.
Discredit the true story, most likely.
They know just like anybody else. They don't have to convince you. All they have to do is get to your children, and within 2 generations, they have them.
Think of the children.
That's the reason why you have all these transsexuals, hanging out in their schools. It's not because, kids are voting. It's because kids have open minds. It's the same. Like, there's no reason to teach children about dinosaurs or, I ask atheists all the time about evolution and stuff like this. If we have church and state, why are we taught pure materialism as science in class? Why? Why do we have to learn that?
So that you don't end up thinking that it's anything but a materialistic world. Your consciousness, your soul, whatever you want to call it, that's just an accident. It's a byproduct of these physical things that just developed for no reason.
Right. You have no purpose but to serve the state. You live, you eat, you die.
Your experience of reality is just a byproduct of inert matter just doing random shit for no fucking reason.
Right. And we're all taught it. It's just nobody ever questions why. Why is it taught? I mean, what does me learning about evolution have to do with anything in my life? How is evolution going to, as an adult, do anything for me in life? Or the globe or NASA or anything. I mean, how is it going to help me as an adult? I mean, it would be better off not teaching me that stuff and teaching me how to do taxes, teaching me how to manage money.
Yeah, it's a crazy world out there.
Have they actually started? Because I stopped looking at flat Earth stuff because I've just been busy with life, and it's getting harder and harder to find the videos. I used to go on this website called Goyam.tv, and they shut that down. So I kind of quit looking at alternative media almost, not altogether, but have they started introducing psyops into the flat Earth movement yet?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they have, and I'm sure that most of us don't even realize that that's what's going on.
I heard because I never
There's
got
so much debauchery in these conversations. You wouldn't even be able to put your finger, I bet, on the actual psyop.
I heard the Flat Earth Society itself was a psyop. Have you heard that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah. I mean, they just have this stupid fabricated story about the Earth being a disk in space. It's like replacing the globe with a disk. It's still space. It's still all that. None of us say that. It's just like a goofball model that's just propped up just to make the whole thing look like a joke. But I mean, I speculate that Flat Earth Society is probably more sophisticated than that. That's probably not where they stop. I mean, if you want to be really tinfoil hat about it, they probably have agents within these discords and stuff like that that are much more expert at like derailing the conversation, looking like they have some credibility and then just fucking everything up. But I'm just saying that as a guest room owner on this server, noticing that I'm always babysitting.
So you were watching Goyam.tv? Is that what it was?
Yeah. It got shut down because it was a place where National Socialists hung out. But it was one of the last few free places that you could post. They were National Socialists, but they allowed black supremacists, like the Hebrew Israelites, they allowed anybody to post on their site that they wanted. It was completely free speech.
Not surprising. So it's down now, right?
Yeah, it's been down for about a couple of years now.
Awesome.
But that's actually where I started learning about Flat Earth is because it's completely blacklisted on YouTube.
John,
And,
have you ever heard of Flat Earth Dave?
I have, yeah. He's actually on. He was on Goyam.tv.
Right. Okay. Well, he has his own site. Right. I'm not here necessarily promoting him. I'm not sure if I totally agree with everything, but in terms of having like a repository of content to kind of sift through, do your own research and everything, he's got some stuff. There's a lot of links and everything there, all that type of shit. He does have an app that it's really cheap to buy there. I'm not promoting it, but the stuff that is on that it's basically links. There's a lot of links to YouTube videos and stuff. So it's nice to have kind of compact there. I don't really use it anymore. I've kind of gone through it, but it is an easy kind of one-stop shop, if you will. He's got a lot of interviews on YouTube that you can actually search. A lot of the stuff you couldn't really find in any search results before. But yeah, I would recommend checking out his interviews.
I found him actually on. I went on Rumble recently, and I saw him on Rumble, so it's a little easier to find him there.
Right.
I just preferred Goyam TV because Goyam TV it reminded me a lot like the old YouTube, where everything was just there. Which I heard that it rebranded somewhere, but I don't know. I really haven't been looking too hard.
You know what Goyam means?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, basically,
Can we not digress too far into that? It's a Flat Earth channel, and
no, I
we're
understand.
on YouTube, and
Just
like
saying.
all of us here basically understand. I think for the most part, we're on the level, so to speak. So.
It was just a play on words, basically, or not a play on words, but basically saying like we're Goyam. This is a TV for Goyam, basically, like
Right. Yeah, of course.
But I miss it, man. It had all the good stuff. Now it did have one guy on there. I forgot what his name was. Handsome Truth. He kind of gave me spook vibes, to be honest.
Handsome Truth, yeah. I don't know. Didn't hear of him.
Well, who do y'all exactly think is the best Flat Earth representative, exactly?
It's too hard to pin it down to a single name. You have
Me.
things. Yeah, it's Vlad.
Well, I'm the fucking best, guy. I fucking give it to you right away. Straight to you. Flat, motherfucker, that is. It's it.
You mean like Vlad? I remember a Vlad TV. Is that you?
No.
Oh. I'm thinking about somebody else. I like Eric
I like
Dubay.
this guy, Heretic. He's really good.
I like Eric Dubay.
Yeah,
but
Heretic is good too.
Well, it's just that Eric, he ventures too far into zeitgeist type stuff that I'm not really into it.
Well, it's okay to not be like, narrowly focused on this one thing. It's just within these channels, it's good to keep it to that because that is the purpose of these channels. But I mean, it's important to have a broader worldview than I suppose just Flat Earth.
So yeah, I'll tell you a good book that I never finished it, but I need to. I got about halfway in. One of the best Flat Earth books that I bought. There's this guy. He's a Christian guy. He's a Calvinist, and I don't like Calvinists, but that's a different story. But he wrote a book called "The Greatest Lie Ever Told." It's probably one of the most easily understood Flat Earth books, and it's just got tons of information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the further I get in the conversation, the simpler it becomes. It's like, dudes, you're arguing with water. And your claim is that, yeah, water isn't what it actually appears to be. All right, fair enough. Okay, so how do you know what it actually is versus what it's seen to be? Then the conversation gets real stupid.
Are they having any, like I said, because I don't follow this stuff much anymore. I've just been too busy.
Okay, so allow me just to discard your opinion. So when I was looking at this stuff,
looking at what?
Yeah, go for it, man. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's just someone very rudely interrupted me.
No, I just said go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about this issue, I think we just have to remember, we need to look to sort of religious scripture and also, scientific methods. I think that's really important. I don't think you guys were acknowledging that.
All right, why? Why religious scripture?
Because I think that a lot of our presuppositions when it comes to the scientific method need some sort of normatively justified sort of foundational belief that allows us to use things like science. And I guess it's really hard to sort of justify things like logic and the scientific method without referring back to logic or the scientific method, because they're just they're true in virtue of what it gets us, right? And it's hard to sort of justify it without using how can you give me a reason for logic without engaging with reason? Do you know what I mean?
Fair. Okay.
Do you see what I mean? So there needs to be some sort of fundamental, I would call it faith.
There has to be some kind of logic for logic in the first place.
Well, no, there has to be some sort of faith-based.
Okay.
The attitude. Right. Think about it like this, right? The way we engage with another person is going to depend on our moods, and I think that's also that also applies to propositions. So whether God exists or whether the Earth is flat. I think how we interpret data is going to be kind of dependent on how what our attitudes and biases allow us to sort of conceive of.
So what you're getting at is what bias or what attitude is it that we need to start with to even start to make sense of this?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the Bible talks about flat Earth. It talks about in Psalms 19. It says that the sun circuits the Earth. It doesn't say the Earth circuits the sun.
I mean, it doesn't look like the Earth circuits the sun. Sounds like a bit of an inversion to me.
Okay, question. So,
all right,
you're coming at this. Sorry, fucking disc.
He's gone. Well, he swore at his Discord right before it left, so it probably was Discord's fault.
I think the guy's right in that it's been mainly the Marxists through the public school system that have been teaching dinosaurs, evolution, and round Earth at the same time. So Marxism in itself, atheistic Marxism, has been responsible for teaching the globe Earth. It was all the I'll speak about Christians. They were the ones.
It is a globe Earth.
We can
plainly see it. You can experience it and see it yourself plainly.
A globe Earth.
Yeah. Also, to the other person, the other person was bringing up that how do you found yourself in logic, right, without believing in logic effectively, right? But the same question applies to the Bible that you were asserting as
hey, I'm not
foundation.
I'm not a flat earther. I wouldn't sort of just assert conclusions of the Bible to be self-evidently true. I wouldn't agree with that.
I apologize. I was responding to what I thought was someone else saying I believe that we need something like the Bible to have a foundation to even to care
No, I do think we need
science,
something.
right?
We need something like religion, right? Which would be an adherence to a set of principles or rules.
I mean, we adhere to sets of principles and rules. They're largely referred to as like morals and ideologies, right? But they don't distinctly have to follow religion, right? The difference between in like a general ideology.
Well, I guess it just depends. It just depends in what sense of the word. It just depends on what sense of the word you're using religious, because, you know, the classical definition is a proper adherence to a set of, you know, rules or standards. And, you know, before that, it was just, you know, a strict adherence to a set of rules or standards. It didn't even have to be proper. So when we're saying, you know, you don't have to be religious in order to have this sort of, you know, in order to be logical and stuff, I would say you would, in this sense of religious, you would have to be. Like, you'd have to sort of adhere to things like the law of non-contradiction and stuff.
So the problem is like, religion's etymology seems to be surrounded by like a belief in obligation, right? Which is interesting because you could argue that applies to like a lot of ideology in general, but I think today it generally refers to a supreme like obligation, a supreme like a supremacy in like being, right? Or even to the extent of supernatural.
Yeah, I'm not saying that everyone's religious. Like, I would say that, like, there are, you know, like nihilists, there are anti-realists who sort of think it's, you don't have to adhere to any sort of principle. It's just, you know, what's more preferable. So I'm not saying that in virtue of having an ideology you're religious. I'm saying that there are ideologies where, you know, you do have these obligations, and those obligations are founded in, you know, some sort of moral law. So when you say there is a supreme obligation, I mean, that's all I'm taking that to mean, right? That you are compelled in virtue of, you know, the inherent virtue of vice to do an action or not to do an action.
Right.
You know. So that would be a form of religion, would it not?
Perhaps, but I don't think that's usually what people are talking to. So like, I think what you're saying is generally, you know, in good faith, but I think when people are having these discussions, I think they are specifically meaning like another context. I think it's important to keep in mind those contexts so that we can make formal points. And in the same vein, like, I'm an atheist, and I think one of the
Buddhists.
I'm sorry.
So are Buddhists, but they're still religious, right?
Makes sense. I'm not certain about that, but in atheism, I think a lot, like, obviously, you know, anyone that isn't particularly religious or believing in a god is technically considered like an atheist. But in atheism, like, one of the commonalities is just reducing it to, like, you are here and I'm talking to you, so I need to respect you in order to deal with you, right? Because, like, you know, if we look at like basic principles, right, in any society, right, or just even in this conversation, if
the problem is that a more radical atheist or anti-realist can say, look, the only way historically and evolutionarily you've got these principles is because you were born in a particular society in a particular time, and it's only because of that incidental fact that you have these principles. So when we have like a Viking who doesn't adhere to, like, you know, treating another person in a conversation with dignity, they, you know, if someone disagrees with a Viking's not going to have an issue with killing that person and taking all this stuff, right? So those principles, there needs to be something that makes those principles, you know, inherently more valuable than another one. Otherwise, it's just simply saying it's your preference.
The problem I have with this, though, right? Well, okay. The thing is, like, the basic principles that I'm describing in, like, in a lot of atheism, I don't think actually are that subjective, right? Some of them, yes, but like the principle, for example, that in order to communicate with you, right, I have to communicate in a way that you can understand and you want to listen to, right? If I don't, you're not going to listen to me, and then my communication is effectively worthless. So our society will break down if we don't have that respect on some level, right? Not respect in like the sense of, oh, do I actually respect you as like a person? In general, yes, I do, but like I'm not demanding that of everyone. The point is that like we recognize, right? If I don't speak to you like relatively in English, right? Or you don't speak to me in English, right? In terms that we largely agree upon, we can't understand each other, right?
I completely agree with that. It's just that
So the
I
principle
would say
here,
that that's better than if we didn't recognize that. Do you see what I mean? Like, just because we recognize it doesn't mean that we ought recognize it. But I think it's good that we recognize it because I think it is a good thing to do.
right? But I think realistically, right? Like without our communication, we will not be like we won't be able to survive as we do, right? The reason that so many of us, 8 billion humans on this planet, are surviving right now is because we communicate. It's because
True.
we have these tools, right? So you could argue that, like, yes, in terms of this society, in order for you even to survive in the first place, right? We have to be investing in these values, right? That's not to say that these values are the best values, right? I think very few people are going to be able to claim like, oh, these are simply the best values ever in any system, right? But my problem is that in the context of religion, right? I have not seen a religion suggest values that like that's not to say that none can, but I have not seen a religion suggest values that what's the term? Transcend, you know, the time of that religion, right? In the same vein that like Christianity is basically based on 2,000-year-old texts, right? That are frankly badly translated, right? Like
I
we
think
know they're
something
badly
like
translated. And
I would say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I mean that was the gist of it. It's like, so like a lot of people are like, oh well, you know, the people that wrote these books, they wrote it through their view of God, right? Like if that's what they're limited to, then is the religion actually bringing them anything, right? Like, sorry, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean because like you're saying, look, in order to survive, we've got to be able to communicate, and so communication is something that we should value. But the point is that there can be people out there who just do not. There could be a group, a society of people out there who do not value survival as a purpose to which other things are a means to an end, right? So
right, but they tend to die
there
out
needs.
and not exist anymore. So it's not usually a problem for everyone else. You know what I mean? Like
I don't know
an
about
example
that.
being, yeah. Well, here's an example. If you don't follow the rules in our society and you just decide I'm going to kill a person and take their money, right? Like our society largely arrests you or kills you, right?
But you're just
And
talking about our society is my point, right? Like you're sort of making this claim as if this is like an atheist claim. But even this sort of form of atheism is contingent on a historical, history of like Christian values. Like the secular sort of atheism that you have kind of comes from Christian values. Like a Nietzsche, right? He wouldn't value,
it
survival
exists within that
inherently.
context. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's specifically from, right? Like yes, it's influenced by. We all in like in the same way, like I'm an atheist and you might, I don't know what you are, but if you called yourself a Christian, like I'm influencing you right now just by talking to you, right? So like yes, we're all influencing each other, and I have grown up in a society that has
But to the
heavily
point
influenced by
where
Christianity, but
the thing is, though,
that
like
doesn't
the
mean like my views are
institutions,
from you, right? And some
but
of
the
them might be.
institutions, like the laws, the institutions, the language itself, like the etymology of like the word logos, logic, does have like Greek roots meaning like divine law, and Christian roots literally meaning like the word, like God. Like, so when we use terms like logic and stuff, like this is why Nietzsche said that a lot of atheists have killed God, but they're still living in a naive world because they've just replaced God with reason. But Nietzsche is a lot more cynical than that, and he would say, look, you're replacing God with reason, and you're not fully acknowledging that you're doing that. Because
Right, but
if you think that, you know, we've been conditioned in countries where like the laws are derived from like Christian morals, like they claim to be democracies or at least aristocracies, where these, you know, the population were Christian, whether they're Protestant or Catholic, they were still Christian, and the laws are going to reflect that, right?
Right, but that also still doesn't mean that like. So everything. This is naive, right? But like, if you say that like everything came from something in the context of our universe, right? Like, okay, if you're
I'm
looking
saying
at
no. I'm not saying it came. I'm saying it's contingent on.
No, what I'm saying is in the context of our universe and under our view that it follows these laws of, like, for example, thermodynamics, right? Things don't just come out of nowhere, assuming that our universe is a closed system. In that case, I found it. Damn. Okay. Sorry, I was looking for something for my partner, and I wasn't able to find it earlier. No, I found it. Thing is like right. So like, if I'm an atheist, sorry, if I'm a child growing up in the United States, right? Yes, I'm being heavily influenced by Christian values, right? And they may inform my atheism to some degree, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that like there's something to Christianity, right? Like, just because people believe in something doesn't mean that it's true, or that it even has like, or that any particular part of it is
No, but
true,
when you
right?
say when you said you don't know if any religions have brought any value, I'm saying that the sort of the
Yeah,
type of reasoning
I
that
apologize.
you're using
It's
is contingent on it, though.
Oh, and I apologize. I'm not insisting that religion has brought no value. Not at all. I'm sure it brings value for some people, and I'm sure it's brought value to most people or our society in the past in some way, right? But that's also hard to quantify and measure. And
Yeah, 100%.
and the other thing
Because
is
it's not. It might not even be a quantity. Like you can't quantify a quality.
right, but at the same time, like you wouldn't be able to quantify the quality of atheism either. Right, that's American.
No, of course not. I don't think you can quantify a quality.
Right. So, in the same vein, though, like, um, part of atheism to me is recognizing that like these people don't have something better to believe in, right? Like this is the best that they can come up with, and they think it works for them, right? And they think it makes sense, and if that's what they're comfortable with and it largely works for them, fine, right? Where I have a problem with it is where the belief systems involved in Christianity, in my view, sorry, not in my view, measurably harm other people, right? I do think there are other ways that religions often harm people, but a lot of that's conjecture, right? Um, and correlation is not necessarily causation. So like some of the stuff can be hard to prove. Right? But like I grew up in Texas, right? I can't speak for all religions, but I grew up in Christianity. I grew up in what people hold as Christian values, right? I believed in God, right? And without a single doubt, right? I can truly, surely state all of Christianity as based on, especially like, for example, the the James
James Bible.
the King James Bible. Thank you. All Christianity that is based on that is automatically bullshit. I can tell you that 100%. Why? Because I've read the King James Bible, and it is inconsistent. It is contradictive, right? It has different views of what God is, and they cannot all be correct. You could argue that they're different perceptions of God, sure, right? But if they're just perceptions of God, then it's not God's word, is it? Right? You get what I mean?
Can art contradict itself? Can like a story contradict itself? Would it change the message of the story if it contradicted itself?
Not if it's purporting to be like
I think
the
it would.
word of, not if it's purporting to be the word of God as truth to follow, right?
I think if a story contradicts itself, I think there's something more to it, right? If I have a story where a character goes into a room and he hears, your girlfriend's cheating on you, and then you talk to, the next guy, and he says that last guy's got a beef with your girlfriend, he's lying to you. That person has just negated what this other person said. But the story's more interesting now because you don't know what the fuck's going on, because there seems to be this complex web of social affairs that's going on that doesn't add up to you. You're not fully clued in on it. So I don't think that if there's a paradox in a story, I don't think that takes away from its validity or meaning, because I don't think it ever set out to be a series of propositions.
Right, but the problem is people that are talking about the Bible often argue that it is the word of God, right? Who is supposed to be a perfect being, right? And if even a perfect being cannot speak in a way that is clear, like here's the thing. I'm a software engineer. I write technical documentation. I can write better instructions than the Bible easily, right? Easily. Like,
do you know when the Bible was written?
I don't think that matters, right? Like,
I think it does, because if you want to say this book is the word of God, sure, but I was always of the understanding it's divinely inspired, in the sense that the people who spread these stories and the people who eventually notated them and wrote them down had some sort of experience that was kind of universal, and so anyone who heard the story instantly thought it to be memorable and emblematic of life itself.
So the problem, though, is that when you have do you know the concept of a meme in the context of evolution?
In memetics?
Yes, right. Like the idea is that ideas that are attractive to us, right, are more likely to survive. And so the idea here, like, every time you tell a story, your fish gets bigger, right? Every time that like some kid like copies a meme, right, they embellish upon the meme, right? The meme is effectively evolving, right? This applies to ideas as well. Anyway, what I'm saying is this applies also to these stories, right? People tell stories and they like stories and they embellish upon them and they create more and more stories based on that story, right? And eventually the one that everyone likes the most is the one that winds up getting retold and written down, right? But the thing is, like, even worse than that though, right?
Yeah, so hang on. But that doesn't exclude it being divinely inspired. And I agree, right? Like the translation that I read or you read in the King James Bible is not going to be the same as the Hebrew one. It's not going to be the same words. But I think the beauty of these stories is that they're polyphonic, right? They're not they don't have one meaning. They mean everything.
So part of the problem though is that like the words in the King James Bible are literally different from like the Jewish tomes or
The Hebrew
scripture,
text
the Hebrew
and the
texts,
Greek
yes.
ones. Yeah.
And those are still different from the sea scrolls, right? And like there is no, like there are key words, like even in the first sentence of the Bible, right? The first sentence in the Bible is mistranslated, right? In the Hebrew texts, right? The first sentence of the Bible, it doesn't say that like, how does it go exactly? It does not say that God created
In
the
the
heavens
beginning.
and the earth from, yeah, like it does not say in the beginning God created heaven and earth. It does not say that in the Hebrew text. The Hebrew text actually says, right? It like in the beginning implies that like in the beginning of the universe, right? In the beginning of everything in the context of the Bible. Like it's literally the start of the Bible, which people are like defining their belief upon.
Wait, so what is it that the Hebrew text said that it says?
So in the King James Bible, it basically says like in the beginning, God created like the heavens and the earth, right?
In
Suggesting
the
that like,
beginning,
right.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
In the Hebrew text, it simply says God started to create like these things, right? The difference between the difference is this, right? One is saying the context is the beginning of what? The universe, everything. And the other is the context is simply the heavens and the earth, right? Like
So is this the Torah that you're talking about?
I think it's the Hebrew text. Yes.
Is that the Torah?
I think so. Yes.
Torah.
So like,
Let's have a look.
right, but like that's a huge problem because when people are defining this as the start of the universe, right? Like God making everything, right? They're basically suggesting that everything had this beginning, right? When in actuality, in the Hebrew text, it literally says things already existed, then God started to create these, right? Like those are different meanings hugely, right? Like sure, they don't really change the idea of God creating like the earth and the heavens, right? But they do change the meaning of God creating everything, right? Like those are
Hang on.
entirely different meanings.
Hang on, please. Can you repeat the two distinct phrases, please? I missed half of it.
Basically in the King James Bible, the very first sentence of the Bible basically says, "In the beginning," suggesting in the beginning of everything, God created the heavens and the earth, right? In the Torah, I think it is, it actually says God started to create the heavens and the earth. Started to create the heavens and the earth, right?
What's the
Like
difference?
the difference is in the beginning referring to in the beginning of everything, God created everything, versus God started just to do this, right?
Yo,
Like,
What
there's a
is
difference
the
between
first? What is the first book of the Torah? What is the first book of the
there's a
Torah?
difference between saying the start of everything and this person started to
What's the first
build
book of the
earth,
Torah?
right?
Bereshit.
Which is Genesis, right?
Oh, come on, man. That should be
That's
an off the
Genesis.
dome type of answer.
So that no, he got it, Bereshit. So that's Genesis, and Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 is in the beginning of God's creation of the heaven and earth.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In the literal writing of the Hebrew text, right?
But it is the same, right? Like 2 verses later, he says, "And God said, let there be light, and there was light." Right?
No. In the actual Hebrew text, it literally says God started to do this, not in the start. God like made everything, right? Like the meaning
But
is
that's just
different.
playing semantics.
Sorry, semantics make a difference, right? Like
Sure, but if there's nothing to precede the other statement, it behooves one to believe that that is the first statement, and that the kind of the nuances in the phrasing, especially if you're going to be translating from one to the other, it's just gonna be rewritten in a minor way to adhere to, the vocabulary a little bit, right?
Sorry, this matters because it drastically changes the meaning of the words, right? Like the semantics matter when it says like I created all life, right? Versus sorry.
Hey, what
I just don't
religion
see.
did you
I
grow
just
up
don't
in?
see. I just don't see what. Just the simple different word. It's a different wording. I'll grant you that.
Right.
But what significance is that?
There's a difference between saying the universe already existed and then I created Earth, right? Versus like the heavens and Earth, right? And sorry, there's a difference between saying things already existed and then I created the heavens and Earth, right? There's a difference between saying that and I created the heavens, like in the beginning, I created the heavens and Earth as if I created everything, right? Like that meaning matters, right? Because like
So you're
one
saying
is
that there could be stuff outside of God and the heavens and the earth.
exactly, right? Like when the literal original text suggests that things exist outside of God, right? Or around God, or like there is already the universe, right? It's not saying that God created the universe.
No,
It's
I don't
only
believe that.
saying
I don't believe that.
it's
No,
only saying that God created the
no,
heavens
I
and the
think
earth,
it's
right?
this is a misinterpretation of the text. That's fine. You can interpret it however you want it. That's not how the text reads, though.
And
So
can I?
Hebrew
Can I?
text
that's
does read this
yeah,
way.
yeah. Hebrew, you're appealing to something that you have no
Yes,
context to bring forth. Because if there's a creation story about something being created, and all things were created by the creator, then you can't then therefore say something's outside of that because that's the unknown, and you don't know that. So you can't put forth the idea that that's true.
And can I add to that also? If one text implies God created everything, and the other one says or hints at the idea that there was something already, and then in God created.
It doesn't hint at that. It's just something that you can infer.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that's the inference, right? Well, then a step further from that would therefore kind of infer that there's, let's say, a creator, a God of the God. Let's say, just kind of steel man, right? Well, in that sense, if there's no way for us to actually number one verify it, two, logically kind of differentiate the two, well then you can go on ad infinitum and say, well then there was a God of the God of the God that we know or that we speak of.
That's a regression fallacy, though.
Exactly. Exactly. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. And then at that point we're just chasing our tails until we come to one God, right?
Well,
There's no point in it. What I'm getting at is that there's no point for Clueless to be nitpicking like this
one
or
second.
something like that.
Like this,
Go ahead.
these are the mental contortions that people do when they try to kind of outwit what the word's saying. It's pretty simplistic in the fact that whenever we read the text, it reads one specific way. So the interpretations that people put into them are just makings of man's mind.
I'm not putting interpretations into this. It literally says, "In the beginning of God's creation."
Well, wait a minute. What text are you reading? Like, what are you reading that from? What?
This is the Bereshit.
The what?
The Bereshit, or is it? I don't know how to pronounce it. Bereshit. Bereshit.
He's comparing the King
You
James.
talking about bear shit in the woods?
Right. So if you're saying that God created, well, the Creator made everything, then why are you saying there's something outside of what the Creator has made to make it sound like what you're doing? This is what all people, and I don't know what you're following, to be honest, man. You could be a believer. You don't have to be. It doesn't matter.
There is a difference between saying that you started a project versus in the beginning you started the project, right? Like,
what are you on about, dude? Like,
they're different meanings.
Hold on. Did the Creator create everything, or is there something outside of the Creator's creation that he did not create? Which one is
point?
No, I want you to tell me, what is your point? Are you saying to the room right now that something outside of the creator has not been made by the creator. Like there's things outside of the creator's capacity. In other words, what you're doing, and
That's what's implied. Yeah.
I know this tactic because I've debated many people
It's
on
not
the
a
outside. Hold on,
tactic.
dude.
It's a fucking fact.
All right, just gonna
That
wait.
you want to
Yeah,
reject
you're
it and
upset.
deny it doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, just wait, because I wasn't done talking, and you just interrupted me. I don't know why. Are you upset?
Rambling on and on until that I.
You sound upset.
Rambling on and on.
You sound upset.
That, like, I need to point out that you're basically
No, you don't need
in
to point
denial.
out what you're doing. You're in denial. No,
Hey,
hold on a second.
can you
Don't
tell
do
me
that.
what denomination you grew up in?
Hold on.
Maybe I think that'll help with where he's coming from. And what denomination,
dude,
did you
Yeah,
grow up in?
I know. That's the point that I was trying to get to right now. So,
Yeah,
are
fact
you
that there's
are you
like
of the
3,000 different denominations of Christianity also shows that like there is not agreed upon understanding.
dudes? Don't get him to like derail the point that I was making. That's not cool. Let me finish the point, and then you guys can jump in. I really want to take him on a specific point.
You just
yeah, just let me take the guy on a specific point. I wanted to find out, first of all, the background of this guy, whether or not he's someone who believes in the creator or not. And that's all I really wanted to know. I don't need like other interpretations of like denominations and all that. I don't need none of that.
Oh wait, Alpha.
Either he thinks there's a creator or not. And if he doesn't think there's a creator, he's trying to justify or diminish a creator.
No, he already said he's an atheist, but he grew up in Christianity. I was just asking what the denomination was before it keeps going.
I wasn't
curious.
In the break. I wasn't here for that. All right, I was not here for that. So maybe you heard that, but I didn't. That's
wait, Alpha.
Dudes, like, can I finish what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, what is
you're just
the
like repeating
urgency?
yourself.
Yeah, but what's the urgency, man? What is it?
You're repeating yourself, and it's boring.
I'm telling somebody else. I wasn't speaking to you.
No, I was just saying like you were repeating yourself.
It doesn't matter, bro. I wasn't speaking.
Well, you asked me why I had an urgency, and I told you why.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna finish saying what I was saying. I don't care.
Okay, go ahead.
I was repeating myself. I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
I was speaking into the break. See how this takes longer because you interrupt?
Oh no, you made it take longer.
No, you did. You keep interrupting.
No, you did.
There's a simple way to deal with this. All right. So basically, the gentleman who came in here was on about that he's thinking that there is no creator by diminishing the creator and saying that outside of the creator, there could be things that were already there, that he didn't create everything. This is more of an atheistic point of view, or somebody who doesn't believe that God is omnipotent, omniscient. So we are dealing with people that when we speak of the things in this earth, in the really is level, being created, they jump into this mindset where things are diminished by saying, like, you think you believe in a creator, that it speaks in your Bible that it says that he made everything, even flat earth or whatever, and that's just not the case. So they're trying to make a position, or they're trying to make a foundation for their position when there isn't one. So that's what, it's kind of an angle. It's more like a gimmick to me, actually. When you come into this room, and people in here already support the fact that the creator made all of the things in existence. So it's more of like they're trying to take a jab, not at flat earth directly, but indirectly, so they can make like a case for it. So that's what this guy was trying to do, actually. So I know this tactic. It's an old one. It's just another gimmick, really. All right, I'm done now. I'm going to unmute people. See how easy.
Alpha. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you have like a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Have you what? Say it again.
Yeah, do you have a sound argument that establishes
what?
Somebody muted them.
I didn't get to hear what he. Oh well, I didn't mute him though. He wanted a sound argument that establishes if the Earth is flat. I think that's what he said. Anyway.
It's Dujan Hider. He comes in here every time he's unbanned and asks the same question. And anything anyone says to him, he says, no, that's not an argument. And it just loops over and over.
We got this. It's kind of crazy though. They come in here talking about like biblical theology and try to give us this misinterpretation of what their take is on the word, and they're all over the place. They're misrepresenting the word first of all, because there's in no way does the context read that the way he was stating it. Well, outside of God, there's something else that could be created that he didn't make. That's what the text reads. I know it doesn't. In context, that the way it reads is that the heavens and the earth were created by the Creator. So they were made by him. So there's a you got to take the text for what it says, not for what you think it says. There's times where interpretation is necessary in context, but most of the context is already drawn out from the previous chapter. So you start to build up to what the information is that you're going to read from whatever line of the scriptures. It's not that hard. Scripture interprets scripture. So if you think there's a contradiction in one area, like I think Mick was bringing that up, if you think there's a contradiction, then you go to another place, and usually it solidifies the point. And like the same point gets like brought back into like many different parts of the canon. So you can actually interpret scripture with scripture. That gives you a better position to say, I know what I'm saying, because it's backed up in different areas. If that makes any sense. What's everybody doing? Vasily, man, what's up? How are you? I heard you in here earlier talking to Brenda. Listening to what?
Earlier and a couple of nights ago. Yeah, she's special.
Well, I think Brenda just tipped her hand today. Got really lewd and crude on the voice chat.
Yeah, she does that from time to time. Basically, what happens is she looks for a reason to flip out so that she could leave and then blame the other people.
Yeah, no, I was saying in the text, man. I'm like, she's on one today because I think maybe, I don't know. After taking so many L's, at some point, that frustration builds, and they want to come in here and like try to punch down on anybody that's in here. But really, all it is just aggression from, all that, being told how wrong you are, kind of stuff, like on Nathan's and whatnot.
Yeah, Nick, did you want to say something?
Yeah. I just tacitly threw in there L's and hormones.
Well, I mean, it's just like there's nothing you can do because that person's going to continue to come in here. But
yeah, I kid.
As long as they're not, I mean, they get foul language and they can get crude and lewd sometimes. But you do what you do, and then they're going to come back anyways. Over time, they'll reset.
Her big fumble was the toothpicks in an orange are verticals.
Yeah, well, she was saying something like, and he, I don't give a shit. She was saying that you can have a 90 degrees on a vertical on an orange or something. Like, and I was like, that's not true. You can't have a 90 degrees. There's no way. How are you going to get that on a curved surface? Can someone please tell me how that's possible? Getting a 90 degree on a curved surface? It's not.
The way they do it on a curved surface, just purely mathematically, is by drawing tangents. We've gone over this many, many times, and it's purely abstract. It's purely ephemeral.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, I think the question, Fusili was going back and forth about the way the orange, because she was saying, like, we have the vertical points off of like many points on the orange. Think of like a needles sticking out of the orange. But the problem is, if you're using an orange, that's a curved surface, right? Where's the 90 degrees on that? You're gonna draw tangents everywhere. That's not realistic.
It's not realistic, but that's how they do it. not really straightforward, right? So they establish, oh, okay, here's a straight line from the top down to the center,
Mhm.
right? There's your vertical, and then they draw the mysterious tangent point on the top.
But
that's all.
That's abstract as fuck, man. That's
It's
reality.
very abstract. It's very abstract, and when it comes down to a small scale thing, okay, you can define it and kind of quote unquote prove it with like little problem solving questions and measuring tools and shit like that. But and as valid as it is mathematically, it doesn't scale up, or rather, I should say, it should scale up and be easily verifiable that that's actually what we live on, but they don't.
Yeah, the horizontal plane of reference is usually what we use from the mean sea level, the vertical point at the mean sea level, to like let's say wherever you are on the Earth. So from mean sea level to your feet, there's a horizontal plane that will be drawn from mean sea level all the way. Like, so you're at a specific elevation, but the horizontal plane of reference would always be referenced in regards to mean sea level to your feet. So you know exactly how high you are off of mean sea level from the line that's being the imaginary line, I should say, is drawn from mean sea level to your feet. So you know how much elevation there would be. Like you'd say you're at 400, 500 feet above sea level or whatever, because from that mean sea level vertical point to your feet there will be a horizontal plane. So that horizontal plane is working over the Earth, as in that's the horizontal plane of reference. That's what we reference when we say we're gonna level something. Well, what's the baseline for leveling something? You can't just level something just to level it. It's got to have a baseline, a foundation. So the plane, the horizontal plane of reference is what we're going to be referencing when we say we're leveling things, and that's what you level to. So everything on this Earth that bubble levels and all that, they're referencing that horizontal plane. So that's how we know the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. So if it's flat and it's horizontal from mean sea level, then elevation is going to be the rate of change. That's going to be from mean sea level to where you are, and you could be under or over, whatever the case is. But there'll always be a horizontal plane of reference that everything gets measured by, and that's true. So the Globers don't have that. They'll have like different tangential points from every vertical that they have, and that's incorrect because there's no you can't reference that tangent. There's no way of saying like a guy 500 miles away from you is going to be in the same tangent. He's going to be at a different tangential point. So, and that's abstract, bro. That doesn't
by
happen.
the way,
Yeah,
I agree. By the way, Clueless is back, so if you want to pick up from where you were, go ahead. I would say go ahead. But I was just going to say the claim that I've heard so many times is that because we're such a small, or we're at a small scale on this large ball, the reference that people do make, the quote unquote horizontal reference that they do make, that it's not actually perfectly horizontal, but it's so non-curved enough that they can call it horizontal, and then from there there's like a small margin of error that it's insignificant.
Mick, I would say do not accept that. Don't accept that.
I don't.
If you're ever in an argument about that, do not accept that, because that's just what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it so insignificant that they could pass a globe off. And
I agree.
That's not the case for what they say the measured curvature stands to be. So
I agree. Yeah. All the rest aside about measured curvature and everything, it kind of falls on its face. I was just saying the problem that I think we arrive at is that because of this, there's like a crossing over of definitions, right? Either A is perfectly flat and stationary plane of horizontal is perfect, or it's not.
They'll say this, right? They'll say that it's locally flat. So what you have is like these mix of words, or they're trying to make it sound like they're agreeing with you, but at the same time they're not. Like it's a gimmick, man. All of it. Like they're trying to make it sound like, yeah, we can see a flat Earth, but we don't live on one, kind of thing. So anyway, before I leave, I'm just going to tell this gentleman here. who came in here, he's gonna sound like a Rhodes Scholar, but don't believe this guy. If he gets unmuted, do not trust what this guy is saying. He's not gonna lead you down a path of knowledge. He's just trying to obfuscate you into a misinformed idea of what the scriptures stand for. So, he's probably gonna get unmuted or whatever. But yeah, the scripture reads exactly what it says. God created the heavens and the earth, and there's no way around it. You can't bring your atheistic worldview and then usurp that over like what the word says, because you have no business. If you don't believe in God, then go watch Netflix and play Minecraft or something. Like, don't worry about the Bible. Get your mind out of that. Why are you so worried about God if you don't believe in him? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I gotta get going, gentlemen.
Later. Have a good night.
Around Mickey.
It matters because you have people like him going around claiming that the Earth is flat.
Hey, before you get started, I was just wondering, what was the denomination you were raised in?
I don't. I'm perfectly willing to answer. I just don't see how that matters.
But yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you say? I'm just curious.
I didn't say I wouldn't say it. I said
I'm
I don't think
just
it matters. Baptist,
yeah.
Methodist.
Okay, yeah. So they actually made you read the entire Bible, cover to front to back.
I skimmed sections of it, but
Yeah, there's like a section in Mark, or Matthew that's just a bunch of names, right? It's like 100 pages you can skip.
Yeah, there's section. There are parts like that. Like, I don't want to be dishonest, but otherwise, yeah, I read 99% of the Bible.
99? You just said that you
I don't
skimmed
know.
through it.
At least.
So you didn't skim through it? Or you did?
Well, I grew up going to church 3 or 4 times a week for 13 years, so I had a lot of.
But did you read the Bible?
Like I said, I read 99% of it ish, or more. I don't know.
A 99% skim. All right.
Ish or more.
I did not skim.
Oh, you didn't skim. Okay.
So, do you think that experience makes you proficient at theology?
I mean, not in general. I'm not familiar with theology in general, right? I am familiar with Christianity across the South, basically.
Well, just Baptist, Methodist.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any familiarity with Catholicism, for example, but none of that really matters in the context of this conversation, right? The Earth is definitely globular, right? It's not a perfect globe, but it is.
It has to be.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't have to be?
No.
How do we know? How do we know this? How do you know this?
Because
it
we
gets
can
dark
see.
outside.
Because we can see objects in orbit overhead.
Okay, so I understand that that's looking at other things. We're talking about the Earth. Mm-hmm. You're saying that the Earth is obviously a globular object because we see other things in orbit. That's not proving the thing that you stand on's a globe. That's looking at other things and saying they're globes.
Okay, so things are effectively following a circular path. It's not a perfectly circular path, right? Because the Earth is also not perfectly circular, right? But we can see things following a circular path around the Earth, right? And effectively, the physics only work out, right, if the Earth itself is also circular.
How do you mean it would only work if the Earth itself was circular? So, most things in the sky orbit around the sun, apart from the moon, which doesn't in your model.
The moon does orbit around the sun.
Well, yeah, but with the Earth. But the moon goes around the Earth. Everything else in the sky goes around the sun. I'm trying to figure out how this claim of yours is turned into first-hand knowledge. Because I observe things in the sky go round and round and look spherical, the Earth must and can only be a spherical object in motion. How do you prove this premise?
depends on what you mean by proof, right? Like
No,
logical
directly
deduction.
measure it. Directly measure it.
I'm sorry. Are your arms like greater than 6 feet across? Do you have arms that can literally wrap around the globe and feel it in your hand as a sphere? No. That's literally impossible for anyone. So your standard
We
for
can use
measurement
it.
is
Sorry,
effectively
sorry. I
impossible.
did actually like you up until you said that. That's why I jumped into the conversation. No, no one's asking you to wrap your arms around the globe. We have measuring devices, right? We can
Right.
use measuring devices to measure the Earth. Please don't
Right.
be an idiot, dude. I'm trying to enter this conversation in good faith. I'll
Okay.
change very quickly before your eyes if you turn into a cunt.
So when you are observing something orbiting the Earth in a circular path, that in effect is your measuring tool directly. Right. So like when you place a tape measure from wall to wall in a room to directly measure the length of a wall, right? You are using the tape measure to measure the room or the wall, right?
How?
If you are observing an object
Yes.
orbiting in a circular path around the Earth, the
Mm.
object itself is your tool of measure. It is your measuring tape, right?
Okay. So I'm still trying to get to the bit where we measure the surface of the Earth, not presuppose that the moon or other objects are already in orbit around us, already being a sphere. I want you to demonstrate it with first-hand knowledge, which would be a direct measurement of this premise.
Okay. So if the Earth were flat, right, would gravity be consistent on the
Sorry,
backside of the Earth?
gravity only works within your model. It's based on the premise of the spherical object of mass. The Earth is sitting in the fabric of space-time and bending and warping it. Things going up and down have got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth unless you presuppose a model to base your gravitational theory upon.
What is holding us on the Earth's
No,
surface?
this is a different question.
It's not a
Dude,
different
I'm asking.
question.
It's Dude, I've already lost my patience. One, don't make me do it again. I've asked you how you would prove the premise that the Earth is a spherical object in motion, not your presupposed idea that your model exists and the reason that things go up and down and round is because your model.
I'm asking you now, right? Like,
oh God, it's frustrating as fuck, isn't it?
You realize that if gravity also didn't pull back towards us, right?
When you got an experiment for this shit, dude.
When this object orbits behind us, right? If there is no gravity that, like, effectively reverses. Sorry, if there's no gravity that, from our perspective, reverses direction.
Dude, you're talking from within your story. I'm asking you to prove that the Earth is a ball in motion. Now you've gone on to gravity. My next question is, do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity now? Or are you just going to give me another story?
What? Okay.
Have you got a scientific experiment that proves this gravity, or are you just going to tell me another story?
Let's start from this perspective, right? We are standing on, to you, a flat Earth, right?
Another story.
It's not another story.
We
are standing to you. I'm literally explaining.
You know how all your shit starts with if? Yeah, it's in your imagination.
The flat Earth, like, the gravity that would have to exist.
Which one?
For a flat Earth.
Flat Earth you're imagining?
Yo,
let him finish his sentence, yo.
They don't want to hear it, dude. They're just denial.
Let him finish, yo. He's been rambling forever. How about you just shut up? And we'll finish what we're doing here.
I pointed this out to you earlier. Your gravitational idea works on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space. We're trying to prove that premise, the Earth being a ball in motion.
All right, then what's holding us down on the flat Earth?
Not, dude. You don't have the scientific experiment to prove this. You've just got an idea.
I do.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
explaining to you a model that functionally, logically, and mathematically works. Right? You're asserting that a different model makes sense.
Now.
And I'm asking
right now. You said we do. I want the experiment.
Outside. Go outside.
No. Okay. Do you know what an experiment is?
Yes.
Good. So going outside wouldn't be that good unless you're going to give me an observed phenomena.
You can observe phenomena outside.
Okay. What am I observing?
you would look up into the sky where I was describing a tool to measure our orbit. Sorry.
God's sake, I wanted a scientific experiment to prove gravity. I asked you for one. You said you had it, so give me the scientific experiment that proves gravity. You can start with the hypothesis.
That's where you get bricks, son.
We know that a force is acting upon us as we stand.
I want
Is that a hypothesis?
I want the hypothesis. You said scientific experiment. The first step of giving me the experiment would be the hypothesis.
Yeah, he asked for an experiment, and you immediately start contradicting Einstein while trying to argue gravity. Oof, bad look.
I didn't contradict Einstein with
Yeah, you fucking did. You don't know shit about any of this.
Okay. You say so.
You said it was a force. Einstein doesn't. You're fucked.
We perceive it and encounter it as.
Here comes the sophistry. He asked you for a hypothesis.
It's not sophistry.
Dude. Get with it. Yeah, it is. You're being dishonest. He asked you for a hypothesis.
You very clearly said that we have scientific experiments to prove gravity.
Yes.
Can you give me the experiment, please? The hypothesis.
Depends on how you're defining gravity.
It's dependent on how you're defining gravity, and I want the hypothesis, which will contain a dependent and independent variable, and an observed phenomena, and your prediction of cause of said phenomena. Sure. I want that.
Isn't that great? It's your claim, but we have to tell you what it is.
We can see that the moon is orbiting the Earth. Right.
Okay, so phenomena: moon going across the sky, orbiting the Earth, according to you. Okay, phenomena: moon goes
going across the sky. We can actually track its path and see that it's circular.
Dude,
you
circular.
Can literally follow it and wind up walking around the Earth.
My
God,
might
include a boat trip.
Trying to help you. Still trying to help you. So I'm giving you your observe.
You're not being helping. You're not helping by being dishonest.
Dude, I've given you your observed phenomena as moon is moving. I don't care about its path.
I'm sorry. We're talking about the moon orbiting the Earth, and you're saying that the path doesn't matter. You're so dishonest.
Dude, I'm trying to get you to give me the hypothesis. You're trying to give me the dependent variable, which would be an observed phenomena, something we observe happening. I'm giving you motion of the moon.
No, you start with observation.
Yes, of a phenomena. Something happening.
Can observe the moon.
Something happening. Something happening. What's happening?
The moon is observing the Earth. Sorry.
The moon is observing the Earth.
The moon is orbiting the Earth, you dumb fuck.
Okay, what's the cause? Okay, what's the cause of moon orbiting the Earth? What's the cause of moon orbiting the Earth?
Dude, Mister, you are having quite a bit of trouble providing a scientific hypothesis. Perhaps you just don't know what one is or don't have one. You could stop beating around the bush anytime. It's getting pathetic.
Hypothesis is going to contain two things. One, a phenomena, a thing happening. The second part is your prediction of cause of the phenomena, the thing happening. We've got to the moon. Okay, what is the cause of the moon orbiting or in motion? What's the cause of that?
Mm-hmm.
What's the cause? You said that you've got a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You don't seem to be doing very well by giving me the hypothesis. The hypothesis is the thing that we're going to test in the experiment, right? Good. So give me that then.
Look, man.
It's not hard.
Pigeonholing me is dishonest. Sitting here
no,
and demanding...
you said that you've got scientific experiment that proves gravity. I want the hypothesis.
And you're spotlighting me by demanding I demand
hypothesis.
I explain it in your way.
The hypothesis. Right. We're going to be doing the scientific method here, Sunshine. So we're going to follow that method.
We were talking about something else, and you decided to spotlight this and demand that I explain this exact thing to you here right now.
Look at the work
in the way that you want it. This isn't wordplay. This is
look at the work.
Look
at the work you're putting in to not provide a simple hypothesis, which you would need for an experiment, which you said you had. It would take one sentence if you fucking had it. That says it all.
It's as if all he can say is the word gravity, but then he can't say it.
Tap dance ever after that. Just sophistry, unending. Dude, it would be one sentence, just a simple if-then statement. It's all we need, and you're doing all this instead? Yeah, we know what to make of you.
Basically, the hypothesis is that if we measure the moon, follow the moon, it's effectively following...
This is already a piece of shit, dude.
It's following the same force that we experience when we jump up and down on the surface of the planet.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
No.
You jump
that's
up,
not
you fall down,
it's not a
and
hypothesis.
you encounter a rate, right? And if you measure the moon traveling around the Earth, it follows effectively the same rate. So,
Are you talking
argue
about?
that the same or similar forces, that is evidence that the same or similar forces
Dude,
are acting on the moon
I
and
don't
you
want
on the surface
I
of the
don't
planet.
want evidence. I wanted the scientific experiment that you said proved gravity.
Again, right? The hypothesis is that the force that we experience pulling us
Don't know
down.
what a hypothesis is. Do you know what a
Supposition
hypothesis
or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence, typically from observation. So you've observed that the moon is traveling, right, around the Earth. So the supposition or proposed explanation is that it's the thing holding the moon in the path of traveling around the Earth, right, is gravity, the same thing that we experience as we jump up and down, right? That's a supposition. That is a proposed explanation, right? The experiment is you actually track the moon, you measure its speed and its path around the Earth, right? And you do the fucking math, and guess what? It's experiencing the same parent force that we are experiencing as we jump up and down. It moves at the same speed that we would expect.
Where did you get your reference from with regards to do what a hypothesis was?
First of all, like I already understand what hypothesis was. Like
okay, cool.
You were demanding like a specific wording, so I needed So yes, I pulled up a dictionary so I could shove it in your face.
Not interested. Right, stop right there.
Like literally when I first
stop
started.
Stop
literally,
right there.
when I first directly started answering your question, you were telling me that was a hypothesis, so I had to literally shove it in your face and show you that it was.
Excuse me,
you've got so dishonest.
Excuse me. I've just posted several citations with regards to what a hypothesis is. I don't need a dictionary definition. We're talking natural fucking science here, sunshine. A hypothesis is a prediction from the California Institute of Technical Physics. Sean Carroll arguing in Edge. Hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potential outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. A hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis, is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. A hypothesis. The hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then what? No, clearly, because I'm
this
still
is sophistry right here.
No, it's not sophistry.
Yes, it is.
This is called citation. I've got several citations. No, excuse me. I've got several citations from universities which I'm reading through because this is the hypothesis that I want.
This doesn't contradict what I said.
Hello, I haven't finished.
So
I want a hypothesis which contains an.
I understand that you want a hypothesis. You've stated multiple times.
Dude, shut up. I'm asking for a hypothesis which has a dependent and independent variable. A dependent variable which would be the phenomena that you're observing, the effect.
5 times what you want.
Yeah, good. So can you give me that then?
Listen.
Excuse me.
Did.
Excuse me. What's the cause of moon moving?
The prediction is that it is gravity.
Gravity. Awesome. Now I have to test this hypothesis in an experiment, don't I?
Sure.
Good. So that means I must vary and manipulate gravity to make the moon move.
No.
That's
not what it means.
Yes, it does.
Nope. You can take
Yes.
measurements and provide evidence.
No, we're going to be varying manipulating our presumed cause to see if it makes a change in a dependent variable. That's what an experiment is.
You don't actually have to perfectly control variables in order to like
Yes,
make
you do.
experiments.
You get
No,
three
you don't.
different types of variable: dependent, independent, and control variables. You will keep everything else the same, but you will only vary and manipulate your independent variable. That's the prediction that you made within your
You can
hypothesis
vary
of what caused
variables
the
by choosing
phenomena
different
to
objects that
happen.
gravity is acting upon. That is literally variabilistic, right? So again, you're being dishonest.
No, I'm not being
Yes, you are.
dishonest. No, I'm not.
Yes,
I've
you are.
asked very succinctly for a hypothesis. A hypothesis contains a prediction of
Gave
a
you one.
cause of a phenomena.
Gave
You, the researcher, must vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it makes a change in a dependent variable or not, therefore verifying your alternate or your null hypothesis. Your alternate being a change, your null not being a change. Ipso facto demonstrating something to be true based on your prediction, your hypothesis. Keep grumbling in the background, Sunshine. I'll just fucking remove you because you're just waiting to speak. You're not listening.
So remove, you dumb shit. You're in denial. Denying
what? You don't even know
denying
what science.
facts.
What fact? You haven't given
Nothing
me
you said.
You haven't given me any facts. You haven't given me a proper hypothesis, and I damn well can't test it in an experiment. Making an observation of a rate of change of an object across the sky isn't physical manipulation of your presumed cause, you fucking idiot.
He got upset and left.
Good.
If we can't agree on the basic fundamentals of science and variables, like I don't know, is humanity like completely lost? Like I hate to say like such a black pill thing, but like we should be able to like agree on science. Because we're just talking about science. We didn't even get into like the icky sticky part, right? Like the interpretation of the experiment. So it's really interesting to me that, you know, so many of these people rage quit. We're just talking about science.
Yeah, but the thing is, people have different definitions of what counts for science and what doesn't. I think that's part of the problem.
And those people are really weird. Like watching pornography is science.
No, who says that?
Observational science, except for when it doesn't match the globe, then you invoke refraction.
Oh, no, just because observational science is science doesn't mean that all observation is science. Pretty simple.
All right, kids, have we learned there's no hypothesis for gravity because it's bullshit? I mean, you heard it yourself. There are scientific experiments. They did everything in his power to not provide the hypothesis. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I saw Larry wasn't here when he was going off on his Bible bullshit. The kid thought he was a theologian after growing up as a Baptist.
Oh,
then he
what
wanted
did
to
he say?
misinterpret the Bible and stuff.
Shoot.
I looked to see if Larry was here because I'm like, did Larry leave because of this? Because it's just like such nonsense. I could just see Larry being like, I'm out.
Nah, I didn't leave because of it.
What was he saying about the Bible?
Oh, nothing much. He was just confused about Genesis 1:1 and the Hebrew text and just translations. Like, poor kid. Like, he really didn't have anything for that. He just started making stuff up too. But
He basically nitpicked at one phrase, you know, like in the King James or any other kind of typical English translation, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and yada, yada, yada. And then he went on to compare that with the Hebrew text that said something different. It read something more like God started, the heavens and the earth, or something like that, right? And he dug into it, saying, "Oh, well, there's a difference between someone saying in the beginning, you create something, versus, God started something." And in his interpretation, he was implying that, oh, well, if you start something, having read it the way that it's written in the Hebrew text, that implies that there was already something created beforehand in which you would start something else, right? You see what I mean? Like, it's a very nuanced thing,
Yeah, it's kind of
but it leads on to kind of other presuppositions, like, oh, well, wouldn't that mean that, there was a God that created the God, or the context in which God that we refer to, or, it was able to create the stuff. But then, logically it would follow that, okay, well, if there's a God of a God, then there's God of a God of a God, and then ad infinitum, right? So it sounded like he was kind of nitpicking at that, but he was getting really, really detailed in, like, oh, well, you have to read these things specifically. And I agree, words matter and everything, but the level that he was getting at was really splitting hairs from what I could read, or from what I heard.
Yeah, the most odd part, it wasn't even like a real argument. He didn't like bring, here's the translation or anything. He was just making something up and then really fighting really wholeheartedly for this made up scenario he made up in his head, which was just really, an allegory. It was supposed to be like, this is like what I'm talking about. So he was fighting for what he's talking about, even though he didn't know what he was talking about. It's odd. And then he did it again with the gravity thing. His whole thing, he's just confused.
He seemed to have gotten 2 L's in one night in the same channel. Not fun. Not a good night for him.
Well, life's tough being a Glober. You gotta
I don't
believe
think
that
it's
stuff.
particularly tough.
Really?
No, it's easy.
You just believe, right?
I would say that's part of it, but it's pretty easy because I have lots of friends who believe the same thing. My high school, college, and university.
Oh, you got
all
friends.
teach
Okay, Matthew. What holds the oceans down?
their weight of the water.
The weight of the water.
Right. That's what makes things
So
go down.
what causes the weight?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we could
Right?
argue about that, but
Well, there's no need to. We can do an experiment. You can actually observe the experiment. You
wait.
want to hear about
So, do you think the weight of the water holds it down?
Right, but what causes the weight?
Oh, that's a separate question.
Right. Yeah, the weight holds the water down. Yeah. But what makes the weight?
We agree on that. The weight holds the
Right.
water down. That's good enough. Why do we need to like figure out the why of everything?
Well, that's the important question, right?
No, it's not.
Why is the water not phase changing into gas? Well, isn't it the gas pressure holding it down? Along with, it's a cause, along with low temperature? Aren't those two causes holding the water down?
The phase of water is determined by the temperature and the pressure. So
not gravity.
Water. No, it's the temperature and pressure.
Right.
Like what
That's
temperature it is.
nothing to do with gravity.
Gravity is a cause that some people speculate for weight. Yes, but
cool.
You don't have to go there.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna. So I'll manipulate temperature, right, high, and cause the water to boil, and it'll fuck off. And then we'll do the gas pressure. Put water in a really strong vacuum container with a vacuum pump that's really strong, and eventually it'll cause it to boil, and that proves that not gravity, but actually high pressure and low temperature will hold the oceans down. Would you agree?
Yeah, the boiling point of water is determined by the pressure. So if you lower the pressure, the boiling point goes down. So you need less heat to boil the water.
Because some people like to say science doesn't prove any things. I just like to say science is never settled. So there could be multiple causes. So really we should say heat is a cause, right?
No, the heat, like when water moves to steam, it's because it's heated up enough. Now the question is how much is enough, and in Denver it's less than at sea level, and in Mexico City it's less than Denver, and that's all due to the pressure.
What happens if we reduce the pressure to, I don't know, almost vacuum levels? What happens to the water then?
In that case, the boiling point of water goes way down. So, water can boil at much lower temperatures.
Does water, when you reduce the pressure above the water, start to bubble and turn to gas?
Yeah, the pressure above the water determines its boiling point.
Yeah, and if the pressure is low enough, the
Then the
water will
boiling
phase
point goes up.
change.
If the
No,
pressure is
gonna
low
talk
enough,
through this,
the
well,
boiling
I
point
can't
goes
get a
down.
fucking thing out of you lot, can I?
What? Say that again.
Sorry, obviously the beginning and the continuation of my statement interrupted the beginning of yours. Do apologise, Matthew. Please continue. I hadn't quite
Apology
finished.
accepted. Go ahead.
I thought we learned in school that it was gravity that held down the oceans. That turned out not to be true.
Well, I would say the simpler way to describe it is that the weight of the water holds down the oceans.
But we've established what causes the weight has nothing to do with gravity.
Oh well, I think we disagree with that. But weight is a force.
Wait a
So
minute.
if you're
You
wondering,
don't think that I can boil water with high temperature and low gas pressure?
I got a silly question. Why can't it be both at the same time? Plus the weight plus, the force of water pressure. I mean, air pressure on the water.
It is both. That's what I was saying. It's temperature and pressure.
And possibly gravity too?
Oh,
I'm
can
just
you
saying.
manipulate gravity and demonstrate it like I can with the pressure and temperature? Because that's how science actually works. You have to be able to demonstrate your claim by manipulating the cause and controlling the other variables. So let's not any kind of way manipulate the buoyancy or the density or the temperature or the pressure, and you only manipulate gravity and see if you can make the water fuck off. Go ahead. Tell me how you do that.
You move away from the source of gravity that is the strongest force. I mean, not force, but the strongest source of gravity, which is the Earth itself. And you look at the ISS; they do occasionally show people drinking water from globules that are floating in space. So yeah.
Begging the question.
Well, maybe is he saying that? He's talking about raindrops or something, like raindrops, water falling.
Oh my goodness. Seriously, how many times do I have to put up the video of the guy drinking literally from a ball of water floating in front of him?
Well, and that's just because he's falling. It's just because he's falling, right? He has a rapid trajectory, he's just falling around the glob, right? So it's just the same thing as you throw water up in the air. What about it?
still begging the question, though, because you're like, the further away you get from the source of gravity, the weak it is. So you know that the Earth is a source of the curvature of space-time.
Exactamundo! How about that one?
So how do you know that? Yeah, you're just begging the question.
Yeah, I was just pointing out, even in his example, it wouldn't be far enough to demonstrate what he's saying. It's a completely different thing.
Well, he's never done it.
Even
It's
in
not
his
independently
paradigm.
verifiable. You still have to assume that the bending and warping of space-time is responsible for all this. It's a bunch of bullshit. I gotta peace out, guys. Talk to you later.
Peace. Yeah, so I mean, I could claim that also another cause other than buoyancy density, pressure, temperature. I could say another cause is fairy dust.
Yeah, that magic dome of the Earth. That's a good cause, isn't it? I mean, that's what you guys claim, right?
You're kind of interrupting. So let's say that I say that it's fairy dust, right? Fairy dust is the actual cause. Well, I can't prove that, but you believe it, right? You believe that it's fairy dust that holds down the oceans?
Can you show me fairy dust? 1, 2. Can you show me fairy dust doing the thing that you say it does?
Right now, X out fairy dust and put in gravity, and ask it again. See, you're not skeptical at all, bro. You don't have a skeptical bone in your body. You just believe what you're told. Why aren't you skeptical?
Can somebody just give me at least someone in here that claims to be a flat Earth, a model that I can try to disprove? Because every single one of you refused to do that one thing.
Yeah, there's a curvature. That's our model. I'm sorry, there's lack of curvature. That's our model. Disprove that. There's no curvature. That's why you guys invoke refraction. It's funny, these Globers think they got a model. They don't realize they don't have one.
You falsify claims, not models.
I've got a serious question. What lies beyond whatever you claim the plane of Earth is? Nothing?
What happens in a place that no one's got any experience of? What do you want us to do there, mate? Pull something out of our asses and make something up?
How about just go to the, because most of you believe the Antarctic is the edge of the Earth.
No, what? What straw man's this?
If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around, does it make a sound?
Jedi, did you say Antarctica is the end of the Earth?
No, I don't think I've ever said that.
Why is he saying that you said that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I think there's a tourist company that say that. Yeah.
Did you say it, T-Dub? Larry? Was that you? It was you, wasn't it, Larry?
I didn't say that.
No? Okay.
Think we can get this guy to be honest and admit that none of us said that?
Okay. What do you claim is at the end of the Earth? Nothing, because that's essentially what you're saying. That it's like you're saying that there's no edge. Okay, because I can go around the entirety of the Earth if I so choose to, but I do not have the means or funds to do such things. Like, there have been people in history who have done such things.
Yeah.
But all of you, every single one of you claims like, well, they're just going around in a circle.
What, when they go east or west? By definition, that is a circle around north, even on the globe Earth model.
And how many circles do we need to do before you actually start agreeing that it's a globe and not a flat plane?
Well, we would have to have a measurement of the surface of the Earth showing convexity, which we don't. As I pointed out, east or west is a circle around north. It's the same within the globe model. It's a circle.
And how about this? Even if we did have such claimed convexity, how about one circle from north to south and then back up north on the other side, like Pac-Man? Just one, probably. But you don't have that. No one's ever done it.
I've just taken a moment actually to do the one thing that you are claiming.
No,
hang on. That's a claim. That nobody's ever done that. I'm going to go try to verify either negatively or positively as far as I can research and find out. Now that means it's a 5-letter dirty word that you guys don't like. Called Google.
You're full of building stormens and like poisoning the well and making muddy waters there, Sunshine. Is there a statement that you can't make without attacking someone?
And are you actually Chris Chan?
Yes. And I'm not beating on you guys. I'm just that somebody's made a claim. Let me do the thing that you claim that I don't do, and that is actually prove or disprove something, at least with an amount of research. Okay, so give me the moment to do that. Okay.
Go ahead.
So you are Chris Chan?
And please
No one's
do
stopping you,
provide the navigation map that they actually took.
We need some waiting or some elevator music in the background.
I'm just wondering if we can get a skeptical glober. Like, do they actually exist, or is this like a mythical creature like fairies and fairy dust?
I hope he comes back with Blue Origin.
Blue Origin? Hang on. I just thought of something. This will be doing the thing that you're saying. It's just that. Okay, Poes. Okay. Not this. Yeah, we do have polar orbiting satellites, so that should satisfy you.
Nope.
But it won't.
The navigation, please.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad to admit, but seems like that claim is at least true for human beings, but not objects that we've put up in space, or at least the claims that we've put them into space.
Thank you very much.
Well, you didn't Google hard enough, did you? So I got the one more orbit off of Wikipedia. This was the last apparent north to south circumnavigation. Google harder.
Oh, CNN, like I believe them, but, let's see. Yeah. One more orbit cruise sets world record after fastest circumnavigation in an aircraft.
There you go. That's got people in it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
Hold on. What's
But it's
the map?
right? Do we just believe this at face value, or do we read and look at the maps and where they said that they actually went? Do we notice that they didn't fly directly over the North Pole? They got there, turned to 90 degrees, got to the South Pole, turned 90 degrees, and literally just went up the North Coast, from South America to North America, and then down the east coast of Africa. That's not circumnavigation, that's going north and south and turning around again.
I was reading it after I pulled it up, but yeah. Did you pull up the same site, by the way? It was CNN that showed it. It's like, I mean, yes, from what I'm reading, they only touched Antarctica. They didn't go to the South Pole or the North Pole, from what I'm seeing. Well, no, they said cross North Pole, so yeah. But they didn't cross the South Pole, from what I can see. It just has a dot there that's part of Antarctica.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is the best that we've recently had. So when we look into the narrative about circumnavigation, north to south. When we look at the information, and by their own admittance, it wasn't really a circumnavigation. They didn't go directly over the South Pole and pop up over the other side. And when they did get north, they didn't carry on going straight over it. They turned a bearing of 90 degrees. So not direct circumnavigation, as we were led to believe. Interesting, right?
It's fascinating, man. I'm not denying that. Is there a particular reason why you don't consider unmanned things in space?
Space invokes the second law of thermodynamics violation, so any stories they tell us about this place can't, for obvious reasons, be true because this place cannot fundamentally exist. So if that's a story, then it's a bogus one because the vacuum of space can't exist. No one's denying technology in the sky, however, but when we start invoking unmanned objects in space, then there's a problem with that claim.
So, like, if I put up an instrument, I'm not saying I can do this personally, but if I put an instrument into orbit above Earth and it gave me back particular pieces of information, such as the lack of, air pressure, anything that, I mean, there's still bits of dust and things in space, but it would report me back some small amounts of, like, data, but you would not accept those?
It depends what device you're putting where. So we can send high altitude balloons up into the atmosphere and we won't read no pressure. That's ridiculous. We'll read some pressure. If we're talking about sending a rocket to the vacuum of space, then you're not going to be doing that. You're going to have to rely on an authority to give you that data and information about a place that can't exist.
I won't deny that fact. You're right on that. I would have to accept people who have more money than me and more ability than me to prove something like that.
Yeah, and that's a fair statement. So a reliance on an authority that give us a narrative. Well, obviously they're going to give evidence to support that narrative if that's the one that they want us to believe in, right?
It's true. It's my head. Give me a sec. Really wish I could figure out why my headset beeps, but isn't actually running low on battery. But at any rate, that's aside the point. Yeah, I have to say that I have to depend on, I say, people with more means than me, because the government's not the only one sending things to space now. It used to be.
There's loads of space agencies across the world, and of course there's now independent space agencies. SpaceX for one, right?
Yes, SpaceX, Blue, what is the name? Bezos has spent stuff, and other rich people.
It's funny you say that you depend on these people, the scientists, the astronauts, and the government and all that stuff, but where do they get their money from?
From us, the people who they tax.
Depend on you. Oh, so you thought you had a dependency on them, but actually they have a dependency on you. Isn't that weird how they tricked you to think that?
Governments do. These people do not, though.
Got to pay your taxes. You know, Ukraine's expensive.
Yeah. Don't remind me. I am not a fan of Ukraine.
Oh, so you can see reason. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad. I'm not being sarcastic. You know, the Pentagon has a really bad track record of losing like trillions of dollars. They can't account for it. You know what it means when they can't account for it, right?
Yeah, it's being funneled into dark and black projects most of the time. That's what I think. I can't prove that either, though. It is fun, though, that the movie Independence Day, the first thing's like, well, how do you imagine like they spent $10,000 on a toilet seat? Come on.
Are the flat earthers going full schizoid right now?
Yeah, mostly.
Oh.
Am I going
I
schizoid
mean,
by saying that we have to pay our taxes and give the money to the people that depend on us? Is that schizoid?
No.
Are you a tax protester?
I don't like paying my taxes, but I pay them anyways.
they also provide us services. I mean,
Yeah, they're functional in a way. You'll get your trash taken, I guess. That's awesome.
I have to pay a private company for my trash.
Oh shit.
really, dude?
Yeah,
Dude, that sucks.
I know.
What do you give your government money for then? Is it so they
My
can police
parents
you and make sure that you're
have
okay?
to pay a private company for EMS services too.
We give their government the money, and then the government give the private company the money.
No, they pay the private companies directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We pay the government, and then the government pay the private company. That's how it works over here.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
Private company takes our trash too, but we give the money to the government, and then the government pays the private company. They hire the private company.
Yeah. It's probably the way to do it.
Sounded a bit schizoid there, mate.
Sure.
Oh, dang. Sorry about that. I'll try and calm down a bit.
Damn flat earth. Stop being so schizoid.
What's a politics server without acting a little schizoid, huh?
Were there any globe earthers in here that are skeptical of the globe earth model?
Any globe earthers that want to die on a hill for a model that they've never actually been presented with, just stories.
Yeah, but they identify with the model. They really identify with the model.
Can I give you one piece of honest information? I really hope you guys are wrong. Because if you're not, then there's a lot of sad future for us.
Actually,
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
It's
I
the
mean,
opposite. It's the opposite, because if everybody realized like how important this world is and what we're doing here, like they probably wouldn't do some of the terrible things that they do to one another.
that I can argue against, because there's a lot of people that realize that there's only one place, even in a globe Earth model or heliocentric model, that we know to a point that actually has life, and that is Earth. We have not seen or proven any life anywhere else. And I would highly question if they started coming out with their quote-unquote proof for extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, that's coming.
Oh yeah, that's down the pike.
Project Bluebeam or something.
Well, they're going to fake an alien invasion to unify the world because ever since the beginning of time in our recorded history, they've wanted to create a one world empire, all the way back to ancient Babylon with Nebuchadnezzar. They wanted a one world, power structure because it's really hard to control people, right? I mean, think about it. They make guns illegal, but what do people do? They get guns. They make marijuana illegal, and what do?
They get
They
marijuana.
get marijuana. So, if you really wanted to control people, you would have to really control the mind first. Because there was a song back in the 90s that said, free your mind and the rest will follow. So the thing is, you don't make a good slave unless you have a slave mind. So think about like ants. They make really good like worker bees and worker ants because they're part of the hive. But it's really weird that everybody wants to control mankind for some reason, but we don't really need to be controlled. We need to govern ourselves. That's the most important thing. And it's the most important thing because when Stalin waged war on Ukraine back in the Holodomor, which you might have to look that up, Holodomor. If you look it up, you see that between 3 and 9 million Ukrainians starved to death right in the middle of the breadbasket. Well, why? Well, they were self-reliant. What does that mean if they're self-reliant? Well, it means that they can't be controlled. So that's bad for communism, right? Like, you want to be able to control them. So anybody who got caught stealing food that was dropped by the machines that took all the food to the cities, well, they got the death penalty. Because you can't have self-reliant people. That doesn't work.
I'll definitely agree with that statement.
It doesn't work for dictators anyway.
Nope. Hey, by the way, I wanted to note one thing. Thanks for finding common ground.
Yeah, that's really important because once you find common ground with somebody, you find out what you disagree with, and you put that on the back burner. Once you put that on the back burner, you never talk about it again. What you disagree with, you agree to disagree, and then only agree with what you agree on and talk about that. And that's basically how people take on corporations. Because if you think about it, what is it called when they team up, the workers? Union?
A union?
Union.
Right, they unite. So that's really bad for corporations. So what happens if the people stop fighting each other and realize that the government's the one trying to divide and conquer them? What would happen?
Scary world for them.
Why do you think everything's black versus white, rich versus poor, Autobot versus Decepticons, Crips versus Bloods, cops versus civilians?
Hey, I wanted to stop for a second. Are you familiar with the artist known as Tom McDonald?
Brainwashed.
No, this guy is straight up
No.
like
The song "Brainwashed."
Yeah,
That's what I'm quoting.
Yep. Yep. Brainwashed. My favorite is People So Stupid.
Are there any? Is anybody here a Spinning Ball Space Monkey religion priest?
Nope. I haven't been declared priest of the globe yet.
Damn. Well, there's always next year.
What's up, Zodiac, mate? How you doing?
Is it? Hi, Jedi. Is it still flat? I'm just checking in.
But it's what we.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll come back later. Maybe it'll turn into a globe. I'll be right back.
Honestly, I really do wish that we had a carnival ride that literally anybody could afford and just shot you up into space and then Could show you the globe, but we don't have that.
Well, not even the
Not without a
billionaires saw this.
container, at least, right?
Yeah.
I guess we're both stuck then, because if that's the evidence that you think that we need, then it would be a good idea to send you up into the sky and see that the Earth's not a ball. But we can't do that either, right? We can show you high altitude balloon footage that shows the horizon is horizontal and not curving, and if it is, that's probably because of the lens that it's looking through. But apart from that, mate, what do you think it would take for you to understand that the Earth is horizontal?
To see the actual edge.
Okay, so you want to see the limitation of reality.
Yep.
Okay, I guess we'll be joining a queue, because I don't need that piece of information to understand that the Earth that I'm on is horizontal. I don't need to go to the edge to figure out that everything that has been observed and measured along the way to show that it's horizontal is horizontal when I get to the edge. It's horizontal.
Well, I think another way you could look at it is if sea level is flat, then it's like 70% of the Earth is flat. You know?
Yeah, if you could show me, like, I don't know, London from New York or something like that. That would be
Do you have any
interesting.
idea how small New York would be from 3,000 miles away? Like, can you see a brick from a mile away?
There are such things as telescopes and other things.
There's also such things as fog and weather systems and opacity, because the atmosphere isn't perfectly transparent. It's translucent. Do you know the difference?
Yes, I understand the difference.
So what makes you think you'd be able to see 3,000 miles away? You know how many particles are in between your eye and an object 3,000 miles away? Not to mention, if you stacked 1 billion bricks up, do you think you'd be able to see it from 3,000 miles away? Do you have any idea how far that is? You ever drove across country? It's ridiculous how much land that is.
Dude, I actually did an experiment with Google Maps and tried to find a road that was longer than, I think, 3 degrees of what the Earth would be. And that's like 69 times 3, by the way.
I wonder
Couldn't
what
find
size.
it, by the way. A road that did not turn left or right. Found plenty that did turn left or right, but none that were just a straight line. Everybody tells me, it's like, well, the roads are so boring in there are no turns. I'm like, there are turns in there.
Revelation of the day.
Roads are windy.
Oh.
Yes, they are.
Roman roads aren't that pretty straight?
Have you seen one longer than like 300 miles?
Oh yeah, not in the UK. Not 300 miles.
Heck, in the bread belt, you can't find one.
They're in, I think it's Saudi Arabia or one of these very dusty, deserty countries out in the Near East. They're building the line, aren't they? That's supposed to be what, 100 miles long?
They're putting their slaves in line, huh?
See what you did there, Larry. But yeah, that's 100 miles of an engineering project, one end to the other. I wonder if they're going to have to take curvature into account when they build that. I wonder if either end, 100 miles apart, are going to be parallel to each other on that vertical. Think of all of that water working and piping and sewage and stuff. with that water, it's going to have to transfer from one end to another. Understand what water does is it seeks a horizontal level, but then if it doesn't, it's because it's going somewhere. Down, probably.
Have you ever seen a highway that looks like a spinning sphere? I haven't.
Why would I see a highway that looks like a spinning sphere?
Exactly. It would be pretty hard to drive on a highway that was spinning, right? And tilted. Imagine you're on a tilted highway that's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, in addition to being in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Who told you that? How do you know that?
Yeah, exactly. They just have to believe it.
I think I would believe in an actual homunculus before I would believe in a vacuum like that.
I think the Loch Ness Monster is more believable than the globe.
I think that if there was a Nessie in Loch Ness, I think the Scotsman would have done kilt it and ate it. They would have
That's
turned
funny.
it into. They would have turned it into, what do they call it? Hummus? No. What do they call their sausage?
Oh. It was mentioned in a Highlander movie, and I can't remember now.
What's it called? Haggis. That's it.
Yeah, there we go. Yep.
It's not sausage.
Well,
Okay,
it's
sorry. Whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, that's true. We still don't know.
Or how about
You don't
this
wanna-
question? When you guys who believe in the globe, when you go outside, right? Can you describe the nature of the surface of the earth that you see? Like, what is it that you experience when you go outside? Can you describe what you witness on a daily basis?
We experience a plane only because we are tiny little specks on a very big dirt ball.
Big plane.
Do you know how big it is?
Oh, 24,980, if I remember correctly, miles in circumference. If I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've looked it up.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking that is because when you say it appears to be a plane, but only because, so you're using it's basically you're justifying the observation of viewing a plane because of how big it is. So the next question I'm going to ask of you is, based on the size that you just said, do you have a physical measurement or a way to prove that that what you just said is in fact the size of the Earth?
There are ancient experiments done by, I forget the name, but it's Aristoteles or something along those lines.
Okay, yeah, what did he do?
Aristophanes, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry, I just couldn't remember the whole name.
Yeah, what did he do?
He did experiments with the sun and its shades with and it was based on light reflecting in a well, as well as I forget what are those sundials, using those. And he used it to count. He got it within like 1 to 2%.
Does the position of the light source affect the results of this experiment?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
When you're doing when Eratosthenes did the experiment, did he use a light source?
Yes, it is called the sun.
Right. And does the position of the sun affect the results?
That was the whole premise of the experiment.
Okay, so it does, right? Okay, so are you able to precisely determine the position of the sun without just using an apparent location, which is literally just eyeballing it?
I'll say probably not. But yes, he somehow, like I said, the math worked out, and he figured using that math. I know, and the math involves assumptions.
Wait, so you're admitting that he used assumptions?
Yes.
Why? I mean, and why don't you question it? Are you open to questioning the assumptions? That's a better question. Would you be open to the idea of investigating the assumptions?
Only if, and this is a big if, those assumptions can lead to another model that I can actually put into reality that fits the rest of reality, if you get what I'm saying.
If I give you a model Porsche,
False.
like would you?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if I give you a model Porsche, would you like drive it to school or drive it to work or anything like that? And if you lost it, would you need another one? You don't need a model. Like it's weird that so many people think that they need a model, right? Because if you had like, let's say a model, right? Or why would you want one if you got the real thing? Like the real thing is outside. And you know, it's really weird because flat earthers are just telling people to go outside and check for themselves.
I know, you're telling us to go touch grass. I get that point.
No, put your feet in the sand and go to the beach, make some observations, get some sunlight and some vitamin D, and you know, ground yourself. Get in the ocean, soak up some salt. Right? I mean, is that really so bad? But go ahead and finish what you're going to say because I did interrupt you.
Oh no, you're fine.
No, not
Continue,
you, the
man.
other guy. The other guy.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, falsification is independent of replacement, and so is the lack of demonstration. So, like, if they can't prove something, you just have, as long as you admit that you're in a religion, like you just said, you have assumptions, right?
Yep.
And if you don't have evidence, that is a religion. Do you agree with that statement? That you're inside of a religion?
No, because I believe them to be reasonable assumptions, if that's something that you can get your head around.
Okay, so what is the evidence for the precise location of the sun with regards to exactly how Eratosthenes measured the precise location of the sun?
First, the experiment. Okay, it's based on the orbit. Well, not the orbit, but the planet rotating. Okay, so And
Wait,
we can observe. Hang on,
wait.
we can observe, and because I've actually observed this, because I used to live in Maine and I live now in Florida, that you have what are called, it's 3 o'clock here and it's light out, and you go to Maine and it's dark.
You said the Earth is rotating?
The Earth is rotating, and you can observe, like, hey, it's.
Do you have a
at
measurement for
noon,
that? Do you have a measurement for that?
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I just finished a game or a dungeon, and I'm just trying to get cleaned up from, get myself orientated again. But at any rate, yeah, let me go do some quick research, and I'll get you back to you.
Aristotle's well, let me put it this way. Okay, yeah. So you're gonna look up who measured their Earth's rotation. Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Take your time. Yeah. Honestly, just read it out loud. Like whatever you find, just read it out loud, because that's.
Because distance to the Earth to the Sun doesn't matter in that experiment. The fact that you have a fixed point of light in space that is radiating light down on Earth can show, like I said, you can have different times of day. It's like, it's dark here, it's light there. We can show that there's a difference, and that you can use that difference with math and assumptions to show a curve. I know it's hard, but I consider them to be reasonable assumptions. But you cannot seem to come up with anything, not even a model that would show why that would be true.
I can. If you just want a model that gives you an explanation with the understanding this might not be what the Earth is, but if you want a model to explain something, then the Sun is going in a circular path around the Earth, central point being north or in the celestial sky above Polaris, and the Sun, Moon, and stars travel from east to west in a circular direction around that. Now, if you want to talk about time zones, then you understand that as the Sun is moving around the Earth at different incremental points, let's call them, 24, and as the Sun moves across the Earth, every hour it is 90 degrees above someone's head. Let's say that someone is on the equator and the Sun is circling around the equator. Every hour it's 90 degrees above someone's head. It's 24 times a day and night cycle.
I've seen that model, by the way, and it has small little flaws in it, and I'm glad you said that you're not saying this is the actual reality, because the flaws are based on, like, if you're at this place in reality, in real life, and you look at the light where it should show it, then it's not matching what you should see in real life.
Yeah, but your model had to invent 96% dark matter and dark energy to make it work.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are big assumptions. By the way, have you ever heard of MOD?
But before we jump off topic, with regards to the Sun and time zones, it can just be easily explained as the Sun moving across the Earth, and it doing that over a period of time, and it being every hour 90 degrees above someone's head if it's traveling across the equator. That's another way of modeling it.
How do you test the model?
The model will make predictions.
One of the things, you can have like 2 people like myself, or even 3, testify to each other that it's either light or dark, and what time of day it is according to a sundial, and you'll get different readings, dude.
Of course.
Yeah, I get that. But and then you come up with a model, right? You come up with a model that says this explains that. All right. So you have a possible explanation, right?
Yeah, and the possible explanation.
How do you test it?
You there?
Hang on.
Because you've basically come up with a hypothesis, right? You've basically come up with a hypothesis. Okay, now you've got to test the hypothesis.
He's thinking.
Well, I've got a question.
Not going to answer that.
No. It's a simple one. Are you all going to be around tomorrow at like noon on this server?
24/7.
No, I'm talking about you guys. Like, are there two others in this channel that I can depend on to be around here at noon, my time, and give me certain readings and on something? Because then I can show you the very thing that you deny.
What do you mean that it will be light in one place where you're at noon will have the sun above your head, and me in the UK west of your position won't have the sun above my head? It will be descending down towards the horizon as it travels towards you, from my point of view. Getting darker.
But it will, and you'll have a third person that can show that, like I said, and this is the other thing that, like, okay, how do you explain, like, the sun always being in range of, like, Antarctic, I'm not, well, part of Antarctica and part of, like, Alaska and north?
That's the seasons, right? If you're talking about the sun in Antarctica and Alaska, that's south and north respectively, right?
Yes, and at a certain part of
path of the sun. Sorry, that's the path of the sun. The sun. Okay, let me put it from this point of view. In the heliocentric model, we're told that the Earth is on an angular tilt 24.5 degrees, correct? The Earth's tilting. Awesome stuff. Now, we understand if we have a flat Earth conception, then 24.5 degrees is a longitude.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not talking about a latitude, not fucking longitude. It's a latitude. The equator is 0, 24.5 degrees north or south latitude. This is where the sun moves around throughout the year. When it's summer in the north, for example, this is because the sun is 23.5 degrees north of the equator, the Tropic of Cancer. So when the sun is closer to the north, it's summer there, and obviously you get things like 24-hour daylight in the Arctic Circle. You get that. Now, throughout 6 months later, when the sun starts traveling south, crosses the equator, goes to 23.5 degrees south, Tropic of Capricorn, and then it circles around there, or moves in its path, circles and then both. So in one model, you have the Earth tilting at 23.5 degrees. In another model, this is just the ground position of the sun throughout the year, going north or south tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, given the seasons.
Is he still there?
Oh, I'm here. I'm
Okay, take your
chilling
time.
to
Take your
listen.
time.
No, I'm just chilling and listening for the moment, and also doing a bit of research to see if I could find the disapproval of that model. So just give me a little bit.
Okay.
Because I have had it. Okay.
Go ahead.
The thing is, you're going to disprove a fiction.
Yes, I understand that you do not want to put forth this model as being what you believe because you think that it's just disproving that it's not a globe.
No, it's because in order to give you an accurate well, first of all, have you ever measured all the continents and on all the oceans physically? And you need the you also need the size. The size of the Earth has never been proven. So it's like we're giving you a model. It's all fucked up anyway.
What we can do is we can give you observation, because this is what this part is based on, right? The sun and how it moves across the earth, and how we're going to start describing that motion and what it does with respect to the surface of the earth. Now we can model that a few ways, and it's kind of acceptable on both models, right? They take account of the sun's position either because it's moving north and south of the equator, or because the earth is tilted, and the relationship between what surface is facing the sun throughout the year changes because of that tilt. We don't know what it's hard to give a model for this, as in a physical thing that you can play around with, because ultimately we're going to be dealing with things like, what's the sun? How far away is the sun in relation to the earth? What's the medium that the sun is, and is there any effect of this medium as the light passes through it and the atmosphere in relation to us? Is the sky in a certain shape, for example? The invocation of a dome. Maybe the sky isn't shaped like that. Maybe the sky is horizontal too in its containment, the medium between us and the things that we observe in sun, wind, and stars. But without knowing firsthand exactly what they are, what they're actually doing, then it's hard to give a model. It's hard to claim that this model is reality, and especially give you a model that you can play around with.
The other thing that makes it hard is the fact that flat's not a shape, and we don't know the depth. It's not just the size, like across the surface. It's also the depth is also unknown as well.
You don't know that on your model either, bro.
Yeah,
you can only
exactly.
dig down 8 miles.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. There's no clue.
Did I say that to a flatty just now?
Hank Hill, is that you, bro? I miss you, bro. It's been forever. Holy shit!
Who am I
man.
speaking to?
Zodiac,
man. You gotta forgive me, bro. I'm playing video games. I'm not looking at the screen.
That's fine. That's fine.
What you playing, by the way? Curious.
Age of Empires 4.
Ooh, an RTS.
Oh yeah, that's what got me into PC gaming. PC Master Race.
Yeah, me with StarCraft.
Yeah, that came later.
StarCraft is based, bro. That shit's awesome. All right, but anyways, so do you want to talk about models, or do you have proof that the Earth is moving?
Oh, can I just chill and relax and see if anybody else wants to take the floor? I'm
okay. But do you have? Do you remember anyone that measured the Earth spinning though? Do you remember it off the top of your head?
No, I can't find anybody that actually measured the rotation, and like I said,
it's okay.
I could go find it and get you the information, but it'd take me a bit, and I just want to chill and relax, dude.
It's fine. Yeah, it's whatever. It's not a big deal. No big deal.
And also something else happens usually when I let others take the floor. They tend to represent quite a little bit better than I, because I really don't educate myself as well as I probably should.
I mean, most people don't even they just accept it's basically a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and they never why would anyone need to defend it? You know what I'm saying? Like they would just you know what I mean? There's no really. That's why you don't need to be educated, is because most people, they're never gonna they never really encounter someone that will tell them, hey, by the way, the Earth is not spinning. In 20 years, I've never came across one single person in real life that ever approached me and said, hey, the Earth is not spinning. No one has ever said that in 20 years has ever done that.
And still claimed a gold model. I would doubt that they would. If they claimed a gold model, they probably claimed rotation.
Yeah, it's so rare. Most people never will. They they never see a need or demand to look into any of this because they're never confronted, you know. But it's funny because when you go outside, everyone already moves and like physically walks over the earth in the same way as if it wasn't moving anyway. So, you know.
I wonder what made Eratosthenes think that the Earth was a globe or sphere.
He was Greek, but so probably some kind of infatuation with plutonic solids and perfect shape, and spheres being an idealistic perfect shape from that point of view.
Why am I imagining like a oiled up Greek thinking about perfect balls?
Yeah, that might just be on you, mate. I
That's
don't know.
sus.
I don't want to answer the question.
I'm just curious, on a flat Earth, how would volcanic activity operate? How would that work?
That's pressure build-up beneath the surface. Within your model, that's pretty much all it is, that pressure being defined as pressure from above, like inwards, and temperature pressures. Movement as well, because they say that the surface isn't completely, underneath the surface it isn't completely solid. So there's a layer of molten rock that other rock slides around on. And this pressure is vented upwards through the earth and forms volcanoes.
Wow. So all that stuff that comes out of a volcano is somewhere under the flat plane?
Yeah, somewhere under the floor.
Huh. Interesting. And I guess the same thing for the water too.
No, yeah, I mean, I think they've just found a huge amount of water. I think that's subterranean, like oceans and so on. But I think they've just discovered one that's got more water in it than the combined oceans on the surface anyway. So there's water below us also, hot and cold, it's burning rock and water. So if that water is eventually going to turn to steam because of the temperatures, then I guess that might have some effect and want to disperse somehow. Oh, it does, geysers. Yeah.
Wait, I got a question. So, would there be any? I feel like I don't see how the globe would be. I don't see how volcanoes would be exclusive to a globe, though. I don't get it. Like, why? Why would it only work on a globe? I don't. That doesn't make sense to me either. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't work on a globe? I'm sorry, I really just didn't understand.
Yeah, I guess within the globe Earth model, you've got a molten iron core, which tries to take care of a few things.
Oh, right. They believe in the core.
Yeah. So you have a complete model, and if you slice the model in half or take a section out of it, you can comically or cartoon-wise look into the core of the Earth.
Yeah, that's another good question. Have you ever? Does anyone have evidence of the core of the Earth?
The deepest we've done is barely cracked the crust of what we claim is the Earth. So yeah, that's really not much proof for actually going to anywhere near the core like the movie.
I got a question. On a flat Earth, if you keep digging, what happens?
We've just kind of tried to explain that to you.
Pressures.
So maybe join the conversation late, but the furthest we've dug down as an earthly community, so we're told, is about 8 miles. That's a super deep borehole somewhere in Russia. And then we got the Arianas Trench, and that's probably one of the deepest fissures that we know on the surface of the Earth. What's below that, we have no first-hand experience of it. We can send what's known as primary and secondary waves, PNS waves, or penis waves if you're funny. But we send those down, but whatever results that are received, they're then transposed and wrapped around a globe Earth model because that's what everybody thinks the Earth is.
What is the Earth then?
It's a horizontal stationary plane, topographical. like hills and valleys
What
and
shape
shit.
is it?
Don't know.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. Yeah.
Yeah, it's surface.
We know that.
Yeah, but
so-
what's underneath? Like, by the way, these questions, just so you know, like if I were to ask a person who believes in the globe, what is underneath outer space, you would be comfortable telling me that you don't know. Are you comfortable not knowing what's underneath outer space?
What do you
That doesn't
mean
make
by
any sense, 'cause,
underneath?
like, well, let's be honest here.
That's
If you even take if you even like accept some sort of outer space, which you don't, right? But theoretically, you accept it for the argument. We're talking about outer space, and then we're talking about
Yeah.
what we're actually on. We're on the surface of the Earth.
Are you
So-
okay? Do you know what's underneath?
Why do you
outer
guys always
space?
do that? Why do you want to talk about like how complex space is, but you
No,
don't
no,
want to talk
no,
about
no.
the Earth,
This
which
is
we're on?
it. Doesn't have.
We can visit everywhere on Earth.
That's not the point. That's not the point. I'm asking you: are you comfortable not knowing what's underneath outer space? Are you comfortable with that?
What do you mean? What's underneath outer space? What do you mean?
Do you know what's out? Do you know what it's outer? What's the beyond the limits of the universe? Do you know what's beyond the limits?
That's very complex. I don't know. We could be living in a
Okay.
multiverse. For all
Okay.
we know.
Are
We
you
don't know.
comfortable not knowing that? Are you comfortable?
Yes. Yes. of
Okay.
course.
Okay. So what we're telling you is we are comfortable not knowing what's underneath the earth. Does that make sense? Just
the
like
shape
how
too?
you are. You're comfortable not knowing.
Yeah, but what's more complex? Okay, is it okay to not know what's
God.
more complex, or is it not okay to know something that you can probably try to figure out?
That's not the point. Go ahead.
Like one's
You're
more
talking about-
complicated than the other, right?
Yeah, but we've already started discussing how complicated it is in the first instance. We've only dug a certain amount of distance down, like I said. The only alternative we've got is to send radio and radar and whatever signals through the surface of the Earth and get them bouncing back. And depending on how they bounce back, we can presuppose what material that it's going through or being reflected off of. That's all we can do. It's quite complicated.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I would accept that you guys. I mean, I would assume you guys would know like a shape.
No, we don't know the limitations of the Earth to give you a shape that's
For an edge?
horizontally wide or down with depth.
The size is unknown.
The Earth is round, like a frisbee turned upside down.
No, that's also you don't know the size of the earth.
Okay, wait, Jedi.
Oh.
So where do you think
Yeah.
the edge of the Earth is?
Oh, okay. To answer this question, you could literally point in any direction, right? And you could go theoretically a distance in a straight line in any direction and reach the limitation of the Earth's environment in that direction. How far you would have to go in any direction, that I don't know.
Can't go beyond the ice
There
wall.
would have to be an endpoint.
Yeah, the size is
Yes.
unknown though. The
Yeah,
size is
yeah.
unknown.
You've got two
Also,
choices.
the Earth can be like really, 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 really big. Then and you
Yeah.
just keep going.
Yeah.
You've got two choices, right? It's either infinite or finite, which means it stops somewhere. But to say that it stops somewhere doesn't mean that you can necessarily get to it. Like you said, it could be really, really big. It could be hundreds of millions of miles.
Hundreds of millions of miles. Okay.
Wow.
We'd agree
Could be.
that the Earth is infinite, right?
Not just
No.
6,000 miles? Not just
I
12,000
don't
miles?
see.
Wouldn't agree.
Millions?
Size is unknown.
I couldn't pull a number out of my ass. All I could say is, short of infinity, pick a number. It could be that big, but without actually going there to verify it, how could I tell you? I'm just pointing out choices and how we determine logically what we
12,000.
can and can't find
Hey.
out.
Hey, I do want to point out that like something hasn't been settled in science, or at least the understanding of a globe model is whether or not the Earth is. I'm not the Earth, but the universe is curved or flat, or how
According
it's curved if it is curved.
according to what we're told with regards to the cosmic microwave background, the universe is flat.
No, buddy. That you can have curvature without It's hard to describe, but a basically fifth dimensional curvature that would make
Okay.
the Earth the universe into a torus or a round donut.
Okay, I get you're nobody, but that wasn't warranted because the description is true. You've just come up with another idea, a proposition with 5 dimensions. Okay, that's a nice idea, but it doesn't demonstrate that my one was incorrect.
No. I'm not being on you, but I'm just saying, like,
Nobody. All right.
if you go, there are theories that say if you go far enough and fast enough, you could end up where you originally were with a donut model, which is the crazy bit.
Some kind of a Mobius strip or something.
Well, donut, but yeah, torus.
Yeah. There's lots of ideas, right? But anyway, back to North Korea. Did you have a follow up to your questions about how big the Earth is and why we should know it?
I don't know. I mean, what's a sun on a flat Earth? Like, what do you guys think a sun?
Lights
the sun
in the
is?
sky. It's just light in the sky. That's it.
In
Well, it's a
whatever
big main light.
whatever we say, whatever we say, it's going to be a speculation. It's going to be unverifiable to us. So, what do we think it is? We think it could be possibly a few things.
It could be
Jedi,
a fever dream.
Why don't you send that guy? Because he seems to be genuine.
You think that it's
that guy right
We
there?
just, we just see a light in the sky. That's it.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Well, it's
Jedi,
not
why
that
don't-
simple, dude. Why are you like trying to oversimplify something? Why don't you want to like look more into it?
It's circle. You see it move across. Go ahead.
Can I be heard?
Sorry, Larry, after you, mate. Go.
Forgive me, brother. I was just saying, I'll send the guy that stuff that you sent me about the spectrometer. It's just, I think I screwed that word up, but yeah, I'll send it.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
So, anyways, yeah, the sun. When we look up in the sky, we both see a light in the sky, and you could say, okay, it looks like a circle. Sure, why not? You know, we see it move across the sky, so we can agree that we see a light in the sky moving. Great. Yeah, that's. I mean, what else can we test? I mean, unless you have like a way to get the distance or something, there's no way to test it.
Well, like, where do you think that the sun is then?
Oh, sorry. All right.
Distance is unknown.
This is one of those things when people say the sun. Remember the word "the" means a definite article. A definite article in regards to the sun means like a physical object. Now, the sun could be a physical object. The one that we see could
has
be
to be
the
a physical object.
Sun. It could be a reflection of a physical object, for example, like a rainbow.
Could be. What do you mean? Could be a reflection of a physical object? What do you mean?
Could be a reflection of a physical object upon the surface.
Unless like something was illuminating the sky in some like weird way. I mean, the sun is moving. Unless there was like some big fire wall that's the sun's reflecting off of, or some weird thing is going on, then the sun itself would be physical.
Within certain
light is a physical source.
You're asking us to explain the sun from our point of view. So within certain flat Earth conceptions, there's a medium that the sun is within, and a physical separation between that medium and our atmospheric pressure. So then we're going to have to start talking about unknowns, like what the sun is actually in and the path of that light from the sun to us. Is the light of the sun the actual sun that we see, or is it projected upon the surface? We don't actually see the physical sun, just as it's projected onto a surface. You can demonstrate this kind of thing with lasers and so on, with different color spectrums. Project it onto a surface, then it becomes one focal light.
Hey, by the way, I'm starting to get the point where you guys are, and I understand this, why you don't want to actually come up with a model. And that most of the heavy lifting has been done by other people, and we tend to just go along with it. I just wanted to say, hey, I can understand that other people have done the heavy lifting for us, and I'm not proven, but shown a model that works.
Look, it's not that we don't want a model, right? We don't want the wrong model. So I just posted a guy.
Yeah, I get that's what I was getting at. I'm like, I'm starting to get that point.
Can I just finish?
You don't want the wrong model. I get that.
Yeah. So I just posted a guy who Jedi shared with me. Thanks, Jedi. And he goes over a really interesting model of the sun. A new model that's kind of catching a little bit of ground by some pretty interesting people. Now, this guy, he's accredited. So if you want to listen to anybody, you want to listen to a specialist in their field, right? Now, granted, they're only looking at the sun and taking observations, right? But still, that's what anybody else is doing. So if we're not talking about, quote unquote natural science, this guy can use philosophy to study the sun as many different methods as he can, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and come up with a model. Now, I don't know if that's true. I would have to defer to his
That guy's
expertise.
a pseudoscientist guy. The guy,
Really? Okay. I just said that he's. Hold on. I just said that he's not using the scientific method. Didn't I?
Yeah, it's not science. Not related to science.
Well, hold tight. Spectroscopy isn't natural science. Spectroscopy is just looking at the sun with a device, and then the readings on that device, you can or can't determine what it is. But that's not natural science. Natural science is cause and effect. So by that definition, something that says that it's science when it isn't, that would be pseudoscience. He would be a pseudoscientist. But
Is that what the scientists say?
within the realms of academia, you can look at him on Google Scholar, for example. He's written over 300 papers. He's the inventor of one of the world's best magnetic scanners that they have in hospitals. What's those fucking things called?
CAT scan is what they used to be called. Now they're called MRIs.
That's it, an MRI scanner. So he's the developer of one of the most expensive and well-developed MRI scanners that are used today. He comes with a lot of experience within the field of spectroscopy. Now, when we get data from the sun, primarily we're told, for example, that because of the spectroscopy data, that the sun is a gaseous plasma. But if we to understand the spectroscopy data, we understand that according to the data, that actually can't be the case. To give off the spectrum that it does, which is a continuous spectrum, the sun must be a condensed matter. A condensed matter is something like liquid or a solid. So within this guy's new model, he's demonstrated that he can model the sun if he models it to be a condensed matter. It's a condensed.
Is this guy an astrophysicist?
No, he's a spectroscoper.
I'm pretty sure he's a radiologist.
Well, he does a lot of things, dude.
I don't know if
I really wanted him to be a pseudoscientist, though, because he's proposing a new model of the sun.
But
MRI machines are pseudoscience, bruh.
He understands this, for example. The sun can't be an uncontained ball of plasma gas because of the second law of thermodynamics. He says that. Now, he's not the only person to have said this over the last 150 years since the invention of the standard model of the sun, which proclaimed it was a gaseous plasma in the vacuum of space. That has been contested and is still being contested today. And like Larry pointed out, this idea is catching an awful lot of steam. A lot of things are changing in cosmology at the moment. I don't know if you understand what's been happening with the James Webb Telescope, for example, but the rate of expansion of the universe, well, you've got some severe problems with that. You've got entropy problems all over the place, but all we're doing in this instant is trying to point out to you that even when we're told what the sun is, we don't have to take too long to find other people with reputable information and modelling ideas that would contradict what we are told as common ideas.
Yeah, and as far as
that guy gets laughed at, though. That guy gets laughed at by astrophysics, and they don't even like to listen to him and stuff.
Dude, you're so afflicted by the model, bro. You're so butthurt that this guy has his own idea.
I mean, this guy does get laughed at.
Why are you throwing so much shade on this dude? You haven't even looked at the information. You asked for a model.
I can't throw shade at this dude.
Not until you see his model. Did you know the guy that said "wash your hands" died in an insane asylum and everybody laughed at him? He's the guy that came up with a germ theory. He died from an infection that he could have cured with distilled wine.
Like what, 700 years ago or something?
No.
How long ago was that?
The germ theory was what, 200 or 300 years ago?
Yeah.
Pretty long time ago. A lot of people were like thinking witches. People were killing witches back then and stuff. But I'm just saying,
people haven't evolved.
This guy does get laughed at by astrophysics, and he's
sorry. When you said he gets laughed at by astrophysicists, and then you post Professor Dave. Have you seen Dr. Robertal's response to Professor Dave's
Oh, I guess I should have
incoherent
I
known
haven't
to
seen, I
post.
haven't seen his response. I remember I watched Professor Dave's video debunking him a while ago.
I guess I should have posted that like automatically,
what was his
because
response?
why would I
What was
think
his
that this
response?
guy would be able to just look at the model and like take it in and listen to what the guy has to say? Why is it that I have to post this response to Professor Dave? Because you are so scared of new models that you're going to run to someone like Professor Dave to get your
Does
confirmation
this
bias.
radiologist think the Earth is flat?
Bro, what the fuck is wrong
This
with
is
you?
the problem, though.
Are you retarded?
Okay, no. What do you mean? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with you? Okay, why are you gonna like these guys? Like, I understand that you guys sometimes do this. So, like, you like one guy that is like a
Decent
radiologist,
doo-doo.
but then you like all the other guys that doesn't say what you
Not
like.
that.
You're just nitpicking here.
No, it's not that. It's the data itself and what he says about the data with regards to the spectroscopy.
He says stuff that you like.
No, the data's correct. What he's pointing out is true. The spectroscopy
Okay, what is
lines
this?
indicate. Sorry, the spectroscopy lines indicate it can only be a condensed matter, a liquid or a solid. The spectroscopy lines wouldn't present themselves in the way that they are presenting themselves if it was gaseous, if it was a plasma or gas, because those lines would be discontinuous. Now, that's all that he's pointing out, the bit that we're pointing out as well. According to the spectroscopy data, that can't be a plasma gas.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. I just brought it up how you guys do like take certain things that you like and just roll with that.
Yeah,
Bro,
the
you asked
spectroscopy
for a
data said it
model.
can't be gas.
You asked for a model. We provided
Wait,
you
this
the
guy
model.
presents a model that you guys agree with, or
We
something?
didn't
What's
say
the model?
that. We said it's a different model.
Oh yeah, the crescendo to this point is this is just using spectroscopy data, something that can't be verified at this instance because you'd have to go to the sun and say actually this is exactly what it is, and it confirms to the data or not.
Dude, you're in a cult, bro. You can't even look at new information and look at the information based on the merit of the information rather than going to
I'll check
Wikipedia
this
and
stuff out and
Professor
see what he's
Dave
saying.
to see that, oh, this person says that he's laughed at and a pseudoscientist. Never mind the
is.
fact that, hold on, bro, relax. Never mind the fact that he's actually done something in the field of medicine that revolutionized everything, much like Leonardo da Vinci did when he made 3D imaging available
Wait, Larry.
for doctors.
Larry, what did this guy do that revolutionized medicine?
MRI. Do you know what that is?
That's fine. I mean,
Oh, it's
revolutionary.
fine.
He's not an astrophysicist, so he's not in astrophysics.
No, it's spectroscopy.
This dude is
I mean,
so weird,
I don't
man.
think he's dumb. It's just the truth. Or you can't be calling me weird. You're not in the realm to do
It's
that.
the spectroscopy. The only thing that it's got to do with astrophysics is pointing the device at the sun. That's the only way that we're receiving the information. Astrophysics or not, it's just the name of this instance. It's the data that we're interested in.
Hey, what is that thing that they do in science where they like ask questions? Why is this dude afraid of questions? Like,
I mean, I was
Jedi,
asking questions.
hold on,
here
bro. I'm not
before
talking
I
to
was
you.
asking you guys how the Earth was.
Dude, stop interrupting. I'm talking to Jedi. Jedi, it's like they're sending priests in here to convert people. I mean, these people are like priests. Like, bless you, child. You poor thing. Bless your heart. You're looking at other people's models that doesn't conflict with that conflicts with the consensus. Like, don't you know about consensus?
Yeah, by the way, that's not how science is done, is by consensus. Because people have been in the minority in the past, and if you guys would have been like a couple of 100 years ago, or at least in agreement with the Catholic Church.
99% believe the globe, though. 99% of people believe the globe.
Yeah, and you go back 500 years, and you'll have 99% of the people believing it was flat, dude. Consensus doesn't. Consensus
Wait, how do you
does
know
not.
He's got a point. Consensus doesn't prove just because an idea is popular doesn't mean the idea is correct.
So the question. So just to be clear, do you have any questions about the sun specifically? Because I know you were asking about it. before.
Is the sun above the surface of the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it in the sky, basically.
Especially like at solar noon, when it's above your head.
Okay, well then how would you counter high altitude balloon videos that would prove it's like really, really far and it's not really like in the Earth's atmosphere?
No one's claiming it is in the Earth's atmosphere. What are you talking about?
The distance is
Like,
unknown. We don't claim the distance.
Okay. Let me just hold on, let me just get some videos and show you.
Okay. The location, we don't claim the distance, so if you're talking about
It's
the
above the
location.
Earth. Okay, you don't Alright,
Yeah,
so
we
you don't
just
know
see
the
it above our
distance?
heads. We see it above our heads, yeah. I agree with you there. Yeah.
So, do you think?
Okay.
Sorry, I've got to ask this question before you
Do
carry
you think
on.
it's 90 million miles away though?
No. We don't say it. We're not telling you we know how
What do you think
far
it's like
away it
shorter?
is.
Let me ask Jedi, dude.
Right, go ahead.
Oh, Jedi, do you think it's like really, really? Do you think it's as like far as the scientists are saying it is, or do you think it's like shorter than that?
I don't think it's the size that they say it is to be observed by the way that we see it in angular size to be 93 million miles away. No, I would suggest that the sun would be closer.
Smaller?
Well, yeah. We can even have that observable effect of the angular size of the moon. Right? It looks about the same size as the sun, but because the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away, it just appears to look like that. And the moon's closer. Looks the same.
Yeah, we just
So you think the
eyeball
moon
it.
and the sun are the same size?
Yeah, I can't see any reason why not. If you're just asking me for my speculations and thoughts, yeah, about the same size.
Okay. What are we looking at when we see the sun below the horizon? What are we looking at? Like the sun a little bit below the horizon.
I don't see the sun below the horizon. Below the horizon is where the surface of the Earth is, and I can't see through that to see the sun going under the horizon.
Let me just show you an image of what I'm talking.
I know what sunset looks like.
I don't know if you know exactly what I'm talking about though.
Okay.
So like an image like this, or what's a better one? I think there's a better one out there.
Yeah, sunset.
Yeah, basically of a sunset. Like, how do you explain this though?
That's the sun
Where it's
going
like a little
away.
like below the horizon a bit.
Yeah, that's the sun going away. So what?
Why does it appear below the horizon?
What? It's not appearing below the horizon. I can't see through the water to see the sun below the horizontal line of the Earth. Right? I can
Because
see
the
the
Earth's
top.
horizontal in your world.
Yeah, but the sun in this instance is going down because of perspective. Hasn't actually changed its altitude, but because it's going away, will go down in our vision, much like street lights that are above our head or a ceiling.
So
they go down. Okay.
The sun is. So I'm trying to imagine what you're saying. So the sun is above, but then it's going away, and it appears to be below the horizon, which is horizontally flat.
Mm-hmm.
Like a drone at 400 feet that you fly to the east for 6 miles. It's going to appear directly over your head till it starts going east. Then it's going to appear to get lower and lower and lower.
And it just goes, it dips below the horizon.
It doesn't dip below the horizon. It appears to go into the horizon.
There's some videos show you that it does shrink to a point like you would imagine. But there was like sometimes the sun does weird other shit. Like I can show you that if you want. Like how you would expect an airplane to just vanish. If that's what you're talking about, like why doesn't it just shrink to a point above the surface of the Earth? Like there's a few videos like that, but sometimes it doesn't always do that.
Interesting. I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of this on a flat Earth.
Well, at the moment, it's just perspective. You might be wondering why you can't see the bottom of the sun, but that's not because the sun's gone below the curvature of the Earth and the horizon's the physical curvature of the Earth for the sun to hide behind. This is just perspective. So, like I was trying to point out, if you look down a road at night and you have street lights on, you'll notice that they appear to descend downwards towards the horizon, the midpoint of your view, much like the road.
Can you show me an image of that?
Have you ever looked down the street at night? A corridor? I'll see if I can
No, I'm
find
just
you a
saying, I
picture.
want to like see a demonstration of what you exactly mean.
See if I can find you a picture.
Or a hallway, I think, also.
I mean, I've only seen two things go below the horizon. Have you guys seen anything else go below the horizon other than the sun and the
clouds, airplanes?
Airplanes go below the
Sun, moon,
the
stars, planets, airplanes, helicopters.
We get what you
Helicopters
mean,
go
by
below?
the way. We get why you're. We understand your point, by the way. Like it does, like you know, like I get what you mean. Like, oh, it has to be obstructed by the curve. Like it would make sense, but well, the problem is there's actually a few things. So, well, I'll let Jedi go. You can explain it, but
I'm still looking for. Dude, you're fine. I'm still looking for.
Okay. Here, let me put it this way. When you have you ever seen an object like? Have you ever seen those videos of a coin disappearing from the bottom first on a table, which is flat? Like, if you move the coin away from the camera, you can actually make it look like it's disappearing from the bottom, and you can zoom in on it, and it'll actually reappear. Have you seen those?
Not seen that, no.
Okay.
And have you guys done a demonstration with boats that like? Would you guys have one explanation for why boats go below the horizon?
We can show you zooming in on the boat and bringing it back.
Yeah, but like you keep zooming in, it's eventually going to go away again. I mean,
yeah.
Like that's the thing.
Showing that it has nothing to do with curvature and everything to
E100,
do
you zoom in.
everything
Hold
to
on,
do with
you
the
zoom in.
size of the aperture.
It has everything to do with what?
Aperture.
Temperature?
Changing
Changing
aperture.
the boats?
God.
Refraction?
Have you ever heard of no? Have you ever heard of angular resolution? It's kind of complicated, but I don't want to sound like I'm obfuscating.
I don't understand how temperature has something to do with us seeing a boat go over a claimed flat horizontal body of water and it being below the horizon. Like, that doesn't even make any sense on a flat surface.
What do you mean?
Aperture. Camera.
Aperture, not temperature.
Okay, explain
aperture.
it. You're just. But why are you just saying temperature? Why don't you
No,
explain what you're
aperture.
talking about?
APT,
Aperture.
not TEMP. AP.
Show a demonstration of that then.
Okay, go ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
Right. To be clear, you know what an aperture is, don't you? We're talking about
Know what
camera
an aperture
lenses.
is?
Yeah, we're talking about camera
Camera
lenses.
lenses have something to do with that?
Yeah, not temperature, aperture.
Okay.
You're
Show me a
asking
demonstration of that then.
Yeah, Larry's hopefully going to do that. But that's what we're talking about: observations through a lens, and why that lens, the size of it, its aperture, is going to is going to determine what you can angularly resolve or not.
Okay. Interesting. And that will cause an optical phenomenon where it appears to be below the horizon when it's not.
For all intents and purposes, yeah. The horizon being your limitation of view across the surface.
Interesting. I mean, I'd love to see the demonstration. Whenever you guys post it.
Yeah. Hank, do you have
I can right now.
Okay, he's got it. All right. There's a 3-hour video on angular resolution that's really I forget what it's called, but yeah.
I timestamped it.
Episode 19. Jeez. What's timestamp?
Oh, wait, Hank, what were you saying?
I timestamped it.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
1:10:25.
You see it in the chat?
Yep.
Rayleigh Criterion, Brigham Young University. For all those who thought sunset proved that the Earth was a globe. After you watch this, not exclusive.
Watching it right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Although it's not a boat over water, I'm gonna watch it.
It's about sun, right? I mean, your initial argument was about the sun's going below the curve, right? That's the argument.
I mean, and boats. Really, anything going below the horizon is interesting on a flat Earth.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go. Yeah. Watch whatever he posted, and then just tell us what you think.
Going to be hard to do the genetic fallacy on Brigham Young University. See what this Wikipedia article says. Flat Earth. This article is about to prove cosmological models.
Oh yeah. One more thing I want to bring up is testing boats going over the horizon is actually it's actually more verifiable than the sun going below the horizon, because the problem with the sun is that you can't really access the sun, but when you're bringing up boats going over the horizon, that's more accessible. Like we can actually talk about that.
I just watched like 2 minutes of the video. I see how like the angle or the what's it called? Yeah, the angle of the camera lens can manipulate what you're seeing with the lights and stuff. And I don't know. What were you saying about boats over the horizon again? You were saying something about
I was just saying boats over the horizon, in my opinion, is a better argument because it's more accessible, because the sun really is not, I mean, you can see it, but you can't really access it. But like a boat going over the horizon, that's like, we can go there, we can verify it. I can get in a boat, I can do it myself. I can, you know what I'm saying? Like I can actually replicate it. You know what I'm saying? It's repeatable. But the sunset thing, you're just looking in the sky. You can't really test the sun directly. It's just like this circle in the sky. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Circle in the sky. But would you say it's a ball? Do you think it's a ball?
The only problem with saying it's a ball is so that obviously means depth perception. So like if I had a telescope and I zoomed in on the sun, I would have to have some kind of, maybe like a specular, like you know how when you have a basketball or some kind of like balloon, when you shine a light on it, it has like a little highlight that gives you that depth perception. I haven't seen that for the sun yet, so I would as at the very least it's a circle. Like we can agree it's a circle, but you need that. There has to be some kind of depth proven. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if there is a way to, I don't know if it's flat or it could be a sphere. I don't care. Like, sure, why not? But the only problem is you need that. No one has ever measured depth perception, as far as I know, on the sun. Like, do you have depth perception for the sun? When you look in a telescope and you zoom in on the sun, do you have depth perception for that?
Not sure.
Through a telescope, no, because you're looking through one eye, so you would never have depth perception looking through a telescope. You need two eyes to have depth perception.
Okay, use binoculars then. Do you have binoculars and you zoom in on the sun? Do you see depth on the sun or not?
How far away is the sun?
That's my question to you. I know that's another question.
It's an entirely different question. Okay, we'd like to acknowledge that.
That's another problem. Is the globe has never proven the distance to the sun. That's why we're questioning
the shape of the Earth isn't meant to prove the distance to the sun.
Yeah, it's yeah, but he
sorry, hold on. The shape of the Earth isn't supposed to prove the distance to the sun. Do you know what the cosmic distance ladder is? The radius of the cosmic distance ladder, how we understand the distances and size of objects in the solar system and beyond. It's directly in relation to the radius of the Earth. So yes, it's based upon the radius of the Earth, the shape of it. That presumption being that Venus is about the same size of the Earth within radius value. So when it transits the Sun, we can determine how far away the Sun is based on the size of Venus being the same size as the Earth. They did this so they could get a distance to the Moon before they went there. 1963.
Allegedly.
So yes, going to need the shape of the Earth to give us the distance to the Sun within the heliocentric model.
Did anybody else lose Jedi, or was it just me?
Oh, he's clear. He said the cosmic ladder, and he talked about the transit of Venus and how it relies on the radius, and therefore the shape is related to the distance. He said in response to the guy who said the shape does not, it doesn't have anything to do with the distance.
I just lost connection for a second. Please continue.
I mean, if that's the case, I didn't know that, but I'm almost certain the shape of the Earth, or like the size of the Earth, doesn't dictate the distance it is from the Sun. I thought the size of the Sun dictated how far it was from the Earth, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I agree.
You're
It's
fine, buddy.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not a lot of people. Not a lot of people do know this, so that's why I jumped all over it, because it's not common knowledge. So to make that claim would probably be coming from something that you didn't know, and that's fine.
Yes.
If you want to look into this, please do. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. I'm not lying about it. It's kind of well understood and established. That's why I said the cosmic distance ladder, because this is how it's referred. Directly.
Yeah, but I don't even understand what the cosmic distance ladder is referring to. Because looking at the Wikipedia page, there's like 1,000 different variations of what the cosmic distance ladder is measuring. So it's like, what are you exactly measuring with the cosmic distance ladder? Like, what does that mean?
So if we're using the example of a ladder, because the first run on that ladder, the first step, is the radius of the Earth. From the radius of the Earth, we can now build the next ladder on that step, and that's the presumption that Venus has the same radius value as the Earth. So we can then build another step along that ladder for it to give us a distance to the Sun when Venus transits the Sun. Because we know the size of Venus, we can say we know the size and the distance to the Sun. So this is how we start building on one thing after another, another.
Yeah, direct measurement. At the base of the ladder, the fundamental distance measurements in which distances are dreamed directly with no physical assumptions about the nature of the object in question. The precise measurement of stellar positions is in part of the discipline of astrometry. Early fundamental distances such as the radii of the Earth. Yeah.
Cool. And thanks for checking into that as well.
No worries. We'll learn something in the Flat Earth Discord. Something new happens every day.
Well, if you hang out with flat earthers, there's no compartmentalization. You're gonna learn
knowledge
math,
can be
science,
with anybody.
philosophy.
By the way, I do agree with your when you said that distance doesn't have to do with the shape, even though in the heliocentric model you guys have the ladder like Jedi mentioned.
I was just flat out wrong. My bad.
Okay, but okay. Anyways.
Imagine learning something
your
from
model.
a flat earther.
That's rough. Yeah, no, I feel bad.
Yeah, it's crazy because you can learn from people you disagree with. It's weird,
That's how it
right?
goes. That's how it
Like you would
goes.
think that because the clock is wrong, because it's always
I
wrong.
don't think you want to be the broken clock in that analogy, but you can if you want to be, go for it.
Yeah, I
Man.
can be the broken clock. That's
okay, have fun.
Yeah. I mean, I just really get tired of people doing logical fallacies. So the genetic fallacy is like, oh, well, you can't listen to anything this guy says because
for
he's
sure,
a pseudoscience. That's weird.
Yeah, you always have to focus on the argument, not the source, regardless of who or what the source is.
What do you guys think celestial objects are?
Lights in the sky. Oh, well, people say luminaries, but I don't even say that. I just say lights in the sky. The Jedi and Hank, you can answer that if you want to speculate.
What is the sky? Because we don't go up in airplanes and see them. That's
an even right. That's an even bigger question. What is up?
Is it a question though?
Sorry,
Well, go ahead,
was said?
Jedi. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jedi, my question. Yeah, my question was no. I mentioned airplane, but I'm like, well, they're really high up lights in the sky or something, right? Or they're far from you, because we can't go up in airplanes and see them.
He said, "What are celestial objects?" His question was, "What are celestial objects?" His question was, "What are celestial objects?"
Oh yeah, no real idea what they actually are. I just jumped in because you said aeroplanes. I thought you said we couldn't see them in aeroplanes. That's why. The only reason why I jumped in.
Oh, no, I said I was gonna be like, well, if we go up in airplanes, we wouldn't be able to just be like, okay, I can grab this star right here, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Actually,
they're out of our reach. Let's put it like
What
that.
do you think they are, North Korea? What do you think they are, or do you know what they are?
What celestial objects? They're in space. I know they're in space.
How do you know?
Do you want us to speculate? By the way, are you asking us to speculate? Just to be clear.
We could speculate all day. I'm just trying to understand what you guys believe that stuff are, like celestial objects and whatnot.
Okay.
Who cares what people believe, dude?
Yeah. See, this is the difference between you guys and us. This is why we think differently. Is because when you guys ask us, we're trying to tell you like only shit that we can definitely 100% be certain of, you know. But if we ask like if you're just asking us to speculate, we don't want to mislead you like we've been lied to about the globe, right? So if you've been lied to for so much time and then someone comes along and says, "Hey, what do you think of this?" You don't want to like
Do you truly believe
it's almost like
that they're lying to us about the globe?
I'm sorry, let me rephrase. I just think they're wrong. Let me yeah. Let me phrase it like that. I just think they're wrong.
They must be lying. They can't just be misinforming us and not knowing that they're lying. If they're lying, if they're misinforming us, giving us false information about the Earth shape, then it must be a lie.
When children
coordinated, calculated lie.
When children under hold on, just real fast. When children under 5-year-old talk about Santa Claus, they're not lying to each other. They bought it, hook, line, and sinker. They believe that Santa Claus exists. Then once they get, between 5 and 10, eventually, most of them, developed a sense of mathematics and time, and they realize that it's not possible. Well, most people under 100 are the same way. Like most people that are under 100 years old just kind of believe what they were told, and then somewhere along the lines between like 50 and 100, people start going, "Man, that's some bullshit." They said we landed on the moon. It's some bullshit, man.
Another funny thing, Larry. Hang on.
You have an open-head one.
Hang on, dude.
And they still believe that.
Another funny thing about that, Larry, about Santa Claus, that
Bro, you probably built like Santa Claus.
Amongst 5-year-olds, there's also a consensus that Santa Claus exists.
Listen, the only people that went to space is the Soviets, so keep that in mind, John.
No one went to space. Space.
Maybe the Soviets went into fucking space.
No, they went high up into the atmosphere. The vacuum of space doesn't exist, so Russian or American or whoever hasn't gone there.
Wait, where did they go?
Yep, up into the sky, into the atmosphere.
My favorite part is the fact that Soviets did go into space. They developed rocket engines with enough thrust to put them into the upper atmosphere. Doesn't mean they went to the moon, but they fucking accomplished something, brothers. Just accept
Yeah,
that.
but they didn't go to the
We
vacuum
don't
of
shit
space.
on Russians because Russia's gonna own you, brother. I love you.
Okay.
I went high, but not in outer space.
I swear to God, if I do any more ketamine, I'm gonna have to convince you.
Bro, you gotta stop doing Special K, bro. You're gonna die.
But do you know why we don't say? You know the reason why we don't believe in this vacuum of outer space? Like, you want
The
to hear the
vacuum of
reason?
space can be provable with a helium balloon. I don't think it's that difficult. You can do it
No,
yourself.
sorry, dude.
No.
You can't prove the vacuum of space with a helium balloon, which relies on atmospheric pressure to work. Because when the atmospheric pressure goes away and isn't applying the force to the outside of the balloon pops.
That guy already left.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
It's fine.
the balloon eventually pops. Like how the balloon eventually pops because it's getting too high up.
Yeah, the pressure is decreasing with altitude.
Yeah, like the point is that when you have an open vacuum next to gas, the atmosphere, it's not just gonna the gas is not just gonna stay where it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was also going to ask you guys what the definition of a vacuum to you is.
Well,
because there's degrees of a vacuum. You can literally like have one atom, and then it wouldn't. To most people, would say that's not a true vacuum, and then
Yeah, there are no true vacuums.
Even if you do take out the atoms, there's still a background energy called
Yes.
zero-point energy or quantum foam. So a vacuum is a concept, like an idea thing, like an isolated system. Doesn't really exist.
Wait, so then you don't even need the gas pressure argument. You could just say there is no vacuum of outer space because vacuums are imaginary anyway. In that case,
yeah, they really don't exist.
So you don't even need to talk about gas pressure at all. You can just say there is no vacuum of outer space. There at the end, like that's it. It's over.
Yeah, vacuum
What about all those
catastrophe. Look
videos
it up.
from the ISS and stuff? What about those videos, guys?
Oh, you saw it on TV?
Oh, back on TISS.
We also
What about
TV, right?
what about
Internet,
the
social
ISS? Sorry, buddy, I do apologise. What about
What about
the
the videos that we have? I remember I saw that lady on the ISS. She showed us the little. I think it was like the what's it called? It showed the Earth. Right?
Okay,
ISS.
so what are we looking at? Are we looking at the Earth, or are we looking at the people on the International Space Station? Which one first? The curvature of the Earth. or the people?
You see the Earth. You see the Earth at one point, but you also see the people on the ISS.
Okay. So, just very quickly, there's quite a few reputable people that say, mathematically speaking, from the height of the International Space Station, we wouldn't be able to perceive the amount of curvature that they show us. Now, that's just mathematically speaking. So I don't know
What are the maths behind it?
Okay, I can try and dig them out for you if you want me to. Or
I'm pretty sure I did the math with ChatGPT before, and it said even with 100,000 feet, I think, of height, you'd be able to see left to right curvature pretty decently, actually, if you follow the formula. So I don't know what you're talking about, but
I'm talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson with reference to the Felix Baumgartner jump. Do you remember
I know
that?
he said that, but there was no
Yeah,
maths behind it.
Yeah, I'm also going to start mentioning Paul Larson. I'll find his mathematics. He did a presentation where he puts the mathematics up for everybody. So from that altitude, the perception of the curvature that we're shown isn't the amount of curvature that we should see according to the maths that he does. But
Is he following the formula?
But regardless to this instance, I just want to point this out. When we're down here at ground level, we don't see the geometric curvature of the Earth because everybody says refraction. Refraction moves the curvature back. So why is it with altitude that we now see the physical curvature of the Earth? Why is it physical now?
The Earth's big. You think the Earth's big too, right?
Of course it's big.
Because you said that, yeah, it's big. It's really big.
Yeah, of course it's big, yeah. Even from the height of the International Space Station, I still only think it's about 3 to 4% of surface of the Earth coverage that they perceive.
Something, I don't know, something.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount anyway. But yeah, look, if we're given live streams on YouTube where the only verifiability that it's live is the little red box that says that it's live, and telemetry data telling us, I don't know, the altitude, for example, and speed and this, that, and the other. All we're doing really is relying on that information to be true without any true way of verifying it for itself.
Yes,
now, the
but
claim
what about? Yes. I agree. Okay, that's fine. I know what you're saying. What about the rockets that go up? Where do you think the rockets go? They have cameras on them.
Yeah.
Where do you think the rockets go?
You have uncut footage of the rocket going all the way up from the surface of the Earth.
What do you mean? What do you mean uncut footage?
They they always usually cut it when they reach a certain point altitude.
It's not.
Yeah, but they're gonna cut it. It's like they want to get. It's like they're not. The thing with like NASA, like even nowadays, they're not trying to prove to you that the Earth is like a globe. So like when they're doing
That's
when they're
all
like
they've
showing
been
rockets
doing.
going up, they're gonna give you. They're gonna give you. No, NASA doesn't care because like they already know it's a.
Then
it's a
why
globe.
did they turn
So, like,
around
when they
halfway
give
to the
you.
moon?
Hold on, let me just finish my sentence real quick. So when they give you like angles of the rockets going up, and it gives you the angle of the like looking down from the rocket and shit, like they're just trying to give you different perspectives. They're not trying to be like, look, guys, it's a globe. This is proof. They're not trying to.
Don't you think they would have it though? Don't you think they would have uncut footage though?
Of what? The camera probably never cuts off. So I mean, I would assume that they do.
Yeah,
So
just
they want to show you. They want to show you different perspectives because they're not trying to prove to you it's a globe. It's not like a
Not
globe
that
proving
type of
video.
cutting. Sorry to interrupt. It's not that type of cutting. You already mentioned that there's more than one camera upon the rocket, for example. And then we have the ones that are on the ground that watch the rocket go away. So when we watch these things that are said to be live, we get cut between different points of view, like you pointed out. This is what we mean by cutscenes. So we go, for
Yes,
example,
we know.
from
That's exactly what I understood. Right, a different point of views. Right.
Yeah, different
Exactly.
points,
Rockets still
different
going up.
points
It's not
of
like it's
views.
cutting that.
Yeah,
Exactly,
but
and you understand. You would understand, Jedi, why? Like, okay, for example, say that like everything else is real, right? Say space is real and stuff. You understand why NASA would give normal watching people that aren't trying to prove to them that the Earth is like a globe different angles and perspectives. You'd understand why.
I understand the plausible deniability within that, but all we're trying to point out to you is really the information we have to take for granted that it's being given to us in good faith, even though we can clearly see that, like is being pointed out, it's not one continuous stream with whatever excuses that you want to give. It isn't that. For example, you'll have a camera on the floor, watch the rocket go away, and then get a cutscene to the rocket and what it can see in front of it, and then another camera to see what it can see behind it, and then back down to the ground, seeing the rocket go away a little bit further now, then back to the rocket and showing a separation thing taking process. We've got no way of determining which is real and which is fake when you flip from one image to another. Yeah, the ground one, dude. Just trying to point out that it's unverifiable and we have to take it at face value.
I know what you mean. I know you're trying to say like it's different perspectives and it like obviously this camera's going and it cuts and then you see the different camera. I understand what you're saying. I understand that. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm just saying you agree that the rocket's going up, right?
Yes. Rockets go into the sky and the people
I don't know how far up.
go away.
Yeah.
And but do you think there's even people in like okay, let me just actually screen share so I can show you what I'm talking about.
Do you remember the Challenger disaster? Do you remember that, or are you too young to remember that?
What would you say?
Do you remember the Challenger disaster that took place in the 1980s? Are you too young for that?
I'll be right back.
No, I wouldn't remember that. If I learned about it, I'd forget it because I'm not that old, dude.
Yeah, no worries.
Something that would happen like 4 years ago, I'd be like probably like playing Fortnite at that time, dude. I'd be 13, 4 years ago, so I wouldn't really know.
I only really remember it because of the joke that went around at the time. It was like, what do NASA astronauts drink? And the answer was 7-Up because 7 people went up in a...
Oh, do you see my screen, Jedi?
Oh, you're showing your screen. Okay.
I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, cool.
So do you guys believe that like okay, so do you think that they're bullshitting? Like these guys aren't where they're saying they are? Do you think these guys are on the rocket or what?
They might be on the rocket. They might be in a studio that looks like a rocket, but if they're going to invoke the vacuum of space, they're not going there.
NASA has the largest studio in the world, by the way.
Careful, guys. If AI is here, I think he's going to ban this chat. Sorry. Anyway, good to see you guys. How are you?
Good, bro. How you doing?
Looking at a NASA rocket going into the vacuum of space.
So you're looking at the stuff that's like in the algorithm, right? So the stuff that you're looking at is totally censored. If you want to
What do you mean
find
censored?
like, did you not know that the algorithm is censored?
Well, everything on the internet's censored.
Right. So every time you type in flat Earth, what's going to pop up? 1,000 Professor Dave videos before you actually get to a flat earther, right? So the stuff that you're
Some things
looking
are
at,
deprioritized. Like a lot of flat earthers are like relatively unknown and get like 2 views. So it's like
that's not how it was in the beginning. At one time, it was the highest thing trending on Google, or was it on YouTube? Google? I can't remember.
Every
Yeah,
time
so
you
they
even
had to
click on a
stop
flat
that.
Earth video.
Bro, every time I
Yeah.
start talking, you start talking. Shush.
I know what
So-
you're saying. I already know what you're saying.
I don't care. You're not the only person I'm talking to. So Google was trending flat Earth, so they had to do something because it was like the #1 trending thing. So the government actually started working with the social media companies to make sure that you guys don't get any of this information. Now it's really funny because I can go. They're not really worried about you finding out like some bullshit, right? So I'm gonna go right now, and I'm just gonna pull up Bigfoot. Man, there's so much Bigfoot stuff right here. Like, no fucking problem. But when I try this,
I mean, it's just deprioritized because they probably think it's stupid, which it is. So it's like they just don't care. It's deprioritized. It's not really censored. You can still post. There's still flat earthers that post videos. Jedi, are you looking at this? This is the camera. It's showing the camera.
I get it. Have you ever tried to search for any flat Earth related content on YouTube, for example? Have you ever tried to do that?
I think I have. I don't know. I think when I have though, it does pop up like a lot of the debunkers that make fun of it.
Okay,
First,
you will get
ones that have millions of views.
you will get a piece of information with every flat Earth video. It comes along
Oh
the
yeah, you
lines
get the
of
Wikipedia.
yes, you get that. You get that the flat Earth is a disc.
You know what's crazy? That they actually did the same thing for
Those
the
kind of
coronavirus. So when you click on any COVID video, I think it was somewhere in 2022, maybe middle of 2023 or something like that. Probably 2022.
yeah, we're not talking about that.
Where if you clicked on the, I'm saying it's the same thing. When you clicked on the COVID thing, it would like say this, get the latest thing from the CDC and whatnot.
So you understand that's there and only there for certain subjects. Certain subjects we're obviously not going to talk about because that's not what the server's about. But the
Subjects
server
that
is
can
one
have
of those
misleading
subjects.
information, like
Yeah,
coronavirus. They don't want people to.
There you go. So they do that then, don't they?
But look what's halfway down.
Yeah,
I'll
give
share
you the
my
Wikipedia
screen.
for it.
Just
where
super
they make sure you know that it's an archaic thing. So okay, Jedi, we're at this point now. What do you think this is? What are we looking at?
Cartoons. So see, I'm not even halfway down. I typed in flat Earth and look at this mermaid sighting video that's dividing opinion on TikTok. So this is like obviously some bullshit, right? So they don't care if you see bullshit. Like they want you looking at bullshit. Look what I searched. This is the flat Earth. This is the halfway down the page.
And then there's that guy. Wait, scroll up real quick. Scroll up. There's always that guy. That guy always makes fun of you guys. Yeah, that guy right there.
Larry.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, North Korea, that you mentioned the debunkers must resort to ridicule? You would think if they were debunkers, they would just debunk.
Guy's whole channel is based on
Not to mention North Korea.
You sound very naive when you discuss this.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut in, Olds. I was just trying to say North Korea as well, man. All right, the mods can take care of themselves, but as I always say on this server, for God's sake, stop speaking over the mods, man. It's not your room. It's not my room either. Okay, show some respect, okay?
All right, pal.
Yeah, he's coping.
Hoping.
I just don't think he's capable. Like his frontal lobes aren't developed yet. He lacks the capacity to govern himself.
Oh yeah, maybe I'm just too young to
Yeah,
govern myself,
he's
bro.
dependent on Kim Jong. Kim, that's his boss.
Do you think Kim Jong Un thinks the Earth is flat?
Oh, brother, North Korea. Your act
North
is
Korea
pretty
has a
tired,
space
pal.
program. They have
Your act
ICBMs.
is
You
tired.
forget, bro. North Korea sent somebody to the surface of the sun, but they went at night. You believe that, right? I mean, that's what they said. North Korea's
Hey
government.
man, Kim Jong Un created the hamburger. You didn't know that? You know that?
You're rocking the flag, boy.
Yeah, so they went to the surface of the sun. I haven't found any flat Earth material, by the way. This
All
is all
jokes
flat Earth
aside,
debunks.
though. All jokes aside, though, there must be some really smart people in North Korea. Because,
Are
rocket
you
science ain't easy,
joking?
man.
Communists
Are you
kill
dumb? What
smart
do you mean am I
people.
joking, dude? They have listen. They have a bunch of nuclear
North Korea
ICBMs.
believes everything he sees on TV.
You think they have dumb
Wow,
people there?
the
Don't know what they're
naivety,
talking.
the naivety. in North Korea is off the charts, pal.
What am I naive about?
You believe
Tell me
everything
what
you
I'm
see on TV.
Oh,
I've
so
yet
North
to
Korea
hear
doesn't even
something you're
exist.
not naive about.
North Korea doesn't even exist. Okay.
No, he didn't say that. Come on, dude. That's
I know, but it's like, what else is he gonna say? What else is he gonna say, Jedi? Like, what else conspiracy theory is he gonna come up with now?
No,
It's
I
always
think it's
something.
funny. You miss the whole. You even mentioned yourself that archaic tag. Don't you think that's funny? That's there. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
No, I've seen it. I remember I recently started
Yeah, I
looking at the flat
know.
Earth theory.
Have you ever seen anything else tagged with such a thing ever?
Yes. I've
I know
seen
you
it
have a
with
small
COVID.
sample size.
Yes, I've seen it with
What
COVID. You
else?
have a small size.
Okay,
That
yeah.
was about it.
You keep the bringing up off-topic things. They refer to that as archaic, do they?
Yes, it's an
No, they don't. They don't use wording archaic. North Korea. So yeah,
No,
if
go on the
red
Wiki.
flags and bells aren't going off, maybe your brain isn't fully developed. Did you ever think of that?
Or why are you getting so mad? Because it's the truth. If you
No,
click on any of
I'm
the
not
YouTube
mad,
videos,
bro. I'm just asking. Maybe had you considered that your brain hadn't fully developed?
what would that have to do with anything? Yeah, I'm not 26 yet or
It would have
25.
to do with a lot. If you're working with an undeveloped brain, then
there are people that are above 25 that still don't believe the Earth is flat. So,
well, I'm not talking about an age. I'm just talking about your gray matter that you were dealt.
okay. So everyone was dealt wrong gray matter then, and old husband.
Huh?
And it's funny. I understand that you're talking the
Yeah,
most
you're in a
about
coke
brain.
spiral, so
You're
yeah.
not even an
Your
intelligent, informed.
snide little act is pretty tired, pal.
Okay. Well, I was having an educated discussion with Jedi. You were just like a dumb flat earther, so
You
you
were
just
being a
jump in and say,
smart ass, as usual.
"You don't
But
know
carry
anything,
on.
dude."
Well, they used to say archaic. They don't say that on here anymore. I'm looking for it and I don't see it, but they do talk about because a lot of globe earthers used to say that nobody actually believed the Earth is flat, which is really weird because I've talked to some farmers in their 80s who said the opposite. So they were actually there before the moon landing and remember the debates that were happening. So it says the pre-Socratic philosophers believed the world is flat. So,
Oh, mate, I tell you, sorry, I wasn't trying to talk over anybody. I was just going to tell you, though, when I came to the realization that the moon landing was fake, then I talk about that with people, and I'd hear, these boomers, mostly boomers, but some of them are silent generation from the generation before. It's like, I was there, man. I watched it on the TV. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. So thank you for your answer on the Challenger, by the way. I'll look into it for sure.
Yeah, man. With regards to the Challenger thing, I can't remember who did a video, or I've seen it on a couple of presentations by YouTubers. A few photographs of what are supposed to be twins or other members of the family that these people are said to be, but they're actually the people that are said to be on the Challenger. I think out of the 7 people on the Challenger, I think 4 of them had twins, which is a strange coincidence. And other people have just taken on other names, or even kept that same name, just moved on to different professions. So no one died. And also,
I'll definitely look into that. You guys, Larry, you'd never bullshitted me. Jedi, you'd never bullshitted me. I'll definitely look into that because I'm kind of running out of quote unquote conspiracy theories. They've all come true, so to have a new one is pretty fucking awesome. I'll look into it. Thank you.
No worries, man. Larry, I looked on YouTube, I typed in flat earth, and the very thing that came up was the Wikipedia article that says that the flat earth is a disproven archaic conception. I'll link the Wikipedia link in the live stream as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Isn't it funny how
plane or disc?
all of the navigators... Sorry, Larry, go ahead, mate.
No, I was just saying plane or disc. There's a delay, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, isn't it funny how pretty much the entire world was explored believing it was flat? And then later on, this globe thing come in, and it's like, no, they wouldn't have been able to do it if they believed it was a globe. But everything they did was it worked off flat. Everything they did. It's funny. Yeah, it's interesting.
Just a general question. How many times a day do you think about the Earth being flat or not?
I usually don't. Only when I come in here. And I don't come in here every day.
Okay. Can you answer the question?
To answer you from my end, mate, and I'm pretty new here, but when I first learned about it and accepted it, I did nothing with it. It's like I thought at the time, we have bigger things to worry about. And it took me letting go. Right? Like I was like, socially, politically, geopolitically, all that kind of stuff. We have much bigger issues, culture wars, yada yada yada, to worry about. And then it's like once I stopped worrying about all that shit because you can't control it, came back to it thanks to AJ. And how often do I think about it? Most days, because most days I'm on here. To answer your question, I don't want to actually say your name there because I don't want to insult you.
No, you don't have to. I mean, you can use "re" if you'd rather not say the whole thing or not, but whatever. But I get you. I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I figured there's bigger things to worry about, but same with the moon landing, all that kind of stuff. It's like, yep, that's good to know, but yeah, really, when you think about it, they are really huge. Flat Earth is really huge. Moon landing being faked is really huge because it just shows you to the extent that they have been able to lie and make the masses believe everything. And then when you dial that down macro and micro level, all the way down to the micro level, they've lied to us about so much. So yeah, it actually really is very important. That's in my estimation. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, I do appreciate that. And thank you for the information.
Yeah, they always promote the wrong thing. So anytime you look for Flat Earth, you're going to find Flat Earth Society, Flat Earth Debunked, Flat Earth Conspiracy Theory, those kind of words, pseudoscience, even though the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with science. It's a category error. It should be geometry, pseudo-geometry. But, I guess we can't expect people to get everything correct. But the point is that you actually have to go to flat earthers and find out what they're actually saying. And there's a lot of people, especially the past 5 years or so, that LARP as flat earthers. They pretend to be flat earthers and say some stupid shit. And it's like pissing in the punch bowl. If you piss in a punch bowl at the party, like your first sip tastes like piss, you're not going to drink anymore. So for those people that are saying that the Earth rises up at 9.8 meters a second squared, that shit sounds so stupid, a disc flying through space. Like, that shit is retarded. And that's why people come in here day after day. What's at the edge? Right? We never fucking claimed the edge. We're not talking about the edge. We're talking about the surface. So Globe Earth is coming here day after day. Look at the moon, look at the sun, look at the stars, look at the eclipses, look at the planets. They don't never say, look at the fucking curvature. Why? Because isn't that the thing that, you should be showing us? And not cartoons. Right? I don't want no Robert Simmons blue marble bullshit. Photoshop, because it has to be. Why does it have to be? Hmm?
Well, look, different subject, but on a bit of same kind of line when it comes to this misinformation. So you have crocodile farms, for example, all around Australia. You have crocodile farms. You have these people that have been working with crocodiles for a very, very long time, mostly very large crocodiles, and they will tell you that, for example, crocodiles can't chase you. Crocodiles are very slow, this, that, and the other. And when you go to the big crocodiles, yeah. But the fact is that the vast majority, anyone that has actually ever dealt with them on a day-to-day basis outside of a farm, outside of a crocodile farm, anyone who's dealt with them in the wild knows, you catch a big barra or you catch a good fish or something like that, the little ones, these ones that are 1 meter to 2.5 meters long, they can run very, very quickly. And actually, those are responsible for most crocodile attacks. But these croc farms all around the country in Australia, they're government funded. They have to push a narrative. Same thing with cassowaries is another one. Cassowaries, they're kind of like a black big emu. They have these big claws. So what they try and say is, there's only ever been, croc attacks, they say, there's only ever been 30 documented crocodile deaths in Australia, which is absolute bullshit. Same thing with cassowaries. These things, they don't attack you. There's only ever been one instance ever. I went to school with 2 kids just in Cairns the 1 year that I was there, that both of them were attacked by cassowaries. Does that come up in the official statistics? No. Because they don't want people knowing how dangerous these creatures are. And that's only a micro level thing, and it's not on the subject of flat Earth. But the point being, misinformation is out there all the time. Follow the money, man, and you'll figure out where people are coming from. It's the same when it comes to the nature of the Earth. Follow the money, and you'll figure out where it's coming from.
Being as you're Australian, I'll ask you this, my man. We're told, with regards to misinformation, that because of global warming, things like the Great Barrier Reef are dying, and because of that ecosystem dying, then it's going to have perpetual effects upon other things. Other coral reefs are dying as well. I read a report the other day, and I think I spoke to somebody as well who says that actually the Great Barrier Reef at the moment is doing better than it's ever done. It's not dying. It's been flourishing really well. It's grown bigger. There's more species there. Do you know of this as well, or is this something that you don't know about and no idea what I'm saying?
You're 100% correct, Jedi. And in fact, there's a guy called Peter Ridd. He worked at James Cook University in Townsville for 30 years, and he was cancelled about 10 years ago, and he won the court case because he was coming out and arguing against all of that bullshit. The reef is definitely healthier than it's ever been, and where I live, it comes right up to the beach. You ask all of the fishers, you ask all the people that actually work on the reef, and part of the problem is as well is that a lot of these so-called scientists don't understand how coral actually works. So coral can be white and still alive. So it's a symbiotic relationship. You have a microorganism that lives on the coral. That's what gives it its color. When the coral spawns, the coral bleaches white. It doesn't keep its color. And the microorganism travels with the coral spawn, and then it replants itself in other... The coral reef is actually growing, just like the mangrove forests are growing. Wow. And in fact, in North Queensland, the rainforests are growing. It's completely against the narrative. And the people that actually work there and actually know all of this shit, and they're not dumb shit scientists working in a fucking university behind a desk and looking at data models, actually know this. So there was the narrative is as well. Crocodile numbers, yes, while they have grown in the last few decades, are still incredibly low. No, crocodiles have gotten to such numbers now; they're a massive problem. They're in sewers. They're in places they have never been before, even before white settlement in Australia. It's become a massive problem. You've got crocodile attacks happening in places that have never had them before. It's it's the same kind of narrative anyway. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we get told bullshit all the time, man. Kind of used to it at this point.
Yep, I hear you. I mean, I can give you another one if you like. Look, another one is, we've had a lot of flooding here in Australia in recent years. A lot of houses that have been flooded out, etc., in the last 2 decades. And they go, oh, okay, this is this narrative, right, with climate change, etc. I didn't bring that up, by the way, mods. That was fucking not me. No, what it is dickhead developers and dickhead councils allowing building on floodplains. Guess what happens when you build masses of fucking houses on floodplains and the wet season hits and it's a big fucking wet season? Fucking houses get flooded out.
We have that in this country as well, man. The amount of housing estates that are built on floodplains because, they're good level land to build on. Yeah, get flooded every year. What a surprise.
Yep. And then they go, oh, record floods. It's like, no, it's not fucking record floods. It's because dickheads have fucking built houses on floodplains where houses weren't there before. You fucking idiots. Anyway, point being, North Korea, if you're still here, same thing. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't matter what axiom you're going. It's lies. It's all lies. At the end of the day, it's a narrative. Actually, Jedi, you asked about the Barrier Reef. I'll see if I can drag up some photos and put them in the chat for you as to how healthy it is. Because I lived where we live now. I lived there for 6 years as a kid. More than 20 years ago, 25 years ago, it is healthier than it has ever been. There is more coral than it has ever been in places where you didn't see it before. I'll put it in the chat. I'll find it.
That's just because we've been using energy saving light bulbs and I've bought bags for life. That's why. I always thought it a fucking irony that every time I go to the supermarket, everything is packaged in plastic. Whether it's the milk or the fluid and the pop or the soda or the sweets, it all comes in plastic. But I have to pay for a plastic bag to take it home because they won't provide me with a plastic bag because plastic's bad for the environment. But the rest of the packaging's fucking plastic. It's fucking crazy.
It's really crazy. Is those thermometers, 90% of them are put in places all across the world where they shouldn't be. For example, they put it next to a burn bin, or they put it next to some asphalt or a rock that holds the temperature. And when the sun goes down, of course it's going to radiate heat back for hours, making the Earth appear hotter than it actually is. Yeah. So when they say that the temperature is rising and the Earth's getting hotter and global warming, there seems to be a consensus to put those thermometers places where they shouldn't be, like on top of a headstone, a big, huge granite rock. So
I saw somebody expose that. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, that was pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, I saw somebody exposing that by looking at all the buoy thermometers, right? And they're like, well, how come the buoy thermometers remain the same? Because they're not over blacktop and they're not on aircraft carriers and shit like that these people are using for their, climate alarmist nonsense. So true. Yeah, that coral reef thing though, man. They love taking pictures of it in the wintertime when it's not blooming and shit and go, oh my god, look at it now. Yeah.
The same thing with the Arctic. There was a movie done by the UN, Leonardo DiCaprio, and he goes to the Arctic during the summertime, and he's like, "Look at the polar bear, the poor polar bear. He don't have any ice to stand on. It's the summer, you dumbass."
Yeah. Or they find some really old polar bear who just isn't making it. Like, this is the state of polar bears now. Why they're dying of old age. Oh my god. Or how about when they ignored the fact that the volcanoes were going on underneath the Arctic and kept telling you that it's, man-made global warming melting it until they started rumbling in Iceland, Greenland and shit over and over again. They're like, okay, well, maybe you got us. Okay, maybe there's some magma underneath that ice.
Yeah, I'm globalists. Globalists are pissing down our backs and telling us it's raining.
I know. You think magma is going to melt ice? I think magma might melt some ice. I don't know.
Yep, I'm hearing you. I'm sorry, guys. I can't find those photos. They're probably on my Facebook, and I haven't been on Facebook in 6 months. I'll try and look them up. By the way, my mate Gaza is actually here. G33ZY. He's a good dude, so please be nice.
Good to see you, Skinny Bit.
Oh, tight. Is he Australian?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, hold on. I've got to count. So
I'm just kidding.
we haven't got too many Australians. So 1, 2, 3. No, you're fine, buddy. You can stick around. There's a lot of Australians been around in the server recently, man. It's good to meet you. Hope you're doing well.
You too, bro.
So, friend of Skinny Vet.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome stuff, man. And what questions have you got about the shape of the Earth?
Give me a second.
Yeah, man. Take all the time you want.
This might be good. He's got a list.
Yeah, it's not really your form, is it, Gaza? He's good at a lot of other shit like history and music and numerology, shit like that. But it is good to see him here. And yeah, Gaza, you got any questions, man? You got a good crowd here, mate. You got good people here. They're gonna look after you.
All right. Something I've been wondering about recently is with the globe model, we have the north and the southern hemisphere. And we're told that it rotates on an axis of 23.5 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. And that's why we have different seasons. So it'll be summer in the southern hemisphere and winter in the northern hemisphere. And that's changing at the moment. How does that work with the flat Earth model, is what I'm wondering.
Okay. I'll see if I can help with this one, because you are correct in one model to give us seasons, and then the Earth is on an angle of tilt of 23.5 degrees or 24.5 degrees, whatever it is. In the flat Earth conception, we take the 23.5 degrees as lines of latitude north and south of the equator. These are known as the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. So the seasons are produced because of the motion of the sun above the surface of the Earth throughout the year. It moves between these 2 points being those latitude lines. It's the ground position of the sun as it's above the Earth. So over a period of time, let's say in the southern hemisphere, along the line of the Tropic of Capricorn, 23.5 degrees south of the equator, that's where the sun is traveling around. Because of that proximity of heat and light, then you have summer in the winter. You have summer in the southern hemisphere. Because the sun is further away from me in the north, in the UK, then it's winter for us. After a period of 6 months, when the sun has crossed the equator and started circling up towards the northern latitude of 23.5 degrees north, or the Tropic of Cancer, this is when we experience the season of summer in the north of the equator, and you experience winter.
So basically, you might want to. What I'm gathering from it is you think of it as like the sun going around in a tighter circle, for summer in what they would call the north, and then a larger circle as it spirals outwards over this duration of the year for what we would call the southern hemisphere summer.
Yeah, that's one conceptualization of the flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah, and that's interesting, and as well, Gaza, like I put in the chat, buddy. We don't have a flat Earth model, champion, at all. The globe doesn't really have a model either. They have many models, and there's so many holes in it. It is fucking unbelievable. They don't really have a model either. So it's a fair question, man, with the seasons, and I think Jedi did a great job explaining one conceptualization of how it happens for sure.
Way to shit on
Definitely.
my
Yeah.
parade. Thanks.
Cheers here for the answer, eh? Yeah, I'll try to think of another question. But yeah, thank you for that.
Ask him about moon phases. I'm just kidding.
Hey, no pressure, man. It's all good. It's just good to see you here. I never expected to see you here, to be honest. And I'm glad you are.
You too, man.
Yeah, shit, Jedi. I was going through. I just went through all my files on my device, and I can't. Yeah, they're on Facebook, man. Unfortunately, I can't find them. But
Don't stress.
what I was going to show you was so there's one place we go fishing here. It's Rose Bay in Bowen, North Queensland, and the mangrove forest is basically taken over. It's like a little rocky point that goes all the way out with these big fucking rocks. And anyway, when I was a kid, you could walk all over them. Now there's one tiny path you can take. The mangroves are taken all over the place. And when I was a kid, there was no coral on the top of it, like in the rock pools. And now there is coral filling all of the rock pools.
Wow.
Browns, yeah, everything. Yeah, so browns, purples, yellows, blues, reds, greens, everything you can fucking imagine. I'm still searching, man, because if I can put them in the chat, you're gonna love it.
No worries, man. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised, right? Carbon-based life forms need carbon. So because there's carbon in the atmosphere, even if there's more of it, then that's not necessarily going to have a detrimental effect to the things that require carbon to survive, like mangroves, trees, and I'm going to presume coral, like all carbon-based life form.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of people just don't realize, even a lot of quote-unquote scientists don't realize how coral actually works and how it spawns and how it travels. And the thing is that this narrative that is pushed is actually true. It should kill the coral on the surface level where it floats on the water. The thing is, though, that these warmer temperatures are actually better for the coral spawn and keeps it healthier until it gets where it drops down.
The fucked up thing is I think they do know it, man. They're just counting on the fact that we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know so much lucky guess, man, because look, when I was working for AJ, I got to do a fair bit in the main university in the city, and I did a little bit of freelancing and then myself as well. And talking to the faculty and talking to the students, man, I'm not so sure they do know. Honestly, I think they are just so indoctrinated, and just with that as well. I have spent 15 years nearly debating philosophy professors, economics professors, history professors, and kicking their asses. And man, I'm an ex-infantryman turned ex-fucking rent-a-cop working for AJ, turned ex-farmhand, turned ex fucking supervisor at a recycling plant. I should not be able to debate professors on the subject that they profess to know and teach students and defeat them. I shouldn't be able to do that, but I can. I think honestly, like I understand what you're saying, and maybe a few of them do, but I think a lot of them they believe the bullshit that they're propagating.
Oh no, I agree. I was only talking about that upper echelons of the top-down orders, who funds the schools themselves, and I think these guys know, man. Because I mean, you and I figure it out, right? I mean, they pay millions of dollars to know things in think tanks, and then knowledge is power. So holding back knowledge holds back keeps your power, right? You don't give it away. I think this is part of what they're doing, like with everything, all kinds of physics and stuff, even all these fake ass wars and all this bullshit. I mean, sure, people might be dying, but they're not for the reasons we all believe they're for. I seriously, because if they were really trying to protect Israel and not provoke World War III, they would have stopped pounding the shit out of Gaza months ago. Now they're just doing it so it's like not enough people pissed off about it yet. Pulverizing it to dust,
Yeah, we're getting into territory where we probably shouldn't get, bro, because there's a lot of people wanting to take the server down. I know what you're saying, but there's two things we got to stay away from here. I hear you, but there's a few things that we got to stay away from here. Okay, we can't go near what happened a couple of fucking years ago with the pandemic. We can't be going into.
No, it's not against TOS anymore, dude. That's all done. There's so much information out now. How that was, most of that's not misinformation. Discord's been sued. All kinds of things are going on.
Yeah. I got you. But the TOS does consider it misinformation a lot of the time, especially when we're live streaming through YouTube.
Yeah, well, YouTube's
when we're
still fucking YouTube. Yeah, but you still are allowed to now. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like on Discord, this is this server where right upstairs from you, they do it all day long, out loud in a big way. Right upstairs in the same server.
Yeah, and this is on YouTube. Lucky guess.
That's what I said. If it's on YouTube, then that's a different story.
Is.
That's what I said, though. We're talking about Discord.
Okay, then go upstairs to that room you want to talk about it in.
Why are you talking to me that way? I didn't say I wanted to talk about it. I was saying that it is not against TOS in Discord any longer.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, whatever, dude. But
we
are talking about the YouTube Einstein.
Who the fuck are you calling Einstein?
You.
Thank you.
It's not a compliment, genius.
Yes,
oh, it is? Have you checked out his shoes?
We're held to high. Lucky guess quickly.
I don't understand. What's the hostility all about? Do you need a good slapping in your stupid face?
Sorry, buddy. We're held to a higher standard here, okay? In this particular room.
I know. It wasn't that I was disagreeing. The guy just started igniting, acting like I had a different position. I wasn't trying to force the goddamn conversation. That's just stupid.
No. I am not accusing you of that. I'm just simply saying there are a couple of things. Look, I understand what you're saying, okay? And I might even agree with them. I'm simply saying that those are subjects we have to stay away from, okay?
Yeah, and I did. I just wanted to clarify, since he accused me of saying something that wasn't what I was saying. I had to clarify that.
Oh, dude, I didn't accuse you of anything. I was just saying this is being broadcast on YouTube, not if.
Once I said, I already said that. It's like you weren't listening to me at all.
Are you okay, dude?
Am I okay?
Is that a frying pan? Is that a frying pan in your PFP, or what is that supposed to be?
Well, if you can't figure it out, then I really don't care to tell
No, I'm asking, is it the bottom of a frying pan?
No, that's the ripple that when your brain falls into a vat of oil, it makes. Genius.
Well, I must not be that much of a genius because I can't even zoom in on this ripple of oil.
Again, I thought people would be happy to find out that the TOS has changed.
Oh, my Lord.
It seems like little Nazis like their position of being fucking
oppressed. I'm saying, dude. It's a touchy subject on YouTube, which you yourself acknowledge. So why keep bringing it up? I just don't get it.
I haven't. Oh my God! No one said any. You're such a pussy.
OMG. lucky guess, instead of going off at odds here, I bet this for okay. Do you know how many reiterations of this room so far have had to happen because they've gotten taken down?
Before the TOS changed last month, probably a lot.
It doesn't matter. Okay, as far as I am aware, this is the 4th reiteration of this room. Okay, so that's why we got to be careful, and we're held to a higher standard. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to start a fight.
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to start an
I agree
argument
with
with
you.
anybody.
Yeah,
Okay?
we totally agreed. The dude just misunderstood what I was doing here, and he started trying to like throw salt in a weird way. And I'm not the guy you want to throw salt on.
No, I didn't try to do anything. I did what I did.
Yeah, you did it wrongly.
Oh.
Good to know.
I'm sure you would like to explain how I did it wrong just to keep talking about that topic.
You hear what he's doing, Jedi? He just won't let it go, will he? You might want to mute him up or something. Because he wants to fight about it over and over again. I thought we were done. Jedi had the last word. I agreed. Where are you going? Stop
this. The fuck?
Sorry, Jedi. What did you say, mate? I couldn't hear you.
I didn't want to be dragged into this, whatever this is. I heard the name mentioned.
I was trying to get us back to the server topic. That's why I brought up your PFP, which looked like a frying pan to me. You're telling me it's a brain being dropped in oil. But
yeah, you were just being super innocent after saying, "Oh, Einstein, genius," start calling me names and shit.
well, you said it was. You took it as a compliment. Wait, you took it as a compliment. Remember?
No, I just took your fucking insult and I let it wash over me.
Oh, okay. So we're still crying about it.
Somebody mad.
Lucky guess. How did you?
Like that's not what you were doing later, though, because we're all aware of.
Dude, relax. Remember, it's on YouTube. You can go back and listen to it.
I'm totally relaxed. I'm just calling you.
Just let me clarify for you. Just let me clarify a couple of things for you. Okay, so even over on the home server, we've had a specific set of rules which we've dragged over to here, and for as long as I can remember, within those rules is things like anti-vaccination discussions is off topic and deemed unfit for discussion.
I'm an anti-vaxxer, so I mean,
right.
Yeah.
So
What else?
and so not only do we want to keep it on topic, right, for the server title, Flat Earth, right, but we don't want to take any risks, despite there being word that this platform and that platform says this and that is okay. So we're just going to keep that rule. It's just going to be permanent rule, right? So it doesn't matter what the platforms say. It's a decision that's been made by administrators of this platform of this channel, right? Moderators of this channel have decided that is a rule that sticks, no matter what the platform says. I'm sorry, it's just the way it's going to go. Okay.
And you're cool with that?
And that's very well said, TW. And to answer your question, are we cool with it? You'll find that most of us in this community, we are very much pro-free. We're pro-free. No. This is not me attacking you in any way, shape, or form, buddy. I haven't said anything against you, but we're pro-free speech here. Okay, we definitely don't like censorship. However, we are held to a standard that others are not. So therefore, when it comes to shit like that, lucky guess, we got to be really careful. Okay, we got to be really, really careful, and that's why we don't talk about any of that shit.
Okay. Great.
All right, so we got a new guy here again, Gaza. Have you got any? Have you come up with any more questions, buddy, or just happy to listen in for now? Or
Yeah, just listening.
Be very careful of what you say, though.
All day.
Hey, there's no need to be facetious, buddy. Okay,
It's not even
it is what it is.
facetious so much as it is just
Listen to this guy. This guy's funny. Oh boy.
I mean, really,
Okay,
because
this is
obviously,
how you
right?
okay,
I mean, seriously,
yes.
there's about 12 topics you are not allowed to talk about.
Hey, lucky guess. This is not me being targeting you because you know how many fucking times I've been pulled up in the 2.5, nearly 3 months I've been on these servers. I've been pulled up, and rightfully so. When I've dragged things off topic and I've gotten into dangerous waters. Look, I fully agree with you. I fully agree. You know, free speech should be a thing. Definitely, no censorship. However,
Yeah, I'm
this
not.
is not
I'm
our
not playing
room.
around. I'm
This
not
is
going
not.
to say
This,
anything that's going to
sorry
get
for
your
a sec,
server
mate.
fucked with. I
If I can just
promise.
finish, if I can just finish quickly. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to talk over you.
I
Okay,
thought you were
this
done.
is not our server. This is not our room. We don't own it. Okay, and there's already been like 3 iterations of this place beforehand.
I'm aware,
They
bro.
are
I'm here.
looking for
I'm good.
any tiny little reason to take it down. So we do have to be careful when it comes to certain subjects, and there are certain subjects that simply cannot be talked about. Unfortunately,
The first 6 times you said it, I understood the first time. You don't have to keep telling me as if I need to be told. You remember, I agreed with you immediately. It was the other guy who made the mistake.
So we can
that I
move
was
on then.
continuing the conversation when I wasn't. All right, that's enough. You don't have to keep berating me. I get it. Censorship. You're
We
cool.
can move on.
I'm trying to berate you. We can move on. We can move on. We can all move on. Okay, so Gaz is here to just listen for the moment to try and learn. Good on you, Gaza. Anyone else want to pipe up?
Yeah, let's move on, right? Yo, Skinny.
Ooh, I missed the party.
Skinny. I heard you talk shit about the globe, man. Is that true?
Yep, I'll talk shit about the globe all day long.
Yeah, I want you to take that back, man.
Say it to my face.
I want you to take it back, okay?
You want me to take it back?
He's just flat out not going to do it.
Relax.
He's offended. You're offended, Grim. Uh-oh.
You're talking like that
Smited
about the
his
globe,
water
man.
ball.
I cannot accept that, you know.
Oh, man, all good. Offense is taken, not given, so...
Nice.
All right, man.
It's, yeah, I've been really crooked the last 2-3 days, and it's really good to see all of you here. Honestly, it's really good to see every single one of you here.
Thanks, man. This makes me feel very good.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Jedi Fuckmaster. Dude, when are you going to make that your tag? Seriously. You've earned it.
Hey, I heard you talking about the mangroves. Do you do a lot of fishing? Who was that, Jedi?
Yeah, mate, before I got sick, mate, as much as I possibly can. Rock fishing, beach fishing, creek fishing. Yeah, we're a fishing family.
Yeah, that's what I used to fish every day in the mangroves in Florida when I was younger.
Oh, fuck yeah. In Florida as well, that's where you got those people that do noodling as well, if memory serves.
Yeah, where you put your hand in the. What are you talking about noodling exactly? There's 2 different.
Yeah, so they have the rope, and they go down these big holes that are made by catfish, and then they end up putting the rope through their mouth and down through the gills, and then drag the catfish out. Like they grab the catfish by the mouth, but they also end up tying it up with the rope, man. Like that is so insane, and I fucking love it.
We stick our feet in the holes, and then they bite, and then we pull them out with our feet, bro.
Dude, you Yanks are fucking nuts in some of the shit you do.
That's how you noodle. And guess what? There's fucking gators too, but they don't like those. They don't go in those same holes, so you don't really got to be scared of that. It's just the brackish water where you don't want to fuck around with that too much because you've got eels and stuff. They actually have teeth.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love it, man. Look, you got to be careful in croc country, but if you know what you're doing here in Australia, up where I live, we got crocs, plenty of crocs. If you know what you're doing, you got stonefish, you got all kinds of dangerous animals. You got stingers, you've got blue-ringed octopus. You got blue-ringed octopus has no poison, like, but if you know what you're doing, you're fine. But the whole noodling thing, I love that, man. That's insane. I love it.
Oh yeah, I saw this. I think it was a YouTube short. This old man, he had like a minnow in his hand. He was dangling it over the fucking dock, and a big ass largemouth bass came up for it, and he snatched it with his hands. It was like a 14-pounder or something. It was huge.
Yeah, I know a guy personally. He's also back in the day a croc hunter and ran a lot of croc farms here. I've personally seen him in the wild. Personally seen him in 2013. Walk up to the side of a creek and splash a barra in, and he pulled in. It was like a 95 centimeter barra. So this thing probably weighs about fucking 15 kilo. And just grab it by the mouth and drag it out. You guys are calling them Asian sea perch. They're related to the Nile perch. We call them barramundi here in Australia.
Yeah, I know what they are. They're nice. It's a nice sized fish. I was just thinking, you guys have it harder over there because alligators are scared of us, but crocodiles are not scared of you. You know what I mean?
No, they're not. They're not scared at all. No, not at all. Not at all. And look, I'd say that you guys have got, and this is, I was having this conversation with Alpha, and I've had this conversation with other Americans as well. Like, you guys always look at us like, yeah, we got all these dangerous animals, and we do. But if you know how to deal with them, you don't have an issue. You guys have fucking mountain lions. You have fucking all kinds of different bears that eat you ass first and don't even kill you first. You guys have I got American mates of mine I served with when I was in the army. I trained with and deployed with USMC, mostly Marines. And like they retired and they're getting on to me on Messenger and saying, "Hey, come on over, man. We're going to sponsor you and your family. You can get your little plot up in the mountains here. We're just about to go hunting fucking bear and elk." And I'm just like, wait, bear and elk? Those two kill so many fucking people a year, it's not funny. You're going to actively fucking hunt these things? Kiss my ass. Like...
We do have dominion over the land and animals, I tell you, because even sometimes even some of the wildest animals, you can, they're just scared of us. You stand up to them. But obviously, it's not the case for every single.
Yeah, well, down where AJ lives, you get king browns a lot, same as where Matrix lives. You get king browns a lot. Or they see you, they chase you. It's that simple. They are very territorial. But really, these snakes, like if they bite you, you're fucked. And unless you are within 20 minutes of a hospital.
Oh, these boar.
If you don't know what you're doing, you're fucked.
Wild boar.
But
the browns are what are wild boar?
We have feral pigs. We have feral pigs, just like you guys got in Texas. We got feral pigs that were introduced, and they're pretty dangerous.
Yeah, these will kill you out here because they got so much bacteria in their fucking mouths that you end up dying like very quickly of infection if you're way out. You know what I mean? If you can't get back within hours, it gives you.
I grew up hunting. I grew up hunting them with dog and knife. So what we do is you have your pig dogs. One stage when I was a kid, we had 8 pig dogs. We'd go out. The dogs grab the pig. Obviously, we've got to be very careful what we talk about here. But the dogs grab the pig basically, and you either tie the pig up and you keep it alive and take it back and worm it and all that kind of shit, or you kill it on the spot. So what we do when we get a pregnant sow, the dogs that lug it. But yeah, you are right. Like the tusks and when they bite you, it's almost flesh-eating bacteria. You've got to be really, really careful, and they are very dangerous. And probably one of the, I've got a story for you here. Actually, I was 14. Anyway, I heard the dogs lug on this pig about an hour north of where we're living now, up in the cane country. Anyway, we weren't on a cane paddock there. We were actually in a grazier's property, and it's full of chonky apple trees, which are from India. They're a very spiky kind of tree. They form thickets, and they got this little crab apple on them. Okay. Anyway, so I'm crawling through this tunnel that's made by animals to try and get to my dog that's lugging on this pig, because if you don't get to the dog quick enough, dog tires out, the pig ends up ripping the dog apart with their tusks. So I'm crawling through this fucking thing. The dog got tired, let go of the pig, and I've got nowhere to go. Above me, I've got this chonky thicket, and I'm in this tunnel on my hands and knees through the grass under this thicket, and this fucking pig is charging at me.
Oh man,
And
this is a nightmare, bro.
so I had two choices. Either let the pig hit me and bite me and toss me to fucking shit, or
Fight.
leap up. Anyway, so I leapt up and I ended up hanging up, like my clothes and everything got caught, and there were thorns all through my flesh and everything like that. So I'm suspended like a fucking puppet on strings in this fucking chonky tree while this pig runs underneath me. And my dog Chevy ended up chasing after it and lugging it again, and I couldn't do shit. I couldn't get out of this fucking thing.
Oh man.
I counted like 27, 28 thorns that I pulled out of my flesh later on that night.
Just a kid. Oh no, you were scared out of your fucking gourd right now.
You could have just
That was good
exerted
fun,
your
man.
dominion over it.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Yeah, it's good fun, man. It was great fun, right, growing up like that, hunting, fishing. Grew up with a lot of black fellas, spearing stuff. Like, it was good fun. It was really, really good fun. I wouldn't have missed it for fucking quids. It was awesome.
Nice. I didn't do a lot of hunting, but I probably went about 25, 30 times before I was 18.
Good on you. I
Not
think
much, but you know what I mean, compared to what my peers are doing. They're fucking out like every season for everything. Turkey season, fucking quail season, fucking deer season, boar season. It's like, I'm like, bro, don't you play any sports?
it's good on you, man. Like, and you should do it. And I think that everybody in their life should definitely process their own food and grow their own food.
Well,
there's
you know what we
nothing
do
like
here,
it. Like,
right? At my farm, you know what we do over here. Oh, you
yeah,
don't even know.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I do that, and I didn't know if you could talk about it or not. Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything, but we do a lot of.
Yeah, we can't graphically talk about obviously what we do to animals that we process by ourselves. But point being, I think everyone should do it, and it's healthy, it's great.
Yeah.
Fish, farm, hunt, fucking great, man.
We cut them into little pieces and then we eat them.
Well, no, I was talking more along the lines of the cannabis farm.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, no shit, the cannabis farm. Tell us, what do you grow? Is it indica? Is it sativa?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys are off-topic masters tonight, aren't you?
I'm glad someone mentioned it.
Hey, lucky guess. How did you stumble upon this fine server of Discord, this corner of Discord? How'd you stumble in here?
Well, you answered it before you asked me.
You stumbled?
No, it was a lucky guess.
You lucky guessed what? That this is the place that you would talk about everything but the server topic? Well, that was a bad guess.
Because I know everybody in here except for you.
Are you okay? What do you know about the Earth?
Because I'm Mr. Grimm, and I've been out here.
What do you know about the Earth?
Hangouts, talking and hanging with flat earthers for I don't know the past 12 years.
So you know all about the Earth then?
No. I don't think any of us know all about the Earth. So.
Oh, so you're not you've left the heliocentric nightmare, huh?
Yeah,
you've left the outer space dream.
Let me let you know something about
me. Have you left the outer space dream? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, Haas, you're being really confrontational here, man.
No, I asked him about his PFP, and he said something about a brain being dropped in a vat of oil. It looked to me like some sort of outer space mythos.
Immediately after you called me Einstein and then genius, you started
you
asking
said that was a compliment.
like you were trying to be my friend.
No, dude.
I'm not really a sucker.
What is your PFP?
So you don't fucking act like that to me, and then act like you were just trying to be.
What is your PFP, dude?
Christ.
No, that's not Jesus Christ.
It's a very, very popular image.
Yeah, I Google searched it and it showed me close-ups of pearls and other little stones.
Well, Google is broken,
I Google-eyed it,
and I think you
so
know
that's why I
Google's
keep
broken.
asking you: is it a
Google
close-up
white
of a
inventors.
pearl?
No,
Is that a close-up picture of a pearl?
it's a radio satellite image.
Oh, so you do know all about the Earth that's claimed to be.
You see what I mean? Like this guy's like.
Yeah, or do you not want to talk? Do you not want to engage with the topic? I mean, I love talking about
I don't
agriculture.
argue about
I
the
love
shape of the
talking about
Earth with flat
fishing.
earthers. The fact that you don't know who I am
Well,
is why
flat isn't a shape.
I'm gonna try and be patient with you for a
Genius.
second, and I'll explain to you, right?
So what is this? This is your pre-canned speech when you're faced with discussing the topic?
No, this is it. I'm jaded to all that arguing against people who I normally agree with on about 90%.
I'm not arguing with you. I was asking you
Does this
questions.
guy really believe he's not arguing with me right now?
Well, I asked you what your PFP was. That was
Oh
a
my
question.
fucking god, this is hilarious. Hey, you need to calm down, man. Seriously, you're
Yeah, what is your PFP?
annoying.
Hey, Lucky, Olds is he's an old Andy. He's OG. So look, I don't know what's
So am
going
I.
on here
Mr.
necessarily.
Grill.
What's
I'm not.
the PFP? He wants to talk about herbal agriculture and everything else under the sun. I'm just asking about his PFP because now I've dragged out of him that it's some sort of depiction of the outer space mythology.
Yeah, I'm an electric universe proponent, so I don't get along with the ballers.
Oh, so you sounds like you're
Stop
you're just
interrupting me every
create your
time
own
I talk. Hey,
cosmology?
is somebody
Are
gonna
you a
grip
create your own
put a leash on their dog?
cosmologist?
Come on, guys, take it in turns. Let each other finish.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
We
I'm
want,
just
we do
asking
want to
him
hear.
what.
Put a fucking leash on him, man.
Yeah, we're finally on the topic. This is nice.
I was gonna say, I don't get along with the ballers. This is more maybe you don't understand this about me. I don't believe in the Big Bang and black holes and neutron stars and a lot of that other nonsense because I'm an electric universe proponent. Okay, I don't
Well,
argue
okay,
against
well, that's
flat
fine.
earthers.
I didn't
Hold
know
on, buddy.
you
I'm
were.
not
I
done.
did
I'm
not
not
know
done.
you were a cosmology creator. Now I know. Thank you for enlightening me,
All right, I
sir.
don't argue against flat earthers. I support them when they talk about broken physics, but I don't get into the discussion of the shape of the earth because I don't believe it's flat, and I like a lot of you, and I don't
Well,
think
flat
it's
isn't a
scab.
shape.
I said a
Flat
lot of
is
you, not
not
all
a
of you,
shape.
obviously, and no shit. And I don't point that out, and I
Okay.
don't make a big deal about
Well,
all of
I
that
just
nonsense
pointed it
because
out.
all it is divisive. Because there are so many other topics that we do agree on. I think the motivation to continue the momentum on those topics for me is more important than peeling a scab on this 2-3 different little things we don't agree on all day long. Because what are you going to do? Argue with people all day? You're not getting anything done.
This is my This is my fault. Okay, I went off topic. This is my fault. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. I was asking him about his PFP. It looked like a frying pan at first. When I Google-eyed it, interestingly enough, it showed me a bunch of close-ups of stones, pearls, onyxes.
Yeah, but
So
you're aware
that's
of your
interesting.
timing on
I
that.
wonder.
You're aware your timing was very bad
No.
on that.
Oh, go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
You're
Excuse
aware
me.
that your timing was pretty bad
On what?
that PF fucking P question, right?
No, it's right. No,
You
it's
just
right on time
finished
because
arguing
now
with
I'm
me, calling me
discovering it seems
Einstein
as
and genius, and then the next thing you had to
yeah,
say was a question about my avatar. You think I thought? You
yeah.
think that I was thinking that you were trying to be friendly, or do you think that I was
No, I
thinking you
didn't.
were trying
I
to
didn't.
pick somebody
I
apart
didn't.
again?
I'm not here. I don't know who you are. I'm not really
Well,
wanting
pretend
to be
like you were
friends with you.
altruistically just minding your own business, and then I kicked you in the
No,
dick.
I'm just
Okay?
blocking you every time you want to bring up something off topic,
Yeah,
like your herb agriculture and all that shit. Shit, you know that's
really. So
touchy subject.
how's my
So,
avatar on
anyways,
topic there? How's my
I think.
avatar on topic?
Well,
Huh?
because it looked like one of those frying pans outer space depictions. That's why I asked about it in the first place, desperately trying to get us back on the topic. That's all.
Wow.
And now I find out. Don't you find it interesting that I find when I Google Aya that it shows me all these close-ups of pearls?
I do not find it interesting
I do.
because I know Google's broken and the algorithm is fucked.
No, I think it might
I
be
don't
right,
find it
spot
interesting
on right
anymore.
there. I
It's
think
common.
you've been led to believe that your satellite picture isn't what it is, Mr. Electric Universe.
Oh Jesus! See what I
No,
mean?
I'm
You just
not.
want to be
I'm not the
conversational
Messiah,
and
sir.
argumentative, man, and I don't like people like you.
Oh,
So we're not
okay.
gonna get along because you're kind
Oh,
of a
that's
punk.
fine. That's just fine.
Yeah, well, it is.
All right,
So,
so
Lucky.
sorry, Roots, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, does he believe in space? Do you believe space is real?
In what context? The space between you
Just
and
look
I?
at his PFP.
Or past the hearing?
Well, do you believe it's a place that we can go to where that has other planets, for example? Do you believe in that?
Yeah.
Vacuum of outer space.
Well, you're a glober then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you just basically said that you wasn't a glober.
No, I did not. I said I don't believe in the Big Bang, black holes, neutron stars, all the things that a normal glober believes in. I said I'm an alternative cosmologist, a plasma cosmologist. I believe in the electric universe.
What about heliocentrism
And
versus
I went on to say
geocentrism?
I don't like to argue against flat earthers because I like to support them in their quest for knowledge when it comes to fighting against people who say that all the physics is already settled, because it's not. And I
Yeah, that's
agree with
cool.
you guys on a lot of that. And a lot of
Sweet.
people actually call me in to support them to argue against ballers constantly because I don't turn on them and then start arguing against the flat earthers like some kind of a punk. So don't treat me.
Ballers argue against themselves just fine.
Yeah.
So in your electric
Half of them
universe,
can't even admit to
is it Earth centered or Sun centered?
As a matter of fact, I like to actually support some of the flat Earth ideas by telling other people, have you thought about the electric Coriolis? To where it's not a real Coriolis from any spinning thing, but it's two different electric fields, right? Potentials, and one's obviously, and I show an example of that.
Are they affecting field goals?
With tea leaves and water, with an anode and a cathode rod stick down in the water, and you can see that it spins the tea leaves one direction for the anode and the other for the cathode. So I was thinking, well, maybe that's why the storms are spinning in the two different directions.
No, have you ever heard of anticyclones?
Yes, I have. That's why I said
Okay,
this,
well,
right?
yeah,
The
don't
reason
worry
why I'm
about the
saying this.
storms spinning in directions according to where they are. There's exceptions to those.
As for the reason I am saying this stuff.
Yeah, it's to attempt to muddy the water. It's not a very good script.
Man, put a sock in it, dude, because you're not winning anything here. You play stupid games.
Hey, Lucky, that's come on, man. He's a mod. Okay, don't fucking do that. Okay, look, right.
No, it's good.
So
let him share his pain.
Lucky gets where I get pissed off, and I'm not saying I'm pissed off at you, not yet. Where I get pissed off, okay, is when people come in here and they talk over the mods, etc. All right, I got no issue with you, man. We had a good chat about shit that's off topic. Now we're on topic. Don't be telling olds. Don't be telling Jedi. Don't be telling anybody that's a mod here to kind of shut up or anything like that. Okay, that's not polite coming into somebody
I didn't
else's
tell Jedi
room.
to shut up. I wasn't rude to Jedi. I've been agreeing with Jedi all night.
All right, but olds is like Jedi, man. Okay, he's a mod.
Virtue signaling right now. I didn't do any of that shit.
Yeah, the complaining.
And dude I don't care who's a mod. You don't
were we?
talk shit for no reason and expect me to kiss your ass.
This guy's funny.
Good. So lucky guess. You consider a geocentric stationary Earth, or is it a stationary heliocentric Earth?
Yeah, I try to consider all those ideas.
Okay.
I try to make them all work. I don't just shut them out and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I'm not this fucking personality that you guys are conflicting with. Like, it's weird. It's like sublimation.
So I've got to ask. Why is it not
I
flat then?
understand you're used to dealing with the same assholes I'm used to dealing with, but I'm not them
Yeah.
because I'm used to dealing with them too on all those topics, vaccines to fucking, you know what I mean? All that
Yeah.
stuff.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What we want to ask you is, if you are willing to consider all these cosmologies, how do you know it's not flat?
I don't claim that I know or don't know either any of this. I just said I don't believe at this
He
point.
wants
That's
to
all.
leave it in limbo.
And you're not going to argue me into believing it. Like the more, it's almost like you're trying to
No, I
polarize
know
me against it.
you're an obfuscator. You choose to muddy the water. You choose to not know.
No, I choose to be
Let's
honest and not
not
just
talk about his character.
yeah. Don't do that
Let's
shit.
just keep it clean. Right. This is the flat Earth room. If you don't want to talk about the possibilities, then why are you here?
I thought I made that pretty clear. I appreciate the people who think outside of the standard narrative. So I'm here listening.
Do you want to give us a trophy?
Not trying to argue. You really.
All right, so you talked about
Why are
electronic.
you behaving like this, dude?
Sorry, mate. You talked about something electric or whatever the case may be, right?
Yeah.
So in
You know how
terms of
flat earthers are
nature,
using the idea of electric Coriolis. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. But I introduced that to them. I'm the one who brought that. I was like, hey, Witsit, you heard this? Yeah. I used to talk with him all the time. DMs, sideways, everything. And
What
I presented
Coriolis
a lot
are
of
you
those
talking
ideas that you
about?
hear in your circles right now, that you speak on. I'm the father of some of the ideas you
Yeah,
guys
but
talk
what
about.
Coriolis do you speak
And
of,
you're
dude? Because
disrespecting me.
all
It
you
makes no
did
fucking
was bring up
sense.
hurricanes, and I
Where do you
brought up
think the electric...
anticyclones.
Hold on. Why do you think they're trying to
Do you think
incorporate, like
there's some
Geo
sort of
and them are trying to
Coriolis
incorporate
occurring,
the
like
electric
with
universe
field
into the
goals?
flat Earth? Because of me.
Who
I don't know
cares?
why you act
You're
like
talking.
this. What do you mean, who
You're
cares?
talking about the affirming the consequent formological fallacy performed by
I'm talking about finding another
Bob
fucking...
Nodell.
No, I'm not doing that at all. I'm talking about you telling other ballers who tell you particular things that can't be done other ways and showing how those things can be done in other ways. Presenting them to...
Okay, so not drawing conclusions,
those
just
ideas.
presenting possibilities.
Yeah, like a firmament. Instead of it being a dome, I spoke about, well, what we actually do see is there's a very intense magnetic and plasma bubble around us. You could be considering it as a dome because it is made of material. And, for different types of arguments, it's like people don't... I don't know. It's like a lot of flat earthers who are sort of new to this and sit in the same sort of... They don't know,
we'll go with
who
that
they're
one.
hearing their information from. And then when they finally
Yeah,
hear
we'll
from
go with
somebody
that one,
who's
Lucky
actually
Guess.
the pioneer of the
Lucky Guess.
information that they spread themselves.
Oh, so you want a
Lucky
trophy?
Guess.
It's you who
Lucky
wants a
Guess.
trophy,
Well,
after
no,
all.
it's just you don't have any respect, bro, for the people
Lucky
that paved the
Guess.
way for
Hey,
the
hey,
shit
hey.
that you're
And
parroting.
Lucky Guess, mate. Look, I'm not going off of you. Okay. In terms of trophies, respect everything like that. Again, please don't talk over the mods. Now, all right. So you talk about a firmament. This is not speculation Sunday. However, I will say that when I was in the army, I was in signals platoon and doing HF. Okay, high frequency radio.
Yeah.
We were taught that the frequency bounces off the ionosphere. Now, if you actually follow that true to its logical conclusion, and I have literally talked on HF radio when I was in East Timor to people on the direct opposite side of the world with the globe model, that should not be possible from receiver to transmitter to receiver. Same thing when I was in Timor, and again on many bush exercises with VHF. Okay, very high frequency. It's direct line of sight. 30 kilometers with a handheld radio, not a big aerial, nothing like that. Point I'm getting to, so you're talking about electromagnetic, which includes radio waves, obviously.
Yeah.
So the nature of Earth, what do you think that might be?
Well, I know we definitely have ionized gases way up in the top atmosphere. and they move at supersonic speeds, which means they're electric currents. Magnetic fields are then developed from those electric currents that are induced, right? So we have magnetic fields and electric currents, high energy charged particles, and when we call that a plasma, right? And a plasma and an electric current. Well, in the laboratory, we can bounce radio waves off of plasma and electric current. So it's like there's a firmament of some sort. It doesn't have to actually be made of glass or something. I'm just saying, like, and I'm not saying that I believe that this is what you guys are saying is the firmament. I'm just trying to like lend a hand and say, well, maybe there is something to it that you can, use later in another argument or develop your,
Well, look, this is the thing. This is the thing, Lucky. This is the thing. None of us here, outside of speculation Sundays or anything like that, are saying anything about a firmament. What I was getting at, buddy. So again, the ionosphere is supposed to be so far above the Earth, okay, and this Earth is supposed to be round. It's supposed to be a sphere. What I'm saying is, I've talked to people on the opposite side of the world while I was in the army via HF radio. Single transmitter, single receiver. I should not be able to do that. So, what I'm trying to nail down here
like
with
relays or
you.
something? Wouldn't there need to be
No,
like
there's no relays, there's no retrans, there's no nothing, there's no like
on a
bouncing
globe
down
model?
to it.
Right.
Hold on a second. Sorry. We did have retrans even in Timor on a small island for VHF. We did have retrans. We actually had quite a few retransmission sites where there were mountains and shit blocking the signal. So there was one area I did 2 weeks up at retrans, one of the main retrans. It's up on the top of a big hill from the north to south of Timor. VHF signal went up there, and then you retransmit everything that was said down to the other side. HF works very different.
We just call them
HF, you can go very, very.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to ask you with that, instead of going up, down, what do you think the nature of the Earth actually is? Because HF should not work the way that they say it works on the globe. I should not have been able to talk to someone on the other side of the Earth.
But be fair, man. Be fair, just an anecdotal story from me wouldn't change your mind either. So let's just be fair and leave it alone. Because that's just anecdotal as fuck. I can't tell if that's you talking. I have to take your word that you weren't knocking it off the moon. I have to take your word that you know everything about what was happening, and that you know what I mean. And I don't want to say that you're wrong, okay? Because that's just there's no way I could know that, but there's no way I could actually believe it either with the amount of information given. So we got to be fair. You don't change.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. I'll tell you what. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's more than fair. I'll tell you where I am coming from. Okay. With that is that everything we did in the military, is based off the flat. And how I didn't come to flat Earth a lot earlier is fucking beyond me. So that's where I'm coming from.
Right.
Yo.
No, yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to take anything at face value. I'm just simply saying, okay? I'm simply saying that everything we do, navigation, weapons, signals, everything is based off of flat. Everything.
Locally, yeah, I remember. Okay, the can't say too much, but yeah, locally, yes, but not locally, no. And I think you know that, right? Because we were both. You were there. I'm just trying to say, like, yeah, I can agree locally, but once stuff starts going over the horizon, there's trajectories to take into account, and they're not flat, and it's not treated as flat. But I'm not trying to argue, but I just know that.
How do you know that?
Maybe we had,
He's not trying to argue. He just knows.
Well, the same way that you're.
How is it reasonable to ask how you know? Is it reasonable to ask how you know that?
I've read the right documents.
What on trajectories? How does
Did I laugh at
trajectory?
him? Did I laugh at his fucking anecdotal story? Was I disrespectful
No,
to him
dude,
in any way?
just the way
Yeah, I
you're
just would
talking
like
is
for you to
comedic.
afford me with the
Your
same
whole
respect.
shtick is comedic, dude.
Yeah, lucky guess. How does trajectory prove that they treat the Earth as a ball?
I'll tell you, because if it wouldn't land in the place that it lands if it were flat, with the math of it being flat. It actually lands in another place. That's why they do the trajectory as curved over, I think, 20 miles or something, or when it's over the horizon, because they're usually not shooting these things from 6 foot off the ground. They're at 23 meters or 25 meters on a ship above the red line of 15 meters. So it just seems like, pretty simple. I don't know. Wow.
What's the furthest you've seen a lighthouse from on a ship?
This is not what I talk about all day, dude. Lighthouse.
So your claim is that
Probably 25, 30 meters,
snipers.
actually.
Your claim is that snipers and mortarmen take the curve of the Earth into account when considering trajectory. Is that your claim?
Not when they're shooting locally, like I said earlier, but when they're shooting at much longer distances, absolutely. And Coriolis.
So
How
not
would it make a difference?
snipers.
And yes,
How would
Yeah.
it make a difference?
Yeah. Like, what are they doing differently to take into account this curvature?
oh Jesus,
No, it's your claim. Don't
they're doing
act like you didn't make the claim.
they're doing math and they're hitting the bullseye when the guy who's not doing the math for the curvature is not hitting the bullseye.
Stop the cat.
Is this based on what, elevation, distance, and elevation?
It's funny you mentioned that. There was an artilleryman in here about 4 months ago who said that they had so much to take into account with instrument sensitivity, with wind, vibration, that nothing else was taken into account because these things were pretty much all that needed to be taken into account to hit a target. So artillerymen don't back that up.
Yeah, I'm sure if Skinny was not deafened, he'd be having something to say right
Oh,
now.
actually, they do back that up. You're talking about locally again, right? But they do back that up.
What do you consider local?
I can't believe, like, to the horizon, 3 miles
What, 3 miles?
at 6. Yeah,
Whoa,
about
hang on.
2.99 miles, whatever the hell
Hang
it
on.
is.
A minute ago, you said 20 miles.
Hold on 1 second. It's really.
He dropped his
So
notes on the floor.
So you think that the
No,
horizon
I'm gonna
is
grab my
a physical
glasses, man. I'm
location?
using my phone, dude. Einstein.
Do
Give me a second.
you think the horizon has a measurable distance to it?
Come on, dude.
That's what he seems to be saying.
Over an average, and we all know it, dude. We've been around this block for 12 years.
Well, yeah,
Start
dude.
with the beginner questions. Stop it.
You're funny.
Disrespectful.
Lucky, you sound like you're trying
Obviously,
to avoid
sounds,
the answers.
yeah,
No, I'm trying to
sounds like
grab
you're
a
out of the
video
loop,
for
man.
him
Sounds
to
like
explain and
you
show him
haven't been
exactly
keeping
how
up
it's
to
done.
date.
Doesn't want to
Sounds
talk
like
about
you
his
haven't been.
game.
Yeah, it sounds like you haven't been keeping up to date, right?
No, I'm just
There's
jaded.
no
The whole thing is
geometric
like
horizon,
boring.
man. There's no geometric horizon. It's
Yeah,
gone.
I think I'm the one who told you guys that.
Oh, so okay.
Who is
So
this
there's
guy?
a distance.
Yeah,
So
you
there's
don't know who
distance
I am,
to a
man.
non-geometric horizon.
These are one of the things that these guys were arguing about.
I
Like,
think
yeah,
you're in
sure,
a
but it's
fever
over an
dream,
average.
bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like the pencil in the cup, right? You're looking at the pencil displaced because the pencil
Right,
is
so
there.
not geometric then. So
What?
not geometric
There
then.
is a pencil. Yeah.
Oh, there's a pencil.
See,
And you can get the
when you put
distance
the
to it.
pencil in the cup of
I
water,
think he's trying to talk about Snell's law. That's cute.
I'm talking about
This
refraction.
guy's so confused. 12 years in the game, doesn't know his asshole from his elbow.
I'm actually talking about Fermat's principle.
So
But you
so
don't
the
know your
horizon
elbow from
is
your
or
asshole.
isn't where you see it to be.
Right. So it's not where you see it because there is a medium that's moving shifting the light. Right. That's what
So
the
not
medium is doing.
geometric then. So not
Exactly.
geometric then.
There is
So
one. You
so
can't
no measurable
measure.
distance to
What?
it.
Okay, so in the same sense that there is a pencil in the glass, the water is displaced, has the refraction
Bro,
displaced the photons
you're
so that
breaking
you see
down.
them in a. Why are you interrupting? It's real simple. The fact that you see the pencil and the pencil is relocated means that. Does that mean there's no pencil just because we're looking at? We can't see exactly where the
No, but it
pencil is.
does
But we
mean
see the
there's
pencil.
We're talking about
slight
the
missing bit
horizon.
of class.
Right, but what it means is there is still a horizon there, right?
So what do you think you're measuring the
You're
distance
not
to?
just because you don't see the horizon in the same exact place every time, just like with the pencil, doesn't mean
Bro.
that the horizon isn't there. Hence the fact that you see the horizon just like you see the pencil.
No, Lucky, the horizon is
It's just logic.
always there. We know the horizon's always there, but it is never geometric. And that's
That's a
your problem.
mantra, but
This guy's telling us he sees Snell's law in
in the
every
same way that the
direction he
pencil
looks.
is actually there and geometric, though you're not going to measure it by looking at it, so is the horizon.
So when you say 3 miles, 3 miles to what? The thing that you're seeing that isn't
Okay, then
really
why is there a
there, it's in
horizon?
another place.
Why is there a
Is that what
horizon?
you're saying?
Hold on. Why
So
is
when
there a
you say
horizon at 3
3
miles?
miles,
Hold on.
when
Why
you say
is there a
3
horizon at 3
miles,
miles?
are you
There
saying the
shouldn't even be
distance?
one.
Are you saying
Why
that's
is
the
there a
distance to
horizon
the
at 3
thing?
miles, bro? Just answer the question.
Yeah, dude.
Lucky,
I was
answer the
asking your
question
question,
first.
and then you
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
it's a malformed
So
question.
when you say 3 miles, is that a distance to the thing that is not appearing in its actual position?
No, that's an average visual measurement for over a duration of the entire year. So you take all of the measurements that you observed over the entire year.
That
You
is
give
such a
the
BS, bro.
you give the average on the
Can I
most
ask you how
calm
it's
days
measured? How's it measured?
by sight.
What do you mean by sight?
But you said it's never there.
You measure out 3 miles through the buoy, and then you come back, and then you watch it, and you see that the buoy at 3 miles goes past a little bit, and then the buoy at 3 miles, and some days comes forward a little bit.
So Rayleigh's
Dude, you are.
criteria, yeah?
So you take the average, and you say that's the average, and then you say at 3 miles.
So 3 miles is as far out as you can see, huh?
No, it isn't. It is where the horizon.
So how far out can you see, sir?
Millions of miles, depending on
Millions of miles. So how the hell is the average down to 3 miles? How the hell is the average down
I
to
can't
3
believe you.
miles?
Somebody want to correct him real quick, because no one's saying you can't see the objects that are obviously behind the horizon that are
Define horizon.
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, I'm not Jesus
It's a good
Christ.
question. What do you think the horizon is? Define it.
Are you joking right now?
No,
Nope.
define horizon 12 years in the game.
You're not kidding.
Yes, because you don't seem to be
Look it
clear
up.
about what the horizon is. You're holding two positions at once, so we're asking you to define it so we can finally understand what you mean when you say the horizon.
Yeah, he thinks because you've got a buoy out at 3. Dude, you're telling us that
The
you've got a
horizon
buoy
is
out
the
at.
average distance on a water surface.
All right, you've
as
lost the
smooth as
plot.
you can get it without as much topography as possible.
No, you've lost the plot, bro.
Would be You're just interrupting me while I'm trying to give you your.
I'm doing you a
specific
favor.
question. No, you're not. You're just grandstanding.
No, you're attempting to grandstand, and your box fell out from
He's
underneath you.
actually just grandstanding, and like a Nazi trying to shut somebody up that you don't agree with.
No, not a Nazi.
Like, why is he so fucking
Nor Christ.
disrespectful, dude? Have I been disrespectful to you?
Yeah, your whole act is pretty
Yeah,
pathetic.
see, you're projecting
Yeah.
right now. Act.
Oh, 12 years in the game.
Who does these buoy measurements anyway?
What are you talking about?
Talking about buoy measurements.
Temperature measurements for global warming? Oh, you mean buoy measurements for
This guy.
Who fucking said?
Yeah.
So, who's doing these measurements, Lucky? Can you share one?
He just said God, Jesus.
So what happens when the buoy
I'm not
appears in
sharing
front of the
fucking things.
horizon?
I'm not arguing for a fucking round Earth against flat Earthers. I mean, you're just looking for a fight. It's so weird.
No, Lucky, you are. You're arguing for a geometric horizon,
Man,
and
I'm
you're
being
claiming,
rope-a-doped into arguing
Lucky,
for it.
you're also claiming that it should be where the globe predicts it to be. So I don't know why you think you're not a glober when you're defending and trying to back up every claim of the globe. But all we're asking for is, okay, where is this geometric horizon? Can we find it? Can it be measured? And you're acting like you're being attacked. I think you're grandstanding.
Well, I actually already answered the question, and I talked about it being averages. You laughed and scoffed, but that's what I believe. So,
And then you said
anything
millions
further
of
than that
miles.
is just you ridiculing and pretty much trying to admonish someone else.
Here's why, Lucky, because what you're insinuating is
behaving
that
like you're a
past
cult.
3 miles, Lucky, you're claiming that past 3 miles, that what we're seeing is basically a mirage, and that everything past 3 miles is an illusion. That's the insinuation of your claim. It's ridiculous.
Past 3 miles. No, it's what do you mean illusion? It's there, but it is refraction.
You're invoking terrestrial refraction, which leads to the idea that everything
to.
past the geometric horizon is just a mirage. So everything beyond 3 miles in your world is not really there in its real actual position.
No, I'm saying that even the stuff that's before the 3 miles is not actually in that exact position.
How do you pick up your toothbrush?
Well, no.
It
Why
is.
do you think that? What, is
It
it
is.
really?
That's false. That's false,
Hold on
because
a
we don't
second.
believe in terrestrial refraction. We believe in normal, standard refraction that can be tested and experimented with, and we know that light will bend slightly down and it can cause distortion. Yeah,
No,
but
it's
we will
up.
still expect to
The
see
light bends up.
up, depending on the temperature
It moves
gradient.
up from the observation. The observer
Sometimes it's down. Sometimes it's down, depending on the temperature gradient. The point is, what we claim is that standard refraction is a thing, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't loom things up behind physical Earth curve to create a full, perfect mirage without distortion. That's what you're claiming, and that is impossible and cannot
not what I'm
be
claiming.
replicated.
Why do you say weird shit to me like that's what I'm claiming?
Because you claim
I use the words perfect image, no distortion. You just added that nonsense.
I'm going to steelman you now, Lucky. I'm going to steelman you. You are claiming everything past the 3 mile point is a refracted image due to terrestrial refraction. Is that correct or not?
Past the 3 miles, but also before the 3 miles.
Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Past 3 miles. So everything we see past 3 miles is a mirage, correct?
And before the 3 miles.
Everything he sees he's convinced himself that everything he sees is an illusion.
Everything you see is a little bit different than where you think it is. You ever go
How do you pick up your toothbrush?
You ever go gigging for fish or fries?
No.
Now listen to this
Okay,
kid.
so you don't
A
know.
little bit. Now, I'm stopping you again, Lucky. You're lying because it's not a little bit. Because at 20 miles, we should have 266 feet of curvature. That's not a little bit. That's 266 feet raised in elevation above the globe, kind of flying out in a flat plane towards what you think is space. That is not a little bit of refraction and movement like we see with standard refraction. You're invoking terrestrial refraction, where everything is a mirage without distortion. That is bonkers.
Nah, you really just don't understand these collimated air temperatures that are, cause different lensing effects. And looming is an actual real thing. And I can show you over a short distance in a thicker medium to simulate the same amount of refractory contacts like a photon would have to go through in air over a much longer distance. You can see the same thing happening in an aquarium where you can see it. There's an image. There's a bent
Got
piece of
multiple mediums there, mate.
there's a bent piece of interrupt me right in the middle of the aquarium, and it's out on one end of the arch where there's a picture of a city, and then you put the camera down below the little arch so that the city is hidden from view. He adds the sugar to the water, and then the city looms up into view. Plastic earth in a short distance. But that's because of the medium is much thicker than the air. So you can achieve that under over a shorter distance, so that we can demonstrate the idea that photons moving across from a lighter to a denser medium are dragged down to the denser medium, looming the image upwards. Is a clear demonstration.
So how did you have things going over the horizon 30 minutes ago? You had things going over the horizon 30 minutes ago.
Be more precise about what you're complaining about.
Well, I'm not. I'm just asking you. Have you? It sounds like you had things going over the horizon. Now you're telling us why you can see things beyond it.
Yeah. Do you think that the atmosphere is homogeneous all the way around? And
Oh my goodness! I understand that you're wanting to bring in Snell's law and frog gigging as your excuse.
Again, I'm asking you a question. You're kind of deflecting.
No, I mean, the air is different.
I think that the atmosphere is
It's a single
completely
medium.
homogeneous with no different lensing effects from different.
Yeah, this whole which one are you talking about? Snell's law again? Because no, you're not dealing with Snell's law in the air.
Or not. Because you seem to be like you trying to say that everything is like an ideal situation where there is a homogeneous atmosphere, and that what we can clearly demonstrate just doesn't happen.
Do you mean like terrestrial refraction? Do you mean like everything we're seeing past 3 miles?
I mean like refraction looming objects up over what you would call a hump, which
Up in relation to what? Up in relation to what?
In relation to photons being loomed up over something you think is in the medium. Yeah, up from the ground, bro.
Up relative to
which way
what?
do you think up is? I mean, you ever been in a swimming pool? Which way's up? You gotta breathe. So which way's up? Are you gonna
Up from the curve
while you're underwater and go which way's up? I don't know.
Up from the curve.
Or are you gonna?
Is that what you're talking about?
Genius.
Are you talking about up from the curve of the Earth?
I can answer that if that's okay. Okay, lucky guess. You're talking to someone who's drowned 4 times, and the last time I drowned, I was 17, and I knew which way was up. At Dicky Beach, although I did drown before I got to the surface, after the waves pinned me on the bottom, but I knew which way was up because of where the circle of the sun was off the water, whereas on the bottom it was kind of spreading out on the sand on the bottom. So I knew which way was up. I knew which way to swim, and then I got dunked again.
I know, but he's asking like if Which way's up, man? Which way is up? Like
Relative to
what
what?
am I going to say? Relative to what? It's to the ground. Up is always relative to the ground, right?
Okay.
So it's coming up from below you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, the ground is always level.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get to the ridiculous part where he has to get on board with the idea that the ground is curving away from him.
No, I just
Sugar water and fish aquariums and frog gigging.
Yeah, I'll bring it back to again. Lucky Gus, I'll bring it back again, man. Okay, everything we did in military. I joined the military at 17 years old in 2003, infantry. Everything
Lucky's not
that
here to learn.
everything we've done is off of flat. Everything is based off of flat. So, well, I'm 39 now.
Yeah, I thought you were older.
But well, a lot of people say that because I sound more mature than I am. My point being,
I joined up in the
is
90s.
that fucking point being, I was born in 85, dude. My point being, okay, everything that we do is based off of flat. Everything is based off of flat. So how the fuck I didn't come to the conclusion that we're not on a spinning fucking ball a lot earlier is beyond
That's
me.
not the same shit I learned, bro. And it's locally, you can treat it as flat, it is said. Because there is a small error margin of error, no matter if it's refracting or not locally. But over hundreds of
Locally, sorry, man. Sorry. Look, I'm not trying to be dicky. Not trying to be dicky. Locally, you can treat it as flat, but in an extended area, you
fuel in our
can't.
helicopters, dude. Because a certain amount of fuel in our helicopters will only make it at a certain altitude to a certain distance, and treat it as flat, we won't make it.
That's
wrong.
No, fucking it isn't.
Yes, it is. It's got nothing to do with it.
No, it is not.
That's so
I just
wrong,
think
dude.
it's convenient. Lucky guess. I think it's convenient that you jump from one position to another when it suits you, because at 3 miles you had a geometric horizon earlier in this conversation. But then as the conversation's gone on, you've claimed, no, there is no geometric horizon ever to be found at 3 miles, which kind of invalidates the whole bottom-up disappearance argument. And I think that's interesting as well. That
misrepresenting what I'm
I
saying,
think
dude.
that's interesting that Rayleigh's criterion happens to be around 3 miles, where you would expect to see bottom-up disappearance on a flat Earth as well. So I think what you have is a bunch of obfuscation and a bunch of well, I don't want to take a position while holding 2 positions at once. And I think that is disingenuous. I think you're trying to play the game here a little bit, because you know that no flat earthers has all the answers, and we don't have the measurements. But what we do have is we have logic on our side, and you don't like it when we ask these tough questions. That's what I think's going on here. And I think you don't want to be a flat earther for personal reasons, and that's up to you. But you can't deny the facts and the truth that all of this is backwards engineered and would work exactly how you would expect to see it on a flat earth, whether you like it or not.
All right, so you
Yeah, not just that. Just
hold on a
quickly, man.
second
Just
now.
add the
The man just
what?
said a few
Hold on,
things
sorry,
about
Lucky
me that
guess.
were
Just a second.
untrue.
Just a
And now,
second, Lucky guess. Sorry, man. Sorry, man. Just to add to what Rooch just said. To add to what Rooch just said. Okay, you're talking about helicopters and fuel and how it's going to work different over a curve or over flat. No, not at all. Not for a second. Same as we don't go to like out to 3 miles with mortars and then okay, fucking holy shit. This other couple of miles we've got to account for curvature. It doesn't work that way. Never has.
okay, so let me say something about his misrepresenting of the things that I've said since I've been here. Right? I didn't say that there isn't. Okay, first of all, I said observationally it is an average. Okay, and you have to assume it's there because when you see the pencil, that's why I gave the example. The pencil, you see it refracted in a new position because the pencil is there.
Yes,
So
because
you
you're
take that.
looking through different
This
mediums.
is why you
You
don't
are looking
understand what I'm
through
trying to say.
glass,
Yeah, he's talking about
water,
Snell's
and
law.
air.
This is why
You
you
are
don't
looking through
understand.
different mediums, Lucky. That is not a comparative to what we see in the natural world.
Yeah,
God
and
damn
Matrix
it.
said this. Matrix
It
said this at
actually
the
is,
time.
and if you would just stop interrupting me with your little gangbang there, it'd be
Yeah, you guys
nice.
This
like.
is coming from you interrupting people. Well done.
Okay, no, hold
Your
on.
pencil
Is
comparison is a failure.
Matrix like
See what you're
okay?
doing?
It's Grim versus like 4 people, 3 people right now. Okay, just dial back. Okay, this isn't enemy troops in the open. All right, Grim is. I don't know. Just
It's
give
Lucky
him
Guess.
some breath. Okay.
It's Lucky.
Yeah, that's
No, it's
Grim, right?
Grim,
It's Lucky
dude.
Guess.
This
Yeah.
is Grim.
Oh, sorry.
It
Okay,
says
Grim.
lucky
Sorry,
guess on my
Grim.
shit, but I'm Mr. Grim.
Yeah. Give Grim some
Okay,
space, guys.
okay, fair enough. Sorry, my bad.
And I'm never fucking this rude to you guys, and I don't appreciate this nonsense, man. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
I said
here,
that
Grim.
you can
Grim, let me
see a
step in real
fucking
quick.
Verizon, right? I said it's taken over a year of average. It's an average over the year, right? But I also said that I assume it's there. I don't say you have to, because what convinces me is that because of the pencil, and yeah, it's not in water, yeah, but it's a much shorter distance, so you need a much thicker medium to get the same type of effect, right? To get as you have to imagine, the reason why they tell us that refraction occurs is because of the amount of contacts that the photon interacts with in the molecule, right? So over a longer distance in a thinner atmosphere, let's say there's 1 million contacts. Well, to get that same amount of contacts in a shorter distance, you have to thicken the medium. So you have 1 million contacts in a shorter amount, then you could say that you're giving a demonstration of what is feasible, not what you are proving to anyone, right? So you get real defensive and think that I'm trying to say we're proving things, but I'm saying the reason why people think these are good arguments is because they are demonstrations of what is feasible.
Okay, if I may, with everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lucky Guess. If I may, with everyone, if I may, I'm not saying you're Grim, Lucky Guess. I'm not saying you're Grim.
No, I am Grim.
Okay, Lucky. You are Grim. Okay, whatever.
I am Mr. Grim. Yeah, I don't know. You know who I am, dude.
Okay, gotcha. Right. So, with what's feasible. Okay, no worries. So,
Yes, that's right. I
for
don't run
example,
around saying I
again,
prove this and I prove that and you're wrong and I'm right. That's all bullshit, divisive. You know.
No. I'm not trying to do that. What I'm trying. Okay. So I was in mortars platoon. I fired mortars. Okay, that's what I did. Out to 7K. Everything is based off flat. Everything is completely 100% based off flat. Like everything to do with marksmanship. Doesn't matter if you're a sniper, mortarman,
How far are you
artilleryman,
dude?
tankman. Right. Hold on a second. Everything, it doesn't matter if you're firing naval artillery that goes out to 30 or 40 kilometers or whether you're firing a sniper rifle that goes out to 1,500 meters, the principles are the same and they are based off of the same. You're talking about feasibility. Let me come at you with this one. Okay, when it comes to firing weapon systems, you have 2 goals. 2 goals and 2 goals only. 1, put warheads on the fucking foreheads of the motherfucker you're trying to kill, and do not
That's what we
hit
say over
your
here
own.
too. Is that what you
Right.
guys actually
So,
say? Because we actually say that.
yeah, I've heard that from an American veteran, and I like that saying. We don't actually say that. We kill the motherfucker, but right. So you're trying to kill the guy that you're trying to kill, and you're trying to not kill your own, especially with a danger close mission, which is within 600 meters. Yeah. So point being, if it all goes off of flat, we're not talking about feasibility. We're talking about what has been proven for well over 100 years now in terms of indirect fire and direct fire. Those sciences have gone so far. It's not a dark art. It is pure fucking science and mathematics to put those warheads on those foreheads, to put that round through that head, or into that chest, and it's all based off of flat. So I don't understand with that where you're coming from when you say, "Oh, it works locally," but it doesn't matter on the munition. Everything is based off of the same thing. It doesn't matter 30 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 1,500 meters. It's the same thing. You're using the same mathematics. You're using the same basic fundamentals. It doesn't matter. And by the way, 7 kilometers, 30 kilometers, that's not local at all, man. And according to the globe model, that shouldn't be able to happen. You'd have to change the formula after a certain distance, yeah?
I don't know where you're getting your cool, dude.
Well said, Skinny. I said the same earlier. We've had plenty of artillerymen back that up and say exactly the same.
Well, I don't know.
In
There's
here.
about 1,000 videos on YouTube from fucking people who don't back that up. I don't understand why you pick the two that you think is the best.
I'll tell you what, Lucky Guess,
Look at all the
how
people
about this?
I'm
How
looking
about
at
this?
right now. I'm
You
not trying to
put
be
in the
long-winded,
chat,
asking
put in the
questions.
chat, sorry for a second, sorry. Put in the chat, you give me one military manual. I don't care whether it's naval gunnery, I don't care whether it's artillery, whether it's mortars, whether it's sniping. Not an article, not an excerpt, none of that bullshit. A single manual, military manual for any of those things that factors in curvature, that factors in spin, factors in any of that, where you actually have to account for that. Your floor.
No problem. Let me grab my
Go
glasses.
for it.
I just can't believe you haven't seen them.
Go for it, man.
From what I've been told, they are in the manuals, but it's not actually practically taken on in the real world.
No, I'm gonna get it for him. I have the manual right here. Do you want the hard
So I
copy?
don't. It's not the manuals though, and I don't know, Skinny, if you're aware that it is in some manuals. But it's not. It's not about that. It's about whether it's actually practically taken
Well, I'm
into
gonna show him
account.
that it's in the manual first, so then he can.
I have actually roots. I've never seen it in. We didn't do it in mortars. I've never seen any artillery manuals. I've never seen any sniping manuals. I've never seen any of that where any of this is taken into account at all.
Give me the stuff
Period.
from my rifle box, honey. Hand me that stuff.
What they often use is they'll say, okay, oh,
is pathetic, dude.
they'll say for example, they'll say we've got on the naval ships they got a gyroscope as part of their aiming. That's for the movement of the ship, the movement of the other ship, current, waves, things like that. There's one guy brought up a screenshot of what was apparently a mortar fire controller, MFC, or a computer fire controller, where you had COR factoring in for Coriolis, apparently. No, that's not what it factors in for. It is elevation, bearing, charge. That's it. You don't factor in for curvature. You don't factor in for spin at all. And again, according to the mass of these guys, when it comes to the globe, you're going to have to factor that in. You should not be able to. You're going to have to factor it in anywhere past a bit over a mile, yeah? 1.22 miles. You're going to have to factor it in. And we don't. Never do we factor that in. So, yeah, go for it, man.
Lucky Guess earlier said they just do some quick math. And the guys who get the math right, they hit their target.
Yeah, do quick math. Okay, yeah. Tell me anybody. All right, so here's how it works. Artillery, naval gun.
I get it.
Fucking. I'm not a crack at you. I'm just saying.
No,
you've either got to spot up.
I was hoping he remembered his little quick math comment.
Yeah, gotcha, mate. And look, but here's how it works. For those of you who don't know, and I'm sure most of you already do know by this time, Okay, any of you that have dealt with fucking QE, myself, or other military men here. Here's how it works. If you can't see the target, you have a spotter. The spotter walks your rounds onto target. If you're a sniper, snipers work in pairs. Spotter, shooter. The spotter helps you walk your rounds onto target. Mortars, artillery, naval gunfire, whatever the case may be, you walk the rounds on. If you're talking heavier munitions, such as you got javelins, which actually I've seen a javelin fire, and that was fucking incredible. Doing a top-down attack. That's laser guided, so the laser actually paints the target. Same thing from aircraft with their missiles, etc. None of it factors in curvature. None of it factors in spin. None of it at all. Smart munition or dumb munition factors any of that in. And I don't know, honestly, it gets tiring. Everything we do is based off of flat. But the thing is, we're so indoctrinated that even a lot of military members believe in the globe, despite the fact that everything we do is based off flat. Navigation, marksmanship, target acquisition, everything is based off of flat. Everything that we do is based off of flat. From close range to long range. And there is no getting around that. And then when I ask people, right, I post up, put any military manual whatsoever, where curvature, where Coriolis. So I've had, so far, Alish put up, when it comes to torpedoes underwater, we had a couple of others put articles up from Shooter Magazine, etc. We've had others put up Reddit posts from civilians who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Not a single actual military manual. And the thing is that if any of these things were to come into effect when it comes to putting warheads on foreheads or not killing your own, it would be factored in. The fact that these things are not factored in tells you it's a bunch of bullshit. It is that simple. Sorry, wasn't trying to go on a fucking tirade here. I just get sick of hearing it, that's all.
Grim, you got one last thing to say, then we'll move on?
Give me a couple of minutes, guys. My kid's up for a second. Rock 'em.
Good dad, good dad.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to make it a massive gotcha or anything like that. I'm sick of fucking hearing it. That's all. Sorry. But yeah, honestly, any Globers on here, if you can post anything in the chat, any fucking military manual at all, I will read it. I read Alish's when she put it up. I read other people's articles and shit when they put it up. And you know what? It turned out to be a bunch of bullshit. So by all means, go ahead. And if I had the money to actually put it down, I'm broke at the moment, but if I had the money to put it down, I would pay you a fucking grand. Go for it.
Yeah, just for the record as well, he wasn't getting ganged up on. He got himself into that situation by making claims but not backing them up. And other people were having to step in to ask more potent questions just to get out his claim, or at least get him to back his claim. So that's how that ended up being three of us talking to him.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a big deal. It was just getting a little kind of, I would say dogpile-y.
Yeah, plus I actually asked to avoid the argument in the first place. Didn't want to engage in arguing with you guys, and I mentioned why and all of that stuff, and tried to make it really clear that I wasn't here for that, but you forced it. So it wasn't me doing all of it.
Grim, come on, mate. If you're going to make a claim, that trajectory proves the curve, then expect to be
I don't use
questioned.
words like proves anything. So you're just fucking strawmanning me with words like proves.
because I was clear
That's
not
what
to be
we
invasive
do
or
here,
do
man.
any of that shit. It's like you hear what you want to hear. You're arguing against the people you used to argue with, and you just suck
No,
your argument
you're
to
Nah,
shit.
3
dude.
mile buoy.
You're
You need to
slimy.
let
You're
that sink
slimy with
in.
your use of language, and you say things and you insinuate things, and you then go back and say, "I didn't technically actually say it just like that, mate." You make
Because I
you
didn't. I was
you
clear not
made your
to. And
statements,
you
and it
called
was
me slimy,
clearly
bro.
the way that you're
That
arguing.
was
You
pretty
were
slimy to
arguing
call
was
me
slimy.
I haven't been slimy.
Yeah, you were slimy because you were claiming that the trajectory proved to you that curvature existed. So when pressed, you got all upset and butthurt, acting like we were bullying you into a conversation. Don't make claims then if you don't want to debate in a debate room on flat Earth, clown.
Yeah, look, I wasn't trying to gang up on you, mate. I'm just saying, like, I still haven't seen any manual put in, by the way. But can you find one? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here. You know, we've had a fun conversation tonight. I'm not trying to be a dick, but
Yeah, I've
if
said
you're going to
I'm
bring up
saying you're
military
rocking
shit,
my kid
you
right
better you better know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm rocking my kid right now. All right, I've been telling you that for the past 3 minutes.
Then go and do it then, for fuck's sake.
I just I want to say something here. I just want to vouch for Grim. He doesn't need me to vouch for him, but I have known about him for a long time. If you listen to a lot of the early Nathan Oakley shows, he was on there and he was a lot different. He was much more of a dickhead, much more of a, as you guys say, anti-flat earther. So he's not. I mean, he has stopped doing that because, like he said, he doesn't like the amount of animosity that it breeds. And I mean, there's no need to be a dick towards him. So
Yeah, Jerry,
but listen, Skinny. If I go into the Christian room and I start telling them all how they're wrong, but I don't really want to explain it and just start, hinting at things, I'm gonna get heat. Okay, so you've got to be a big boy if you go into the lion's den and start poking the lions.
That's a fair call, Roots. And look, Jerry, man, look, I wasn't trying to be a dick to him either at all. I like the guy. I'm simply saying, like Roots was saying, you go in a Christian room, right? I've been in many atheist rooms, not on Discord, but in other on other platforms. I've gone in there and said straight up, you atheists are a fucking bunch of dickheads. Because quite clearly creation is real. And I copped a fucking lot of heat. I had to defend myself. And I won that. But
Check it out. That's not what I've been doing at all, right? I didn't come in here poking at anyone. I came in here saying I am not trying to have that conversation. I would rather talk about things we align on. You poked me, constantly poking. Don't try to pretend you're the victim that I started shit with him. That's nonsense, dude.
That's fine, Lucky.
I've
That's
been
fine,
super
Lucky.
cordial,
It's
man.
just that's not really.
And then Mr. fucking calling me
sometimes
Einstein
do.
and genius
This
because
isn't an echo chamber. This isn't an echo chamber. So
You're
sometimes,
just gonna
we'll
interrupt me every
discuss
time I talk
between each
and then
other
mute me every time someone
things
else
that we
talks.
agree on, right? Sometimes we'll discuss things that we agree on. But for the most part, if somebody comes in who we haven't spoken to before, or at least for a lengthy period of time, then we're going to quiz them about their worldview or their cosmological view. And if they make claims about it, we are going to ask them to back it up with evidence or proof. Right? It's just what we do here.
Especially when they're dominating the mic in a flat earth room, telling everybody how it's not flat.
That's not what I'm doing. I never said that I know what shape the earth is. Never once. I even made it clear that I don't say that it's one or the
I
other.
know that,
I
buddy,
said there
but
are
you got
evidences
to
that
remember.
lead me to believe one
Yeah, you
thing,
were
but I don't
referencing
know.
geometric horizons,
Look, you guys are being real fucked up, man.
bro. Just relax. You were
Am I supposed to
referencing
join the cult?
referencing
And then you'll be
geometric
nice? Like,
horizons.
that's stupid.
That was you.
Lucky, I had to
Me
pull
saying
you
that
up
I believe
twice that
something
I
and that
remember.
it's absolutely true are two
Hey,
different
You're
buddy,
things.
confused, bro.
I like you.
Why am I?
I
Why
like
am I
you.
being overtalked constantly? I'm the only guy in
I
here with a different view,
just
and
listen to me. Just listen to me for a sec. Just listen to me for a sec. Okay, I like you, but I did actually have to pull you up twice tonight for talking over moderators. Okay, and again, this is not my room. This is not your room. This is not any Globie's room. That so I actually did have to pull you up. So your claim of you haven't talked over anyone or any of that, honestly, man, it doesn't actually stand up to scrutiny. Okay, I like you, man, but you got to stop doing that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Ah, hello. I want to post a link in the side chat, but it says I don't have permission, unfortunately.
Oh, you can send it to me. I'll post it.
Oh yeah, sure. Mr. Skinny Vet. I caught the back end of what you were saying. Just can you tell me the criteria of what you want again? The manuals. When you talk about a manual about missiles or trajectories or
Somebody
something.
wants $1,000. Sounds like.
That was it. And you said $1,000. But what were the
I
criteria
said if I
you
wasn't broke,
wanted?
I would happily give $1,000. But all right, geeks, I tell
I'm
you what,
joking.
if you can,
Fuck the 1,000. Fuck the 1,000. What were the criteria there?
okay,
1,000
if
credit
you can
score.
post me a single military manual,
yeah,
at all regarding sniping, mortars, artillery, naval gunfire, whatever the case may be, where you actually have to factor in for curvature, for Coriolis, for spin, anything like that. Actual military manuals, not fucking articles in a shooter magazine, not Reddit posts, none of that.
Yeah.
Actual military PAMs, please do, because I had never seen one in my entire life.
Would
Go for it.
a manual on the motion of ballistic missiles qualify?
Motion of ballistic missile. So you're telling me that there is actual manuals, military manuals on ballistic missiles that are available to the public. I would be very interested to see.
It's been unclassified. Would that work?
Go for it. I'll take a look through it, and we'll see what we can come up with. Throw shit at the wall. We'll see what sticks.
Cool. Okay, hang on. Who am I sending the link to?
Crit's fine.
Okay. Crit message. There you go. Then you can post it in the side chat, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see the side chat? You just can't post?
Yeah, I can see it all. It just says you don't have permission to send messages. Ah, there it is. You know if that works or...
Here, check now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it works now. Thank you.
Yeah, we just had King Bear put in a fucking link. I'm asking for a manual or a PAM, guys. A military manual, military PAM that is used by servicemen, servicewomen to put warheads on foreheads. It's not hard.
In the book, Gemma says this will
Sorry, Gaza, were you trying to say something, man?
argues that Jessica might be
Can you see the link, Skinny Vet?
Hold on,
super low there.
Gaza, I think you're hot micing, buddy.
Okay, it's alright. He's been muted. Just let us know in the chat.
Geeks, no, I can't see a link there so far.
Crit sent it. Crit. I have to send it on my behalf. I'll copy it just in case. Paste it again.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I can't see it so far. Please resend.
Yeah, I'm putting the side chat again.
All right, I see
Yeah.
the link. I'll go through it. Yep, I see the link now. I will read through it and I'll get back to you.
Cool. Cool.
Over 350 pages.
Yeah, you done yet? I'm joking. I'm fucking around. Sorry.
There might be. I've seen artillery manuals and stuff that, like, in the foreword, they might ask some sergeant major or something like that, like, why this book's important, and you'll be like, time on target, and we use fire direction to make sure that we deliver rounds to secure the battlefield for the forward element, the infantry. And he says, then they might go on to say, we account for everything, the temperature of propellant, the meteorology, target location, unit location, even the spin of the Earth. And that would be it. That would be the only mention of Earth as a globe. After that, all the tables, all of it just are flat, stationary. There won't be like, here's table H1 that you adjust for the curve of the Earth. There's one manual where I saw it did that, but the adjustment was like an eighth of a mil. That you can't even dial that on your scope. It's 1 mil. Each turn is 1 mil.
Just quickly, old mate. Sorry, geeks. Just quickly, old mate. I've just gone through the first 2 or 3 pages here outside of the. Dude, it's Johns Hopkins University. It's nothing to do with military. I'm going to keep going through it. Give me something military, dude. Seriously. All right. And like old matey was just saying, that we account for everything in marksmanship that's going to make sure you kill the enemy and don't kill your own people. And if Coriolis, spin, curvature, anything came into it, you're giving me a document from Johns Hopkins University, not a military manual of any kind, not a marksmanship manual of any kind. I'm still going to go through it. It's 352 pages. I just saw that. I'm still going to go through it.
I wouldn't
But
bother,
I'm
though,
going.
because if that's a hard,
now.
if that's a hard line,
I guarantee you right now that this is actually not used in military application.
then don't go through it. It doesn't meet your criteria. It doesn't meet your criteria. So I wouldn't bother. I'll see if I can find something else, maybe.
No. I'm still going to go through it. But you're sending me something from a fucking university, a very famous university, no doubt, from the Department of Physics, no doubt. Gotcha. But it is a civilian university. It is not a military manual. It is nothing to do with military application of fire at all. But I'm going to go through it. Don't worry. 352 fucking pages. No worry. But, dude, this is what I'm saying. You guys can't actually bring up anything from the military that backs up what you guys say. So, case closed there. But, all right, I'll go through it. Back in a minute.
Okay.
Fair play. Like Crit said, though, the only things I've ever seen are so small and minute, they're considered negligible when it comes to wind, vibration, instrument sensitivity. We're not dealing with anything measurable or anything that we need to account for, I believe.
Mr. Root, sorry, I genuinely didn't want to cut you off, but I just want to address what Mr. Skinny Vet just said. If you look at indeed page 3, you can see what the sponsoring military activity office actually is. If that helps. Sorry, Mr. Roots. I hope you didn't.
Didn't really catch what you said there.
Oh, did you not? So on page 3, it actually tells you what part of the military this handbook, manual, memorandum, whatever you want to call it, is actually the sponsor, as in it's developed for this part of the military branch, if that helps at all, on page 3.
No, I wasn't quoting that manual. I was kind of
Actually, no.
backing up Crit a little bit to say that those numbers given are considered negligible when it comes to instrument sensitivity, weather, etc.
Here's a good example. One time,
Sorry, just quickly. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Just quickly, geeks. I'm going through it again. So this is for when you go through it. Okay, I'm just going down through it. This is for the developmental stages for a new weapon, and they use physicists from this university to develop some of the basis regarding physics before they even build it.
No.
It does not apply to actual marksmanship with the weapon.
No, not marksmanship. It's ballistic missiles, re-entry specifically.
This is backing up my point straight up. None of you can give me an actual military manual. I'm going to keep going through it. I'm going to go through the rest of it tomorrow, and I will get back to you on this.
Page 3? Can you see on page 3 what I mentioned, that it is for military application?
It is the theoretical. They're building a new weapon. They want scientists to actually go through some of the mathematics and everything like that in the theoretical stage.
Can you see what it says? Can you see
in
what it says?
in the developmental stage of the weapon, not application in actually firing the fucking thing.
No, it is. It is absolutely that. But can you see where it says sponsoring military activity, Strategic Systems Project Office? Can you see those words?
Yeah. Shock horror. The military actually uses civilian contractors in weapons development.
So it is for military,
right?
Okay, so it's for military. I just wanted to clarify. That's all.
Is it a manual?
It's not a manual. It's not a military manual that actually addresses the application of the weapon system in putting it on the target that you want to put it on. It is not a military manual.
It does exactly that. So.
No, it doesn't. It theoretically, from what I can see so far, it theoretically says it says theoretically. It says theoretically.
Okay.
What should happen?
Is this what they're going to put in the hands of the soldiers? Is this what they're going to put in their hands and say, you need to look at this, be able to use this particular device?
Not soldiers. No, it's for weapons operations specialists.
No, it's for ballistic missiles. It's like T-Dub. It's for ballistic weapons. Point being, what I'm saying here
so
is,
who's going to operate that? Who's going to operate that? Military personnel?
Yes.
So are they going to put this document in the hands of the military personnel who will be operating that device?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, no, Dick. No, that's not correct at all. What this is, so the government's put out a contract, and one of the contractors here is Johns Hopkins University with their physics department. So they've done all the mathematics, given what they have been given from the government and Department of Defense, as to what should actually happen mathematically if theoretically you have this weapon that is supposed to behave a certain way in terms of putting it on the target. This is not a military manual. This is not a military manual as to how to place that weapon after testing, after this weapon has even been developed, after it's gone through all the rigorous testing that would happen. And this is not a military manual. Can one of you, for the love of fucking God, give me an actual military manual? All this is declassified documents on the development, research and development of a ballistic missile. And it doesn't show anything that I've seen so far as to results when you fire it. It shows nothing so far of fucking anything at all. All it is thus far, and I'll go through it again. I'll go through it a lot more tomorrow. I'll get back to you. This is just the theory of how it should work, given this amount of propellant, given what this weapon is made of. This is It's all theory. It's all graphs. It's all just mathematics at this point. This is not a military manual. This is not for the operator going, right, I do this to get this weapon system to land here. It is not a military manual. You can't give it. You guys can't give it. And every fucking time, I'll give you this one, Geeks. Just like Alice, you gave me something out of left field. I have to respect that.
Thank you.
But it's not a military manual.
Okay,
And this is
cool,
not this is not an operational manual for putting this weapon system where you need it to go at all. This is research and development. That's all it is.
Fair enough.
Did you
I'm
read
sorry I
that
didn't.
right,
I'm sorry I
Doc?
didn't meet the criteria.
It says
I
a military.
tried my best, but
Yeah.
I appreciate the recognition of effort and trying to meet the criteria. Thank you. That means a lot. Appreciate it.
I always do, dude. I always do. Every fucking time. Every time.
It means I'm being genuinely serious. It meant a lot because I don't get that very often when I try and provide stuff. So thank you.
Well, mate, I don't know anything about launching a ballistic missile. I don't know anything about that. I don't know how to put that warhead on whatever forehead. So, and anything that you guys put in, I will always look at. But I have never seen a single military manual. Again, the factors in curvature, spin, Coriolis, anything like that. Not a single manual as to telling you how to kill the target and not kill your own people. Never once. And what you guys end up putting in all the time, and again, I got to respect it, man. This one came out of left field, and I'm going to look into it further because I find it fascinating. This research, I find it absolutely fascinating. However, this is research and development. Declassified documents on research and development, not a fucking manual and not instructing people how to actually put that on the target at all. Has nothing to do with that. It's just graphs, it's mass, that's all it is so far.
All right, who else is here? What's up, guys?
I'm Spartacus.
What's up, bro?
Is there no one else? Yeah, just me getting off of work. How do, gentlemen, ladies?
Good. How about yourself?
All good on this side of the pond.
Howdy, Alpha.
Everything copacetic? T-Dub? Roots?
I'm still rocking this baby.
I think so.
He's upset.
Everything's nominal?
Indeed.
Yep.
We don't have
Everything's fine.
we don't have the spinning space ball monkey religion or religious people in here.
Most of them ran away.
I was talking to myself for like 2 minutes. My microphone fucked up. I'm still here. If anyone wants to.
Who's that, Geeks?
It's Mr. Geeks, the biggest troublemaker in the world. Yeah.
You sound like Chemo, man. Like there's this guy named Chemo. You guys have the same speech pattern.
He does sound
Everything.
like Chemo a little bit.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I thought it was
Well,
just me that thought that. I said it out loud, so.
No worries. I don't know who Chemo is, but yeah, have at it. I'm here if you want a little punching bag, and I can take it.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'll do my best. No, I'll put up a fight.
From ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? If so, who was it, and how did they do it?
That's a good one.
Great question.
Has anyone measured
Good.
the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Who measured? I mean,
Yeah,
I
go
assume
ahead.
you've already looked. You've already looked this up, right?
It's only been 9 years. Well, 10. I round up.
Well, then you know. Well, then you know all of the answers I could possibly give you, then, right?
Oh yeah, I'm standing at the end of the answer. I'm just waiting for you to catch up.
Well, then ask a different question if you know the answers already.
Well, see, I thought you wanted to be a punching bag. Well, what happened?
Yeah, but a punching bag with a brain.
Not a very good punching bag, man.
No, I know. But if you know the answers to the question you're asking, then it's not really a punching bag. It's more of a, well, I don't know, like a sack of flour, isn't it?
Why won't you take the challenge, man? I don't understand. Like,
because you know
what's
all
so
the
wrong
answers
with,
already. If you know the answers,
what difference does that make? The audience doesn't know that you know that. There's somebody brand new that's listening to this live stream right now that don't know if you know the answer. So,
all right. You gotta give it
the old college try, man.
As a favor to me, then can we do a different question?
Okay, here's a different
No.
question.
I like that. Hold on, Chris. I like
Okay.
this one. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this question?
I already said you already know all the answers I could give you.
Well, can I
what
update the
difference does that
question?
make?
Alpha,
I don't
can I
understand,
update the
like,
question?
why. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
dude. I don't mean to step on you. Can I then have can we have your opinion, geeks, on if you know we know the answer, we know that it's never been directly measured. So can you give your opinion as to why you think that is, why the Earth can't be directly measured?
I didn't say that.
Well, spoiler alert, that's the answer. It's never been directly measured. So I'm asking you to comment on that. Do you not think that is a little fishy that we make this assumption that it has been measured?
I see where you're coming from. May I reframe? For me, I place value in the journey rather than the destination. You know, the discussion. I like that part. Do you see where I'm going?
No. What does that mean?
Not really, no.
We're all
the
about
fact-
the answer, man. We're searching for the truth, and it appears that a lot of people claim that they have the truth, right? Nobody really does. A lot of the people that think the Earth's a globe, the spinning space ball monkey religion, those guys. I don't know if you're one of them, but those
I
guys
am.
believe
I
they
am one
have.
of them.
They have the.
I am.
Well, okay, so I'll lump you in with the rest of them.
Sure.
Everybody who thinks that believes that there's a truth out there that the Earth is a globe, and people have measured it. They've discovered that it is, and we're just denying that. Flat Earthers are just denying that. Right?
Well, I
Is that the case?
I don't think you're just denying it. I think you guys have done the research, and you've come to the conclusion that you hold. But
Okay. Well, if we have come to a conclusion, and the Earth isn't a globe,
yeah,
then there's a malfunction. There's a malfunction with either there is no evidence, because we're not going to be just sitting here gaslighting the globe. We're going to be telling you there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
Now, if you think that there is, because the measurement is a big part of like how we know geometric shape is what it is, right? So, so if you say the Earth's a geometric shape and it's an oblate spheroid, that question that was asked to you should be answered sufficiently. Like, we should have a direct answer to know how that could be measured on an Earth that's a oblate spheroid. And
I hear you. I hear
we
you.
have the
Let me use a different
radius,
word.
diameter, circumference. Huh?
Let me use a different word. Maybe it will land better. Where's the fun in that?
The fun is that we're trying to see if everybody is actually a truth seeker or not. If you say that you value truth, then you would value the question. The question itself.
Take the truth out of it. Where's the fun in
Why?
it?
Fun? What do you mean?
This isn't the pub, mate.
What are you talking? What's this guy talking? You just want to have a nice chat about, the day. Oh, how's the weather over there? Like what is it
No,
that you're?
no, it could be about globy stuff as well, but it could be fun, informal, kind of.
Fun.
Yeah, I think informal is the word he's looking for. Not fun.
No, fun as well. Fun is important. If I'm wrong, if no one sees it that way, then I understand. That's all.
Okay, how about this? Like, just so humor
weird.
the question. At any time in history, from ancient times until now, is there a method to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? If so, what was this method and who did it? If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, at any time in history, from ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured or detected the actual rotation of the Earth? If so, what was his method and who did it?
I don't know.
Is space, the vacuum of space, a medium that you can be traveled to or an actual place that exists? If so, how can you establish or verify firsthand that this medium is adjacent to the air that we breathe, gas pressure without a container? With no presupposition.
Firsthand.
With no presupposition or invoking a volcano of any kind. This is a key point as a heliocentric model claims Earth is an open system.
Sure. Firsthand, though, as in my firsthand experience. Is that what you mean when you say firsthand?
Yeah, firsthand, not secondary knowledge. Primary.
I can't.
So no curve, no motion, no space. What's left of the ball?
No fun
Ding,
either.
ding, 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 ding.
No
Tell him
fun
what he's
either.
won. He's won a washer and dryer.
See, now that you know that it's just a belief, that you have a belief in the ball, you don't know it. There isn't any way that you prove it to yourself. Then there's a easier method to have a conversation. Because otherwise, people come in here and they'd be like, "Explain the flat Earth if the Earth is a globe."
I'm not doing that though.
Yeah, that's what the point of the questions were.
Oh, yeah. But did I answer? I tried to answer. I answered all the questions, just not very well, right?
No, I don't know is a good answer.
Yeah, but it was pretty short, right? It was a pretty short discussion.
I don't know. I'm having fun.
Are you?
Yeah, if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right.
I'm having
because I can't really participate in that, in all of that, because I don't know any of the answers to the questions.
But
so
what we've done,
I'm glad
Geeks,
you're
what
having
we've
fun.
done. I'm having fun because
Good for you, mate.
what we've done is we've disqualified you from this discussion without you realizing it.
No, I'm realizing it. I'm very, very, very well aware. But I'm trying to say, can we just for the sake of a bit of fun, just forget about the truth just for a bit and just have the discussion about the same topics, but for fun.
What? So forget the spirit of truth and work in the spirit of illusion is what you're asking us to do.
I didn't say illusion. I said fun.
Well, what's the opposite of truth?
Flat Earth. No, I'm joking. It's
illusion. It's illusion, Geeks.
False.
Illusion.
No,
so if you're not working in the spirit of truth, what are you doing?
Having fun.
You're working within illusion.
No. Okay. All right. In illusion, but with fun. No.
I never said illusion can't be fun. In fact, I would argue, but we're not like everybody else, Geeks. We don't find the illusion fun anymore because now we are awake. It is no longer stimulating to fool or trick yourself. In fact, I would argue you can't once you've got this understanding.
I agree.
So fun is no longer being caught in illusion. Fun is actually waking up to the truth. That's fun. It's empowering. It's brilliant. You should try it.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Well, all I know is, Geeks, you're here with us, and this is what we do. So welcome.
I know. No, I know. It's not my first rodeo. Okay, fine. I understand. I mean, I don't want to push anyone like to, you know, ask different questions as if those are the ones you want to stick at. But
Yeah, a
I
lot
don't
of
think
background noise.
I haven't really contributed very much. I feel like I've kind of not let you guys down in a way because I haven't really been able to offer any input. You didn't even need me for the conversation in a way.
I
Doesn't
mean,
make
that's
sense?
true. That's true, but don't take it personal or anything.
No. It's no. I'm not offended or upset or anything. It's just like I said, you didn't need me for any of that.
Hey, Geeks, sorry, just quickly, sorry to interject, guys. So I was going through a bit more of it, what you sent me, Geeks. Mate, again, it's R&D, it's research and development. Okay, it has nothing to do with the finished product. Why did you send that to me?
Well, I'm sorry I sent it to you.
Oh, it wasn't even, it hadn't even been invented at that point. It was, what they were after was the mathematics, that they were after the projected, effectiveness, etc. The weapon. Like, it's unclassified research and development into a weapon. It has nothing to do with the final product and the application of it. Yeah, like
Understood. I'm sorry I wasted your time, dude. Apologies.
No, that's fine. I find it interesting. That's fine. No problem.
Oh, okay, all right.
And
So
I'm
it
not
wasn't a
trying to drag.
complete waste of time.
I'm not trying to drag.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
I'm not trying to drag the conversation backwards. I'm just simply saying.
Doesn't
Look,
meet your criteria.
again, if
Doesn't meet your criteria.
No, it's not that it doesn't meet my criteria. It's that, okay, do you understand the concept of research and development? Doesn't matter what it is, military hardware,
yeah,
car, bike, right? R&D, right? Right. It's all theoretical at that point. So you got the research, and then you have the development, and then you have the testing, right? What you sent me is before the testing, and even really before the development. This is just projection of what this thing might be able to do. Okay, so it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. However, it's not a military manual or anything like that. I'm not trying to drag the conversation backwards, but
No, I hear
that's
you.
why
I hear you. I hear you. I'm just glad that it wasn't a complete waste of time. At least that's all.
I always read into it, man. But I'll tell you what, Geeks. Next time I ask for a fucking military manual or a PAM, a practical application manual, a PAM, that's what we call it in the Australian military. Okay. Give me a PAM or an actual manual, please.
I'll do better next time. I'll do better next time.
Right, gotcha. Anyway, yeah, sorry guys. Continue the conversation. I wasn't trying to interject.
Thanks, dude. I got told off.
Geeks, you're like a completely different person today. I'm quite surprised.
Is that a good thing or a bad? I'm not sure if that's a compliment or.
Well, you were very.
What are you saying here? What's going on?
You're a lot more passive today, mate, and easygoing.
Oh, okay. It's a good thing.
You've shocked me. Yeah. I was expecting a fight.
Shocked you? Oh, shocked you?
Shocked. Yes.
Right.
You shocked me a little bit.
Shock, as in what you do with oysters. Well,
no, mate.
Well, I'm in a good mood, I suppose. But that's good to hear. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're in good spirits, mate. It is a compliment. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, good. Well, actually, it's a couple of things. It's in good spirits, but also reflection on approach with differing audiences. Not that I'm being demeaning in any way, but say approaching the flat Earth community effectively is not going to be the same if you approach, say, the communist room, for example. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you don't want to hang out in a communist room, bro.
I agree.
Well, so when
What do they talk about?
well, no, that's the thing, because I know what you're talking about. Because when I first started in there, I was like, who the fuck are these people? Like, they just, they don't want to hear from me, and what's wrong with them? All of my ideas are perfectly valid, blah, 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 blah. And now, I'm like really good friends with actual Russian person. It's just, I've taken a lot of time to reflect on my approach with different groups. Is the shorthand of what I'm trying to say here. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, hey, so Geeks, before you said you wanted to have fun, right? That was like one of your primary positions. Okay, so that's cool. You want to have the experience, but you brought forward the idea of what was it? Was it something to do with the measurement of the Earth, or something to do with like an observation of the sun?
No, that wasn't me.
You brought something before, and you said no. You found out that the other guys already knew what the answers were going to be, and then you said, "Oh, well, that's no fun."
You mean? I think it was Crit that said from ancient times to today. Has anyone measured what the number is for the curvature of the Earth? Who was it? Blah 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 blah. blah. Yeah, and you're right. And my answer when I started typing into Google, because I didn't know, was, well, part of the answer was, well, you guys have obviously done this yourselves, and so anything I say to you is you're going to have heard it and read it 100,000 times before. So what's the point? Does that answer your question? I might be
but there is a fact that, at that point that you found out that these guys already knew the answers, you sort of invoked to say that, well, that's not going to be very fun. But
yes, correct.
Perhaps it might be fun for you to sort of explore that territory about what's being claimed and what these guys know about those claims, and the explanation that counters those claims. That's where your fun can be had, mate. Yeah, and as long as everyone can remain jovial and sort of connect the dots together, we can have a bit of fun and a bit of a laugh along the way.
I just want to replay it back just because I make sure that I've understood you correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I take the time to go through it and kind of I don't know if you were going this direction, come to the same conclusion as, say, people like yourself. Is that where you're kind of expecting me to go?
So,
but then that's just people agreeing with each other, isn't it? I mean,
well, no, but the point is though, dude, if you went and looked that up online to see the first person who measured Earth curvature, you're going to find some guy talking about either putting 2 sticks in the ground and measuring shadows, or looking down a well aimlessly as a proof. And I think that's kind of funny, because once you work out what their claim is, it's ridiculous. It's hilarious to think that this is how someone would measure the Earth's curve.
No, I hear
absurd.
you. Yeah, I hear you.
Uh-huh.
But I just, but if I hopefully you got my previous point, which is that if we're talking about fun, I don't find people if it's for me, I don't find people all agreeing with each other particularly fun. That's just me, though. For me, that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, okay. Or if you want a bit of controversy, I'm sure we can dig some up along the way.
But that's what I'm trying to inspire, you know, a bit of controversy.
Yeah, well, mate, we started. I think Crit, you mentioned he started kicking the can, and now you got to kick it back a little bit. Then we start a game. That's how this rolls.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Right. Because we haven't got anything novel that we can really talk about. All of this stuff has been very well explored by everyone in this room. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Then
we're not going to find novelty or fun in that sort of sense. We need to sort of just play the game.
Understood. Like, yeah. If that's the case, then yeah, you know.
So go for a new topic if you like, and we can give this a role play, but don't get tilted.
Well, I don't want to hijack the whole room just for me to rattle on about something, you know.
Well, I think you might be the only one that's in disagreement with anyone in this room, so, you know, welcome.
Fair enough. Well, instead of me, maybe then it's a good point actually. Is there anyone? Are you talking about outside flat Earth?
Well, I don't know. We can ask you the question of why you believe in a ball being through space.
No, well, that's the point, though. It's not fun. Can we ask the group if there's any kind of burning topic? Do you think that would be appropriate?
You have to ask them to find out, my man.
No. I know.
Sure
Throw it out to the room. But do you think that would be appropriate to throw it out to the room? Again, I don't want to hijack your entire room. You know.
Well, I mean, sure, but Crit just did throw something out, and it was sort of rejected on what I think is kind of superficial causes. But I guess we can appeal to the room again and ask them if they've got any other topics that they want to